He traversed to the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, becoming an inconspicuous figure within the family. Awakened with the creator system, he possessed the ability to transform characters from the Naruto universe into Pokemon, yet the operation of this system required constant influx of emotion points. Hence, he made a resolute decision. On this optimal stage of the Massacre Night, he would become the most formidable atmosphere manipulator. Armed with dual Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he effortlessly unraveled Tsukuyomi with a power surpassing Itachi's. Seizing Sasuke, he boldly declared, "For the sake of peace in the ninja world, the land of fire must be eradicated," instantly harvesting 666 emotion points from Itachi's vulnerability. His ambitions extended beyond merely countering Shursue's Kodoama Tsukumi. He aimed to dominate the entire ninja world, assembling an invincible Pikachu Legion. Chapter 1. The Night of Uchiha's Annihilation. In the 56th year of Konoha, a youth emerged from a chamber, bloodied blade in hand. None other than Itachi Uchiha, the dutiful son who had just slain his parents. As he stepped out, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, for in front of him stood Uchiha Q, holding his younger brother Sasuke hostage. However, he quickly regained his composure. In his memory, Q was weak and could be easily subdued with a mere genjutsu. "Ah, you finally made your appearance, you scoundrel," Q taunted. "Let Sasuke go," Itachi demanded, his expression unwavering, confident he could rescue his brother in an instant. According to his plan, he would wait for Sasuke to return from school and then impart a loving Tsukuyomi to his dear brother. Subsequently, he intended to infiltrate the organization of the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, gathering intelligence for the Hokage. Q smirked. He, too, harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan. While he urged Itachi to eliminate the rebellious Uchiha hardliners, he himself confined the clan's elderly and innocent into a Kamui space. His actions were not born of cruelty, but rather a reflection of his and his sister Uchiha Yuki's status as outcasts within the Uchiha family. Naturally, he felt pity for the innocent elderly and children, which was why he chose to save them. As a transmigrator, he possessed his own unique advantage, the creator system, allowing him to bestow character abilities upon animals. For instance, a rat could become Pikachu, while a frog could transform into Bulbasaur. With sufficient emotion points, even a 6 paths level Pikachu could be crafted. At present, Q's soul-summoned beast was a Pikachu Itachi. This was understandable, as he had only just arrived in this world, and this was a gift from the beginner's package. Along with it, he had received a bloodline evolution potion that directly advanced his unawakened eyes into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Regrettably, he did not evolve into the Rinnegan. Otherwise, he could have unleashed devastating techniques like planetary devastation in Konoha, which would have been immensely satisfying. Moreover, his ocular abilities mirrored those of Obito, both wielding dual Kamui. Defeating a single-eyed Obito would be akin to child's play. Yet mere victory was insufficient. What he needed was emotion points. Essentially, he required the ability to provoke others. Casting a glance at the unconscious Sasuke, he pressed on the young boy's temple to rouse him. Sasuke awoke groggily, and upon seeing his beloved brother, he immediately cried out for help. "Nisan, save me. Don't plead for help, Sasuke. Your brother Itachi has just killed our parents." Sasuke's pupils dilated as he stared at Itachi, who stood at the threshold of their parents' room, a bloody blade in hand. Itachi's expression bore no immediate remorse, and a sense of dread washed over Sasuke. "Nisan, please tell me this isn't true." Ignoring Sasuke, Itachi's gaze turned to Q, his eyes swirling with a 3-tomo, transforming into a pattern resembling a triangular windmill. Tsukuyomi. Q's consciousness was abruptly drawn into the realm of Tsukuyomi, where he found himself bound upon a cross. "This is my Tsukuyomi space. Even if 72 hours pass here, only a moment will elapse in the outside world. Q, where are the remaining Uchiha clan members?" Itachi had never regarded Q as a threat, considering him the least accomplished of their generation. At 13, Q had yet to awaken his Sharingan. Thus Itachi felt no anxiety about rescuing Sasuke. With just a glance, he could effortlessly incapacitate Q. This was the power of the Mangekyo. Maintaining his composure, Q wore a faint smile. "What? Do you intend to slaughter the remaining innocents as well?" "This is all for the peace of Konoha," Itachi replied, his expression unchanged as he brandished his blade. At that moment, Itachi had resolved that aside from Konoha and Sasuke, he cared for nothing else. "Itachi, your perspective is too narrow," Q chided, causing Itachi to furrow his brows in confusion. You see only the piece of Konoha, yet you fail to recognize the piece of the entire ninja world. I support your decision to eradicate the Uchihas for Konoha's peace, but your vision is limited. For the sake of the ninja world's peace, we must eliminate Konoha and the Land of Fire. This way, people from the other four nations can come to Konoha and lead prosperous lives. For the happiness of the majority, sacrificing a mere few million in the Land of Fire is inconsequential. It is all for the peace of the ninja world. Ding! Host has gained 666 emotion points from Itachi Uchiha. Q felt a surge of delight. It was the first time he had acquired emotion points from Itachi. Madman, Itachi retorted, his expression still stoic. Isn't that what you taught me? I merely see further than you do. Itachi remained expressionless, plunging his blade into Q's chest. Q appeared unfazed, still smiling. Were it not for the system's notification, he might have thought Itachi was devoid of emotion. The more emotion points he accumulated, the more powerful summoned beasts he could exchange for, such as Pain of the Six Paths. Is this your ocular technique? To be honest, I'm somewhat disappointed. Q slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, adorned with Obito's patterns, emerged. Utilizing ocular prowess far surpassing Itachi's, he effortlessly broke free from Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Itachi felt the backlash of his technique, groaning as he clutched his eyes, kneeling on the ground. How is this possible? Accustomed to being lauded as a genius, Itachi found it hard to accept the fact that he had been bested by Q. In summary, Itachi had been caught off guard. He never anticipated that Q had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his ocular prowess exceeded Itachi's. Truthfully, Q had no desire to kill this ungrateful wolf, nor did he care to explain that his eyes were the Eternal Mangekyo. He was solely focused on acquiring emotion points. The stronger the opponent, the greater the emotion points earned. Although Itachi had annihilated the Uchiha clan, through the merging of memories, Q recalled the experiences he and his sister had endured within the Uchiha family. While he disagreed with Itachi's methods, he was disinclined to rescue those who, despite their lack of strength, had made their coup widely known. Itachi, I won't waste words. Hand over Shirsue's eyes, or I will kill Sasuke. I don't know what you're talking about. Q, uninterested in further dialogue, flicked his wrist, summoning a kunai into his hand. Sasuke, since your brother values Shirsue's eyes more than you, you can die. Ding! Host has gained 2 emotion points from Sasuke Uchiha. Q was speechless. Just how weak had this fool become? Faced with the imminent threat of death, his emotional value barely increased by a mere 2 points. It appears that in order to attain the emotional value of the second pillar, one must at least wait until he has slain his master, the righteous path. Upon witnessing the shuriken drawing perilously close to his eyes, the second pillar was so terrified that he fainted once more. Uchiha Itachi, realizing that Uchiha Sasuke's life was genuinely in jeopardy, urgently called out for him to halt. The shuriken came to a stop just a few centimeters from the second pillar's eyes, as Itachi extended his right hand towards him. Hand over Shirsue's eyes. Do not entertain any notions of trickery. Chapter 2. Pikachu Itachi Uchiha Itachi now pondered whether to employ the Kodoame Tsukumi on Uchiha Sasuke. After all, Sasuke had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. If he were to use Kodoame Tsukumi to compel him to serve Konoha, it would certainly augment the village's strength by adding another shadow-level powerhouse. You wretched creature. Do you intend to use Kodoame Tsukumi against me? He scoffed. Helping Sarutobi lick boots is one thing, but you expect others to follow suit? You must be the illegitimate spawn of Mikoto and Sarutobi. No wonder you annihilated the Uchiha clan. It was for your base progenitor. Silence. Itachi felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He could scarcely believe that anyone in the ninja world could utter such venomous words. Why was this happening? Why did a scoundrel like Uchiha Sasuke exist? This was entirely outside of his script, and now he had to endure this fiend's humiliation of his mother's honor. As Uchiha Sasuke heard the system's cheerful notification of increasing emotional value, he felt an uncontainable delight. However, observing the dwindling emotional value from an initial 666 to a mere 8, he realized that one could indeed exhaust another's emotional reserves. Unless Itachi's power were to grow, it would be increasingly difficult to exploit him. All right, Itachi, hand over Shirsue's eyes, and Sasuke can live happily in Konoha. Though reluctant, Itachi knew he had no choice but to surrender Shirsue's eyes for his brother's sake. Sasuke reached out his hand. Don't try any tricks. This time, Itachi did not attempt any deception, for Sasuke was already aware of Konoha Tsukuyomi's capabilities. He feared that angering him might lead to Sasuke being harmed. Sasuke watched as Itachi extracted Shirsue's eyes from a raven and tossed them directly to him. I hope you keep your promise. Rest assured, Sasuke is a dear member of my family. Unlike you, I would never harm him. Sasuke received Shirsue's eyes and placed them in a prepared petri dish, then kicked Sasuke towards Itachi. Itachi swiftly caught Sasuke, furrowing his brow at Sasuke. This scoundrel had even prepared a petri dish? Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 3 emotional points from Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke smirked. It seemed he had thoroughly exploited Itachi's emotional reserves. But no matter, there were still Tobi and Danzo, 2 shadow-level powerhouses. He wondered if the 3rd Hokage would appear. If necessary, he could create a ruckus to draw him in, perhaps even other powerful Konoha ninjas. Tobi could roam freely with his single Kamui. With dual Kamui, he would be virtually invincible, at least able to escape without issue. With this thought, Sasuke sat cross-legged, awaiting Tobi's arrival. There were countless ways to provoke Tobi, yet his Kamui was not connected to Tobi's. Perhaps he could persuade Itachi to grant Tobi a loving Konoha Tsukuyomi. Itachi could not fathom why Sasuke did not flee. Did he not fear the pursuing forces of Konoha? At this moment, Itachi felt utterly powerless, concerned for Sasuke's safety. If he failed to complete his mission, would Danzo truly ensure that Sasuke could live peacefully in Konoha as promised? Suddenly, a swirling vortex of space materialized, heralding Tobi's entrance. Tobi, upon seeing Itachi embracing his brother, frowned. Itachi, why are you so slow? And what is your current situation? There was an unexpected turn. The Uchiha clan member awakened his Mangekyo, and his ocular power surpasses my own. I am not his match. Since the opponent claimed to be Uchiha Madara, even if it was a masquerade, he must possess the strength to impersonate Uchiha's ancestor. Otherwise, he would easily be exposed. Oh, Tobi's interest peaked as he glanced at the meditative Sasuke. Since the other party had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps he could be of use. Young one, I am Uchiha Madara. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Oh, so you are Uchiha Madara. I am Uchiha Taijima. Sasuke stood, feigning respect as he greeted Tobi. Tobi found this flattering. In his youth, he had been a mere fool, and he certainly did not remember Uchiha Taijima. It was only Madara's immense reputation that allowed him to recall. Madara would not stoop to introduce a mere tool to his father. Only Itachi regarded Tobi with a peculiar expression, now fully convinced that the other was not Uchiha Madara. Yet, he was focused solely on eliminating Sasuke. Perhaps a warning was warranted. Madara, Uchiha Taijima is indeed your father. Tobi, what father? It appears I have just inadvertently revealed my true identity to Uchiha Itachi. Yet, it mattered little. He believed that with Kamui at his disposal, he was already invincible. Fire style, storm dance. Caught off guard by Tobi's sudden attack, Sasuke had no time to react, swiftly activating Kamui to evade Tobi's assault. Madara, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you strike your father? Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 666 emotional points from Uchiha Tobi. Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 2 emotional points from Uchiha Itachi. It was evident that Itachi had been entirely drained. Upon witnessing that Tobi possessed Kamui, Itachi's defenses crumbled. It seemed his composure was lacking. Ah, Madara. Let me show you something captivating. Before Tobi could respond, Sasuke activated Kamui, releasing Pikachu Itachi. Tsukuyomi. As Pikachu Itachi emerged during Tobi's moment of distraction, he immediately initiated Tsukuyomi. Tobi, caught off guard, was drawn into the realm of illusion. Uchiha's traitor, this round belongs to me, Pikachu Itachi. Pikachu Itachi glared at Tobi, who was bound to a crucifix. Pikachu Itachi, how can a mere beast possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, and why does his power mirror that of Itachi? As a member of the Uchiha Pikachu clan, Pikachu Itachi deemed it beneath him to waste words on a traitor destined for defeat. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long katana appeared in his small paw, its length 7 times that of Pikachu Itachi. In this world, time and matter are governed by my will. After stating this, Pikachu Itachi donned an expressionless rodent visage, driving the blade directly into Tobi's heart. Tobi grunted in pain. Was this the Mangekyo ability of this yellow rodent? This was perhaps the most humiliating moment for Tobi, having been ensnared in an illusionary realm by a mere yellow rodent. The difference between Tsukuyomi and ordinary Genjutsu is that while the latter can be countered with chakra disruption, even a simple hand sign can break a lower-level Genjutsu. In contrast, Tsukuyomi is a mental assault. Mere eye contact is sufficient to ensnare an opponent in an illusion, making it a perfect counter to Tobi. Tobi attempted to activate Kamui, but within this Tsukuyomi realm, it was utterly impossible. Do not waste your efforts, traitor. I hope you thoroughly enjoy the next 72 hours. Pikachu Itachi punctuated his statement by piercing Tobi's heart once more. Tobi glared coldly at Pikachu Itachi. Your name is Pikachu Itachi, correct? Although I know not why you possess Mangekyo abilities, do not underestimate Uchiha Madara by thinking you can bind me with Tsukuyomi. A powerful aura suddenly erupted as Obito activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, enhanced by the Senju cells within him, granting him the capability to breach Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. Chapter 3. Obito breaks through. Itachi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this imposter possessed such power. The Tsukuyomi space was on the verge of collapse, and he had initially thought he had 72 hours to slowly torment this traitor. Time, however, was no longer on his side. In a hurried manner, Itachi seized the last few seconds, stabbing Obito over 20 times. Damn it, Obito exclaimed, shocked that he could be pierced by this yellow-skinned rodent even in the fleeting moments before the Tsukuyomi shattered. Itachi, suffering from the backlash of the Tsukuyomi, covered one eye with a claw and slowly retreated to stand beside Sasuke. Itachi, are you alright? Sasuke inquired. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just didn't expect this imposter to break my Tsukuyomi, Itachi replied, shaking his head. He was now at the pinnacle of his power, unlike the weakened Itachi of his past. After the Tsukuyomi, Obito appeared somewhat disheveled, his expression wary as he regarded Sasuke and Itachi. Sasuke possessed the same abilities as Obito, and he had them in both eyes. Itachi, on the other hand, wielded the power of the original Itachi. The situation was becoming dire. Since Sasuke had mentioned Uchiha Taijima, it seemed that the name Uchiha Madara would not intimidate him either. Itachi was baffled. Why did this yellow-skinned rodent possess abilities identical to his own? Suddenly, Itachi fixed a resolute gaze upon Sasuke. Leave Uchiha Itachi to me. I will personally execute this traitor who has tarnished the honor of the Uchiha clan. Itachi was stung by Sasuke's words. Not long ago, he had taken the lives of his own parents. Now, even a mere yellow-skinned rodent was aware of the Uchiha's honor. Had he truly erred? Sasuke hastily tried to calm the incensed Itachi, uncertain of his temperament since he had only been summoned yesterday. At present, Itachi bore a resemblance to a combination of a weasel and the second Hokage. No, you have not erred, Itachi. Your contributions to the population control of the ninja world are commendable. After all, resources are limited. If half of the ninja world perishes, the remaining half shall thrive. Madman. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 12 emotional points from Uchiha Itachi. Oh, I had expected that the now-bald Itachi would remain at 2 points, yet he has risen to 12. It seems he does not endorse my proposal. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Itachi's role is becoming negligible, so let us focus on Obito instead. By the way, Itachi, did you know that the Konoha cemetery was looted by Orochimaru? Among the graves was that of Kakashi's teammate, Rin Noara, which is said to be used for the study of impure world reincarnation. I am unaware. Itachi could not comprehend why Sasuke singled out a Chunin, pondering the intent behind it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 666 emotional points from Uchiha Obito. Obito, concealed behind his mask, concealed his emotions, yet his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. Oh, is this where your defenses crumble? It seems I must intensify my efforts. You might say Rin Noara was quite foolish, Itachi. Why do you think she was so foolish? She clearly had feelings for Kakashi, yet was disposed of as a burden by him. Damn it, shut your mouth. Obito activated Kamui, appearing behind Sasuke, launching an attack aimed at his chest. Sasuke, unconcerned, activated his own Kamui, allowing the wooden stake to pass through his body, casting a mocking glance at Obito. Obito, is it worth it for a wretched girl like Rin? She merely seeks Kakashi's affection when it suits her. And when it doesn't, she expects your assistance. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Damn it, I won't allow you to speak of her that way. Obito was now infuriated. Even when Sasuke revealed his identity, he remained unfazed. All he knew was that Sasuke had spoken ill of Rin. His anger surged, and he relentlessly assaulted Sasuke. He possessed Kamui himself, aware of its weaknesses. He knew that in 5 minutes, Sasuke's demise would be imminent. Sasuke, hearing the rising emotional points, felt a mix of delight and embarrassment. After all, Rin was Obito's cherished star. Was it appropriate for him to speak thus? Obito, as for Rin Noera, her death is inconsequential. The sooner she departs, the better for the world. Oh, but wait, her corpse has already been excavated by Orochimaru for research. And she may even be subjected to impure world reincarnation. Damn it, I will kill you. Obito, is there nothing else you can say apart from damn it? Your insults are subpar. It's no wonder Rin chose Kakashi over you. Sasuke seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of venomous words, showing no sign of relenting. While disparaging Rin was somewhat unkind, it was the only method to provoke Obito effectively. Kakashi's efficacy was uncertain, but he certainly could not rival Rin's utility. Itachi, observing from a distance, collected intelligence on the two, showing no inclination to intervene. One thing he could ascertain, the masked man was indeed Obito, and he knew Rin was a teammate of both Obito and Kakashi. As for Sasuke, Itachi found him incomprehensible, unable to fathom why he reveled in uttering such piercing words, directed at both himself and Obito. Was there a deeper meaning? Was it merely to provoke his opponent into revealing a flaw? Itachi could only surmise this reasoning, as the words spoken by Sasuke were indeed capable of infuriating anyone. As 5 minutes elapsed, Sasuke declared, "You may now perish." Just that wretched girl? Oh, is it so soon? Initially berating Rin, Sasuke halted upon facing Obito's attack, directly activating the third form of Susanoo. Obito, caught off guard, failed to activate Kamui in time, and was sent flying by Sasuke's red Susanoo, crashing against the wall. Why bother? Sasuke shook his head, retracting his Susanoo. Obito's emotional points had been sufficiently drained, leaving only Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. Would the clan heads of Inuzuka, Hyuga, and Yamanaka arrive? Obito emerged from the rubble, appearing disheveled. His purpose in coming here was to weaken Konoha's strength, and given Sasuke's prowess, he believed it would suffice to trouble Konoha significantly. Ultimately, he realized that he could not contend with Sasuke, and that remaining would only subject him to further humiliation. Itachi, let us depart. Konoha no longer has a place for you. Itachi's emotions were complex. For the sake of peace in Konoha, he had refrained from inciting war. He had ruthlessly slain his parents and annihilated the Uchiha clan, yet in the end, he questioned the purpose of his actions. Konoha still harbored a madman like Sasuke, who, despite his immense strength, held dangerously radical ideologies, believing in the eradication of half the ninja population under the guise of peace. How absurd. Shaking his head, he replied, "You go ahead, I will follow shortly." Chapter 4. The arrival of Zongzong. Obito would never place himself in peril for the sake of an Uchiha Itachi. He was waiting to create a world with Rin. A surge of spatial vortex rippled, and Obito escaped without uttering any venomous words. Uchiha Sasuke did not intervene. He was solely focused on acquiring emotional value. Once he amassed enough, he could leverage the system to become powerful. Who knows? He might even have the opportunity to shatter the void and ascend to a higher realm. Uchiha Itachi, what is the current situation? At that moment, Danzo arrived with dozens of Root members, teleporting to the location. Observing Uchiha Itachi cradling his brother alongside another Uchiha clansman, he furrowed his brow. "Lord Danzo, you must be cautious. The opponent has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and possesses greater ocular power than I." Danzo scoffed, recalling how Shursui, who also wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan, had fallen at his hands. "Uchiha Sasuke, I offer you a chance to join Root. This will ensure your survival." Ah, they've arrived. Uchiha Sasuke rose, stretching and scanning the surroundings. Has Sarutobi not come? It makes sense. Such dirty work is indeed more fitting for you to shoulder. Danzo glared at Uchiha Sasuke. What do you mean by that? Danzo, you are being manipulated by Sarutobi without realizing it. Consider this. The Uchiha clan was annihilated overnight. And the other prominent clans are not fools. How could they believe that Uchiha Itachi, a political naive, could accomplish such a feat? Someone needs to take the blame. And who better than you, Shimura Danzo? This way, he achieves his goal of exterminating the Uchiha while evading responsibility. Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 666 emotional value from Shimura Danzo. Danzo was taken aback. It was no wonder Sarutobi always maintained a nonchalant and unaccountable demeanor. Based on his understanding of Sarutobi, it was indeed plausible he had this intention. While Danzo remained composed, Uchiha Itachi was visibly shaken. "You speak nonsense. The Hokage has always sought a way for the village and clans to coexist peacefully. It is merely that the Uchiha have been too arrogant to grasp the Hokage's intentions." Ah, indeed. Uchiha Sasuke dismissed the self-righteous fool. Since he had no wool left to shear, he might as well follow Obito and avoid further embarrassment. Uchiha Itachi, observing Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor and Danzo's contemplative expression, felt a profound sense of despair. He was not foolish. Awakening the Mangekyo at 13 could not be attributed to ignorance. As Uchiha Sasuke stated, he was simply politically inept. However, he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether the Hokage intended to eradicate the Uchiha, the clan's ambition for a coup was an undeniable truth. To protect Konoha from harm and avert a fourth great ninja war, he believed he was in the right. The sole mistake was the presence of a madman like Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo also began to connect the dots, even if he had come to believe Uchiha Sasuke's words. His original objective was the Sharingan. If worse came to worst, he could eliminate Sarutobi. Who else could claim the title of 5th Hokage if not him? Uchiha Sasuke, do not think you can sow discord. Do you believe I will heed your words? Uchiha Sasuke remained unfazed. After all, emotional value was being credited without deception. He waved dismissively. Danzo, you have long lurked in the shadows. Even if Sarutobi perishes, the other clan heads will not allow you to become Hokage. Everything I do is for Konoha. Danzo feigned righteousness. Were it not for the increasing emotional value, Uchiha Sasuke might have believed him. Ah, indeed. But wouldn't he becoming Hokage allow you to serve Konoha even better? Oh, what do you propose? Danzo expressed interest. Simple, kill. I shall help you eliminate the 3rd Hokage and all the clan heads. If there are further dissenters, we shall continue to eliminate them. To be honest, Danzo was somewhat tempted. As long as he could become Hokage, unifying the ninja world would be a trivial matter. Even conquering the moon would pose no challenge. Lord Danzo, this is unacceptable. It will incite chaos in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi hastily interjected, realizing Danzo was genuinely swayed. Danzo regarded Uchiha Itachi, contemplating the validity of his words. If he could eliminate both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, he would possess 5 Mangekyo Sharingan. With sufficient strength, once Sarutobi was dead, he could ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. He signaled a nearby blonde ninja, who understood the cue. Body flicker technique. Why are we engaging? Uchiha Sasuke felt frustrated. He was in the midst of harvesting emotional value when he was suddenly attacked. Was there no respect for the art of shearing? You dare display such trivial skills before me? Begone. The power of the Eternal Mangekyo erupted, and the ninja from the Mountain Clan was instantly ejected from Uchiha Sasuke's mind. With a muffled groan, the Mountain Clan member clutched his head and collapsed. Danzo, I truly wish to assist you in becoming the 5th Hokage. My affairs do not require your input. Attack. Eliminate Uchiha Sasuke. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke genuinely desired for Danzo to become the 5th Hokage. For only with Danzo in that position would Konoha grow weaker, potentially precipitating the 4th Great Ninja War. With a swift motion, he grasped a kunai and confronted the Root ninjas. The kunai passed through him, clanging against the Uchiha wall behind. What just happened? Uchiha Sasuke ignored the thoughts of the insignificant character and maneuvered through the Root ninjas using Kamui. Due to the enhancement from the evolution serum, Uchiha Sasuke's body was fortified. His speed increased, strength amplified, and with dual Kamui, he felt a Root ninja with each swing of his kunai. What a pity, he lacked would release. Otherwise, akin to Obito, he could have strung these Root ninjas together in a spectacular display. Danzo stared in shock at Uchiha Sasuke. What in the world is this ninjutsu? Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo ability had a 5-minute activation interval. Uchiha Itachi laid out Uchiha Sasuke's capabilities in detail. Uchiha Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Itachi. But it mattered little. Before absolute strength, Danzo could stir no tempest. Even with knowledge of Uchiha Sasuke's capabilities, Danzo could not hope to subdue him unless he resorted to Kodoame Tsukumi. He did not believe his opponent would be as foolish as Uchiha Shursui, easily ambushed by Izanagi. Uchiha Itachi, why did you not make a move? I am no match for him. Coward. Danzo sneered, deeming Uchiha Itachi paralyzed by fear. Uchiha Itachi was never afraid of death. A man brainwashed by Sarutobi's could sacrifice himself for Konoha at any moment. His only concern was for his brother. As events spiraled out of control, he feared that acting now would provoke the enemy, endangering Sasuke. Chapter 5. Danzo is also sheared bald after eliminating all the Root ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke seized the last Root member by the throat. Young one, do you wish to dance as well? Monster. Crack. Uchiha Sasuke crushed the neck of the final Root member, then turned his beaming face toward Danzo. During his slaughter of the Root ninjas, he had amassed a substantial amount of Danzo's emotional value. Tuanzong, why persist in depleting your own manpower? The road to becoming Hokage will only become more arduous. At this moment, Tuanzang's heart had plummeted to its depths. He was reluctant to employ the Kodoame Tsukumi on Uchiha Kyo unless absolutely necessary. Although the odds were slim, he still hoped to leverage Izanagi for a surprise attack. Uchiha Kyo, your eyes shall belong to me. Uchiha Kyo looked at him in disbelief. How could such a foolish individual have caused such turmoil in Konoha for so long in the original narrative? Tuanzong had exposed such a significant flaw. Was he truly attempting to use Izanagi for a sneak attack? Tuanzong lunged forward with a kunai aimed at Uchiha Kyo, and as expected, he passed right through Kyo's body. Kyo gazed at Tuanzong as if he were an imbecile, swinging the kunai towards Tuanzang's back. Tuanzong let out a pained cry. This scoundrel could have killed him, but opted for a shallow cut instead. It affected the battle, yet was not fatal. He could certainly activate Izanagi now to restore his condition to uninjured. A smirk graced Uchiha Kyo's lips as he teasingly remarked, Tuanzong, you must be aware that I support your aspirations to become Hokage, which is why I hesitate to kill you. Damn Uchiha. Tuanzang's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. Though it was a waste, he found himself powerless against Uchiha Kyo. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to Kodoame Tsukumi and turn Kyo into his puppet. Slowly, he unveiled his right eye concealed beneath the bandages. Tuanzong, perhaps it's time to abandon this endeavor. Shirsue's Kodoame Tsukumi is ineffective against me. Tuanzong cursed. How could you reveal my hidden trump card? Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. Tuanzong screamed once more. During his moment of daze, Uchiha Kyo swiftly plunged a kunai into Tuanzang's kidney. Again, it was not fatal but excruciatingly painful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 32 emotional points from Shimura Danzo. From 666 down to 32, it appeared that Tuanzang's will had been sufficiently sheared. Tuanzong, Shirsue's eyes are now mine. Uchiha Kyo casually plucked the Mangekyo Sharingan from Tuanzang's right eye, examining it in his hand. To his surprise, Shirsue's eye began to fade away, along with Tuanzang's body. Suddenly, Tuanzong reappeared, planning to unleash a barrage of strikes on Uchiha Kyo. Die. Puff. Tuanzong stared at the kunai lodged in his heart, then lifted his gaze to meet Uchiha Kyo's enigmatic smile, utterly bewildered. As Kyo twisted the kunai in Tuanzang's chest, Tuanzang's form vanished once more, this time reappearing next to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Kyo regarded Itachi with a mocking expression. Itachi, did you and Tuanzong conspire to kill Shirsue? Otherwise, why is Shirsue's other Sharingan residing in Tuanzang's eye socket? Could it be that Tuanzong is your biological father? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 emotional points from Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Kyo suddenly recalled that he had already drained Itachi of his emotional points. Itachi, seemingly accustomed to Kyo's sharp tongue, lowered his head in contemplation. Tuanzong sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Uchiha Kyo's abilities were exceedingly troublesome. He realized he could not overpower Kyo, and Itachi's intentions remained unclear. Had he known it would come to this, he would have brought Wind and Kigen along. You lot, immediately notify Hiruzen and gather the Uchiha clan. Something has gone awry. Uchiha Kyo understood that Tuanzong was alerting the Umbu, who typically monitored the Uchiha. However, he made no effort to intervene, as he was primarily interested in the third Hokage's emotional value, inadvertently reminding Tuanzong. Tuanzong, you know well that the third Hokage is hardly my match. You might as well summon the heads of the other clans. Tuanzong paused, realizing that Hiruzen's strength was comparable to his own. He had been bested. Hiruzen would likely meet the same fate. Have Hiruzen summon the heads of the major clans. After issuing the command, Tuanzong warily glanced at Uchiha Kyo, preparing for a potential ambush. Once Hiruzen arrived, Kyo would have to pay the price for his arrogance. Uchiha Kyo sat cross-legged, awaiting the arrival of others. Pikachu Itachi stood loyally by Kyo's side, vigilantly watching Tuanzong to prevent any surprise attacks. Kyo knew that he could not single-handedly confront the entire village of Konoha. Yet, with his dual Kamui, escaping would be a trivial matter. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, anxiously puffed on a cigarette. He had just witnessed the Susanoo within the Uchiha clan and was uncertain whether it belonged to Itachi or another. Suddenly, an Umbu member entered the Hokage's office. Kneeling on one knee, Hokage-sama, trouble has arisen. Uchiha Kyo has activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Tuanzong-sama requests that you bring the clan heads to assist. I shall personally attend to this matter. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was something he had tacitly accepted as part of Tuanzang's plan. How could he involve the other prominent clans to prevent them from feeling a sense of shared loss? Gather all Umbu and accompany me to the Uchiha clan's territory. Yes. The Umbu departed to assemble the rest. Has another Uchiha awakened eyes akin to Shirsue's? Hiruzen sighed, leading a few trusted subordinates toward Tuanzang's aid. He was not overly concerned. Mangekyo was not an uncommon phenomenon, and not everyone possessed the prowess of Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Kyo had once again claimed Tuanzang's life. Tuanzong, I have even sent you assistance. Why do you still seek death at this moment? Damn it. Tuanzong, once again utilizing his Anaji, dared not make a move. He had mistakenly assumed Uchiha Kyo was meditating to recover chakra. He cast a glare at Uchiha Itachi, contemplating whether to seize Itachi's Mangekyo first. Itachi sensed Tuanzang's ill intentions. His Sharingan's Tomo began spinning rapidly, transforming into a triangular windmill pattern as a warning to Tuanzong. Damn! Tuanzong cursed inwardly. This insufferable Uchiha Itachi dared to threaten him instead of targeting Uchiha Kyo. In truth, Tuanzong had two hidden cards, a summoning beast, the dream taper, and the self-destructive sealing technique of the four symbols. However, since Uchiha Kyo had chosen to wait for Hiruzen's arrival, he was content to let things unfold. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with several trusted Umbu. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Itachi cradled his unconscious brother, while Uchiha Kyo sat cross-legged with closed eyes, and Tuanzang's root ninjas lay dead or injured. Tuanzong, what on earth is happening? Hiruzen asked. Why is it just you? Where are the other clan ninjas? No need for them, Hiruzen replied, bewildered. Was Tuanzong truly this foolish? Such a scheme to annihilate the Uchiha clan could not possibly be shared with the other esteemed clans of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing the intelligence provided by Danzo and Itachi, immediately summoned his summoning beast, the Monkey King Enma, fixing his gaze intently on Uchiha Hisashi. He was uncertain of the relationship between Hisashi and the Uchiha clan, but he knew this matter was steeped in the blood of his kin. Moreover, the audacity of this rogue to incite the other four major ninja villages to invade the Land of Fire, cloaked in the guise of altruism for the greater good, was utterly absurd. Was this truly for a minority? The entire Land of Fire boasted a population in the tens of millions. At that moment, Uchiha Hisashi also rose to his feet, having devised a plan to extract emotional value from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should a confrontation ensue, he would need to be wary of the Reaper Death Seal, as he could not guarantee that his Kamui would withstand it. Mr. Third Hokage, I find myself rather curious. Are you and Danzo spies for the village hidden in the clouds? Sarutobi Hiruzen. The very notion of being a spy was ludicrous. He was the third Hokage, after all, and had no need to serve as a covert agent for the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Itachi was equally bewildered, questioning how Hisashi could possibly draw such a connection between the third Hokage and a spy from the hidden cloud village. In contrast to Hiruzen's composure, Shimura Danzo was less adept at maintaining his poise. Do you truly understand the gravity of your words, Yuval Uchiha? Hisashi adjusted his nose, regretting the absence of spectacles. Yet it did not hinder his imitation of a perpetually childish demeanor. From the outset, I have harbored doubts regarding you, Danzo, and the others. Why? As the elite guards of the Hokage, did the second Hokage perish instead of you four? It is the will of fire that sustains the village, and the shadow of fire illuminates the land, allowing new leaves to sprout. Teacher Tobarama stayed behind to protect his disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a steady tone. Hisashi awaited a response, yet no emotional value was forthcoming from Hiruzen. It seemed he would need to escalate his approach. Oh, is that so? If I recall correctly, you possess the Reaper Death Seal as well. Why, then, was it not you, old man, who sealed the Nine Tails, but rather the youthful fourth Hokage? Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 666 emotional value from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Hisashi beamed with pride. He had struck a nerve, and he had more tricks up his sleeve. In truth, Hisashi's assumption was flawed. Hiruzen's vulnerability was not due to Minato Namikaze, but rather because Hisashi had unveiled his trump card of the Reaper Death Seal. Nevertheless, Hisashi was unfazed, as long as he could harvest emotional value. Once he had drained Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would defeat him. allowing ninja from other clans to come forth and extract all the resources from Konoha in one fell swoop. His next plan involved relocating the remaining elderly and children of the Uchiha clan to the Land of Water, where he would then collaborate with Mei to overthrow the fourth Mizukage controlled by Obito, and subsequently grant either Mei or himself a taste of the Kodoame Tsukuyomi to facilitate their ascension to Mizukage. It was simply that I had not yet arrived, and Minato had already sealed the 9 tails, Hiruzen replied. And what of the treatment of the fourth orphan? How do you explain that? Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed internally, pondering how Hisashi had come by such knowledge. Hisashi continued to press, and what of the White Fang of Konoha? Why would such a revered Hokage be driven to suicide by public opinion? Third, your true aim was to diminish the threat posed by the Hidden Cloud Village. Was it not? Hisashi's gaze bore down on the dazed Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he were to exploit the moment and strike with Kamui, he could quite possibly eliminate Hiruzen in one decisive blow. Yet, he opted for patience, planning to deal with him during the Chunin exams. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring another 666 emotional value from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen himself could not fathom how, at Hisashi's young age, he had become privy to such confidential matters. His initial desire was simply to continue his role as Hokage, yet this impudent Uchiha had linked him to a spy from the Hidden Cloud Village. Should this misconception spread, Hiruzen risked disgrace. It was improbable that he could silence the loyal ANBU he had brought with him, nor defeat Uchiha Itachi without employing his trump cards. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to defend himself. The death of the White Fang was merely an unfortunate accident. Indeed, I bear an undeniable share of responsibility for not intervening sooner. However, I fail to understand why you would connect this incident with spies from the Hidden Cloud Village. Hisashi was taken aback. Hiruzen had notably refrained from placing the blame on Danzo. And that is not all. You facilitated the Hidden Cloud's acquisition of the Byakugan by offering Hinata Hayashi to them. Of course, Hayashi was no weakling either. Fearing for his life, he sent his twin brother, Hinata Hisashi, to take his place, a fact well known to many. It was the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud who sought the Byakugan, infiltrating the Hyuga clan during Hinata's birthday, and when discovered by Hayashi, they killed him. The wrongdoing lay clearly with the Hidden Cloud, yet you allowed Hayashi to take the fall, and you claim not to be a spy for them? Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. If Hisashi were to hear this, he would undoubtedly bestow emotional value upon Uchiha Hisashi. Hisashi had indeed been willing to sacrifice himself, his willingness to face death for his brother having little to do with cowardice. Hisashi's words caused even Danzo to question Hiruzen. He recalled being the one to advocate for war, only for Hiruzen to insist that the Hyuga brothers offer up a sacrifice under the pretext of village stability. If Danzo was beginning to harbor doubt, it was reasonable to assume that Uchiha Itachi would too. Was the third Hokage truly a mole for the Hidden Cloud? How dare you look at me with such eyes? The village was in turmoil. We could not withstand war. Hokage-sama, I had no such intentions. Uchiha Itachi hastily lowered his head, a classic display of submission, as if to reflexively acquiesce even when struck. The Hidden Leaf cannot afford war, but the Hidden Cloud, having been a defeated nation, cannot endure it any more than we can. Hisashi mused leisurely. Why are you everywhere at once? Were it not for the analytical prowess of the information, I might not even be able to stand here and converse with you, Hiruzen retorted, feeling the pressure of Hisashi's relentless inquiries. Hisashi, undeterred, reveled in the growing emotional value he was accumulating. He believed that by reiterating Hiruzen's actions from beginning to end, he would thoroughly strip him of his dignity. Third Hokage, your misdeeds extend beyond these. The annihilation of the Senju clan, the destruction of the Uchiha clan. During the Third Great Ninja War, despite Konoha's advantageous position, you initiated a ceasefire with the other hidden villages. And when the third Kazekage led a counterattack against the Hidden Cloud, you chose that moment to act, Hisashi proclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen with righteous indignation. Your intentions were clear. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are indeed a mole for the Hidden Cloud. Hiruzen, Chapter 7. The infuriated Sarutobi Hiruzen. It must be said that Uchiha Hisashi's analysis left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily questioning his own allegiance. Even he began to wonder whether he might be a spy for the Hidden Cloud Village, prompting similar doubts in Danzo and Uchiha Itachi. You speak nonsense. The Hokage cannot possibly be a spy for the Hidden Cloud. One of Hiruzen's loyal confidants interjected, unable to contain his indignation. Indeed, Uchiha Hisashi. Do not engage in such alarmist rhetoric. Before Hiruzen could respond, his loyal subordinates erupted in protest against Hisashi. Furrowing his brow, Hisashi pondered why these elite ANBU, all possessing Jounin-level strength, had yet to provide any emotional value. Even the newly enrolled student at the Ninja Academy possesses 2 points. Is it really necessary for plot characters to provide emotional value? However, during the recent leak period, the advantages of Sarutobi Hiruzen have been nearly exhausted. From an initial score of 666, it has dwindled to mere dozens, rendering it of little utility. If he does not summon the clan leaders of the other prominent families in Konoha, then there is no reason for him to remain in the village. Well then, esteemed acting Hokage, after all I have said, do you dare assert that all of this is for the sake of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Uchiha Akira's inquiry, found himself momentarily stunned. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Konoha and the position of Hokage, yet it seemed he had inadvertently weakened the village's strength. The Senju had vanished, and aside from Itachi, the Uchiha clan was left with only the mentally unstable Akira and the frail and elderly. His disciples, the legendary Sannin, had either left the village or defected. Currently, only he and Danzo remained as viable forces. The likes of Konohamaru and Hanabi lacked the necessary strength, and the younger generation had yet to mature. However, contemplating these matters now was too late. To atone for his past failures, even if it meant mutual destruction, he was determined to eliminate the threat that Uchiha Akira posed to Konoha. With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly fixed a resolute gaze upon Uchiha Akira. Akira, while not entirely correct in his assertions, I acknowledge that my inaction has indeed led Konoha to this weakened state. Now, in my capacity as the third Hokage, I issue my final command. Upon my death, Jiraiya shall assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Akira retorted, "What the hell is wrong with this old man? If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so while you were lost in thought. Must we really resort to such extremes?" Members of the Umbu repeatedly referred to him as Lord Hokage, yet only Danzo clenched his fists, casting a dangerous glance at the Umbu accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should Hiruzen and Akira engage in a mutual demise, he would not hesitate to silence the Umbu. Jiraiya, who was often absent from Konoha, was hardly worthy of becoming the fifth Hokage. To amend my previous mistakes, I will ensure you stay here, even if it costs me my life, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, raising his staff transformed from the Monkey King in an attempt to strike Uchiha Akira. Unfortunately, the attack merely passed through Akira's form, evaded by his Kamui. Hiruzen was not surprised. He had already received intel about Akira from Itachi. The assault continued, but Kamui's duration was limited to a mere 5 minutes. Yet Akira held a trump card of his own, prepared to engage in a final confrontation, and if all else failed, he would resort to the Reaper Death Seal. Third Hokage, you are being unreasonable. Konoha's frailty is not solely my doing. Aside from eliminating a few root ninjas, I have not committed any acts that harmed Konoha. Is mutual destruction truly necessary? Akira shot back. If we are to blame for Konoha's vulnerability, then you and Danzo bear the greatest responsibility, do you not? If I were to be unable to relieve myself one day, would you blame me too? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained undeterred, resolute in his intent to eliminate the perpetrator threatening Konoha's stability. You will not escape my wrath. As long as you perform the Reaper Death Seal, I will utilize Kamui to flee. Once your soul is claimed by the Shinigami, I shall return to mock you. Do you believe that? Hiruzen contemplated the reasoning behind Akira's confidence. Although Kamui's speed could not match that of the Flying Thunder God technique, it required only the use of his eyes to activate. Akira realized that escape was indeed beyond his reach. How could someone as powerful as Akira be so shameless? You are truly shameless, Akira remarked. Thank you for the compliment. Perhaps you should summon the other clan ninja of Konoha. That may give you a fighting chance to retain me. Rolling his eyes, Akira lamented the lack of vocabulary among the inhabitants of the Hokage world. The insults thrown back and forth were painfully repetitive. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unyielding. Even if all the ninjas of Konoha were summoned, it would be challenging to detain Uchiha Akira. While Akira might not be able to defeat them, he could undoubtedly utilize space-time ninjutsu to escape. Fine, if you want to call them, I shall do so myself. Uchiha Akira activated Susanoo, entering its third stage. Hiruzen evaded using his body flicker technique, demonstrating greater skill than Obito. Of course, Obito's emotions towards his beloved could have clouded his judgment, leading to his irrationality. Akira was unconcerned with such matters as he drew forth the specialized weapon of Susanoo, the energy-infused halberd. Raising it high, he unleashed a powerful energy slash directed at the Hokage building. In an instant, the barrier shattered, and the strike cascaded down the street, crashing into the Hokage's edifice, which crumbled under the force. Such devastating power. Uchiha Itachi felt a wave of despair wash over him. Tsukuyomi was ineffective, and while Amaterasu may have been of some use, its speed was insufficient. Even Susanoo could not contend with Uchiha Akira. How could they possibly prevail? Despite Itachi's firm belief that every technique had its vulnerabilities, sometimes knowing the flaw was futile in the face of overwhelming strength. After all, he was merely 13 years old, far from the prowess he would later attain, lacking both the Yata mirror and the Totsuka blade. At the Hokage building, countless ninjas witnessed Uchiha Akira's Susanoo and erupted into chaos. What is this ninjutsu? What's happening? Has Konoha been invaded? That came from the direction of the Uchiha clan. With the Hokage absent, we must investigate. In a moment, hundreds of ninjas surged towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing the destruction of the Hokage building, which had stood for 56 years, roared in anger at Uchiha Akira. What do you intend to achieve, Akira? Third Hokage, it's not that your Hokage building is old and dilapidated, nor is it your inability to make decisions. I am merely assisting you, Akira replied nonchalantly, fully aware that his actions were intended to elicit emotional responses from the plot characters. You bastard, Uchiha Akira. Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed through gritted teeth. After all, the Hokage building housed not only symbols of power, but also invaluable records. With the destruction of these documents, Konoha would likely descend into chaos for some time. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and it seemed likely that no one was present in the building. Chapter 8. Pikachu Itachi vs. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Akira dispelled Susanoo, recognizing that he was not the reincarnated Madara and needed to conserve his ocular power. He relished in watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wished to eliminate him, yet found himself powerless to do so. The sensation of an ordinary individual suddenly wielding extraordinary power was intoxicating. Moreover, his first act of killing, eliminating dozens of root ninjas, had not elicited even the slightest discomfort. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure, seeing Uchiha Akira's arrogance. He surmised that utilizing the four purple flames formation could counter Akira's space-time ninjutsu. In the confines of the small formation, he believed that the Reaper Death Seal could effectively detain Uchiha Akira. Moments later, the first group of ninjas burst in. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, they instinctively knelt. Hokage-sama. What has occurred? Hokage-sama, who is the enemy? Uchiha Akira shook his head, bemused that even in such dire circumstances, their immediate instinct was to show deference to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the enemy were to seize this opportunity for a surprise attack, they could easily take down several Umbu. Yet, it was rather unfortunate that the newcomers were all mere extras. Even if they possessed the strength of Jonin, they would not yield any emotional value. What a pity that none of the clan leaders from the prominent families had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued commands to the four members of the Umbu. You four, find a way to trap me and Uchiha Kakashi within the four purple flames formation. I'll handle the rest. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu responded in unison. Before the esteemed third Hokage, the first, second, and fourth Hokage seemed insignificant. In their eyes, the third Hokage was the strongest Hokage in the history of Konoha, and employing the four purple flames formation likely stemmed from a fear of the enemy escaping. After all, these were facts recorded in textbooks. At that moment, Mito Kazumi and Tosaka Komatsu arrived. Ah, the Konoha F4 has assembled, Uchiha Kakashi remarked, feeling a bit troubled. Both were prominent figures in the narrative, yet he was unaware of their weaknesses. Even through the original narrative, he could not discern how to breach their defenses. However, he could resort to outright threats. Pikachu, charge forward and annihilate the Mito and Tosaka clans. Unleash Susanoo. Understood, boss. Upon hearing this, Mito Kazumi and Tosaka Komatsu, who had just arrived, were momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. Damn Uchiha, how dare you? Pikachu, unfazed by their anger, followed Uchiha Kakashi's orders and activated Susanoo, charging towards the two. Since they were indeed targets designated by Uchiha Kakashi, it was imperative for the family to remain united. A clash ensued as a Susanoo identical to Pikachu's intercepted the attack. After entrusting Sasuke to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he joined the fray. He did not trust Danzo, but had faith in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Tosaka Komatsu and Mito Kazumi had seen battle, decades of comfort had left them unprepared. Faced with the terrifying Susanoo of Pikachu, they were paralyzed by fear, both collapsing to the ground. Congratulations, host. You have gained 208 emotional points from Mito Kazumi. Congratulations, host. You have gained 208 emotional points from Tosaka Komatsu. Uchiha Kakashi, upon receiving this feedback in his mind, understood that an elite ninja's emotional value could max out at 208, while that of a Kage-level ninja was 666. The emotional values of Chunin and Jinin were unknown. But for those like Naruto, possessing chakra but not being ninjas, it was typically a mere 2 points. The ensuing battle between Pikachu and Uchiha Itachi, both wielding Susanoo, saw the others retreat cautiously, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared, revealing his frustration. He had not anticipated this yellow-skinned rat possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone being able to summon Susanoo. The presence of a Kage-level Pikachu indicated that prior plans would be significantly more challenging to execute. Although Uchiha Itachi was not in a weakened state at this point, his chakra and strength were inferior to Pikachu's. The struggle against Pikachu's Susanoo was taxing for him. And unlike Uchiha Kakashi, activating his Susanoo caused him excruciating pain in every cell of his body. In stark contrast, Pikachu appeared unaffected, showing no signs of distress. This cannot continue. I will surely lose. Amaterasu. Both Uchiha Itachi and Pikachu unleashed Amaterasu, their black flames colliding with one another. Everyone, be careful not to touch these flames. Engaging with me while distracted is sheer folly. Tsukuyomi. Trouble brewed. At that moment of distraction, Uchiha Itachi was forcibly drawn into the Tsukuyomi realm. Bound to a cross within the illusion, he faced Pikachu, who wielded a 2-meter-long katana. You, the traitor of the Uchiha, this battle is mine to win. I actually fell into Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Itachi could hardly believe it. Even having witnessed Obito being ensnared in Tsukuyomi, he found it hard to accept his own fate. Why did this yellow-skinned rat possess his abilities? Not only were their powers identical, but even the lines on their faces were strikingly similar. Pikachu, can we have a word? Why do you possess abilities identical to mine? Uchiha Itachi retorted, you are merely a self-righteous failure, an evader, arrogantly believing that eradicating the Uchiha clan would resolve everything. My boss is correct. You are nothing more than a politically naive fool brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just how foolish can one be to commit patricide and matricide? Fueled by rage, Pikachu's Tsukuyomi realm darkened, the moon taking on a deeper crimson hue. And I, Uchiha Pikachu, will follow my boss and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. A failure, an evader, a brainwashed political fool, a patricide and matricide. Each word struck deep into Uchiha Itachi's heart, the memory of murdering his parents still fresh in his mind. As for the other Uchiha clan members, he felt no guilt, as he had little contact with them. Pikachu, feeling that tormenting him with the katana was insufficient for satisfaction, shifted the scene within Tsukuyomi. The narrative replayed the moment of Uchiha Itachi's patricide and matricide, even embellishing it artistically. The scene of an 11-year-old Sasuke, with Danzo extracting his eyes while hiding in a room, was also scripted. See, you didn't think Konoha's higher-ups would honor their promise to spare the Uchiha's orphan, did you? Uchiha Itachi shouted in agitation. I have my ways to ensure they uphold their promise. Why are you yelling? You don't think you can intimidate me with some Konoha secrets, do you? Danzo would relish this. It would allow him to leverage that information to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down. The very one who prevented the Uchiha from acting during the Nine-Tails incident would not bow to your threats. Pikachu had long desired to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, the ungrateful wolf, yet had refrained from doing so, as his boss saw potential in him. Nevertheless, it did not prevent Pikachu from rubbing salt into Uchiha Itachi's wounds, for his boss had stated that as long as he wasn't killed, it would suffice. Chapter 9. Pikachu's complete defeat of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi fell silent. The knife that Pikachu had plunged into his heart oddly brought him a sense of relief. He realized he was a politically brainwashed fool, a simpleton. Through the reminders of Uchiha Kakashi and Pikachu, he recognized that Konoha's upper echelon was solely intent on annihilating the Uchiha clan. He had resolved that once he exited the Tsukuyomi realm, he would hand Sasuke over to Uchiha Kakashi. Despite the venomous words from Uchiha Kakashi, he detected no trace of hatred in his eyes. It seemed even he, the destroyer of his clan, bore no animosity, he would likely not harm Sasuke. At least not as much as Konoha's higher-ups would. Thus, he closed his eyes, silently enduring Pikachu's 72-hour Tsukuyomi. As the illusion faded, Uchiha Itachi groaned and half-kneeled on the ground. Kakashi, I have a request. Could you take Sasuke with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Uchiha Itachi. Had he lost faith in him? Rest assured, when I traded for Shirsue's eyes, I guaranteed that Sasuke would live happily in Konoha. If Konoha dares to harm Sasuke, I will not engage, merely hunting down Konoha's ninja during missions. How dare you, Uchiha Itachi, give Shirsue's eyes to someone as dangerous as Uchiha Kakashi? Danzo was taken aback by Uchiha Itachi's blatant defiance. It was clear that all Uchiha were inherently wicked. Thank you. Uchiha Itachi disregarded Danzo, knowing that Uchiha Kakashi's threat outweighed his own. Since Uchiha Kakashi had no intention of killing him for reasons unknown, he leapt away. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, understanding that Uchiha Itachi no longer trusted him and questioning whether he would continue to provide intel on Akatsuki. He had never intended to harm Sasuke. Konoha could not afford to lose the Uchiha clan. He needed Uchiha Sasuke to restrain Naruto once he matured. He also believed that he could guide Sasuke to become the inheritor of the Will of Fire. At present, he lacked the ability to retain Uchiha Itachi. He simply wished for this plague to leave swiftly. Itachi returned. However, his comrade protested, but I have yet to eliminate the Watergate and the Uchiha clans. Itachi was unwilling, believing that since the Uchiha had been wiped out, the others should face the same fate in return. Uchiha Itachi was searching for a fortunate soul to exploit. Figures like the Gate Guardian, the Moonlight Hurricane, Might Guy, Iruka, and Kakashi were all potential targets. The ninjas caught in Uchiha Itachi's gaze felt a chilling dread. Uchiha Itachi disregarded their fears and continued his pursuit, ultimately fixating on a masked Umbu with silver, spiky hair. You must be Kakashi, may we converse? Kakashi paused, glancing at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and upon receiving a nod, he replied, I am Kakashi. Do not be alarmed, I merely wish to chat. I heard you mortally wounded your comrade Rin Noera with your Chidori. Is there truth to this? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 208 emotional points from Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi smirked. It appeared elite Jonin and regular Jonin accrued the same emotional points. Kakashi clenched his fists, lowering his head in silence. Uchiha Itachi paid no heed. He was solely interested in emotional points, not in genuine conversation with Kakashi. Indeed, your father, White Fang, was criticized by the entire village for abandoning a mission to save a comrade, while you were rewarded for sacrificing a companion for the mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 208 emotional points from Hitaki Kakashi. Upon stating this, Uchiha Itachi turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the third Hokage, do you also believe Kakashi acted correctly? For the sake of the mission, let comrades perish? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 emotional points from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Itachi was unfazed. He had already anticipated Sarutobi's depleted emotional state, merely curious about how he would respond. The other Umbu ninjas similarly looked to Sarutobi, not wishing to become expendable sacrifices for the sake of a mission. Sarutobi clenched his fists, realizing that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. However, for the stability of Konoha, he could not allow the present ninjas to feel disheartened. While missions were undoubtedly important, they paled in comparison to comrades. So, you assert that comrades are more important than missions? Sarutobi bowed his head, knowing what Uchiha Itachi would inquire next. Yes, comrades are more important than missions. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. The nearby Umbu cheered for Sarutobi, confirming their faith in their third Hokage. Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at the fervent fools before continuing to press Sarutobi. If comrades are indeed more important than missions, why was White Fang criticized for abandoning a mission to save a comrade, while Kakashi was rewarded for killing a comrade for the mission? Sarutobi, do you not find this contradictory? Uchiha Itachi could stand there questioning Sarutobi solely because of his own strength. Otherwise, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. The Umbu present had also grown somber. Indeed, if comrades held such significance, why was White Fang scorned for prioritizing them? You speak nonsense. Konoha has never rewarded Kakashi. The voice belonged to Konohamaru Sarutobi, who rushed forward to clarify. Sarutobi, Danzo, and Watergate looked at Konohamaru in disbelief. Is this really about rewards? Please do not complicate matters. All right, Konohamaru, please refrain from speaking. Sarutobi, you enough? Konohamaru, no more. Sarutobi's tone grew slightly stern, and Konohamaru dared not retort. Uchiha Itachi, that was merely an accident. When I learned of this incident and sought to intervene, Shiboku had already taken his own life. Uchiha Itachi internally scoffed. Public opinion had been rampant for days, and now he claimed to have just found out. What a farce. However, it mattered little. Although he had questioned Sarutobi, Kakashi, who was merely a bystander, could also provide emotional points, and he had already extracted quite a bit. He had initially intended to leverage Rin Noera further, but now it seemed unnecessary. For Uchiha Itachi was not a malicious individual. Yet, the emotional points from a Jonin barely reached a third of those from a Kage level. He wondered how those from Chunin and Jinin would compare. Farewell, third Hokage, we shall meet again. Wait, Uchiha Itachi, what do you mean by that? The very meaning you suspect. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi activated Kamui, pulling Itachi into the Kamui space, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Sarutobi felt a wave of helplessness concerning Uchiha Itachi's formidable and elusive presence. Danzo, Konohamaru, and N. Let us convene in the Hokage office to discuss the future developments of Konoha. It seemed he had just remembered that the Hokage building had already been collapsed by Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 10. Mastering the Land of Waves. Uchiha Itachi was, of course, oblivious to the affairs of Konoha. 2 hours later, he utilized Kamui to arrive in the Land of Waves. In truth, the speed of Kamui was rather average, far inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique. With a spatial fluctuation from his right eye, he released the elderly, weak, and women of the Uchiha clan, along with some young people who were not ninjas. In total, there were about 200 individuals, most of whom were children. Uchiha Itachi's 4-year-old sister, Uchiha Yuki, immediately rushed over to report. Brother, Aunt Hui, Xiaohong, Kuriko, Akuen. Uchiha Yuki counted on her fingers, but after a long time, she still had not finished. Uchiha Itachi gently picked up his little sister, rubbing her cheek until her giggles filled the air. All right, little Yuki. What is it you wish to say? They are making a mess on my brother's territory. Uchiha Itachi mused. His Kamui space was not the dark void of Obito, but rather a vibrant realm filled with flowers, grass, and trees, reminiscent of the stinky toads of Mayaboku Mountain. However, he had indeed overlooked the basic human needs. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. He could later send a couple of Uchiha women into the Kamui space to clean up. Looking at the bewildered, elderly, weak, and women of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi sighed softly. To be honest, if he had to choose between little Yuki and all the members of the Uchiha clan, he would unhesitatingly choose little Yuki. Reflecting on this, he wondered if he was akin to a weasel. Now, listen closely to what I am about to say. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated by the higher-ups of Konoha, led by Sarutobi, as well as by Uchiha Itachi himself. Uchiha Itachi recounted everything he knew in detail. In an instant, the elderly, weak, and women huddled together, weeping, for they had lost their pillar of support. Uchiha Itachi understood that this group needed time to process their grief. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in the system's shop. Host, Uchiha Itachi. Emotional points, 138,000. These 138,000 emotional points were accrued from the Konoha F4, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi. What a pity. He had initially hoped to extract every last bit from Konoha. But who would have thought that the timid Sarutobi would only bring forth a single valuable Kakashi? Upon accessing the system marketplace, Uchiha Xiong promptly purchased a bloodline evolution potion for 50,000, intending to administer it to his beloved younger sister. The Uchiha clan, comprising the elderly, women, and children, required protection, and merely relying on Pikachu Itachi was insufficient. Ultimately, Uchiha Xiong resolved to exchange for a fortune cat and Pikachu Minato. Pikachu Minato, equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique, could swiftly provide support and safeguard the vulnerable members of the Uchiha clan. As for the fortune cat, its prowess as a shadow-level powerhouse and exceptional financial acumen were unquestionable. Pikachu Itachi, go fetch a rat and a cat, commanded Xiong. Yes, boss, Pikachu Itachi replied, bowing his head before vanishing in a flurry of leaps. Uchiha Xiong then retrieved a vial of the potion, beckoning his sister over. Xiao Shi-er, drink this potion. Trusting her brother implicitly, Xiao Shi-er accepted the vial and downed its contents in one go. Hey brother, this tastes great. Do you have more? She exclaimed mid-sentence, her black irises suddenly transforming into the crimson of the Sharingan. evolving first into a 1-tomo, then 2, and finally 3-tomo. The 3-tomo began to swirl, morphing into a kaleidoscope, ultimately resulting in her successful evolution into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, mirroring her ancestor's legacy. Oh my, a kaleidoscope at just 4 years old. The other Uchiha clan members, overwhelmed with disbelief, gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Shi. They were unaware of the concept of the Eternal Mangekyo. For them, a kaleidoscope represented the pinnacle of their understanding. To witness a potion elevate Uchiha Shi from having no ocular power to acquiring the kaleidoscope was nothing short of miraculous. With eager eyes, they turned to Uchiha Seong, cognizant only that he was the source of the potion. Uchiha Seong, however, disregarded their awestruck gazes, for he was not intimately acquainted with them and felt no obligation to assist. Had it not been for his compassion, he might not have intervened at all. Of course, in a moment of exuberance, he might reward a few loyal individuals. Xiao Shi, overhearing their discussions, was left perplexed. What is a kaleidoscope? Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt her strength, vision, and speed had increased exponentially. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Uchiha Seong glanced at the self-satisfied Xiao Shi, her infectious smile lifting his spirits. Shortly thereafter, Pikachu Itachi returned. Pikachu Itachi, you're back so soon? I simply caught a rat and a cat from the nearby village, he replied. Uchiha Seong was taken aback by the sight of the cat, adorned with a bell around its neck. Could it have belonged to a villager? Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought, shoving the energy orb required for the fortune cat into the domestic feline. He was eager to see how the system would transform an ordinary cat into a fortune cat. In an instant, the cat emitted a blinding white light. As the light faded, a bipedal figure resembling a fortune cat slowly opened its green eyes. Boss. Uchiha Seong merely nodded, circling the fortune cat to assess its appearance. Not only did it resemble a fortune cat, but it also inexplicably donned an Akatsuki robe, headband, and ring. Next, Uchiha Seong infused the mouse with the energy belonging to Minato Namikaze. After another flash of white light, Pikachu Minato made a grand entrance, immediately calling out to Boss. The remaining Uchiha clan members were left utterly astounded, their gazes towards Uchiha Shi filled with reverence. An elderly Uchiha member approached Uchiha Shi and knelt before him. Seong, we wish for you to become our new clan leader. Very well, I, Uchiha Seong, shall lead the Uchiha clan to greatness. My word is my bond. Apart from Xiao Shi and the infants, the other clan members bowed before Uchiha Seong. Rise, everyone. For now, we will settle in the land of waves, and subsequently, I shall journey to the land of water to prepare for becoming the Mizukichi. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by the notion that a band of rogue ninjas from Konoha could ascend to the position of Mizukichi. However, Uchiha Seong was indeed their leader, and their duty was to support him unconditionally. The subsequent steps were straightforward. Uchiha Seong employed a simple genjutsu to control Kato, who had ruled the land of waves for over a decade, arranged for a large estate capable of housing over 200 people, along with all necessary supplies and funds. Yes, Master, Kato replied, kneeling in gratitude before dispatching his subordinates to fulfill the request. In the ninja world, there exists an uncivilized rule that prohibits ninjas from harming ordinary citizens under normal circumstances. However, during times of war, such rules are often disregarded. Yet, Uchiha Seong was not of this world. Such conventions held no sway over him. Chapter 11. The rescue of Karin and her daughter Uchiha Seong was not Kato. In the following days, he focused on developing the land of waves. He established maritime trade routes, initially providing money and food, ensuring that anyone willing to exert even a modicum of effort could lead a stable life. His primary concern was training Xiao Shi, for despite her age of 4 and the possession of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, she lacked combat experience. Xiao Shi's right eye granted her the commonplace ability of Amaterasu, while her left eye offered a slight advantage by enhancing her taijutsu. Her fireball technique was 3 times larger than that of Uchiha Seong. Although she had yet to master Susanoo, it was only a matter of time, and it was likely that her Susanoo would surpass that of her brother, should they both unleash Susanoo simultaneously on the battlefield. And Xiao Shi's manifestation proved to be 3 times larger than her brother's. It would be quite embarrassing for him. Uchiha Seong and Xiao Shi began on equal footing. Due to the bloodline evolution potion, the siblings evolved to the same level. However, when it came to the practicality of the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Seong's Kamui was undeniably superior, particularly regarding the offensive capabilities of his left eye. With just a transplanted Kakashi, one could utilize Kamui to sever a limb from the Ten Tails. At present, aside from recently acquiring some Uchiha clan fire techniques, Uchiha Seong possessed no ninja skills, as the marketplace did not offer them for exchange. Had he possessed any jutsu, he would not have relied solely on kunai for defense during the night of the Uchiha Massacre. Without activating his left eye's Kamui, his offensive capabilities were inferior even to that of Toriko, who at least possessed would release. It seemed he would need to return to Konoha to retrieve the sealing scroll. Initially, the people of the Land of Waves were skeptical until Kato distributed a month's worth of rations, at which point they began to comprehend the situation. Just half a month after the Uchiha clan's obliteration, news had spread throughout the ninja world. The Uchiha clan of Konoha had been annihilated overnight, leaving only one survivor. Uchiha Sasuke. The perpetrators were said to be Uchiha Seong and Uchiha Itachi, who, after the massacre, had destroyed the Hokage building and made their escape. Subsequent reports lauded the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for his wisdom and valor, ensuring the safety of ordinary civilians, with none suffering harm. Upon receiving this news, the other four great villages rejoiced. After all, the removal of the strongest clan would undoubtedly tip the scales in their favor, as those who had faced the Uchiha knew all too well the challenges posed by their Sharingan. Now, Konoha had effectively severed one of its own arms. They certainly could not believe that the formidable Uchiha clan had been vanquished by the likes of Uchiha Seong and Uchiha Itachi, the former being a mere 13 years old, and the latter someone they had never even heard of. The Uchiha clan boasts at least 1,000 members. How could merely 2 youths possess the power to annihilate them? In the Land of Waves, where the Uchiha temporarily resides, Uchiha Kyo saw the announcement from Konoha and couldn't help but scoff. How audacious of Sarutobi Hiruzen to falsely accuse him. Did he not fear the chaos that would ensue should he unleash his wrath upon Konoha? Yet, he dismissed the thought. As long as he wasn't troubled, all was well. Pika Itachi, Pika Minato, your duty is to protect the Uchiha clan. I shall escort little Hikari to the Hidden Grass Village. Understood, boss. Itachi and Minato asked no questions, merely following their leader's command. By the way, where is Xiaokai Kakazu? He has gone to the gold exchange. He wishes to monopolize all underground gold transactions. Uchiha Kyo was taken aback. He instructed him to do so. It seemed every ninja beast had its own way of handling matters, not merely adhering to his commands. Xiaokai Kakazu, besides inheriting Kakuzu's abilities, had also adopted his avaricious nature. However, Kakuzu had never sought monopolization, while Xiaokai Kakazu harbored such ambitions, albeit lacking the requisite capability. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kyo felt little concern, for Minato had already left a mark on Xiaokai Kakazu. Should Kakuzu call for aid, Minato could employ the Flying Thunder God technique for swift rescue. Uchiha Kyo placed Hikari into the Kamui dimension and, utilizing the space's mobility, soon arrived at the Hidden Grass Village. Standing atop a rooftop, he coldly observed a woman with crimson hair, desperately clutching a child of about 6 years old. This young girl was likely Kinrin, with her mother in a state of anguish. Tears streamed down both their faces as they pleaded fervently. Yet, the Grass Village ninjas exhibited no compassion, their cruel smiles drawing nearer to the mother and daughter. Mama, please don't let them hurt my mother. Kinrin's eyes brimmed with despair, fully aware that her mother would surely perish if this continued. As she begged, a deep-seated hatred for these grass ninjas surged within her, wishing to eradicate these devils who treated them as mere tools. Just as hopelessness threatened to engulf the pair, a long blade pierced through the chest of one of the grass ninjas from behind. The ninja struggled to turn and discern his assailant, but the blade twisted within him, snuffing out his life in a moment of bitter defeat. How much more efficient a long blade is compared to shuriken, a languid voice remarked. It was Uchiha Kyo who had struck. In his previous escape from Konoha, he had relied on shuriken, finding them woefully inadequate. This sword had been crafted for him at the behest of Kato in the Land of Waves. Not a legendary weapon, but sufficient for dealing with average ninjas. Who the hell are you? The remaining grass ninjas queried, alarmed by the sudden demise of their comrade. Uchiha Kyo rested his chin on his hand, pondering whether the grass ninjas possessed any notable characters. It seemed they did not, at least not ones he could recall. You wretches, who prey upon the weak and offer nothing of value, have no right to exist in this world. In a swift motion, Heads began to roll as Uchiha Kyo dispatched the remaining grass ninjas with ease. Within a minute, only one ninja remained. Though Kamui proved useful, it paled in comparison to the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Had it been Minato, he could have dispatched these worthless foes in mere seconds. The last ninja, sensing his impending doom, turned to flee but fell victim to a sudden spatial distortion, finding his limbs severed before he could comprehend what had occurred. Uchiha Kyo beckoned to the mother and daughter. "You there, the little girl with the red hair, come here." To his surprise, the 6-year-old Kinrin exhibited no fear. Instead, excitement radiated from her. The tormentors who had bullied her and her mother were finally slain, and her savior was undeniably handsome. Uchiha Kyo extended the long blade towards her with a smile. "Here, take this and seek your vengeance." Kinrin hesitated at first, but then grasped the blade. Her gaze fixated on the dismembered ninja, who was now screaming in agony. "You dare to kill me, Kinrin? Who the hell are you?" Uchiha Kyo paid no heed to the thrashing, dismembered figure, merely observing the young girl. At just 6 years old, it was natural for Kinrin to feel fear at the thought of taking a life. Yet soon, memories of how the grass ninjas treated her mother as a mere tool ignited a consuming hatred within her. With determination, she began to strike at the incapacitated ninja with the blade. Due to her petite stature and the ordinary nature of the weapon, her blows were shallow. Kinrin continued her assault until exhaustion overtook her, dropping the blade and sitting on the ground. The grass ninja, having endured numerous shallow cuts, remained alive. Groaning in a weakened voice, "Can't you just end it already?" Kinrin, gazing at her suffering foe, felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Uchiha Kyo stepped forward to support the fatigued Kinrin. "It's all right, little one. You're safe now. Thank you, big brother, for saving my mother and me." Kinrin expressed her gratitude, then rushed towards her mother, realizing the danger she still faced. Uchiha Kyo followed, discovering that Kinrin's mother was on the brink of death. He contemplated whether to save her. A life potion could be exchanged for 3,000 emotional points, akin to a health potion in a game. If he saved her, he would be left with just over 3,000 emotional points, and he barely knew her. However, considering her regenerative abilities and the allure of her being a single mother, he thought of the potential benefits. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kyo redeemed a vial of the red life potion. "Give this to your mother. It should help her." "Thank you, big brother." Kinrin received the potion eagerly and administered it to her mother. Uchiha Kyo observed as the woman's complexion shifted from pale to a healthy flush. Though she still appeared weak, he scoffed, having expected it to work like a Senzu bean from Dragon Ball. "Now let us leave." After the mother and daughter shared a moment of relief, Uchiha Kyo noticed approaching ninjas and suggested they depart. Although he feared nothing, there was no need to waste time, especially since the grass ninjas lacked narrative significance and could not provide emotional points. He placed Kinrin and her mother into the Kamui space, and, after exiting the hidden grass village, released them alongside little Hikari. As soon as Hikari was set down, she couldn't contain her complaints. "Brother, I was all alone. It was so boring." "I'm sorry, little Hikari. I promise it won't happen again," Uchiha Kyo replied, affectionately lifting the little one and nuzzling her soft cheeks. Although Hikari had activated her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, she was still only 4 years old, and Uchiha Kyo wished to shield her from any unpleasant sights. Previously, little Sierra had some companions from the Uchiha clan in the Shinwei space, but now she was left alone as a 4-year-old girl for 2 hours. How could she not feel bored? Fortunately, she managed to sleep for an hour and a half, or else the tedium would have been unbearable. After offering some comforting words to Sierra, Uchiha Odo allowed her to keep company with the 6-year-old Xianglin. It was now time to contemplate how to attain the position of Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was still under the control of Obito, and by intervening, he could help liberate him. Once that was accomplished, he would leverage the Mizukage position to unify the Shinobi world. The system had a task. Unifying the Shinobi world would unlock the spatial gateway to the next realm. However, that seemed to be a matter for the future. As for the earlier proclamation reminiscent of Thanos, it was entirely aimed at influencing Uchiha Itachi's emotional state. If one intended to sacrifice the Uchiha for the majority of Konoha, then he would sacrifice the Fire Country for the happiness of the majority of Shinobi. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained narrow-minded, even going so far as to call him a madman. While the Uchiha siblings and Xianglin's mother were leisurely making their way, in the Fire Country, a certain underground exchange office witnessed the arrival of Kage, who was there to receive his next mission. Just as he was preparing to take on a new task, he discovered that the one he had his eye on had already been claimed by someone else. The bounty of 8 million on the rogue ninja Sieg from Konoha. Who could have taken it? Furious, Kakuzu realized he had already tracked down Sieg's whereabouts, who had become the leader of a band of mountain thieves not far away. A task that could be completed effortlessly had slipped from his grasp. Wait a moment. I will look into it for you, an employee at the exchange office quickly offered. They soon found the list of individuals who had accepted the mission. Though such information was not meant to be disclosed casually, Kakuzu was a VIP client, consistently completing over 10 tasks each month. Sir Kakuzu, it appears that you are the one who accepted this task, under the name of the wealthy Kakuzu. Get lost. I am Kakuzu, not some wealthy Kakuzu. Kakuzu glared at the employee with a murderous intent, causing the poor worker to divulge everything he knew. Sir Kakuzu, the task was accepted by a ninja cat, who claims to be the North Star of Akatsuki, the wealthy Kakuzu. Even the attire, rings, forehead protector, and demeanor are akin to yours. I thought it was your summoning beast. Kakuzu seethed. Who is the imbecile impersonating me, and how do they possess my information? While physical traits could be recognized by many who had seen him, the moniker North Star of Akatsuki was known only to the members of Akatsuki. After gathering further information, Kakuzu emerged from the underground exchange with a dark expression. Outside, Hayden swung his signature weapon, the bloodstained scythe of March, impatiently urging Kakuzu to hurry. Let us go? I am eager to present that 8 million bounty mountain bandit Sieg to Lord Jashin. The task had been claimed by someone else, a ninja cat, disguised as Kakuzu. Kakuzu's expression grew grim, his tone sharp. Hayden was perplexed. Even if someone had taken the task, why would they impersonate Kakuzu? If someone were to disguise themselves, wouldn't it be as a devoted follower of Lord Jashin? Having followed Kakuzu for so long, Hayden had heard a saying at the exchange. It was better to offend the leaders of the 5 great villages than to offend Kakuzu. Such was Kakuzu's reputation in the underground exchange. Furthermore, this audacious ninja cat had even named itself Wealthy Kakuzu. Isn't this a mere coincidence? Regardless, the fact remained that this ninja cat had stolen his 8 million, and Kakuzu would not let it go unpunished. In Kakuzu's mind, the wealthy Kakuzu had not merely taken a task, but had pilfered his hard-earned bounty. Hayden was intrigued, pondering whether Lord Jashin would be pleased with the offering of this ninja cat. At that moment, the small paw of the wealthy Kakuzu dragged a comatose man closer. Kakuzu and Hayden were momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the scene before them, while Kakuzu remained unfazed. Hayden couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the resemblance between the cat and Kakuzu. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu, this ninja cat really looks like you. Chapter 13. 2 Kakuzus in collusion. Shut up. Do you wish to die? Both Kakuzu and the wealthy Kakuzu rebuked Hayden simultaneously, their tones and even voices in perfect unison. Hayden froze in shock, pondering whether the two might be twins. Perhaps Kakuzu's mother was human, and his father was a feline summoning beast? Kakuzu inherited his mother's human genes, while the wealthy Kakuzu took after his father's ninja cat lineage. The wealthy Kakuzu was a half-beast, while Kakuzu himself was a half-human beast. As Hayden's mind raced through these thoughts, Kakuzu ignored him, coldly fixing his gaze on the wealthy Kakuzu. I care not who you are. If you wish to live, surrender. Seek. Hayden suddenly interjected. Kakuzu, this wealthy Kakuzu might very well be your twin brother. Silence. Both Kakuzu and the wealthy Kakuzu retorted in unison, simultaneously employing their earth grudge fear technique to pierce through Hayden's body. Hayden spat out blood, feeling wronged. He had merely spoken the truth. Why should they take their grievances out on him? Hayden, this doesn't concern you. I will handle it alone, Kakuzu explained. A rare moment of clarity directed at Hayden. Unfazed, Hayden shrugged and moved aside, curious to witness the ensuing battle between the twin human-cat duo. Yet, he couldn't suppress his desire to laugh. At that moment, Hayden's mind flickered back to a memory. Kakuzu had assassinated the first Hokage. He must be over 100 years old. Wouldn't he, this cat, as Kakuzu's twin brother, also have lived for over a century? Kakuzu, be cautious. This cat is a ninja beast from your time. Its strength should not be underestimated. Kakuzu paused, surprised by Hayden's knowledge of the wealthy Kakuzu's background. Hey, are you two done arguing, or shall we all engage together? Kakuzu took the initiative to attack. Arrogant ninja cat, do not presume that possessing earth grudge fear grants you my strength. The wealthy Kakuzu, undeterred, charged forward in response. The two soon clashed. utilizing identical ninja techniques and exhibiting similar power, making it appear as though two identical beings were locked in combat. Kakuzu, how can you still claim this cat is not your brother? Caught off guard, Kakuzu was struck by the wealthy Kakuzu's lightning technique, sending him flying. With a lingering numbness coursing through him, his movements were temporarily hindered. The wealthy Kakuzu, well aware of the adage to strike when the opponent falters, unleashed Earth Grudge Fear, extending its claws rapidly to target Kakuzu's heart. To battle me, the wealthy Kakuzu, while distracted. I shall first take your heart. Boom. Haiden timely intervened, blocking the attack with his blood-stained scythe of March, forcing the wealthy Kakuzu to retract its appendage. If Haiden were to gain its blood, it would spell disaster. After Uchiha Odo created the ninja beasts, he would ensure they were informed of various dangerous figures in the world. Haiden deflected the assault from the Fortune Cat, continuing his attack. It is unfortunate that Haiden, despite his enigmatic abilities, possesses no ninjutsu, and his taijutsu is merely at the elite jonin level. The Fortune Cat, however, is a formidable figure of Kage caliber and is well aware of Haiden's powers. As long as he avoids being drenched in blood, he would prevail. Utilizing his smaller physique to his advantage, the Fortune Cat swiftly evaded Haiden's scythe and seized it with a deft paw. Haiden could hardly believe that such a diminutive creature could possess significant strength. Yet, Haiden, do you have a bounty on your head? What? The Fortune Cat was unconcerned with such trivialities, forcefully wresting the scythe from Haiden's grasp and severing his head. Kakuzu shook his head, remarking, Haiden, you are far too impulsive. Haiden retorted, I did this to save you. Hurry, return my body. Astonishingly, even after decapitation, Haiden continued to speak. This bizarre scene elicited no reaction from the Fortune Cat, as he had previously received intelligence about Haiden from Uchiha Sasuke. The Fortune Cat, created by Uchiha Sasuke, unconditionally believed in its creator's insights, no matter how absurd they seemed. Kakuzu frowned at the Fortune Cat, noticing its lack of surprise, indicating that it was already privy to Haiden's information. Hey, Kakuzu, is there a bounty on Haiden's head? 30 million. As Haiden's partner, Kakuzu was naturally aware of his teammate's circumstances. After Haiden's defection from Takigakure, his subsequent killings warranted a bounty. The Fortune Cat's eyes gleamed. It bore no grudge against the immortal duo. Had it not been for Kakuzu's desire to seize the Bandit King's treasure, they likely would not have clashed. Kakuzu, I'll offer you 35 million for Haiden. What do you say? That's too little. I want at least 100 million. Deal. But you'll receive the payment in 2 days. Haiden cursed vehemently, feeling betrayed by being sold so easily, despite the substantial sum. Kakuzu hesitated. Sensing a kinship with the Fortune Cat, it was improbable that it would engage in a losing deal. I want to know what you need Haiden's head for. That is confidential. I assure you, 100 million in 2 days. I need to understand your intentions, otherwise I will have no choice but to seek assistance from our organization. You are aware of Haiden's abilities and likely understand the capabilities of other Akatsuki members. With just one of them, we would surely be outmatched. The Fortune Cat sighed softly, realizing that even with Haiden, he would not stand a chance against Kakuzu. However, he had an ace up his sleeve, the ability to summon Pika Minato. Fine, I plan to exchange Haiden for cash at the exchange points, then steal him back. After all, Haiden's immortality allows for limitless exchanges. Haiden seethed with rage, hurling invectives at the Fortune Cat. Yet, amidst his vitriol, he sensed something amiss. Kakuzu had yet to retort. Hey, Kakuzu, you're not actually considering this, are you? Haiden, just bear with it, it will be over soon. Kakuzu, reminded by the Fortune Cat, appeared to have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Not only Haiden, but any bounty ninja would suffice. He knew that there were approximately 30 underground exchange points across the ninja world. Selling a 30 million bounty would yield around 900 million. By swiftly collecting bounties, he could deliver them before the next exchange point could react. After all, communication takes time. But would time be on their side? Kakuzu relayed the loophole to the Fortune Cat. No problem. I have a friend who can use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the next exchange point in an instant. It would be best to leave a mark on Haiden. Agreed. I need to have Pika Minato pre-mark the locations near each exchange point. Although Kakuzu found the name Pika Minato somewhat familiar, he brushed it aside in the face of potential profit. Haiden exclaimed, You lot are truly despicable. How can you claim you aren't brothers? Chapter 14. Haiden was sold 30 times 3 days later, after Uchiha Sasuke and his companions had enjoyed their leisurely tour. They gradually returned to the Uchiha's new residence in the Land of Waves. They discovered that, apart from the Fortune Cat, even Pika Minato was missing. Where is Pika Minato? Pika Minato was summoned by the Fortune Cat. Uchiha Sasuke paused, wondering if the Fortune Cat had encountered danger and called for Pika Minato's assistance. Given the Fortune Cat's prowess, it could contend with even average Kage, save for the members of Akatsuki. Yet, with Pika Minato on the scene, there was no need for concern. Even if faced with the 6 paths of pain, retreating using the Flying Thunder God technique was an option. Suddenly, Sasuke smacked his forehead, realizing my emotional value. He had neglected to instruct Pika Minato to take him along when confronting formidable foes. Otherwise, where would his emotional value come from? However, it mattered little. He could first exploit the characters from major nation storylines. There was no need to rush. He would focus on becoming the 5th Hokage first. He pondered how much benefit he could derive from figures like Uchiha Madara or those at the 6 paths level. During these 3 days, Haiden was sold 30 times by Kakazu and the Fortune Cat. In reality, the bulk of the time was spent setting up the Flying Thunder God technique. The selling itself was completed in under an hour. The Fortune Cat clasped Kakazu's hands with its paws. Kakazu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can collaborate again. Likewise, Fortune Cat. May our partnership flourish. Kakuzu felt elated. A 30 million bounty for Haiden had been sold 30 times. That amounted to 900 million. Even after splitting, he would still net 450 million, a truly delightful outcome. Alas, it was clear that the underground exchange points would soon implement countermeasures, and he wondered if such an opportunity would arise again. Aware of this, the Fortune Cat resolved to have its leader control Rashi with a different technique upon returning to the Land of Waves. Aside from daily necessities, all of Rashi's time would be devoted to mining in the desert. Pika Minato, let us return. Pika Minato nodded, tapping the Fortune Cat with his paw before vanishing. Konoha's Minato? Kakuzu murmured softly, realizing that both the Fortune Cat and Pika Minato possessed abilities remarkably akin to their original forms. Wait, Haiden seemed to still be at the last exchange point. Now that Pika Minato had departed, he found himself unable to reach him. It was unlikely he could enter the exchange point alone. While success was possible, he did not wish to be blacklisted by the exchange point, as he still relied on capturing rogue ninjas to earn money. Shaking his head, he decided to have Zetsu assist him. In Konoha, at the Sarutobi clan's territory, the Hokage building was still under reconstruction following its destruction by Uchiha. Reflecting on Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo and his elusive spatial abilities caused him considerable distress. He had devoted himself entirely to Konoha and the Hokage position, yet Uchiha Sasuke had labeled him a spy for Kumogakure. It was rather amusing. Upon reassessing his actions from an outsider's perspective, it indeed appeared that he had gradually weakened Konoha's strength. Aside from the 4 families of the Elder Council, Konoha's overall power had nearly reached a nadir. White Fang, Watergate, Waterstop, Kushina, the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan have all perished. During his reign, the 3 Sannin either defected or ceased to return to the village. Now, the elite power within the village consists solely of him and Danzo. Upon seeing Danzo approach, the guards hastily greeted him. Danzo paid them no mind and instead approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, my root ninjas have located the Uchiha clan's whereabouts. They are within the Kato group in the Land of Waves, and Kato is likely under the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Obito. Hiruzen replied, and then what? What do you mean and then? Now that we've found them, we must eradicate them completely. Danzo exclaimed, can you defeat Uchiha Obito? Even against the 1st Hokage, Obito could easily escape. If Obito escapes, what about his sister and the other weak and elderly members of the Uchiha? Do those weak members pose a threat to Konoha? Right now, they are merely a burden to Obito. If Konoha eliminates them, can you guarantee that Obito won't retaliate against us with fury? Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling weary. Was Danzo truly this foolish? Given Obito's mysterious spatial abilities, exacting revenge on Konoha would be a simple task. He could easily eliminate all the genin on missions outside the village. Over time, without Obito's intervention, the other ninja villages would seize the opportunity. Danzo took a deep breath and soon calmed himself. Since Konoha could not act, he would disseminate the information, prompting the other ninja villages to intervene. He believed the remaining 4 great ninja villages would not overlook the Uchiha without Konoha's protection. This illustrated the disparity between Danzo and Hiruzen. As long as Hiruzen's position as Hokage was not threatened, his broader perspective remained commendable. Under Hiruzen's leadership, both the commoners and civilian ninjas in Konoha thrived. Of course, this prosperity came at the expense of suppressing the interests of other major clans. However, the vast number of civilian ninjas was undeniable. It could be said that when a whale falls, myriad life forms flourish. Even if the Uchiha were defeated by other ninja villages, some Uchiha children would be preserved. Were you not concerned that other villages might nurture these Uchiha and turn against Konoha? Danzo scoffed, preparing to leave. Danzo, you haven't explained the situation concerning the Sharingan in your hand and right eye. Everything I do is for Konoha. With a clap, Hiruzen stood abruptly. Danzo, do not use Konoha as an excuse. Did you kill Shisui? You must return Shisui's eyes to me. No. Danzo lightly denied it and departed. Hiruzen allowed him to leave. Fully aware that Danzo would not use the eyes against him, he frequently spent time alone with Danzo, and if he intended to use them, he would have done so long ago. This was Hiruzen, indecisive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito instructed all shinobi beasts to remain vigilant and protect their kin. He brought only his younger sister, Kishi, to the land of water. Kishi, are you sure you want to experience real combat? You must understand that others will not show you the same mercy your brother does. Brother, who do you look down upon? Kishi is strong. Obito agreed. Despite Kishi being only 4 years old, her chakra was at least 50 units, and she possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, enhanced by a bloodline evolution serum. Her physical abilities were formidable, complemented by her left eye's enhancement of taijutsu. Apart from her lack of combat experience and limited ninjutsu knowledge, she was nearly without flaws. Stop. Who are you? A voice called out as Obito strolled with his sister. Chapter 15. Kishi's show-off moment. Obito turned to see a sheepish figure approaching. Excuse me, Miss Ninja who cannot find a husband. Were you calling for me? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 208 emotional points from Terumi Mei. Cannot find a husband? Terumi Mei's veins bulged in anger. She despised being told this. Kid, you're asking for trouble. Wait, Mei. A Jonin recognized Obito and was astonished. How does Uchiha Obito know information about Terumi Mei? He is the S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, the one who annihilated the Uchiha clan. What? Terumi Mei looked at Obito in shock, confirming the intel. He was indeed around 13 years old. Uchiha Obito, what brings a rogue ninja like you to Kirigakure? I am here to lend a helping hand. Lend a helping hand? Yes, you Kirigakure folks enjoy eradicating bloodline clans, don't you? I have experience in extermination. Perhaps I could assist your fourth Mizukichi. Obito did not elaborate, intending to drain Mei's patience first. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 208 emotional points from Terumi Mei. It was known that Terumi Mei herself was also a dual bloodline ninja. Obito's words were bound to provoke her. You brat, do you know what you're saying? Obito looked at Terumi Mei, and suddenly his black pupils transformed into the Sharingan, spiraling into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone close your eyes. Do not look into his eyes. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Following Terumi Mei's warning, the remaining 4 ninjas shut their eyes. But how can we fight like this? I don't know. Surely, they could not engage in combat with their eyes closed, could they? Terumi Mei was equally puzzled but understood that looking into Obito's Mangekyo would mean defeat. Obito found their predicament amusing. Even Might Guy managed to devise a strategy during his battle with Kakashi by merely observing his neck. Though troublesome, it was certainly preferable to fighting with their eyes shut. My Mangekyo ability allows me to foresee the future. Mei, I have already glimpsed your fate. What? Terumi Mei gasped but dared not open her eyes, relying on instinct for defense. Kishi, confused, asked, Brother, isn't your Mangekyo ability the double Kamui? I see your future as a 300-pound ant. Terumi Mei, huh? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained emotional values of 208, 208, 180, 160 from Terumi Mei. Obito was bewildered. Was this statement truly so damaging? It's simply transforming into a 300-pound ant, not something imminent. Seeing that Terumi Mei was on the verge of losing her composure, Obito wished to expedite the matter. All right, everyone, I was just joking. In truth, I am a spy for the fourth Mizukichi. The group responded, You, an Uchiha spy? Terumi Mei was the first to open her eyes, relieved to see no signs of aggression from Obito. Do you think we would believe you? Whether you believe me is irrelevant. Meeting the fourth Mizukichi will confirm my identity. He promised me that after 3 years, I would return to Kirigakure to inherit his legacy. Yet, 3 years turned into 3 more years, and now nearly a decade has passed. As Obito spoke with growing fervor, it was as if he had become an undercover agent. However, Tsukuyomi May interjected. But you are only 13, if we count 8 years. Did you start being a spy at 5? Indeed, I was dispatched to Konoha as a spy by Lord Mizukage at the tender age of 5. However, such details are trivial. My suspicion lies with the 4th Mizukage, whom I believe is under some form of control. Uchiha Hikari remained unperturbed and fabricated a rationale, asserting that the 4th Mizukage had been in contact with him every 2 months until the sudden cessation of communication 7 years ago. This interruption provides Uchiha Hikari with ample reason to suspect that the 4th Mizukage has been compromised. Kagami May and the other 4 elite shinobi exchanged glances, recalling how Shikura had transformed dramatically 7 years prior, instigating a brutal massacre against the bloodline clans of the Mist Village. Could it be that the Mizukage had been manipulated even then? While they were skeptical of Uchiha Hikari's claims of being an undercover agent, they could not dismiss the idea that the 4th Mizukage was indeed under someone else's influence. Just then, one of the shinobi discerned an inconsistency. Wait, the 4th Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. What illusion could possibly control him? The answer was straightforward. If both the 4th Mizukage and the 3 tails were simultaneously manipulated, the Mangekyo Sharingan could achieve this. A gasp reverberated through the assembly as they instinctively recoiled, hesitant to meet Uchiha Hikari's gaze. Lord Kagami May, what should we do now? Regardless of their disbelief in Uchiha Hikari's undercover status, they all concurred that the 4th Mizukage must be investigated, for otherwise, their suspicions would remain unfounded. Very well, I will place my trust in you. Let us first meet with Lord Mizukage. Uchiha Hikari smiled, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the situation was unfolding. Once his identity as an undercover agent was established, coupled with his formidable strength, attaining the position of 4th Mizukage would be a mere trifle. Soon, he would unify the shinobi world and fulfill the system's mandate, advancing to the next realm. Extending his right hand, he proposed, let us collaborate amicably. Why do you say amicably? Are you not the spy for Lord Mizukage? Do not dwell on such minutiae. Our utmost priority is to rescue the 4th Mizukage from his captors. Kagami May, already skeptical, did not press further and shook hands with Uchiha Hikari. In the following days, Kagami May took charge of engaging those dissatisfied with the 4th Mizukage policies, sharing Uchiha Hikari's conjecture. Among them was a young individual possessing a single Byakugan, who had also sensed the anomalies regarding the 4th Mizukage. However, he too was doubtful of Uchiha Hikari's assertions. Lord Kagami May, are you certain that Uchiha Hikari is a spy from the mist? I do not believe a word of it. Nonetheless, it is of no consequence. What matters is that we leverage his strength. According to him, the one controlling the 4th Mizukage wields the Mangekyo. The young man nodded, realizing that their primary goal was to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the 4th Mizukage, which would be challenging with just their numbers. What shall be our next course of action? Kagami May refrained from answering directly, instead ceding the floor to Uchiha Hikari. He emerged from the room, leading the young Kishi. It is quite simple. All you need to do is escort my sister and me to the Mizukage. Your sister? Is it this one? A bewildered shinobi questioned Uchiha Hikari's intent. You can go alone. What use is a burden? We are orchestrating a coup, my friend. This is no child's play. Kishi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she realized today was the day to showcase her prowess. Chapter 16. Encountering Ashira from Mizuke's as Kishi slowly closed her eyes in the gaze of the onlookers. When she opened them again, her eyes had transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. What? 3-tomo? How is this possible? She is only 4 years old. The crowd erupted into chaos. While they were familiar with the concept of the 3-tomo, a 4-year-old awakening, it was unprecedented. Kishi beamed with pride. 3-tomo? Humph. Who do you look down upon? Suddenly, her eyes shifted again, the tomo swirling before morphing into a 5-pointed star pattern. The Mangekyo. Though none present had witnessed a Mangekyo firsthand, some were aware of its legendary status. Uchiha Hikari was rendered speechless. Had those 5 individuals not informed everyone about his Mangekyo? Indeed, my eyes are the Mangekyo. Kishi laughed heartily, relishing the sensation of showing off her power. The audience was incredulous. A 4-year-old wielding the Mangekyo? Uchiha Madara likely hadn't awakened his eyes at that age. Indeed, there had never been a precedent for a 4-year-old awakening any Sharingan, let alone the Mangekyo. Kishi's ability to activate the Eternal Mangekyo stemmed from the pinnacle of the Uchiha bloodline. As for the Rinnegan, it likely required meeting certain conditions for manifestation. Of course, Uchiha Hikari had access to the divine tree's fruit within his system's marketplace, albeit at an exorbitant cost. Nevertheless, redemption was inevitable, otherwise, with his current strength. Encountering Uchiha Madara would only lead to flight. With a stroke of luck, he might even manage a surprise attack using the Kamui from his left eye. Let us commence our journey. Not so fast. Engaging within the Mizukage's office could wreak havoc upon the Mist Village, given the destructive power of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Hikari pondered this, realizing that as the future fifth Mizukage, he could not afford to damage his own village. What alternative do you propose? We could lure the fourth Mizukage out and ambush him at a predetermined location. Uchiha Hikari scoffed, feeling underestimated. With his prowess from the Eternal Mangekyo, defeating a Three-Tails would be akin to child's play. However, he refrained from elaborating further. After agreeing upon a location for the ambush, Uchiha Hikari set off ahead. While passing through a village, he spotted a child scavenging for scraps. Brother, that big sister looks so pitiful. Uchiha Hikari nodded. Had it not been for Kishi's remark, he would have likely ignored the child. In the shinobi world, such children were far too common. Which was precisely why Uchiha Hikari sought to unify the realm. At the very least, no one should perish from hunger. He purchased 3 boxes of dumplings from a nearby stall, handing one to Kishi before approaching the little girl. Here, eat this. Thank you, big brother. My name is Shira. The child eagerly began devouring the food. Shira, you say? Uchiha Hikari suddenly recalled something. Could this be Shira from Mizuke's? How adorable. Surely, you must be a boy. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the girl would have been abducted by Zabuza. Shira, once you finish eating, come with me. Okay. Shira hastily consumed the dumplings and followed Uchiha Hikari to the ambush site. Once there, Shira donned a clean outfit, quietly sitting alongside Kishi. Hey, are you really a boy? Yes, Lady Kishi. Shira beamed, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Although Hikari might not require her assistance, she was determined to protect his sister, Kishi, at all costs. After all, Kishi was still so young. She would defend her with her life, if necessary. What do you mean, lady? I'm not an adult. I'm just a little person. Indeed, little person Kishi. Kishi paused, wondering if she had just been insulted. Yet, it seemed she had inadvertently prompted Shira to call her a little person. This boy with thick brows and large eyes. Was he intentionally trying to tease her? All right, little Sierra, you should hide in my Kamui space. A battle is imminent. Hey, brother, who do you underestimate? Leave it to me. Always retreating to Kamui space, thinking it's impressive. Does she truly believe that Uchiha Sie's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is merely ordinary? Uchiha Seong paused, realizing that indeed, little Sierra possesses an Eternal Mangekyo. With just a bit of combat experience added, she could almost sweep through the shinobi world, provided there is no collapse in battle power. Of course, there are some sealing techniques from the older generation, such as the Corpse Demon Seal and the Four-Symbol Seal, which could easily bypass the defenses of Susanoo. All right, little Sierra, brother will set up the formation for you. Bye, you enter my Kamui space first. Bai responded. What do you mean? Sia is only 4 years old, yet he can battle. Why should a 6-year-old hide? Uchiha Seong paid no heed and directly absorbed Bai into the Kamui space. After a while, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, received news of the appearance of the host of the Six Tails here. Accompanied by Terumi Mei, Ao, Chojuro, and the likes, they arrived. However, upon Yagura's arrival, he encountered the Uchiha siblings. Behind him, Obito, controlling Yagura, was taken aback. Why was Uchiha Seong here? Uchiha Seong smiled and cupped his hands towards Yagura. Lord Fourth Mizukage. The espionage mission has been completed. The Uchiha of Konoha has been annihilated, weakening Konoha's strength. Spy code 9527 requests returned to Kirigakure. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 22 emotional points from Uchiha Obito. Obito thought, what the hell? Uchiha Seong is Yagura's spy? Did he receive a mission to destroy the Uchiha and weaken Konoha? This brat has not spoken a single truth. What he said about Orochimaru digging up Rin's body was also a lie. I checked that day and can confirm with certainty that Rin's memorial tablet showed no signs of disturbance. Does Yagura need such a powerful subordinate like Uchiha Seong and still require my control for so long? However, to avoid suspicion, Obito decided to control Yagura to humor the situation. Otherwise, Uchiha Seong's strength would undoubtedly interfere with his subsequent plans. Uchiha Seong, you have done well, but there is another task for you. Infiltrate Kumogakure. As soon as Yagura's words fell, the uninformed ninjas exchanged glances. No way. Uchiha Seong is the fourth Mizukage spy? When did this happen? Lord Mizukage is truly exceptional. They believe that Yagura could send spies to annihilate the Uchiha clan, surpassing all previous Mizukage. The ninjas erupted in cheers. Uchiha Seong remained silent. Now that Yagura had acknowledged his spy identity in front of so many, he was indeed a spy for Kirigakure. The forthcoming battle would ensure Yagura's demise without him uttering a word. He gestured subtly to Little Sierra, signaling that it was her time to shine. Little Sierra jumped out excitedly, pointing at Yagura. Hey, I want to battle you. Obito and the others gasped. You, a mere 4-year-old child, dare to challenge the Mizukage? After regaining his composure, Obito recalled the humiliation Uchiha Seong had inflicted on Rin. If I cannot kill you, then killing your closest ones will suffice. Once Uchiha Seong reacted, the wrath would fall upon Kirigakure. What did it matter to Uchiha Obito? After all, he was prepared to abandon Kirigakure. With this thought, he controlled Yagura to accept the challenge. All right, I accept your challenge. The ninjas of Kirigakure were in an uproar. Their Mizukage had accepted a child's challenge. What a disgrace that would be if word got out. All right, everyone, since the Mizukage has accepted the challenge, let us clear the area. Terumi spoke, leading those in the know to step aside. The uninformed ninjas, seeing others moving aside, also jumped away. Only Yagura and the Uchiha siblings remained in the clearing. Uchiha Seong, you can rest assured. I only wish to guide your sister and will not harm her. Then I thank the Mizukage. Uchiha Seong understood Obito's intentions, which were merely to prevent him from reaching aid. Although he believed in Little Sierra's capabilities, he still kept a distance. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of failure, he had to compensate for that fraction. He was not like Uchiha Itachi, who would abandon his brother in Konoha. If he were Danzo, he would not hesitate to plant a curse mark on Sasuke. Uchiha Seong's unwavering presence would certainly not lead Obito to doubt Little Sierra's strength. Controlling Yagura, he transformed into his tailed beast form. Chakra enveloped his body, with 3 chakra tails swaying behind him. Without giving anyone time to react, he unleashed the tailed beast bomb. Little Sierra smirked internally, despite her young age. She was unafraid of the tailed beast bomb. With her body enhanced to the peak by the bloodline evolution serum, she could easily evade it. Yet, she chose not to dodge. She wanted to play. Boom. A massive cloud of dust erupted, leaving all the Kirigakure ninjas dumbfounded. What is happening to the Mizukage? Yes. Why is he using a tailed beast bomb against a mere little girl? Obito, controlling Yagura, chuckled coldly. He wanted Uchiha Seong to experience the loss of his most cherished ones. Ao stared in disbelief at the immense dust cloud, lost in thought. If Uchiha Seong were to perish here, who knows how Uchiha Seong would retaliate against Kirigakure? Terumi, what should we do? Do not worry, Ao. Do not let her age fool you. She has awakened eyes akin to Uchiha Madara's. She cannot possibly perish so easily. Though Terumi had never battled against the Mangekyo, she had heard tales of Uchiha Madara. Of course, she was unaware that the Mangekyo Xiao awakened was the Eternal Mangekyo. Indeed, as the dust began to settle, a colossal figure formed of chakra emerged. The oppressive aura caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. Is that Susanoo, Uchiha Seong's? However, when Obito saw that the figure within Susanoo was Little Sierra, he was utterly astonished. Why can a little girl awaken the Mangekyo? Wait, this is not right. This is the Eternal Mangekyo. Having studied under Uchiha Madara for so long, Obito understood the distinction between a regular Mangekyo and an Eternal Mangekyo. While a regular Mangekyo could still manifest the 3rd stage of Susanoo, it was accompanied by excruciating pain. A mere 4-year-old girl like Uchiha Seong could not endure such suffering. Thus, the only conclusion was that Uchiha Seong had awakened the Eternal Mangekyo. Could it be that siblings could exchange eyes to achieve the activation of the Mangekyo together? Obito felt disoriented. If Uchiha Seong also possessed the Eternal Mangekyo, it would indeed be disastrous. His previous plan to use the Akatsuki to weaken Uchiha Seong's vision seemed unfeasible now. No, if this continued, the Moon Eye plan would undoubtedly fail. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to reclaim Kakashi's eyes. Ultimately, the incomplete form of the Susanoo that Xiaoxier activated began to falter. What should she do? After all, Xiaoxier was merely 4 years old, despite possessing absolute strength. She lacked the knowledge of how to wield it effectively and was momentarily at a loss for how to counterattack. Her attempts to control the Susanoo's advance were thwarted by the tailed beast bomb, and her body began to ache. Whoa, brother, please come help me. Xiaoxier is going to be defeated. Uchiha Seong sighed softly, Xiaoxier was still so immature. The third stage of Susanoo was unexpectedly bested by a Jinchuriki merely cloaked in the guise of a tailed beast. What a sight! Moreover, the opponent was only the 3 tails. Had it been the 9 tails, the outcome would have likely been disastrous. Despite these thoughts, he leaped forward, positioning himself before Xiaoxier. As he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he summoned the third stage of Susanoo. The onlookers were rendered numb by the immense pressure emanating from the 2 towering Susanoo forms. A little girl had summoned a Susanoo that withstood dozens of tailed beast bombs without so much as a scratch. It felt unreal. Ninja were meant to perform hand seals and cast jutsu, not pilot mechas. Obito attempted to employ the same strategy against Uchiha Xiang that he had used against Xiaoxier, launching tailed beast bombs at his Susanoo. However, Uchiha Xiang was not Xiaoxier. He brandished his specialized weapon, the energy halberd, with a simple flick. A colossal shockwave surged toward Yatsukura, who hastily evaded. Unfortunately, the mountains and rocks behind him were not so fortunate, all being torn asunder by the shockwave. How powerful! Is this the might of the Mangekyo? The surrounding ninjas instinctively retreated, fearing they might perish in the aftermath of the battle. Obito understood that even if Yatsukura fully transformed into a tailed beast, it would be futile. Thus, he aimed to lure him into the Mist Village to wreak havoc, which could also serve as retribution for Lin against the village. Suddenly, a slicing wind surged from behind, as an energy-infused shuriken of Kamui struck Yatsukura directly. In an instant, Yatsukura was silently torn apart by space, experiencing no pain, and the 3 tails perished alongside him. Obito stood momentarily dazed, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to articulate what it was. Clearly, in the ninja world, including the beasts, it was customary to call out the names of jutsu as a warning to enemies. I'm about to unleash a powerful technique. Uchiha Xiang, however, was not from this world. Why would he announce his techniques? The shuriken of Kamui. Of course, announcing his move after the enemy's demise was inconsequential. Xiaoxier, feeling somewhat dejected, retracted her Susanoo. Why couldn't she win despite having the same abilities? Alright, Xiaoxier, when we have time, your brother will help you train. Then what are we waiting for? Let us train quickly. Xiaoxier was eager, wanting to avenge her earlier defeat. Chapter 18. Xiaoxier's Amaterasu. The tragic mentor after comforting Xiaoxier for a while. Uchiha Xiang lifted his little sister into his arms. To be honest, even though he had been reborn into this world with a golden finger and was invincible, he still felt a profound emptiness. Xiaoxier, his adorable little sister with whom he shared a bond, was the only solace he found in this world. Uchiha Xiang, what have you done to Lord Mizukage? Can't you see? He is dead. Uchiha Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. Ever since Yatsukura had acknowledged his status as a spy, he had lost any value for manipulation. Moreover, this was a good thing for him, sparing him from confronting the crimes committed during his time under Obito's control. You bastard. Weren't you supposed to be Lord Mizukage's spy? Why kill him? Are you trying to instruct me? Uchiha Xiang merely cast a fleeting glance at the questioning ninja, not even activating his Sharingan. That single look was enough to frighten the ninja into retreating repeatedly, ultimately landing on the ground. Xiaoxier's eyes sparkled. She thought her brother's move was incredibly cool. Consequently, she picked a random ninja and glared at him fiercely, but to no effect. The ninja, bewildered, scratched his head, thinking, this little girl may be powerful, but she is also too cute. Xiaoxier felt indignant. Why could her brother intimidate someone with just a glance, while she could not? Thus, she altered her strategy and glared at the same ninja again, this time activating her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, the ninja stumbled back in fear. Though he did not fall to the ground, Xiaoxier was still pleased with the outcome. At that moment, Terumi Mei began to explain to everyone how the Mizukage had been manipulated. Many ninjas struggled to accept this revelation, realizing they had been obeying a puppet Mizukage for years. Uchiha Xiang, however, had no interest in waiting for them to process their emotions. He decisively stated, then, for the stability of the Mist Village, we need to select the 5th Mizukage. The crowd exchanged glances. It was evident that selecting a new Mizukage was indeed necessary. Thus, they returned to the Mizukage's office, summoning the mentors, clan leaders, and most of the elite shinobi. Although it was late at night, most had not rested. After all, the recent battle had been exceedingly intense, with tailed beast bombs and Susanoo clashing. Even small mountains had been shattered. It was a wonder anyone could sleep. Terumi Mei briefly introduced Uchiha Xiang's years of espionage experience, emphasizing his formidable strength. Nonsense. The mentor slammed the table, rising. Uchiha Xiang cannot possibly be Yotsukuro's spy. But sir, the fourth Mizukage just confirmed it with his own lips. A ninja cautiously explained. The mentor's authority in the mist was comparable to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen during the tenure of Minato Namikaze as Hokage. That was merely something Yotsukuro said while under control. Perhaps the one controlling him is Uchiha Xiang. I, Uchiha Xiang, have endured humiliation for 9 years for the sake of the Mist Village, and this is how I am treated? If you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall compel you to do so by my own means. What do you intend to do, Uchiha Xiang? The mentor suddenly recalled Uchiha Xiang's strength. If he wished, he could single-handedly annihilate the Mist Village. Uchiha Xiang activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a suffocating pressure enveloping the entire assembly, plunging the atmosphere into an icy stillness. In the face of such absolute power, none of the ninjas dared to breathe. The fourth Mizukage promised me that as long as I fulfill his tasks, I will become the next Mizukage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The mentor vehemently opposed. To make a rogue ninja from Konoha the Mizukage? It is the height of absurdity. Xiaoxier grew indignant. How dare this old man oppose her brother? Amaterasu. Just as the mentor was vehemently protesting, a surge of black flames erupted from his groin, eliciting a scream of agony. Mentor, are you all right? Mentor. Uchiha Xiang heard the delightful sound of his emotional value increasing and felt overjoyed. In fact, when he unleashed the pressure of his Eternal Mangekyo upon the crowd, his emotional value had already begun to rise. And after Xiaoxier used Amaterasu on the mentor, his emotional value peaked. Water release, water ball technique. In an attempt to extinguish the flames, Zabuza launched a small water ball at the mentor's groin. However, the black flames of Amaterasu intensified upon contact with water, amplifying the cries of Master Yuan into a more pitiful wail. TSK, TSK, if you do not eliminate him soon. Could it be that you harbor a grudge against Master Yuan, wishing for his swift demise? You speak nonsense. I merely wish to assist Master Yuan in extinguishing the flames. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 122 emotional points from Zabuza. Has it dropped from 208 to 122? It seems that recent display of the Sharingan was quite effective. Kagami could no longer bear to watch. Master Yuan was on the brink of death, yet you all still found time to jest. Uchiha Kyo, you should expedite your sister's efforts to contain this black fire. Uchiha Kyo was indifferent to whether Master Yuan lived or died. Thus he instructed Shirori to extinguish Amaterasu. Shirori shrugged her small hands. But I don't know how to contain it. Kagami felt a surge of urgency. What should we do now? Uchiha Kyo recalled the original storyline and realized that aside from Jiraiya sealing once, Uchiha Itachi had never been seen sealing away the unleashed Amaterasu. How about this? Let Master Yuan lie down, and we shall extinguish the flames together. Kagami glanced at Master Yuan's groin. Are you sure those black flames can be extinguished by foot? It seems not. The flames of Amaterasu will not be quelled until the target is entirely consumed. Kagami was nearly frantic and suddenly recalled something, hastily arranging for a sealing ninja to contain the cursed flames. Soon, a ninja skilled in sealing arrived with a scroll and performed hand seals. Fire sealing technique. The black flames of Amaterasu on Master Yuan's groin were swiftly absorbed into the scroll. Uchiha Kyo clicked his tongue. Shirori truly was reckless to unleash Amaterasu in such a sensitive area. Shaking his head, he offered Master Yuan a kunai. Cut it off, it's already charred. Master Yuan, on the verge of death, could only gasp in pain. Medical team, quickly take Master Yuan for treatment. Yes, Lord Kagami. After a few carried Master Yuan away. Kagami shot a fierce glare at Uchiha Kyo. Why do you look at me like that? Though it may have been a bit fragile, it is certainly better than nothing. It might still hold some utility, you know? Uchiha Kyo shrugged nonchalantly. Kagami reflected on Master Yuan's dire condition, contemplating that it was unlikely to be of any use. However, considering Master Yuan's advanced age, it seemed that such an item would be of little relevance. Chapter 19. The proposal for dual Mizukage. The meeting continued, with Uchiha Kyo resting his hands on the table. I have completed the mission of the fourth Mizukage, and he promised me that upon completion, I would become the fifth Mizukage. As he said this, he activated his Sharingan once more, surveying the room. I wish to become the fifth Mizukage. My words are spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? His words bore a menacing undertone, and the assembly dared not voice their dissent. They were not afraid of death, but rather of the potential ruin of the hidden mist village due to their decisions, for Uchiha Kyo possessed the power to bring such destruction. Ultimately, no one opposed. Uchiha Kyo was officially appointed as the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Overnight, the Hidden Mist Village underwent a monumental transformation. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, was slain by Uchiha Kyo, who simultaneously completed the task of annihilating the Uchiha clan assigned to him, successfully ascending to the position of 5th Mizukage. He promptly abolished the previous Mizukage's blood mist policy, and the shadows that had loomed over the Hidden Mist Village began to dissipate. Although many within the village still harbored discontent towards Uchiha Kyo, in the face of overwhelming strength, any grievances could only be concealed within. At the same time, the Hidden Mist Village extended an invitation to the entire ninja world, welcoming defectors from all nations with generous treatment. The leaders of various ninja villages were astonished by this announcement. Naturally, the outrageous claim of Uchiha Kyo being a spy was met with skepticism. Only those lacking reason would believe it. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Sasuke fainted upon hearing the news of Uchiha Kyo's supposed espionage. It was said that upon awakening, he finally awakened a hint of his 3-tomo Sharingan. 3 days later, Uchiha Kyo received word of the Hidden Cloud Village's intentions to target the elderly and vulnerable of the Land of Waves. He immediately summoned Minato, instructing him to use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring all clan members to the Hidden Mist Village. Flying Thunder God? Minato Namikaze? And these individuals are Uchiha? Wasn't the Uchiha clan said to have been annihilated? And what of these 2 yellow-skinned rats? One possesses the Flying Thunder God, while the other has the Sharingan. The other mist ninjas were left dumbfounded, engaging in a flurry of discussions. Uchiha Kyo had no time to concern himself with their chatter. Having served as Mizukage for 3 days, he was both bored and exhausted, and had already decided to resign. He could not fathom why Sarutobi Hiruzen, at his advanced age, continued to cling to the Hokage position. The 3rd Tsukuyomi had no suitable successor, yet he had caused the demise of all qualified heirs. Of course, Uchiha Kyo was not opposed to being Mizukage. Rather, he intended to delegate all responsibilities to others. He sent out a notice, "I will convene a meeting," calling all Jonin and clan heads to the Mizukage building. Yes, Lord 5th Mizukage, Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi vanished in an instant, attending to Uchiha Kyo's instructions. They were carefully selected as bodyguards for the Mizukage. It was unfortunate that Kisame had been led astray by Obito. Otherwise, he would have been an excellent choice. As Zabuza was somewhat lacking, requiring an excessive number of hand seals even for a water dragon jutsu. By the way, where has Zawari gone? Boss. Zawari said he intends to monopolize the underground trading market with Kakuzu. Uchiha Kyo paused, then nodded in satisfaction. He was particularly interested in Zawari's ability to generate wealth and planned to create a new organization with him to assist in amassing riches. Who could rival Uchiha Kyo in terms of profit? Before long, all the Jonin had gathered at the Mizukage building. Lord Mizukage, may I inquire as to the purpose of summoning us? To be frank, since Uchiha Kyo assumed leadership, he has indeed managed the Hidden Mist Village quite well. Thus, the previous facade of outward obedience coupled with inner dissent had vanished. Uchiha Kyo wasted no time and got straight to the point. I believe the power vested in the Mizukage is excessively grand, akin to the 4th Mizukage Yagura, who remained under the control of others for years without anyone noticing. The assembly exchanged glances, puzzled. Was it not advantageous for the Mizukage to hold such power? Surely, he would not propose a redistribution of authority? One Jonin cautiously inquired, "Does the Mizukage mean to say, I propose a dual Mizukage system?" Shiori's eyes lit up. She understood that the position of Mizukage was akin to that of Hokage, both holding significant prestige. She immediately slammed her hands on the table. I, Shiori, wish to become Mizukage. Who supports me? Who opposes me? Shiori had learned this tactic from her brother, feeling particularly impressive in doing so. The assembly fell silent, realizing that they had been summoned to elevate the little sister to a dual Mizukage position. Enough, Shiori, settle down. Uchiha Kyo pulled Shiori back to prevent her from causing further chaos. I am not referring to Shiori. I wish to know if there are any other candidates. Lord Mizukage, are you serious? Of course. Do I appear to be jesting? As Uchiha Kyo's words settled, the Mizukage building erupted into lively discussion. I recommend Zabuza. He has previously attempted to assassinate the tyrannical former Mizukage for the sake of the Hidden Mist. One individual scoffed. Did he succeed? Unbeknownst to many, one might assume he had succeeded. I recommend Goza Manyu. a descendant of the first Mizukage. I also endorse the esteemed Tsukuyomi Mei, who possesses the rare and powerful dual bloodline limit. There are those who advocate for Goza Manyu, others for Tsukuyomi Mei, and still more for Zabuza Momochi. The three recommended individuals find themselves in a perplexing situation. How could Uchiha Sasuke, who was performing admirably as Mizukage, suddenly be faced with a dual leadership? Uchiha Sasuke, witnessing the Mizukage building resembling a bustling marketplace, slammed his hand on the table. Everyone, be silent. Is there no sense of discipline left? I demand that each of you write down your recommendations on white paper for an anonymous vote. With equal fervor, Uchiha Sakura stood up, declaring, "Listen well. I, Uchiha Sakura, am exceptionally capable. I expect your support in the voting process." "Of course, I will cast my vote for Lady Sakura," someone replied. "Yes, yes. I shall also vote for Lady Sakura," another echoed, much to her satisfaction. She nodded approvingly, recognizing their potential. Then, in front of all, she scrawled her name in an awkward fashion on a small piece of paper before casually depositing it into the ballot box, casting a fierce glare around the room. "You see? Vote." After making her declaration, she leaned against Uchiha Sasuke, her tiny feet resting on the Mizukage's desk, her demeanor exuding an audacious arrogance. The assembly nodded in agreement, yet when Uchiha Sasuke opened the ballot box, he found only her solitary vote. "What is the meaning of this? I shall take action against you." Sakura fumed, furious at their duplicity. If not for her brother being the Mizukage, she would not hesitate to wreak havoc upon the Mizukage building and incinerate the entire Hidden Mist village with her powers. Everyone averted their gaze from Sakura, fearful of her wrath. Despite her tender age of 4, her Susanoo could withstand countless tailed beast bombs. However, no one dared to support her. After all, how could a mere 4-year-old with formidable abilities govern the Hidden Mist village? Chapter 20. The arrival of Pikachu hide and seeing no one daring to meet her gaze. Sakura pounded the table. "Humph. Do you believe I won't summon my Gundam to crush you?" After her proclamation, she indeed manifested several Susanoo appendages. The crowd recoiled in fear. For a child possessing immense power, yet with a naive mindset, was truly terrifying. "All right, Sakura, calm down and retract your Susanoo. What is so appealing about being Mizukage?" Uchiha Sasuke soothed her, disregarding her sullen expression as he continued to open the ballots. Ultimately, Tsukuyomi Mei emerged victorious with an overwhelming 88 votes. As the 5th Mizukage, I hereby declare Tsukuyomi Mei as the 5th Mizukage. Aside from matters of war or village destruction, you need not report anything to me. Tsukuyomi Mei was taken aback. If all power was entrusted to her, what significance remained for Uchiha Sasuke as Mizukage? Yet, as realization dawned, a wave of excitement surged within her. After all, who among the ninja of the Hidden Mist village did not aspire to become Mizukage? "Excellent, Mei. Please extend invitations to the other 4 hidden villages, informing them that I wish to convene a summit of the 5 Kages." "Yes, Mizukage-sama." Tsukuyomi Mei knelt in response. "You are also a Mizukage. There is no need for such formalities. Our powers are equal, and I request your assistance rather than issue commands." Tsukuyomi Mei felt a swell of emotion. Could it be that the Mizukage had a fondness for her? After all, the Mizukage was merely a 13-year-old boy, and how delightful it would be to hold him close at night. Moreover, the funding from the Land of Water's daimyo had long been delayed. "Zabuza, take Pikachu Minato and eliminate the Higurashi clan, leaving only a young puppet bloodline behind." "Mizukage-sama, is that appropriate?" Zabuza pondered. Though reckless, he had never contemplated assassinating the daimyo. The inbred clan members were already problematic. Fear not. Pikachu Minato possesses the Flying Thunder God technique and can execute this unnoticed. The assembly fell silent. Was that truly the issue at hand? However, they had long grown weary of the daimyo's tyranny, often withholding funds even in times of war, thus no one defended him. In 3 days, Uchiha Sasuke had extracted every ounce of emotional energy from the Hidden Mist village. Yet as Mizukage, he could only endure personal attacks in silence, dutifully providing energy without resistance. To defy the Mizukage? Were they suggesting treason? Then, Mei, I entrust the Hidden Mist village to you. "Yes, Mizukage-sama. I shall not disappoint you." Uchiha Sasuke nodded, indicating she could seek him out at the Uchiha clan grounds if needed, before departing with Sakura. Upon returning to the clan grounds, Uchiha Sasuke assigned Pikachu Itachi the task of training Sakura in combat experience, while he retreated to his chamber. He had managed to garner only 150,000 emotional points from the Hidden Mist village, yet it sufficed to create 3 shadow-level beasts. However, there was no rush. He would summon 1 or 2 first. He retrieved a mouse from its cage and exchanged the materials for hidden from the system space. Without hesitation, he infused the energy into the mouse. In a flash of white light, Pikachu Hiden made his grand entrance. From this day forth, you shall be known as Pikachu Hiden. Yes, boss. If there are no further instructions, I wish to gather followers and establish a cult of the evil god. In terms of ambition, Pikachu Hiden far surpassed Hiden. He understood the concept of forming a church, while Hiden was merely a lunatic intent on murder and sacrifice. Do you truly wish to spread the cult of the evil god? You've already slain all of your potential followers. Uchiha Sasuke mused, finding Pikachu Hiden to be the most useful. Although his combat prowess was lacking, blood collection did not necessarily require strength. Recalling how the original Zetsu had chosen to endure pain rather than evade it, he thought, had it been him, he would have readily offered blood to Pikachu Minato, instructing him to transport Pikachu Hiden to a location hidden from Uchiha Obito, allowing for a gradual sacrifice. Even if one ascended to the level of Sage of 6 Paths, one could still perish in the chaos. Ultimately, Obito was still too young, unaware of the treachery that lurked in the hearts of men. With that thought, Uchiha Sasuke felt a thrill of satisfaction as he produced a list from his pocket. Pikachu Hiden, I command you to collect the blood of these individuals from the women's restroom. But boss, why must I go to the women's restroom for blood collection? Pikachu Hiden questioned. Perplexed, are you suggesting I ambush them while they are in there? That is rather despicable, not fitting for me, Pikachu Hiden. A true man should confront challenges head-on. You fool. The women on that list are powerful. With your frail form, you would be easily overpowered. Thus, you must take the opportunity while they are distracted to collect their blood. Uchiha Sasuke lifted Pikachu Hiden, whose weight barely exceeded 20 pounds and who lacked any ninja skills. Do you truly believe you can confront them directly? I refuse. I, Pikachu Hiden, am the most devoted follower of the evil god. How could I present such filthy blood to the evil god? Uchiha Sasuke's temper flared, and he delivered a punch to the rodent's abdomen, knowing full well it could not perish. Ah, how delightful! Pikachu Hiden exclaimed, reveling in the sensation, though he found the boss's strength lacking, rendering the pain negligible. Uchiha Hiyu twitched the corner of his mouth, having never encountered such a despicable Pikachu before. Pika Fadewan, are you listening to your evil deity, or to me? Of course. I listen to the boss, Pikachu Fadewan replied instantly. It was created by Uchiha Hiyu using the system, with a loyalty to him that was unwavering. Well then, the boss commands you to lie in wait for these women and steal their blood once they leave. Yes, boss. However, may I make a request? Speak. And as long as it is not excessive, I shall accommodate you. Not excessive at all. I simply wish for you to strike me once more, but this time, I hope you can exert a bit more strength. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Uchiha Hiyu assumed a soccer kick stance, and then delivered a powerful kick to send Pikachu Fadewan flying. Ah, that feels delightful. Little Hiyu, currently being trained by Pikachu Itachi, paused, raising her small head to gaze at the mysterious object soaring in the sky. Her curiosity piqued. Pika Itachi, did you just see something fly by? No. Let us continue our training. This time, I shall initiate the attack. Little Hiyu, do not get distracted. Little Hiyu scratched her head, wondering if she had misperceived something. Uchiha Hiyu was engrossed in studying the second character material to exchange. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Peak Naruto, Peak Sasuke, and Ashura were all present, but their icons were black, indicating a lack of permission for exchange. Above these were the icons of the Otsutsuki clan, which were also unexchangeable. To unlock these, one would need to exchange at least 10 shadow-level materials. Chapter 21. The failure of blood theft by Pikachu Fadewan in the Land of Fire, within Konoha. The Hokage's office had been completed, and the members of Konoha's F4 gathered together. The entire village's decisions rested upon these 4 individuals. Regardless of whether their strategies were right or wrong, they were the ones deliberating. Sarutobi Hiruzen held an invitation just delivered by the Umbu. Uchiha Hiyu has called for a summit of the 5 Kage in the name of the 5th Mizukage. What are your thoughts? Of course, we shall attend. If the other Kage are going and you do not, it would lead others to believe that we, Konoha, fear Kirigakure. Danzo slammed his hand on the table in anger. Remembering the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Uchiha Hiyu, he contemplated whether to assassinate him on the way. Last time, he had been unprepared. This time, he would bring more people, including Akimichi Choji and Yamenka Ino. We must go, but I wish to discuss how Konoha should respond. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly exhausted. Recalling Uchiha, he used dangerous thoughts. He had even considered sacrificing the entire Land of Fire to allow the other 4 nations to invade, all under the pretense of benefiting the remaining nations by sacrificing one. Was he insane? Hiruzen, do not forget that Uchiha Hiyu claims to be a spy for the Mizukichi. Nara Shikamaru interjected, posing another question. Danzo scoffed, Shikamaru, do you believe that? Of course not. But the other 4 nations may not share that sentiment. It concerns Konoha's reputation. Isn't that even better? Uchiha Hiyu has given us a valid reason to wage war against Kirigakure. Danzo sneered. If the Land of Water has sent spies to annihilate the Uchiha clan, then it is only reasonable for us to attack Kirigakure. Enough, Danzo. Be silent. All you think about is war. Do you believe Konoha is still the same as it was before the Third Great Ninja War? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm on the table, his voice rising in fury. He had indulged Danzo too much during this time. The Uchiha clan sought a coup, and he had allowed Danzo to eliminate them to prevent war. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo clenched his fists, reflecting that had he been more resolute and stepped forward earlier, perhaps he would have claimed the position of the 3rd Hokage. Under normal circumstances, he should storm out. But this time, he refrained. Hiruzen, my root has received intelligence that in the Land of Fire's exchange office, there exists a ninja beast akin to Pikachu Itachi, named Zhaokai Jiaodo, with strength at the shadow level. What? So Uchiha Hiyu possesses more than just Pikachu Itachi, at least 2, or perhaps even more. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of fear. Konoha had grievances regarding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and the framing of others. Now that Uchiha Hiyu was the 5th Mizukichi, he could only wonder how he would retaliate against Konoha. Yamato, you may be overthinking things. With the strength of Kirigakure, even if they had 2 or 3 more shadow-level ninja beasts, they could not possibly contend with Konoha. They cannot initiate a war. You do not understand. Uchiha Hiyu once remarked that the resources in the ninja world are finite, and only by eliminating half the population can the remaining half acquire sufficient resources. What? Is Uchiha Hiyu insane? The key issue was that he believed he was in the right. Not only that, but he thought it was for peace. After all, he was not from Kirigakure. Even if he decimated the entire village, he would not bat an eye. The other 3 were at a loss for words. Uchiha Hiyu's ideology was far too perilous. The danger was compounded by the fact that such a person held the position of Mizukichi, a position capable of instigating war at any moment. Even Danzo merely contemplated unifying the ninja world. So, Hiruzen, what shall we do now? We do not understand Uchiha Hiyu's true intentions. The information comes from Itachi and may not be reliable. It seems we must wait until after the summit of the 5 Kage to discuss further. Apart from Danzo, the other 3 sighed helplessly. They had also received news that Uchiha Hiyu's younger sister, Uchiha Hiyu, had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, such unreliable information was dismissed by them outright. After all, Uchiha Hiyu was merely 4 years old. How could she possibly awaken the Mangekyo? In the Land of Fire, on a narrow street, a stunning blonde beauty emerged from the restroom. She was none other than Tsunade Senju, the princess of Konoha. A yellow-skinned rat, carrying a miniature blood-stained scythe, darted inside. This rat was Pikachu Fade One, having received Uchiha Hiyu's order to collect blood. Sniffing with its tiny nose, it wrinkled its snout in disdain. Blood was obtained, but it certainly did not belong to Tsunade. This was because Pikachu Fade One possessed a skill that Fade One did not: keen sense of smell. Although not as acute as a dog's, a rat's sense of smell is 32 times more sensitive than that of a human, and an elite ninja-level rat's olfactory abilities were even more remarkable. TCH. This woman isn't just lingering, is she? Pikachu Fade One grumbled as it exited the restroom. However, what met its eyes were a pair of long, fair legs. Raising its rat head, it was astonished to find it was Tsunade. Huh. Woman, you are obstructing my path. Ah, turns out you are merely a rat-summoning beast. I thought you were that old pervert Jiraiya, Tsunade said, slightly intoxicated. However, being a shadow-level powerhouse, she could still detect when someone was following her. Yet upon realizing it was merely a yellow-skinned rat, she equated Pikachu Fade One with the little pink pig, Shizune, and waved her hand dismissively, turning to leave. But Pikachu Fade One was displeased. How dare an old woman disregard the grand Pikachu Fade One? With a swift motion, it spun its scythe, stopping to point it directly at Tsunade. Woman, You have successfully enraged Pikachu Fade-Wan. Oh, how do you intend to respond to my provocation, you yellow-furred rodent? Tsunade's expression was one of defiance. Yet she sensed the chakra emanating from her opponent. It possesses the chakra level of an elite jonin. What kind of summoning beast is this? Pikachu Fade-Wan was indifferent to such considerations, swinging its miniature scythe-like weapon towards Tsunade in an aggressive assault. Tsunade easily evaded, preparing to inquire further, but was met with the sight of Pikachu Fade-Wan's adorable rodent face. Old hag, meet your demise. Ahaha, old hag. Tsunade's countenance darkened. Initially, she found this yellow-furred rodent somewhat endearing and contemplated showing mercy. However, given its blatant disregard for danger, she decided to end its existence. Super Strength Fist. Pikachu Fade-Wan was momentarily taken aback, and before it could react, a fist the size of a cooking pot struck it. The ground around Pikachu Fade-Wan cracked open, fissures radiating outward. With a cough, it spat out blood, its innards following suit. How dare you treat me this way? At that moment, a significant portion of Pikachu Fade-Wan's body was wrecked, but it shrugged it off, knowing it could continue fighting after a brief respite. Chapter 22. Encounter with Tsunade and Jiraiya. After a while, Pikachu Fade-Wan stood up as if nothing had happened. However, upon gazing at Tsunade, it was momentarily stunned to see her shivering uncontrollably, completely unguarded. Although confused about the situation, it understood the principle of seizing the opportunity. Ahaha, old hag, meet your demise. Pikachu Fade-Wan felt a surge of delight. If it could draw even a drop of blood from her, victory would be assured. However, just then, ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. As Pikachu Fade-Wan charged, a bundle of white hair surged from afar, binding it tightly. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, made his entrance. Hey, Tsunade, what is going on? Why are you fighting this yellow-furred rodent? Tsunade was still regaining her composure. After a moment, she took a deep breath, suppressing her fear of blood. I accidentally used too much strength just now. It's merely an elite jonin-level yellow-furred rodent. No, Tsunade, this is no trivial matter. Previously, Uchiha Odo had a yellow-furred rodent possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan, at the level of a shadow. Jiraiya recounted the information regarding Uchiha Odo and Pikachu Itachi, then turned his attention back to Pikachu Fade-Wan. However, this yellow-furred rodent pales in comparison to Pikachu Itachi. You coward, release me if you dare. Let us duel. Jiraiya paid no heed, tightening the grip of the hair. Tsunade was astonished. This was utterly bizarre. Tell me, are you Uchiha Odo's summoning beast? Why do you resemble Pikachu Itachi? You coward, if you have the guts, let me go? Jiraiya, feeling somewhat helpless, realized he was not well versed in interrogation techniques and decided to return to Konoha, intending to hand this yellow-furred rodent over to the Umbu. Pikachu Fade-Wan had been kicked away by Uchiha Odo upon its creation, thus it hadn't had the chance to carve the Flying Thunder God seal. Even if it wished to seek help from Pikachu Minato, it had no means to do so. Jiraiya was right, if it weren't for its bloodline ability. Pikachu Fade-Wan was indeed quite weak, compounded by its small size and brash demeanor. Suddenly, a powerful lightning attack surged toward Jiraiya. He swiftly dodged, yet the hair remained entangled around Pikachu Fade-Wan. Who dares to ambush this sage? Jiraiya, might I request the release of my companion? At that moment, the shadow of a beckoning cat emerged from the haze. Despite its intimidating voice and presence, when the cat with a horned face appeared, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, it's you, the new star of the Underground Exchange. Pray tell, can you release my companion? Do you think that is possible? The beckoning cat let out a slight sigh, aware that handling Jiraiya alone was already a challenge, not to mention Tsunade's presence. Thus, Jiraiya and Tsunade braced themselves, prepared to face any forthcoming powerful techniques from the beckoning cat. After all, the beckoning cat possessed chakra at the level of a shadow. While Pikachu Fade-Wan was merely at the elite jonin level, the two yellow-furred rodents were on entirely different tiers. Naturally, Jiraiya did not take the impending conflict too seriously. His only concern was Tsunade's fear of blood, just as Jiraiya and Tsunade anticipated a formidable jutsu from the beckoning cat. It merely activated the Flying Thunder God seal on its body. With a flash of yellow light, Pikachu Minato made his grand entrance, smiling like a radiant sun. Beckoning cat, what has transpired? I'm fine. It's just that Pikachu Fade-Wan has been captured by the enemy. Pikachu Minato nodded, his sunny demeanor quickly turning grave. Spacetime ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God? Jiraiya murmured, realizing that not only did the opponent wield the Flying Thunder God technique, but their voice and tone were strikingly similar to that of Namake's Minato. Whoosh! Just as Jiraiya was lost in thought, a kunai inscribed with runes flew towards him. Although momentarily distracted, Jiraiya's prowess allowed him to evade it effortlessly. Fixing a serious gaze upon Pikachu Minato, he recognized the familiar traits of his apprentice, Namake's Minato. Despite Pikachu Minato's appearance as Pikachu. Yet, just then, Pikachu Minato vanished and reappeared beside Pikachu Phaeton, placing a paw upon its rodent head. With a swift motion, Pikachu Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God to teleport Pikachu Phaeton next to the beckoning cat. Oh no! Jiraiya quickly turned around, and indeed, the yellow-furred rodent had been freed. He then faced Pikachu Minato with a solemn expression. Flying Thunder God, who exactly are you? After rescuing its companion, Pikachu Minato reverted to its previous sunny disposition, scratching its head and flashing a beaming smile. I am Pikachu Minato. Tsunade couldn't hold back her laughter, noting how the creature shared Minato's smile but lacked his teeth, possessing merely 2 sets of rodent incisors. Oh, how I wish Kushina could see your expression. Ha ha. Jiraiya joined in with hearty laughter. How dare you mock my comrade, Pikachu Phaeton. I shall eliminate you. Be silent, Pikachu Phaeton. The beckoning cat glared at the powerless, troublemaking Pikachu Phaeton. Were it not for the absence of a bounty, I would have long since traded you for one. Pikachu Minato was bewildered by their laughter, suddenly recalling Uchiha Odo's earlier instructions. In encounters with shadow-level foes, it was to use the Flying Thunder God to summon Uchiha Odo. With that thought, Pikachu Minato abruptly vanished from sight. Wait, I still whoosh. Before Jiraiya could finish, Pikachu Minato returned, this time accompanied by the Uchiha siblings. With little Sierra absent, Uchiha Odo felt somewhat uneasy. Glancing at the battered Pikachu Phaeton, he inquired, Did you obtain the blood? No, I only acquired the 2 tails from the wooden man. I have yet to secure anything from this old hag, who may have already ceased menstruating. Having acquired the 2 tails from the wooden man is already quite an achievement. Uchiha Kyo also paid no heed, as Tsunade could handle matters herself. It was the resurrected Uchiha Madara that Pikachu Hayden was meant to confront. Of course, the task of collecting blood was beyond Hayden's capabilities. He had already devised a plan. The moment Sasuke pierced Madara's arm with his blade, he would seize the blood-stained weapon from Sasuke. Jiraiya and Tsunade, overhearing the dialogue between Uchiha Kyo and Hayden, began to analyze the intelligence. Tsunade, recognized as the finest medical ninja in the ninja world, was reminded of Orochimaru by their conversation. Jiraiya concluded that these yellow-skinned rats must have been created by Uchiha Kyo, likely possessing the DNA of both Minato and Itachi, which enabled the creation of these ninja beasts. Chapter 23. Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya, upon hearing these revelations, wore a serious expression. But why did they share both the same demeanor and tone? Tsunade pondered aloud. Are you suggesting they came to Shosaka Street to obtain your DNA? She then recalled that this accursed yellow rat had been tailing her for 2 days. Each time she emerged from the restroom, it followed her in. It seemed this had been its intent all along. Damn Hayden, have you made up your mind about how to die? Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 666 emotional points from Tsunade. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 666 emotional points from Jiraiya. Just as Uchiha Kyo was about to respond, Little Sheer stepped in front of him eagerly. Hey, bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Faced with the 4-year-old girl, Tsunade's previous fervor deflated. She certainly would not allow herself to harm a child, but instead turned her gaze toward Uchiha Kyo behind Little Sheer. Uchiha Kyo, are you collecting the DNA of so many people to create ninja beasts? Uchiha Kyo was unperturbed, surprised that merely their assumptions were boosting his emotional points. Hey, you all want to dance, huh? Brother, what's the matter? All right, Little Sheer, let your brother take over. Uchiha Kyo entrusted Little Sheer to Pikachu Minato, for he was wary of Hayden and the greedy Jonin, one fixated on wealth and the other on madness. Jiraiya, Tsunade, have you considered the consequences of attacking me? Humph. It's merely a matter of losing the fight, they retorted, their steadfast gazes fixed upon Uchiha Kyo. From the intelligence they possessed, they understood that it was highly unlikely they would emerge victorious against him. Uchiha Kyo shook his head, patting the robe that symbolized the 5th Mizukage. You see, you are ninjas of Konoha Gakure, while I am the 5th Mizukage. Should you choose to attack me, it would be tantamount to a Konoha ninja assassinating a Mizukage, effectively instigating a war between the 2 nations. Jiraiya paused, realizing he had forgotten Uchiha Kyo's identity as the fifth Mizukage. Tsunade scoffed. Do you think Konoha fears Kirigakure? Uchiha Kyo shrugged nonchalantly. Is that so? I'm indifferent. The previous 3 ninja world wars were mere trifles, lacking any significance. You scoundrel. Do you know how many lives are lost in each ninja world war? Jiraiya was genuinely furious. He despised war and had been seeking the prophesied child who could eradicate it from the ninja world. How many die? Most are merely civilians. How many ninjas perish? Even combined, they don't reach 100,000. Yet you speak of the ninja world war? Tsunade was incredulous, laughing in disbelief. Oh, then what do you consider a true ninja world war? Uchiha Kyo, reveling in the emotional points he was raking in from both powerful figures, maintained a facade of icy composure. Quite simply, if a war were to erupt between the land of water and the land of fire, I would implement the Fire Nation extermination plan. Anyone visible, nobles, commoners, ninjas, adults, the elderly, women, children, livestock, would be slaughtered until one nation faced annihilation. That is the true ninja world war. Uchiha Kyo articulated the most brutal words in the calmest of tones. Madman. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had lived through 3 ninja world wars, were taken aback by Uchiha Kyo's insane rhetoric. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, fixing a serious gaze upon Uchiha Kyo. Even if it costs me my life, I will prevent you from achieving this. Humph, anyone can boast. Such actions are all for the sake of peace. Jiraiya trembled in anger. You dare call this peace? Indeed, resources in the ninja world are finite. If half the population perishes, the remaining half can then enjoy sufficient resources. However, you need not worry. I will ensure a swift death for all I see, sparing them any suffering. That is my final act of mercy. You bastard. I will kill you. Tsunade, cease at once. He is the 5th Mizukage. Attacking him would incite war between the land of fire and the land of water. Jiraiya held Tsunade firmly. Tsunade, if we do not strike now, this scoundrel will still provoke war, won't he? I do not know. But war cannot be instigated by us. Jiraiya was equally shaken by Uchiha Kyo's thoughts, questioning what kind of mind could rationalize that exterminating half the population was for peace. Tsunade regained her composure. Even if she perished in battle, she could not allow this scoundrel to find an excuse to instigate war. Of course, had Uchiha Kyo initiated a war for his own selfish desires, the other 3 nations would not stand idly by. Jiraiya took a deep breath, striving to maintain his calm. He needed to extract information. Uchiha Kyo, how did you come to such a conclusion? Furthermore, your village alone could not achieve this. Uchiha Kyo noticed that the 2 were nearly depleted of their emotional energy and was ready to depart when he suddenly sensed someone watching them. Very discreetly, no need to look. It must be Kage. After contemplating, he formulated a plan. It's simple. Konoha eradicated the Uchiha, thus thriving in its wake. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision was too narrow. If the 4 nations obliterated the land of fire or both the land of fire and water, the remaining 3 nations would prosper even more. That is the conclusion I have drawn. Jiraiya and Tsunade inwardly cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had he not pursued his selfish ambitions to annihilate the Uchiha, Uchiha Kyo would not have developed such perilous thoughts. Uchiha Kyo disregarded their thoughts, continuing unabated. As for implementation, I'll share it with you. Gather all 9-tailed beasts and utilize the 10-tailed beast bomb to indiscriminately cover half the ninja world. The corpses will leave no trace, and there will be no pain. Jiraiya, Tsunade, why can't you comprehend this? Jiraiya and Tsunade were left speechless. Uchiha Kyo shook his head, having fully extracted their emotional energy. He was quite pleased with his performance. The Academy Awards owed him a little golden statue. He instructed Pikachu Minato to take them back to the land of water. Pikachu Minato, let us return to Kirigakure. Yes, boss. Pikachu Minato seized Uchiha Kyo and, with a whoosh, whisked everyone away. Tsunade collapsed weakly onto the ground, and Jiraiya approached, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Tsunade, pull yourself together. As long as we prevent Uchiha Kyo from gathering the tailed beasts, he will be unable to realize that plan. Tsunade shook her head. Jiraiya, you are far too naive. Have you forgotten about the ninja beasts accompanying Uchiha Kyo? Jiraiya paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, as long as Uchiha Kyo could summon a sufficient number of ninja beasts, his perilous plan could still come to fruition. Chapter 24. The 5 Kage Summit. After discussing for a while, Jiraiya and Tsunade decided to relay this shocking news to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade did not protest. If the survival of Konoha was at stake, she would undoubtedly return to assist. Moreover, the matter had escalated beyond the mere survival of Konoha. Uchiha Kyo's intent to execute a plan for the annihilation of the Land of Fire was utterly insane. As Jiraiya and Tsunade departed, a black and white pitcher plant slowly rose from the ground. What could this mean? How did Uchiha Kyo come to know of the Ten Tails? Black Zetsu's tone was laced with confusion. Was it possible that the opponent had awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? White Zetsu remarked that, aside from Obito, the others were merely creations of Kage Otsutsuki from a millennium ago. Should Uchiha Kyo's plan to gather the nine-tailed beasts be disclosed to Obito? No. Compared to the Akatsuki, I believe Uchiha Kyo has a greater chance of success. Black Zetsu had waited for a millennium and was tired of the delay. Whether it was Obito, Madara, or Uchiha Kyo becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Black Zetsu intended to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. Meanwhile, the recently teleported Shirori was in a foul mood. Every time she tried to show off, her brother interrupted her. Did she not have any pride? Brother, I want to fight you. If you wish to fight, first hone your combat skills with Pikachu, he replied. Currently, Pikachu was responsible for training Shirori, Kin, and Haku. Uchiha Kyo sometimes utilized his Sharingan to gradually replicate useful ninjutsu, such as the Rasengan. Though he yearned to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, his Sharingan was incapable of replicating it. Despite possessing Kamui, which was more practical than the Flying Thunder God, Kamui could not teleport over vast distances. Unlike the Flying Thunder God, which could transport one from the village hidden in mist to Konoha in an instant, provided there was enough chakra. On the other side, Jiraiya and Tsunade had returned to Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of joy at the simultaneous return of his two disciples. Tsunade, Jiraiya, it is truly wonderful that you have returned. Tsunade scoffed, disregarding Hiruzen's greeting. Had it not been for the urgent circumstances, she would not have returned at all. For once, Jiraiya adopted a serious demeanor. Old man, what exactly is going on with Uchiha Kyo? He claims the Uchiha clan was exterminated by Konoha. Did you encounter him? Yes. And his ideology is exceedingly radical. Jiraiya recounted all the intelligence he had gathered from his encounter with Uchiha Kyo. Upon hearing everything, Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. The ability to create corresponding ninja beasts using the DNA of ninjas was horrifying. He believed that the previous ninja world wars were trivial. The goal now was to wipe out an entire nation. He even had the audacity to claim that killing half of the ninja world was for the sake of peace. How could one call it peace when half the population was dead? Jiraiya, does the great sage of Mayaboku know of the Ten Tails? Yes, and he has seen it. The great sage stated that the Ten Tails possesses the power to swiftly obliterate the entire ninja world. Hiruzen felt utterly drained. Uchiha Kyo's mindset was terrifying. During the Uchiha Massacre, he had observed Kyo's expression, which bore no hint of hatred. Neither he, Danzo, nor even Itachi, who executed the massacre plan, displayed any animosity. This is beyond what Konoha can handle. We must unite with the other three great nations to thwart Uchiha Kyo's insane ambitions. Coincidentally, the 5 Kage summit is in 3 days. We must inform the other 3 Kages of Uchiha Kyo's danger. After stating this, Hiruzen also suggested that Jiraiya assume the role of the 5th Hokage. I'll pass. Isn't Tsunade here as well? Humph. Only a fool would desire to be Hokage. Old man, call me only when you truly need me. With that, Tsunade slammed the door behind her. Old man, I'll go talk to Tsunade. Jiraiya hurried after her. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was left alone. Why did both of his disciples refuse the position of Hokage? In the past, he had sacrificed the life of White Fang for the Hokage position. Although he merely aimed to undermine White Fang's reputation, who could foresee that a prominent shinobi would take his own life? He had also sent many members of the Senju clan to the battlefield, not intending to exterminate the clan, but rather to eliminate the most troublesome members. He was aware of this, yet in times of urgency, he had acquiesced, adopting the same attitude toward the Uchiha clan. On the night of the Nine Tails, he indeed possessed the capability to use the Reaper Death Seal, but hesitated, waiting for Minato. When Minato sealed the Nine Tails, he even felt a slight relief. Regarding the incident with Hiruzen, he believed he had done nothing wrong. Konoha could not withstand further turmoil, while Kumogakure could not endure upheaval either. Who could predict whether the other 3 great nations would intervene, igniting another ninja world war? Was it so wrong to sacrifice one person to avert conflict? Now he pondered if he could use the Reaper Death Seal to take down Uchiha Kyo. 3 days later, in the land of iron, Uchiha Kyo arrived with Zabuza and Haku in this nation ruled by samurai. Naturally, Shirori, being a brother's girl, tagged along. I might say some unflattering things about the village hidden in mist, but it is merely for the sake of gaining the upper hand. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Recently, their Mizukage had been on a verbal rampage, berating everyone in sight. Not only did he target them, but even the children, White, Kin, and Suigetsu, were not spared, leaving all but Kin in tears. Of course, the Mizukage was merely venting. The next day, he personally delivered gifts as an apology. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the 5 Kage summit, the leaders of the other 4 nations had already gathered. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, from the land of wind, accompanied by his guards, Maki and Yura. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, from the land of earth, brought along his 2 children, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. The 4th Reikage, A, from the land of lightning, was flanked by the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and the future 5th Reikage, Darui. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, from the land of fire, had Kakashi and the experimental subject Yamato as his protectors. As the 4 Kages rested their eyes, Uchiha Kyo finally arrived late. Wow, why are you all here so early? The meeting is still 2 minutes away. Bang! The 4th Reikage, A, with his notorious temper, slammed the table and stood up. Uchiha Kyo, you initiated the 5 Kage summit, yet you arrive last. You must be the 4th Reikage, A, quite reckless, just like your father. Do you believe I want to send 2,000 mist ninjas to surround and eliminate you? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 666 emotional points from A. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 666 emotional points from Inoki. Uchiha Kyo was not surprised to receive emotional points from Inoki, as it was Inoki who had once dispatched 2,000 ninjas to ambush the Cloud Village, leading to the 3rd Reikage's demise while he fought valiantly to protect his comrades. Chapter 25. Shirori causes a ruckus at the 5 Kage summit as Uchiha Kyo's voice faded. Boom. Reikage AI unleashed the lightning chakra mode directly. Hell Spike. 3 books piercing hands. TSK, TSK. A brute is indeed a brute, Kamui. Just as AI's electrified hand was a mere half-meter from Uchiha Sasuke's head. He was effortlessly pulled into the Kamui dimension using the momentum of his charge. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Had the 4th Reikage been taken down in an instant? Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke, what have you done to our 4th Reikage? You bastard, fool, quickly return my brother. Kurabi and Darui simultaneously drew their weapons, aiming them at Uchiha Sasuke. Release your brother? Certainly, for a price of 1 billion Ryo, I will set him free. Otherwise, you can wait 10 or 8 days for him to starve to death in my Kamui space. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained. Uchiha Sasuke heard the emotional turmoil from the 2, and until he had thoroughly exploited their feelings, no one would be set free. Rasha, Anoki, and the others exchanged glances. Was Uchiha Sasuke really demanding a ransom for the Reikage? Only Sarutobi Hizashi, deep in thought, was smoking. Compared to Jiraiya, the information brought back by Tsunade, kidnapping the Reikage was nothing. You bastard, fool, experience the might of Lord Kurabi. But, my lord, do not act impulsively before understanding the opponent's abilities. We must first agree to his terms. Darui quickly pulled Kurabi back. If Kurabi were to be captured again, it could cost them 2 billion Ryo. Duck, you have angered my little sister. I'm telling you, little sister is genuinely furious this time. She even opened her Mangekyo, frightened by the Reikage's fierce demeanor. Indeed, she truly urinated, right on Uchiha Sasuke's thigh. Boom. Little sister activated the 3rd stage of Susanoo, causing the entire conference room to collapse. Those present displayed their prowess to evade. Figures like Zabuza, Maki, Darui, and Maliang suffered minor injuries, although Ao was also knocked away. He utilized the water transformation technique, so he emerged unscathed. The other Kage, though unharmed, appeared somewhat disheveled. Only Uchiha Sasuke, having retreated into the Kamui dimension, remained completely unscathed. However, he did end up with a wet pant leg. How could one so powerful still be frightened to the point of losing control? Is this truly happening? Sarutobi Hizashi had already received word of Uchiha Sasuke's sister unlocking her Mangekyo, yet he had not believed it for a moment. The others shared similar expressions of shock and anger. Anoki, suspended in midair, bore the most distressed countenance. The sight of little sister's Susanoo reminded him of Uchiha Madara. No, I cannot allow this monstrous girl to continue growing. Hands forming a triangle, he prepared to unleash dust release, the original stripping technique, when a cold voice interrupted. Anoki, do you wish to bury the entire land of Earth with you? Anoki hesitated. Though seething with anger, he ultimately lowered his hands for the greater good. At that moment, the host, Mitsuba, stepped forward. Lord Mizukichi, what do you mean by this? I mean nothing else, just that children are playing. After all, my sister is still just a child. The expressions of those present soured. Is this what you call children playing? Uchiha Sasuke paid no heed to their expressions. For little sister's display had garnered him the emotional responses of everyone present. They must surely believe this was his command, intended to establish his authority. Enough, little sister. Do not be agitated. Retract your Susanoo for now. Ah, now you all know the might of little sister, right? Yes, indeed. Lady Hyge is unparalleled. We beseech you, Lady Hyge, to retract your powers. Zabuza and Ao hurriedly approached to flatter her. Only then did little sister nod contentedly, withdrawing her Susanoo. Today, Uchiha Hyge has finally succeeded in showing off. Uchiha Sasuke approached Mitsuba, inquiring about the cost of this conference room, which he would cover. As for the conference room, it is of little consequence, but I wonder if Lord Mizukichi can release the Raikage first? That depends on these two from the Cloud Village. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Kurabi and Darui with a playful expression. We agree. Please release Lord Raikage first, Lord Mizukichi. Darui sighed. They had initially planned to agree, only to renege once the Raikage was freed. After all, currently, their Cloud Village and Konoha were the strongest. Believing that a village with a long-standing blood mist policy would be weak, who would have expected a freak like Uchiha Sasuke and his equally peculiar sister to emerge? However, this worked to their advantage. The Uchiha massacre had weakened Konoha's strength. Even if Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Hyge were formidable, they were merely two individuals. Not everyone can be like Uchiha Madara. As for Uchiha Hyge, who surpassed even Uchiha Sasuke, she must not be allowed to grow, otherwise, she would undoubtedly become the next Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke was unaware of their thoughts, but if they dared to assassinate little sister, even if the attempt failed, he would ensure the entire land of lightning paid the price. With a swirl of spatial energy in his right eye, the fourth Raikage AI was released. AI immediately distanced himself from Uchiha Sasuke, joining his two guards. Though brash, he was not foolish. Uchiha Sasuke's abilities were too bizarre, having been inexplicably pulled into an unfamiliar space. Darui, what is going on? Darui briefly recounted Uchiha Sasuke's demand for 10 billion Ryo in compensation. Without a moment's thought, Raikage AI rejected the notion. They had always extorted others, such as Konoha. When had they ever been extorted like this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Raikage, you must understand. It was you who attacked me first, was it not? So what? Raikage AI maintained his obstinate demeanor. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. He knew AI feared nothing. But there were weaknesses in the Cloud Village. Everyone has heard. It was the Raikage who first assaulted me, the fifth Mizukichi, and afterward refused compensation. I hope that Tsukuyomi can provide us a path forward. I hereby declare war on the land of lightning. Raikage AI, in his fury, was unyielding. Do you think our Cloud Village fears you? That Tsukuyomi Anoki wished to agree but could not ascertain whether Uchiha Sasuke genuinely sought passage to wage war on the land of lightning or harbored ulterior motives against their village. Shaking his head, he deemed the risk too great. I apologize, fifth Mizukichi, I cannot grant your request. Very well, I, Uchiha Sasuke, hereby declare war on both the land of earth and the land of lightning, to the bitter end. Anoki, what the hell is this declaration of war? Isn't it just a refusal to lend passage? Is there truly a need to take it this far, to the point of declaring a fight to the death? Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained Anoki's emotional value of 666. Chapter 26. Intimidating that Tsukuyomi and Raikage AI chuckled. He never anticipated Uchiha Sasuke to be so foolish. With the strength of the land of water, he dared to challenge two great nations simultaneously? Truly a disregard for life. Zabuza and Ao exchanged glances, both sensing the other's helplessness. Rasha wore a look of amusement, secretly hoping for a brawl, as that would provide their sand village an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Sarutobi Hisashi did not revel in their misfortune, but rather sighed in relief. For Uchiha Sasuke had once expressed a desire to eliminate over half the population of the ninja world. Previously, he feared that Uchiha Hikari would target Konoha. If casualties were to occur in the land of earth and the land of lightning, it would indeed be advantageous for the land of fire. Mitsuba had grown weary of conversation, perceiving this generation's Mizukage as a formidable war maniac. Brother, hurry and defeat him. Everyone present, except for Xiaoxir, felt an immense sense of oppression. Inoki took a deep breath, no longer daring to underestimate Uchiha Hikari merely because he was 13 years old. Mizukage, are you serious? Would the daimyo of the Land of Water agree to this? The daimyo? I have imprisoned all his relatives, leaving only a 4-year-old child. Uchiha Hikari gazed at Zabuza with evident dissatisfaction. Damn it. I told you to kill them all. What does it mean to imprison them? And you dare to call yourself the one who killed all the candidates, only to end up like this? Disobeying the Mizukage's orders. Do you aspire to be a rogue ninja? Zabuza, aware of the Mizukage's gaze, felt powerless. The rules of the ninja world were not something a mere jonin could defy. Being able to imprison was already the extent of his capabilities. Everyone looked at Uchiha Hikari in disbelief. How audacious to not only act in secrecy, but to brazenly declare it. Once this news reaches the daimyos of various countries, even if they wish to avoid conflict, they will be compelled to engage in battle. Uchiha Hikari's actions transcended mere rule-breaking. He had effectively turned the daimyos into prisoners. Inoki fixed his gaze on Uchiha Hikari, seemingly attempting to discern the sincerity in his words. Fifth Mizukage, are you certain you wish to declare war on both the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning simultaneously? Uchiha Hikari nodded resolutely. Indeed. I have long believed that the previous 3 Ninja World Wars were trivial skirmishes, victories, or defeats with no real purpose. This time, we shall escalate matters. As nations go to war, I will eradicate everyone in sight, be they ninja, noble, commoner, elder, or child. Then, the people of the Land of Water may migrate and enjoy all the resources of the defeated nation. That is the true purpose of war. Uchiha Hikari, you madman. Inoki was taken aback. Everyone, including Uchiha Hikari's 2 bodyguards, cast terrified glances at him. What sort of heartless lunatic could utter such words? Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring emotional value from all present. Uchiha Hikari reveled internally, having merely spoken whimsically. He had previously discussed similar sentiments with Jiraiya and Tsunade, and the more one speaks, the more others take it to heart. Very well, I assure you, the Hidden Stone Village will yield to the Hidden Mist Village. Inoki conceded, indicating that this was a conflict between him and the Reikage. Uchiha Hikari then turned his attention to the Reikage. A 4th Reikage, what say you? The 4th Reikage closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. This time, I concede. I will deliver the 10 billion ryo in full. Hearing the Reikage surrender, Sarutobi Hizashi was particularly moved. Had he been more resolute back when the Cloud Village sought the Byakugan from Konoha, perhaps he could have spared Hizashi's life. Of course, losing a single Hizashi was of little concern. What mattered was the reputation of Konoha, comparing himself to Uchiha Hikari, who had compelled both the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning to submit with a single utterance. He felt his own weakness acutely. Mitsuba organized the next venue, allowing the 5 Kage summit to proceed. After the uproar caused by the Uchiha siblings, the usually haughty Kage found their arrogance diminished. Uchiha Hikari tapped the table, initiating the discourse. Do you not perceive that the development of the entire ninja world is somewhat distorted? Oh, what does the 5th Mizukage propose? Raza, the 5th Kazekage, took the opportunity to support him, earning a look of appreciation from Uchiha Hikari. Consider this. 70% of the resources in the ninja world are held by a mere 1% of noble daimyos, with only 10% in the hands of commoners, and the remaining 20% distributed among the major ninja villages. Thus, I propose the abolition of the privileges held by the noble class. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, understanding that matters were far from as simple as Uchiha Hikari suggested. Uchiha Hikari then directed his gaze towards the typically reticent Sarutobi Hizashi. 3rd Hokage, what is your opinion? I have heard that your Hokage appointments require the daimyo's approval. To my mind, you are merely a dog for the daimyos. 5th Mizukage, are you not concerned about inciting chaos in the ninja world? Listening to Sarutobi Hizashi's evasive response, Kakashi and Yamato, standing behind him, felt an immense sense of humiliation. An assertion that the Hokage was merely a dog for the daimyos when unchallenged? What? 3rd Hokage, do you wish to amuse me? Having a dog as a daimyo is preferable to the current situation. At least they wouldn't issue erratic orders or exploit commoners. The 5th Mizukage, your words are rather excessive. Uchiha Hikari dismissed the cowardice, shifting his focus to the 4th Kazekage. Fourth Kazekage, what is your stance? I understand that during the Second and Third Wars, the daimyos hoarded your war supplies. Why leave such daimyos alive to celebrate the new year? I can support the fifth Mizukage proposal, but I request an alliance between the Sand and Mist villages. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, resonated with this sentiment, recalling how the Sand village had been hindered by the daimyo of the Wind Country during the Third War. Indeed, having a dog as a daimyo would be preferable to the current state of affairs. These daimyos conspired together. Once the rules were broken, they would undoubtedly unite to suppress anyone who dared to challenge their status. With Uchiha Hikari leading the charge, he resolved to eliminate the Wind Country's daimyo and his immediate kin upon his return, leaving only a puppet in their place. Of course, that would be no problem. If the daimyos of the Fire, Lightning, and Earth countries have objections, I would be more than willing to annihilate their clans. After all, I am a spy from the mist, experienced in extermination. Uchiha Hikari concluded with a smile directed at Sarutobi Hizashi. The other Kage, reveling in the chaos, began to jeer. I say, Third Hokage, you cannot possibly tell us that the Uchiha clan was truly eradicated solely by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Hikari, can you? The announcement clearly stated that the Uchiha clan had indeed been decimated by these two. Sarutobi Hizashi, seeing that Uchiha Hikari was entirely unfazed by taking the blame, simply acknowledged the narrative that framed Uchiha Hikari as a spy. Raza jested, Third Hokage, now that Uchiha Hikari has become the fifth Mizukage, should we not revoke the bounty for him in the interest of fostering goodwill between our two nations? Uchiha Hikari waved his hand, feigning magnanimity. Ah, fourth Kazekage, you are mistaken. Do you think I am such a petty individual? If the third Hokage wishes to maintain the bounty, so be it. I can also classify Sarutobi Hizashi as a rogue ninja of the Mist Village. Having served as a spy for the Mist, he has now forsaken his true allegiance. Ha! Aside from Sarutobi, Kakashi, and Yamato, everyone erupted into laughter. Chapter 27. If you do not provide, I shall take it myself. Sarutobi Hizashi suppressed his rage. Why should he, of all people, be the one to endure such humiliation when the Mist Village was even less formidable than Konoha? If only Minato were present. Had he been too lenient? Anyone felt emboldened to take a bite out of Konoha. Indeed, since the abduction of Hinata Hyuga by the Cloud Village ninja, Konoha had cultivated an image of weakness, inviting exploitation, as failure bore no consequences. Uchiha Hikari, you were raised in Konoha. Is such behavior truly necessary? Third Hokage, are you still considering the bigger picture? If I were you, I would directly initiate the Fourth Shinobi World War. Uchiha Kyo, uninterested in revealing who nurtured this issue, was merely astounded by the feebleness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am not you, nor am I a warmonger. Peace is a hard-won treasure. Very well, Third Hokage. Cede to us of the hidden Mist Village the land extending 150 kilometers above the land of whirlpools. And I assure you that I will not wage war against the land of fire in my lifetime. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself and slammed his hands on the table. Uchiha Kyo, do you believe I would acquiesce to such a humiliating condition? Hey, why are you shouting so loudly? Little Kyo was displeased. Her brother had told her that it was this very person who annihilated the Uchiha clan. Although she loathed those Uchiha adults, some were parents of her little companions. Uchiha Kyo first comforted Kyo for a while before turning his gaze back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, let me be frank. If you refuse, I shall take it myself. Uchiha Kyo, are you truly prepared to declare war on the Land of Fire? Indeed, Uchiha Kyo did not wish to incite the Shinobi World War so soon, for his emotional value was insufficient to exchange for the fruit of the divine tree. If that ancient sage, the Sage of Six Paths, were to intervene, he might find himself in dire straits. How about this? Third Hokage, I will pay to lease the land south of the Land of Whirlpools for a decade, if you do not agree. Then brace yourself for the impending conflict between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. What Uchiha Kyo referred to as leasing was merely a means to afford Sarutobi Hiruzen a graceful exit. He would only pay for the first year, after which that land would fall under the jurisdiction of the hidden Mist Village. With a smirk, Kisame and Zabuza exchanged glances. The strongest hidden village, indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. The Land of Whirlpools had already perished, and the territories mentioned by Uchiha Kyo were merely forests. I need to return and consult with the other higher-ups before making a decision. Very well, then, Third Hokage, please deliberate thoroughly. This is all for the sake of peace. Uchiha Kyo lamented with a tone of tragic benevolence. Knowing that the third had not outright refused indicated a tacit agreement, merely preserving his dignity. The assembly concluded swiftly, with Uchiha Kyo singularly dominating the presence of the other four Kage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended to confront Uchiha Kyo regarding the harboring of rogue ninjas from other nations. But considering the latter's formidable power, such thoughts were likely to result in humiliation. His reluctance to confront Uchiha Kyo stemmed not solely from fear of his strength, but also from the terrifying beasts he had created. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Konoha. Once Uchiha Kyo and his companions departed, he immediately dispatched Kakashi and Yamato to summon Inoki and Ei. He did not call for Raza, as Raza had formed an alliance with Uchiha Kyo. I say, third Hokage, why did you not speak up during the Kage summit? What brings us here now? The Raikage, irritable as ever, entered with an air of impatience. Inoki, more composed, suggested, let us first hear what the third Hokage wishes to convey. It concerns the abilities of Uchiha Kyo. If our three major hidden villages do not unite, we shall be systematically dismantled by the Hidden Mist Village. The Raikage snorted derisively. Uchiha Kyo is merely a bit peculiar in his abilities, not at all akin to the despair brought by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Inoki had previously compared Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kyo, feeling that the latter paled in comparison. However, his sister, Uchiha Kyo, posed the greatest threat. At merely 4 years old, she could already manifest Susanoo, and by adulthood, she could likely become another Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, divulged all he knew about Uchiha Kyo. What? Are you suggesting that if Uchiha Kyo were to procure the DNA of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, we would stand no chance? Inoki and Ei were genuinely alarmed. If this intelligence held true, decisive action was imperative. It is true, currently, for known shinobi beasts exist, Minato, Itachi, Kakazu, and Haiden, with one named Pikachu Minato possessing the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained wearily. To be honest, he truly despised war, especially Uchiha Kyo's declaration of extermination. Of course, from the information available, Uchiha Kyo had not killed many, aside from a few dozen root ninjas, several from the Grass Village, and one Yagura. It was likely mere intimidation. Very well, we understand. If the information is accurate, we must eliminate him before he matures. Inoki and Ei exchanged determined glances. Time passed, and 5 days later, Uchiha Kyo felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Ei had played him for a fool. Where were the 1 billion Ryo and the land of whirlpools? Moreover, Raza was utterly useless. 5 days had passed without any action. Uchiha Kyo hastily summoned the Jonin, who could speak in the Hidden Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Ei are truly overstepping their bounds. I intend to personally lead troops to seize the land of whirlpools. Water Shadow, should we not negotiate again? Perhaps the third Hokage has been delayed by other matters? One Jonin cautiously suggested. Others recalled the experience of the Kage summit, where one man had overshadowed the four. Indeed, it was time to showcase some strength. Some supported this notion, while others opposed it, resulting in an uproar within the Water Shadows building. Bang! Little Kyo stood atop a chair, her small hands forcefully slapping the table of the Water Shadows building. No more talking, brother. We shall go and battle them. Little Kyo's words carried considerable weight. Enraging her could result in a Susanoo obliterating the entire Water Shadows building. Thump, thump, thump. Uchiha Kyo rapped on the table. Having made up his mind, I have decided. I shall negotiate with Konoha first. The Water Shadow is wise. Some doves averse to conflict quickly knelt and proclaimed his wisdom, fearing Uchiha Kyo might retract his decision. Meanwhile, the Hawks, led by Little Kyo, urged him on. Very well, tomorrow I shall personally bring Little Kyo, Pikachu Itachi, Pikachu Minato, Pikachu Haiden, and Kakazu directly to the Land of Fire to exert pressure on Konoha. Water Shadow, do you require additional guards? No need, May. You and the Hidden Mist Village shall oversee matters. Understood, understood. When have you ever managed village affairs? May rolled her eyes, aside from matters of brute force. Uchiha Kyo had never taken charge of anything. Chapter 28. Little Kyo versus hundreds of Konoha ninjas. May suspected that Uchiha Kyo's proposal for dual Water Shadows was merely a ploy for laziness. Uchiha Kyo felt somewhat embarrassed, not to mention the Hidden Mist Village. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he had not even managed the Uchihas. Of course, due to his position as the fifth Water Shadow. No one dared to challenge the Uchihas. Compared to being monitored in Konoha, this was a significant improvement. Upon returning to the Uchiha estate in the Hidden Mist Village and greeting everyone, Uchiha Kyo retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Upon checking the system, he was astonished to find 1.65 million emotional points, sufficient to produce 55 shadow-level Pikachus. However, in the later stages, these shadow-level Pikachus would prove less effective, as he would need to exchange for higher-level shinobi beasts, requiring 10 shadow-level Pikachus. Thus, the decision is made: Akatsuki, Pikachu Kisame, Pikachu Sasori, Pikachu Deidara, Pikachu Konan, Pikachu Orochimaru, and Pikachu Raza shall be summoned. Adding to the previous Pikachu, Pikachu Watergate, Pikachu Fade-Wan, and the Lucky Horn, there are now 10 in total. They can be exchanged for Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the Healthy Nagato. Pikachu Sand is used for gold mining, and Black Ju cannot be exchanged. The next day, the Uchiha siblings, along with the 10 ninja beasts, appeared at the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village, where a group of mist ninjas came out to greet their 5th Mizukage. So, Pikachu Watergate, it's all on you. Yes, boss. Pikachu Watergate activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two, along with the 10 beasts, instantly vanished, reappearing on the outskirts of Konoha village. As Uchiha Kyo opened his eyes, he was greeted by 4 Chunin from Konoha. Are they merely extras? What a shame. How infuriating. Is it Uchiha Kyo? The 4 Chunin retreated, adopting a defensive stance. Let us proceed to Konoha village. Uchiha Kyo ignored the 4 Chunin and, with Shirori and the 9 Pikachu plus 1 Lucky Horn, confidently advanced towards Konoha. Pikachu Fade-Wan pointed his 3-month sickle at the 4 Chunin. Boss, shall we not kill them? Then let us do so. Uchiha Kyo did not look back and continued forward. Pikachu Fade-Wan sensed with chakra that the 4 were merely ordinary Chunin, likely to be deemed unworthy by the evil god, and turned to follow Uchiha Kyo. The 4 Konoha Chunin trembled until Uchiha Kyo and his group departed, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. We are saved. Rather than being saved, it would be more accurate to say they were completely disregarded. At the Konoha gate, the Uchiha siblings stood at the front, with the 10 ninja beasts behind them. Merely standing there, not a single one of the hundreds of ninjas opposite dared to step forward. Brother, I wish to experience the prowess of these individuals. Go ahead. I shall pave the way for you. Despite the presence of characters like Moonlight Breeze and Kakashi, Shirori could still earn emotional value through her actions. After a month of training with Pikachu Itachi and Pikachu Watergate, Shirori had mastered a wealth of combat techniques. What she lacked was merely practical experience. Coupled with the Bloodline Evolution Potion, her physical capabilities, speed, strength, and chakra, had reached their zenith. Additionally, the ability of her left eye's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan enhanced her physical techniques, allowing her to nearly sweep through Konoha. Nodding, Shirori stepped closer to the Konoha ninjas, determined to take on hundreds today. Only Kakashi was aware of Shiori's abilities. Everyone, be cautious. Uchiha Shirori has activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. What? A 4-year-old with a Mangekyo? Initially, they feared Uchiha Kyo and the ninja beasts, but they were astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of this 4-year-old girl. Hey, I'm about to attack, Shirori exclaimed, quickening her pace towards the crowd. Before the speaking ninja could react, Shirori kicked him away, crashing him into a building with a loud bang, dust swirling around. Not only was her speed astonishing, but her strength was also immense. How can a 4-year-old girl possess such power? Fear not, the 3rd Hokage is on his way. After all, this is Konoha's stronghold. Dealing with a 4-year-old girl should be manageable without Uchiha Kyo and the 10 beasts intervening. However, Shirori vanished again, reappearing beside another Umbu, delivering another powerful kick. How infuriating. The words were barely uttered before Shirori executed a flying kick at the speaker. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Shirori went, someone fell. Even when some Umbu attempted to cast ninjutsu, Shirori either interrupted them or dodged, causing them to strike their companions instead. Uchiha Kyo observed from a distance, realizing that Shirori did not appear as effortless as she seemed. She had been continuously utilizing the ability of her left eye's Mangekyo to enhance her physical techniques, which also heightened her extraordinary insight, but the consumption was considerable. In no time, over 70 Umbu lay defeated, yet none had perished. Pikachu Itachi, how do you usually train Shirori? Why does she refrain from delivering fatal blows? Boss, I teach her lethal techniques, but she is only 4 years old after all. Uchiha Kyo sighed softly. He had initially hoped to spare Shirori from witnessing gruesome scenes, but now he wished for her to be more ruthless. After all, this was not the safe blue star of his past life, but a perilous ninja world, where many would surely covet Shiori's eyes. A ninja attempted to launch a surprise attack with a decapitation technique, but Shirori easily evaded it. Seizing the opportunity, she stepped on his hand and leapt onto the roof of a building. She formed the hand signs for the Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball, 30 meters in diameter, erupted from Shiori's mouth. The terrifying fireball descended rapidly, and 4 water-style ninjas simultaneously cast a water barrier for defense. However, in the face of fire overpowering water, Shirori triumphed once more. Several Umbu ninjas, confronted with the colossal fireball breaking through the water barrier, braced for the worst. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in combat attire, arrived with Jiraiya and Tsunade, eyeing Shirori warily. Initially, they thought this 4-year-old girl could only rely on Susanoo for combat. They never expected her to be so proficient in both physical and ninjutsu. How could she be only 4? Could she possibly be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Since the Uchiha Massacre, Hiruzen had been unable to comprehend this ninja world. A 4-year-old with the strength of a Kage, alongside Uchiha Kyo's unpredictable abilities. How could they possibly contend with that? Shirori took a few heavy breaths, but quickly regained her composure. She, Uchiha Shirori, could still play the part, pointing her little finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey, old man. Do you wish to dance as well? You are called Shirori, correct? Is there some misunderstanding? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly donned a warm and friendly smile, attempting to charm Shirori. Chapter 29. The hesitant Sarutobi Hiruzen Shirori had heard her brother speak of the cunning nature of this third Hokage, and upon seeing his expression, she felt nothing but disgust. Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware that the one truly in charge was Uchiha Kyo, and he glanced apprehensively at the 10 ninja beasts behind him. If all the beasts were like Pikachu Itachi and Pikachu Watergate, what was there to fight? Your Excellency, 5th Mizukage, what is the hidden mist village's intention? How dare you question me? What about the land you promised me? Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered. Having spent this time conspiring with the Earth and Lightning countries to devise a plan to eliminate the Land of Water, this was not merely the will of the 3 Kages, but also the intention of the daimyos of the 3 countries. Uchiha Kyo had disrupted the original order of the ninja world. To avoid following in the footsteps of the Land of Water's daimyo, they had no choice but to unite. Moreover, the support they provided exceeded that of the previous 3 ninja world wars combined. They would give money if money was needed, food if food was needed, and weapons if weapons were required. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not fond of war, which is why he had agreed to Uchiha Kyo's humiliating conditions. However, since war was unavoidable, the previous promises would naturally be rendered void. As I gazed upon the 10 formidable beasts accompanying Uchiha Kyo, I was struck by the reality that we were once again in Konoha. Should a conflict arise, what fate would befall this village? Uchiha Kyo, devoid of the meandering rhetoric characteristic of Sarutobi Hiruzen, placed his unwavering faith solely in his own strength. Sarutobi, I must inquire, will you honor our prior agreement regarding the land, or not? How dare you speak to Lord Hokage in such a tone? A sycophant could no longer contain himself and leaped forward to question. Uchiha Kyo merely cast a glance in his direction, and in an instant, the man was ensnared by an illusion, plummeting from the rooftop. Such a simple gaze was sufficient to ensnare an ordinary jonin in Jinjutsu. And to think it was merely the 3 Tomo. How much had Uchiha Kyo's prowess grown? Your Excellency, the 5th Mizukage, let us convene at the Hokage building to discuss this matter. Given its gravity, we require time to persuade the daimyo. The elder, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged incredulous looks at Sarutobi Hiruzen's willingness to concede land in the Land of Fire, a condition that seemed to strip away their dignity. Hiruzen's reasoning was straightforward. Since war was inevitable, they could reclaim the land afterward. Yet, if war could be avoided, then conceding it was a necessary sacrifice for the peace of Konoha. Simultaneously, a feeling of frustration brewed within, from the First to the Third Shinobi World Wars. Konoha had always faced 3 foes. Now, they found themselves in a position where they might have to contend with a single village, Kirigakure, and even victory was uncertain. How ironic. Uchiha Kyo, leading his sister, Kawai, approached the newly constructed Hokage building, unfazed by the potential tricks Sarutobi Hiruzen might employ. With 10 shadow-level beasts at his side, Even the entirety of Konoha would prove insufficient against his formidable companions. Upon their arrival, they discovered the conference room was already filled to capacity. Fearing unexpected developments, Hiruzen had summoned the clan leaders of Konoha, ensuring a force to counter any sudden aggression from Uchiha Kyo. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kyo seated himself, propping his legs on the table. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I require the territory of the Land of Whirlpools and the 180 miles south of it to be leased to Kirigakure. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 208 emotional points from Hinata Hisashi. As Uchiha Kyo's words echoed, the emotional points from the clan's ninjas surged. Indeed, Uchiha Kyo's arrogance was deliberate, aimed at accruing emotional points. In their eyes, Konoha was the mightiest of all shinobi villages. When had a rogue from Konoha dared to display such hubris? Hinata Hisashi, a staunch traditionalist, was irked by Uchiha Kyo's nonchalant demeanor and superior attitude. Previously, he had been advised by Nara Shikaku to gauge Uchiha Kyo's stance. Given Hisashi's mastery of the art of survival, he would never have taken such a risk otherwise. The rationale provided by Shikaku was that the Hinata clan was the strongest, thus it was fitting for Hisashi to probe. Mizukichi, is this the attitude of Kirigakure? Uchiha Kyo glanced at him, wondering when Hisashi had become so reckless. Did he not notice that the other 3 members of Konoha's F4 were absent? Smiling, he continued, Hisashi, I have heard that your clan prides itself on being the strongest in Konoha. However, in terms of taijutsu, you cannot compare to the 8 gates in ocular jutsu. You fall short of the Sharingan, and your ninjutsu is lacking as well. Henceforth, refrain from such self-aggrandizement, understood? With a tone reminiscent of an elder reprimanding a younger family member, Uchiha Kyo imparted his lesson. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 208 emotional points from Hinata Hisashi. Hisashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating retaliating with a flurry of strikes, had it not been for Uchiha Kyo's status as Mizukichi. He then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeking support from the 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama. Enough, Hisashi, take your seat. Although Hiruzen was equally incensed, he refrained from expressing his anger for the sake of the greater good. He believed that once the 3 hidden villages united, they would surely eradicate Kirigakure. Of course, should Uchiha Kyo choose to flee, it would be a challenge to detain him. Yet, without his identity as Mizukichi, dealing with him would be comparatively simpler. Your Excellency, in my capacity as the 3rd Hokage, I consent to lease the land to Kirigakure for 16 years, with the stipulation that the rental fee be paid in full up front. What? Hokage, have you lost your senses? Rental agreements are typically paid monthly. Do you think this is a joke? What is your intention, Uchiha Kyo? Do you hold the Hokage in contempt? I demand you apologize at once. It was Hisashi once again, emboldened by the Hinata clan's new status as Konoha's premier clan since the Uchiha Massacre. However, as his words hung in the air, he was met with the oppressive aura of 9 shadow-level beasts, causing a cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Ignoring the presence of the likes of Pikachu, who was merely an elite jonin without his deadly trump card, Hiruzen cursed Hisashi for his foolishness. If Uchiha Kyo were so easily dealt with, would there be a need for Hisashi to provoke him? Indeed, the Hinata clan was the most conservative in Konoha, valuing their pride above all else. It was also Hiruzen's own fault. Had he been willing to share the details of Uchiha Kyo's situation, this predicament could have been avoided. Given that the clan leaders had remained in the Hokage building, the ninjas present dared not disclose any information regarding Kawai's Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Kyo's presence. Yet, with the oppressive aura emanating from the 10 beasts, they had a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 30. Demanding Hinata Niji from Konoha before Uchiha Kyo could respond. Kawai tugged at his arm. What is it, Kawai? Brother, if a battle ensues, may I handle it alone? You must not interfere. Very well. Uchiha Kyo affectionately ruffled his little sister's hair, realizing he had underestimated her resilience. In just a few minutes, she had nearly recovered her strength. Hiruzen, eager to avoid further delay, acquiesced to Uchiha Kyo's demand for annual rental payments. Yet, Uchiha Kyo was unwilling to settle for less. There was still much to gain from the gathering. Sarutobi, just now, Hisashi dared to provoke the Mizukichi. The dignity of the Mizukichi cannot be trampled upon. I require an explanation. With a resounding thud, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table and stood. Uchiha Kyo, do not push your luck. I have already agreed to your conditions. What more do you desire? While he had indeed made sacrifices for peace, it did not equate to true weakness. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, charged with the potential for conflict at the slightest provocation. Hisashi silently cursed his fate. It became clear that Uchiha Kyo was not here for cooperation, but rather to instigate trouble. Had he known this, he would have never taken the risk of being the provocateur. With a glare from his cataract-ridden Byakugan, he shot a venomous look at Narashikaku. Is this your idea of a test? Now that Uchiha Kyo seeks an explanation, will you assist me in providing one? Narashikaku, regarded as one of Konoha's most astute minds, recognized from Hiruzen's demeanor that he was aware of the intelligence surrounding Uchiha Kyo. If you possess such knowledge, why conceal it? If he were aware of the intelligence, he would not have permitted Hyuga Hinata to venture forth for a risky probe. Now, from the current intelligence, he has gleaned a considerable understanding. The remaining factors hinge upon Uchiha Kyo's disposition. Uchiha Kyo maintains a serene smile, extending a single finger. It is quite simple. If Hyuga Hinata has provoked me, the Mizukage, it is tantamount to challenging our entire land of water. Hand him over to us, the Hidden Mist Village, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Ding. Congratulations, host. The moment Uchiha Kyo's words fell, the emotional value surged dramatically. This was due to the realization among those present of the intelligence from 6 years prior regarding the Cloud Village's treachery. Should Uchiha Kyo repeat such actions, it would not merely be a slap in the face for Hinata, but for the entirety of Konoha. If they acquiesce this time, what will prevent the Earth Village from demanding the same in the future? And what if the Cloud Village were to return once more? They could not possibly concede every time, could they? Others turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya looked at his teacher with a complicated expression, unable to comprehend how Sarutobi Hiruzen's recent maneuvers have led Konoha to such a weakened state. Had it not been for his and Tsunade's return, it is likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been the sole figure capable of standing for the village. As for Danzo, he would eagerly welcome Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, longing to ascend to the position of 5th Hokage himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that if he dared to agree, he would be met with humiliation for the village. However, refusing could provoke Uchiha Kyo to unleash a direct confrontation within Konoha. Cursed be the circumstances. Had he known it would come to this, he might have willingly ceded the land. 5th Mizukage, perhaps you could propose an alternative condition. Hinata is a comrade of Konoha and the clan leader of the Hyuga. I cannot possibly hand him over to the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Kyo recognized that in front of so many witnesses, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unlikely to acquiesce. However, he could settle for a lesser prize, requesting Hyuga Niji, for he was the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Of course, this would be contingent upon the lifting of the caged bird seal on his forehead. Very well, I have heard of a Hyuga named Niji, and I seek him. Yet, the caged bird seal must first be lifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flicker of temptation. Although a clash between Konoha and the Hidden Mist seemed inevitable, they had yet to devise a strategy with the land of lightning and earth. What they lacked now was time, and if surrendering an inconsequential Niji could buy them that, it would be worth it. Yet, it is impossible. I cannot hand over Niji to you. The speaker was Hinata Hisashi, still burdened by guilt for failing to protect his brother. If he could not safeguard Niji now, how could he ever honor his brother's dying request? Uchiha Kyo sensed Hisashi's misunderstanding and patiently attempted to clarify. Hisashi, you have misunderstood. I am aiding Niji. I will lift the caged bird seal. And I promise to take Niji as my disciple. Surely, you would not wish for Hinata to be restless in the afterlife? Humph. Even so, the Niji you teach will inevitably become an adversary of Konoha, and I absolutely cannot permit the Hyuga bloodline to be lost. Hisashi remained resolute, especially regarding his final point. For a family as hierarchical as the Hyuga, how could they allow their bloodline to dissipate? If Niji were to thrive in the Hidden Mist Village, what would become of the Hyuga clan in Konoha? Upon contemplating this, Hisashi bowed to the 3rd Hokage. Lord 3rd, if a conflict between the Hidden Mist and Konoha is inevitable, the Hyuga clan is willing to take the vanguard. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of vexation. Hisashi had expressed himself so clearly. Despite being Hokage, he could not forcibly hand over Niji. He glanced at Uchiha Kyo. 5th Mizukage, perhaps you could modify your request. This demand is exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Uchiha Kyo sighed softly. Ultimately, it would come down to the language of force, would it not? Were it not for his trepidation of the Sage of Six Paths, he would have already instigated the 4th Great Ninja War. Xiaoxi, leave it to me, big brother. Xiaoxi was already eager to spring into action. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the incident when Uchiha Q's Susanoo shattered the conference room and hurriedly stood. Wait, Uchiha Q. What do you intend to do? Xiaoxi paid him no mind, standing atop her chair, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Difficult task? If it's difficult, then don't do it. With that, Xiaoxi forcefully overturned the Hokage's desk. The sheer force pinned 2 unsuspecting ninjas against the wall. What is happening? How can a child possess such strength? Xiaoxi, unfazed, activated her Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Boom. The newly constructed Hokage building was obliterated by Xiaoxi's Susanoo. The 10 summoned beasts demonstrated their prowess to evade the destruction, except for Pikachu, who was sent flying. As the dust settled, a towering red Susanoo, standing 30 meters tall, loomed over the ruins. Many ninjas from Konoha stared wide-eyed. What was this power? How could such strength reside within a mere child? Previously shocked by Xiaoxi's physical prowess and fireball jutsu, they were now confronted with an even more godlike force of Susanoo. Chapter 31. Xiaoxi's rampage in Konoha. Although Xiaoxi had yet to master the complete form of Susanoo, this manifestation still reached 38 meters. Such an awe-inspiring display of divine strength left no room for resistance. A fragile-hearted ninja from Konoha unconsciously dropped his kunai. The disparity in true strength was insurmountable. How could they fight? Indeed, they could not even breach her defenses. With one ninja leading the way, several others began to lose their will to fight. Aha! Do you all wish to dance too? Aha! Xiaoxi placed her hands on her hips, embodying the spirit of a child despite her immense power. Uchiha Q, however, did not share Xiaoxi's lightheartedness. There were 3 individuals present capable of countering Susanoo. He instructed Pikachu and Minato to remain on standby for Xiaoxi's rescue. Yes, boss. Pikachu nodded earnestly. Uchiha Q's commands were absolute for them. Old man, Tsunade, buy me some time. I need to enter Sage mode. Jiraiya regarded Uchiha Q and the 10 summoned beasts, particularly Pikachu, with a serious expression. If Pikachu's strength matched that of Minato Namake's, then they would be in grave trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, summoned the king of monkeys, Saru, and observed Uchiha Q with unease. What a tumultuous season this was. Inside Susanoo, Xiaoxi tilted her head, observing the 3 individuals. Her brother had told her that these 3 were formidable. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of nervousness, contemplating whether it would be better to confront the middle and upper ninjas instead. As for why she wouldn't target the lower ninjas? Because her brother had warned her that the lower ninjas of Konoha were quite dangerous. With that thought, Xiaoxi directed Susanoo's fist towards the dispirited middle ninjas. Bang! Xiaoxi's Susanoo was pushed back a few steps. Sarutobi Hiruzen timely appeared in front of the middle ninjas, using his staff to deflect Susanoo away. Monster Strength Fist. Just as Xiaoxi prepared to retaliate, Tsunade's Monster Strength Fist struck the armor of Susanoo. Kakashi's monstrous strength was astonishing enough to create fissures in the 3rd form of Susanoo. What? Xiaoxi exclaimed in astonishment. The fist controlling Susanoo was aimed at Tsunade, who swiftly dodged, allowing Xiaoxi to use her chakra to mend the cracks in Susanoo. Uchiha Sound let out a faint sigh. Despite Xiaoxi being a mere child of 4, her mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu was at the level of a Kage. Even if she lacked combat experience, witnessing someone capable of shattering her Susanoo caused her to forget even her taijutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily formed hand seals. Invoking Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Xiaoxi, along with Susanoo, felt the ground suddenly sink beneath her, and a torrent of mud and stones propelled her away. Earth Style, Earth Bullet, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet, Water Style, Water Dragon, Lightning Style, 5 Nature Transformation Bullet Technique. Hey, don't come any closer, Xiaoxi cried, terrified as a barrage of vibrant attacks surged towards her, prompting her to muster all her strength to support Susanoo. With a thunderous explosion, Xiaoxi checked herself and found she was seemingly unscathed. She had been deceived. Those formidable-looking techniques were mere illusions meant to intimidate. Hey, old man. You're doomed for daring to scare me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Neither the 5 Nature Transformation Bullet nor the Rui Jingu Bang could inflict any harm on Susanoo. The corpse sealing technique might work, but Uchiha Sound would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, given the eccentric nature of the Uchiha clan, even if he were to seal Uchiha within the belly of the Shinigami, how would Konoha confront Uchiha Sound's wrath? He was indeed willing to negotiate with Uchiha Sound, Yet the daimyo insisted on the eradication of Uchiha sound, a task easier said than done. Xiao Shira resolved to engage in long-range attacks for safety, fearing for her life, thus discovering the capability of Susanoo's ranged assault. Controlling Susanoo, she spread its arms wide, and 8 tomo-shaped energy orbs gradually formed. Yasaka S. Magatama. Earth Style, Earth Barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly employed defensive ninjutsu to shield himself. However, against Yasaka S. Magatama, the Earth Barrier crumbled as if made of paper, shattering upon impact. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade successfully evaded, the Jonin behind them suffered considerable casualties. Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror as he urgently commanded the remaining ninjas to retreat and assist in evacuating the civilians. Jiraiya, are you almost finished? Soon. Just hold on a little longer, Jiraiya replied, his anxiety palpable. Just as Xiao Shira prepared to unleash another barrage with Yasaka S. Magatama, a shadow suddenly ensnared her Susanoo from below. Huh? Who are you, uncle? Narashikaku. Hurry, I can't hold this for long. Narashikaku struggled to maintain control over Xiao Shira's Susanoo, too preoccupied to answer her. Multiplication technique. Meat tank. Dingzwa quickly employed a secret technique to enlarge himself to match the size of Xiao Shira's Susanoo, then charged at it in a spinning motion. I know. This is the invincible wind wheel. I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Shira easily broke free from the shadow binding technique, directing Susanoo's fist to clash with the meat tank. Unfortunately for Dingzwa, positioned on the left, he was sent flying by a single punch, crashing through countless buildings. Uchiha Sound glanced at Narashikaku. Mr. Shikaku, what were you thinking? Attempting to bind divine power with a shadow binding technique? I never expected to restrain Susanoo. I merely sought to buy some time, Narashikaku replied. Unperturbed on the surface, but feeling an urgent pressure inside. If dealing with a mere 4-year-old girl required Konoha to exert such effort, what would happen when facing Uchiha Sound, who possessed peculiar spatial abilities and divine prowess similar to Susanoo? Moreover, he had brought along 10 shinobi beasts. Why hadn't he, the Hokage, disclosed the intelligence regarding some of these beasts? Had he not been foolish enough to let Hyuga Hizashi test the waters? Despite Uchiha Sound's formidable strength and sharp tongue, he hardly resembled a murderous fiend. Uchiha Sound was reluctant to reveal the trump cards of the shinobi beasts, especially the lethal weapon, Pikachu Haiden. Having already acquired the blood of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, he could offer a sacrifice to the enemy from thousands of miles away. Should he choose, Mr. Shikaku, you would do well to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to accept my terms. Even if Jiraiya becomes formidable in Sage Mode, do not forget. This is Konoha. A single misstep could lead to its destruction. I will see to it, Shikaku acknowledged. Aware that Uchiha Sound spoke the truth and that the third Hokage would likely concur, though dealing with Hyuga Hizashi posed a challenge. Still, he was curious to witness Jiraiya's power in Sage Mode. What if he unleashed his might and obliterated all foes? Chapter 32, Xiao Shira vs. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Uchiha Sound shook his head. While Narashikaku was clever, he still viewed the strength of ninjas as limited to pre-Gundam days. Xiao Shira, if things become dire, just say the word. Hey, who do you look down upon? Xiao Shira retorted before launching another Yasaka S. Magatama at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom, boom, boom. Hiruzen could only desperately evade towards vacant areas. Although the structures suffered, they could always be rebuilt as long as there were survivors. Tsunade shot a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. By the time you enter Sage Mode, Konoha may be in ruins. In sealing technique, release. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead glowed purple, black patterns spreading from her forehead to her feet. Upon releasing the In sealing technique and activating the 100 healings technique, her physical capabilities surged, rendering her unafraid of injury. Summoning technique. Tsunade-sama, what are your orders? A colossal slug appeared amidst a puff of white smoke. Elder Slug Sage, split and save the injured ninjas of Konoha. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The enormous slug divided into countless smaller slugs, crawling towards the injured ninjas of Konoha. Xiao Shira felt goosebumps rise. It was utterly disgusting. Had it not been for her need to maintain her composure, she would have cried out for her brother's comfort. Hey, you little brat. You dare to space out while fighting me? Startled by Tsunade charging at her, Xiao Shira quickly unleashed Yasaka S. Magatama. However, Tsunade, with blue chakra surging from her hands, swung powerfully at the Yasaka S. Magatama, sending it flying in opposite directions with a thunderous explosion. Xiao Shi'er was unable to execute a second attack in time. Tsunade, with a singular punch, penetrated her Susanoo. Xiao Shi'er, adept in taijutsu, exploited her small stature to slip through Tsunade's legs, swiftly distancing herself and leaping onto a rooftop to form hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Xiao Shi'er's Mangekyo ability amplified her ninjutsu, producing Phoenix Fire comparable in size to an ordinary Great Fireball. Boom. Konoha was reduced to a landscape of devastation, resembling a war-torn wasteland. You little rascal. Tsunade charged through one of the fireballs, only to be met by another Yasaka-s Magatama that Xiao Shi'er had prepared in advance. Boom. Tsunade was once again blasted away, rising in scathed save for some tattered clothing. Huh, how come you're not hurt? As Xiao Shi'er pondered in confusion, several strands of white hair surged towards her Susanoo, binding it. Sage Art, Lion's main technique. Xiao Shi'er harbored a cold smile within her heart. The dark shadow had been effortlessly shaken off. However, as she intended to employ Susanoo to break free from the chaotic lion's main technique, her hair remained immovable. Hey, uncle, release me quickly. Do you believe I can flatten you? Truth be told, Jiraiya had no intention of harming Xiao Shi'er, for he realized that aside from wreaking havoc on structures and injuring numerous ninjas, the casualties among the affected ninjas seemed minimal. Most importantly, should he dare to kill Xiao Shi'er, Uchiha Kyo would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Konoha. Uchiha Kyo, if you agree to leave, I shall release your sister, Uchiha Shi. Damn it. How dare you underestimate me, Uchiha Shi. Amaterasu. Jiraiya was taken aback, sensing the peril of the black flames. He could not allow the fire to fall upon Konoha. He swiftly retrieved a bundle of scrolls and began forming hand seals. Fire sealing technique. The flames of Amaterasu were once again sealed within the scroll. Uchiha Kyo slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "What use is Amaterasu?" Not to mention Jiraiya, even the last dimensional master. An utterly ordinary jonin managed to seal it away. Xiao Shi'er was seething. She had unleashed the Yasaka Magatama numerous times, and her chakra was nearly depleted. Just as she saw Jiraiya retract the scroll, she activated Amaterasu once more. Amaterasu. Sage Art. 5 right gate. Jiraiya was tasked with spraying oil, while the two toads on his shoulders released wind and fire, the power of which was self-evident. The clash between Amaterasu and 5 right gate ensued, and soon after, Amaterasu was pierced through. Enough of that. If you lack strength, do not hinder others. At that moment, Uchiha Kyo activated Kamui, teleporting in front of Xiao Shi'er, and once again initiated Kamui, standing still. Damn it, such a troublesome ability. Then let us engage in close combat. As Jiraiya charged toward him, Uchiha Kyo first absorbed Xiao Shi'er into the Kamui space, and then utilized it to evade Jiraiya's onslaught. To be honest, in terms of physical combat, he was no match for Jiraiya, who had entered Sage mode. Aware of Uchiha Kyo's capabilities, Jiraiya relentlessly unleashed physical attacks. Approaching the 5-minute mark, Jiraiya unleashed his ultimate technique, Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. Pika Minato. Yes, boss. Pika Minato swiftly activated Flying Thunder God, appearing before the Super Giant Rasengan, extending his claw. Just as the claw made contact with the Rasengan, it suddenly vanished. Jiraiya was left in astonishment. Minato? Pika Minato beamed a radiant smile, declaring, "I am Pika Minato. Prepare for an explosion." No sooner had he spoken than a massive explosion erupted near the Hyuga clan's grounds. Hyuga Hayashi, alarmed, quickly turned, murmuring the names Hinata and Hanabi. Pika Minato regarded Hyuga Hayashi with a cheerful grin. "Fear not. I merely redirected Jiraiya-sensei's attack to the nearby forest of the Hyuga clan. There shall be no casualties." "Thank you. Pika Minato, is it? I appreciate you saving my daughter." Hyuga Hayashi finally exhaled in relief and bowed in gratitude to Pika Minato. However, he soon realized. Wait a moment, it was Pika Minato who had redirected the Super Giant Rasengan. Why was he thanking him? Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya suddenly lost his desire to fight. Although Pika Minato was merely a yellow-furred rat, he still perceived Minato's shadow within him. No, it felt as though Minato's soul had possessed this yellow-furred rat. Uchiha Kyo, did you create Pika Minato using Minato's DNA? You could say that, aside from needing to obey my commands, he is no different from the Minato of his former life. Previously, you had that yellow-furred rat steal Tsunade's blood, also for her DNA, correct? Uchiha Kyo paused. Although this was far from the truth, he decided to let the misunderstanding stand. After all, Pika Hiden was Uchiha Kyo's trump card intended for dealing with Madara. Indeed, if successful, we shall see the emergence of a Pika Tsunade or a Tsunade of fortune. Uchiha Kyo, you scoundrel. Tsunade suddenly envisioned her essence being infused into a yellow-furred rat, sending chills down her spine. So you stole Minato's body? How could you call it theft? Tobirama, Orochimaru, Danzo, and Hiruzen Sarutobi have all researched the cells of the first Hokage, haven't they? Uchiha Kyo shrugged nonchalantly. As long as he accumulated 2 million emotional points, he could exchange them for the fruit of the divine tree. Defeating a half-dead sage of 6 paths would be like child's play, after which he could revel as he wished. Chapter 33. Konoha's surrender. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, glancing toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen pulled out a pipe, taking a puff, and gestured to the nearby Monkey King. Monkey King, you may return for now. But the enemy, it's fine, return for now. Hiruzen had resolved to compromise with Uchiha Kyo. Everything was for the sake of Konoha. Should the Hyuga clan refuse to cooperate, he would have to send Danzo to negotiate with them. Tsunade was somewhat irate. She had undone the Ein seal, and Jiraiya had entered sage mode. Yet it had all come to a lackluster conclusion. Old man, the battle has only just begun. Tsunade, this is Konoha. Tsunade paused, surveying the surroundings filled with ruins. Fortunately, there were no significant casualties. The Hokage office had been blasted apart by Shao once more, prompting Hiruzen to lead Uchiha Kyo and 10 summoned beasts to the Sarutobi clan's territory. Uchiha Kyo, uninterested in idle chatter, got straight to the point. Third Hokage. My conditions are simple. Hyuga Neji must be released from his cage and sent to the Mist Village. At this, Uchiha Kyo cast a glance at Hyuga Hayashi. As for the Hyuga clan's concerns about bloodline leakage, I must say, do not worry. A clan so weak as to this extent, what significance does bloodline leakage hold? Shao was quite displeased to have been absorbed into Kamui's space by Uchiha Kyo without warning. In truth, she still had one trump card left to unveil. Her divine defensive weapon, the Hoten Mirror. However, Uchiha Kyo was her closest brother, and perhaps she could only vent her frustrations on this wide-eyed uncle. Hey uncle, do you wish to fight as well? The scene fell into a sudden silence. The other clan heads observed stoically, while Hiruzen Sarutobi silently puffed his pipe. The other 3 of Konoha's F3 were absent. Mito Minyan and Tsunade's teammate, Koka, were terrified by Uchiha Kyo's previous orders to Pika Itachi to annihilate their clans. Thus they dared not show themselves, lest they provoke Uchiha Kyo and lead to their clan's demise. Danzo, on the other hand, awaited Hiruzen's demise, knowing that with Tsunade and Jiraiya present, even if they could not win, they could significantly exhaust Uchiha Kyo. At that point, he could step forward to eliminate the Uchiha siblings, ensuring that the position of 5th Hokage would solely belong to him, Danzo. Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists tightly. Uchiha Kyo and Shao had utterly shattered his pride. Ultimately, without Hiruzen needing to speak, he declared, Lord Hokage, I am willing to hand over Neji to the Mist Village, but I alone may not be able to persuade the elders. Rest assured, Hayashi, I shall personally persuade the elders of the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed splendid that Hyuga Hizashi was able to join the cause. All was for the sake of Konoha. Uchiha Hibiki couldn't suppress a chuckle, for it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen could only resort to the excuse of for Konoha in any situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced over with curiosity. 5th Mizukage. May I inquire what brings you amusement? Uchiha Hibiki waved his hand dismissively, then pointed at Hyuga Hizashi. Oh, it's nothing. I'm not laughing at you, but at Hizashi. Humph. What could possibly be amusing about our Hyuga clan? Hizashi retorted. Did you know, Hizashi, that the Byakugan can evolve? Much like our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. What? Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback. He had never heard of the Byakugan's potential for evolution. If he were aware of the evolutionary path of the Byakugan, then someone like Hyuga Neji would be insignificant. With that thought, Hizashi bowed to Uchiha Hibiki. Might the 5th Hokage enlighten me? It would be of no use. Your clan's caged bird system has already extinguished such possibilities. The main family lacks ambition, only seeking to exploit the branch family. And for the branch family, any progress becomes futile due to the caged bird's constraints. Unless a prodigy akin to Neji arises from the main family, the population base remains stagnant. Uchiha Hibiki shrugged, leaning towards Hizashi's desire to abolish the caged bird system. As he wished for Neji to awaken the Tensigen. The Tensigen required an abundance of Byakugan, the few from the main family were insufficient. Moreover, the branch family, under the caged bird system, faced destruction or loss of their eyes, leading to the automatic demise of their Byakugan. In a sense, the caged bird system did protect the Byakugan. Of course, this also reflected the Hyuga clan's lack of confidence. If they were strong enough, who would dare covet their Byakugan? Hyuga Hisashi felt somewhat disheartened. The system of main and branch families had persisted for over 1,000 years, and it was not something he could reform unilaterally as the clan leader. Naturally, if he possessed the strength of the first Hokage, his words would hold weight. But he lacked such power, unless he were to awaken the Tenseigan. Observing Hisashi's expression, Uchiha Hibiki realized there was little hope. Extracting his soul memories with the hungry ghost realm might not yield a solution to abolish the caged bird system. TCH. A mere child could easily eradicate a family that clings to such decayed traditions. It's quite laughable. Hisashi hesitated to speak, but, considering their lack of high-level ninjas, he decided to remain silent. Sarutobi, noticing Hisashi's conflicted expression, stepped in to smooth things over. Fifth Mizukage, let us move past this. Move past it. Should we let the child try, to see if the illustrious Hyuga clan can withstand a 4-year-old girl? Little Hikari proudly raised her head, ready to show off her prowess. Ahaha, the Hyuga clan is no match for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on how Hisashi had always claimed to be the most prestigious clan in Konoha. Yet in the eyes of the Uchiha siblings, they had become as insignificant as ants. Although Hisashi wished to counter, he ultimately swallowed his frustration. Uchiha Hikari, while formidable, could not possibly take on the entire Hyuga clan. Sheer exhaustion would be her undoing. But she was simply 4 years old. It would be unreasonable to expect her to refute a child of such age. Useless mud cannot rise. Uchiha Hibiki stood, instructing Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrange lodging for them before taking his leave. Upon returning to the inn, Pika Orochimaru expressed a desire to conduct extensive research and sought funding from the wealth-gathering Kage. No money? Would you like your life instead? Don't be like that. I can develop some lucrative medicines in the early stages, provided I have funding. Oh, Pika Orochimaru, do elaborate. The eyes of Kage gleamed. They were all creations of Uchiha Hibiki, who had previously informed him of Pika Orochimaru's abilities. Pika Orochimaru extended his long tongue to wash his face, beckoning Kage to a corner where they began to plot. Little Hikari, filled with curiosity, wondered why Pika Orochimaru's tongue could extend so far. Pika Itachi, can your tongue stretch that long? No. Then why can Pika Orochimaru? I don't know. Pika Itachi was perpetually taciturn. If he could say one word, he wouldn't utter 2, and if he could say 2, he wouldn't say 3. Chapter 34. A chat with Sasuke about the night of the massacre. Little Hikari's curiosity surged uncontrollably, primarily intrigued by how far Pika Orochimaru's tongue could stretch. Stealthily approaching them, during the moment Pika Orochimaru washed his face with his tongue, she swiftly grasped it and pulled with all her might. Pika Orochimaru's tongue stretched to an impressive length. Hey, how fascinating. Soon, the room was filled with commotion as little Hikari dragged Pika Orochimaru's tongue around in a playful chase. All right, Hikari, if you're going to drag someone, make it the real Orochimaru. Don't trouble Pika Orochimaru. All right then. Little Hikari, though mischievous, was still obedient to her brother. Meanwhile, in the Sarutobi clan's domain, another meeting commenced, this time without Uchiha Hibiki present, allowing Tanami Kakeru and Mito Menka to join in with a more casual demeanor. However, Danzo was still absent, leaving everyone wondering what schemes he might be concocting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this time, did not hold back and shared the intelligence regarding Pika Minato and Pika Itachi. Following that, he recounted the conspiracy among the fire, lightning, and earth countries to wage war against the water country. Kakuzu, what are your thoughts? Must we indeed initiate war? I would prefer not to. It is the will of the fire country's daimyo, and the same is true for the daimyos of the earth and lightning countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed at this point, feeling as though he had sighed more today than in his entire life. Tsunade also shared the information that Uchiha Hibiki could create ninja beasts, requiring only the DNA of the target. Nara Kakuzu felt a headache coming on. If the enemy could produce the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, what could they possibly accomplish? Lord Hokage, if war is unavoidable, we must act swiftly. If Uchiha Hibiki continues to create shadow-level ninja beasts, our gap with the Mist Village will only widen. Furthermore, today I witnessed a ninja beast resembling Orochimaru. Since Pika Minato's abilities mirror those of the fourth Hokage, it stands to reason that this ninja beast would share similarities with Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru? Tsunade imagined Orochimaru transformed into a yellow-skinned rat, nearly bursting into laughter. She recalled all the yellow-skinned rats she had seen today. Indeed, one bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's eye makeup. Hyuga Hisashi raised his hand, indicating that if war was inevitable, perhaps it was unnecessary to hand over Niji. Nara Kakuzu found it difficult to respond and decided to let Sarutobi Hiruzen address the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing Kakuzu's silence, cast a guilty glance at Hisashi. Hisashi, if we do not hand over Niji, Uchiha Hibiki will certainly make trouble, and this is Konoha. Hisashi recalled little Hikari's impressive display earlier, and her brother possessed the same eyes as she did. If a commotion were to ensue, Konoha might not withstand it. Not to mention the swarm of ninja beasts. Jiraiya, lacking Tsunade's nonchalant demeanor, regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a grave expression. My dear friend, are you aware of the tragic toll that war would exact upon the village of Konoha? Such decisions are dictated by the will of the feudal lords. In truth, Jiraiya shares a mindset akin to Sarutobi. Neither harbors aspirations to supplant the lords. His sole desire is for mutual understanding among people, which he believes would eradicate the scourge of war. As the noble Tsunade observed Hinata hesitating, she spoke condescendingly. Hinata, if you surrendered just one child, we can prevent Uchiha Hayashi from causing chaos in Konoha. Do you wish to betray your village? Hinata, incensed by Tsunade's haughty demeanor, clenched her jaw in frustration. It was infuriating that Uchiha Hayashi dared not show his face when confronted, merely engaging in internal strife. However, upon realizing that Uchiha Hayashi merely wished to take Niji as a disciple, she reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the elders of the Hyuga clan beseeched the Hokage to persuade them. Hinata, I apologize for the burden you bear. Sarutobi feigned sympathy, yet resolved to send Danzo to negotiate with the obstinate elders that evening. After all, in certain matters, Danzo proved far more effective than he. That night, Uchiha Hayashi was strolling through Konoha with little Shirori. Brother, I think this place is far superior to the Hidden Mist Village. Fear not, Shirori. In due time, we shall relocate here. Uchiha Hayashi affectionately tousled Shiori's hair, all the while contemplating the prospect of moving the Hidden Mist Village once he unified the shinobi world. After all, the perpetual dampness of the Hidden Mist Village had led many commoners to suffer from rheumatism in their old age. While Uchiha Hayashi and Shirori were ambling about, a youthful voice, filled with rage, emerged from behind. Turning around, he beheld a small boy with a single tomo in his Sharingan, glaring intensely at him. Oh, if it isn't Sasuke. Truly, it's a case of hometown folks meeting, with tears in their eyes. Hayashi, I will kill you. Sasuke slowly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his most formidable technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Shirori, momentarily closing her eyes, bore witness to Sasuke through her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, gazing at him with an icy detachment. Faced with her powerful gaze, Sasuke trembled in fear, as though he had glimpsed his own demise. Despite being merely 4 years old, Shiori's presence was akin to that of a seasoned shinobi. Before long, Sasuke found himself on the ground, having attempted to rise twice without success. He was astonished to see that Shirori possessed the same eyes as that man. Rather than being intimidated by Shiori's aura, Sasuke was more astounded that she, at such a tender age, had awakened eyes akin to his brother's. Uchiha Hayashi felt a pang of sympathy for Sasuke, burdened as he was with such a deficient brother. Were it not for his presence, Sasuke would have undoubtedly faced the wrath of the merciless Itachi Uchiha. All right, Shirori. This is your brother Sasuke. Do not bully him. Humph. The only brother I have is you. He is not my brother, Shirori declared with a haughty demeanor, yet obediently retracted her Eternal Mangekyo. Only then did Sasuke relax, albeit begrudgingly punching the ground in frustration. Seeing that Sasuke's small fist had drawn blood, Uchiha Hayashi reflected that he was still just a 7-year-old child. Sasuke, shall we converse? There is nothing to discuss with a spy from the Hidden Mist. Let us speak of the night of the massacre and the truth of Itachi Uchiha. With that, Uchiha Hayashi took Shiori's hand and strolled towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Sasuke, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure and hastened to catch up. Hayashi, what truly transpired that night? Wasn't it you and Itachi who annihilated the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan was not entirely extinguished. I rescued 235 clan members, though their kin fell victim to your brother's hand. Uchiha Hayashi felt no need to conceal the truth and intended to reveal everything to Sasuke. Chapter 35. The Revelation for Sasuke. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy for the survival of over 200 clan members and anger towards Itachi's actions. The group soon arrived at the fabled Ichiraku ramen shop, renowned for its delectable offerings. Welcome, what would you like to order? 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please. Moments later, 3 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Sasuke had no appetite, but Hayashi insisted that he must eat before revealing the truth. Thus, he hastily devoured a large bowl of ramen. Hayashi, can we speak now? Or shall you witness for yourself? Hayashi activated his Sharingan, conjuring a vivid illusion that recounted the events of the night of the massacre, including the shadow of Obito and the manipulation by Konoha's higher-ups who coerced Itachi into exterminating the Uchiha clan. Either your family thrives, or he remains the last of his line. As Sasuke absorbed the entirety of the narrative, he was left utterly bewildered. So, it was the higher-ups of Konoha who used him as leverage to compel my brother to annihilate our clan? Sasuke, do not be foolish. It is a fact that your brother killed Fugaku and Mikoto. Was his love for you genuine? It was merely his own deluded arrogance, thinking he could control everything, blind to his own limitations. Did he truly believe himself to be Uchiha Madara? He even planned your future for you. Uchiha Hayashi held a disdainful view of Itachi, stating, even if you and your family had defected from Konoha, the outcome would not have been as grim as in the original story, where not a single innocent soul was spared. The treachery of this ungrateful wolf, who infiltrated the Akatsuki, yielded no intelligence for Konoha. However, it was also possible that upon leaving Konoha, he encountered a broader world and realized he had been deceived by Sarutobi. Sasuke, still in shock, questioned, what script did Itachi arrange for me? Quite simply, he intended for you to slay him, the traitorous murderer of our clan, and return to Konoha as a hero. Why did he believe I would adhere to his script? Uchiha Hayashi chuckled, regarding Sasuke with a hint of pity. It is simple. Shirsui's eye possesses the ability of Kodoeme Tsukumi, which can subtly alter a person's will. Itachi merely needed to plant the seed of becoming Konoha's protector within you, ensuring you would forever remain a loyal dog to the village. Sasuke, now gripped by fear rather than mere shock, pondered the implications of being manipulated by Kodoeme Tsukumi, questioning his very identity. Of course, this concern stemmed from his ignorance of the fact that Shirsui's eye had already been seized by Uchiha Hayashi. That bastard, Uchiha Itachi. I will kill him. I am determined to end his life. Now that you are aware of the circumstances, do not speak recklessly outside this illusion. For the Konoha F4 will not spare you. Sasuke nodded. Despite being just 7 years old, children in the ninja world often mature quickly, discerning what is of utmost importance. Uchiha Itachi had been able to ponder matters with the mindset of a Hokage at 4 years old, while little Shiroi displayed a similar precociousness. By the way, Hayashi, how are the other clan members faring? And why does your sister possess eyes akin to that man? The clan members are quite amiable, albeit constantly urging me to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. As for why little Hinata awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I cannot say. Perhaps it is simply her innate genius. Sasuke's heart brimmed with resentment. How could it be that 4-year-old Uchiha Hinata activated the Mangekyo Sharingan while he, at the age of 7, possessed only 3 tomo? Uchiha Hayashi imparted a few words of caution to Sasuke before dissipating the illusionary space. Upon emerging from the Jinjutsu, Sasuke's expression became rather unnatural. After all, he had fainted prior to the transaction between Uchiha Hayashi and Uchiha Itachi, and was unaware that Shirsui's eyes now resided with Uchiha Hayashi. Thus, he pondered how to confront Itachi's Kodoeme Tsukumi. Of course, in the original narrative, Itachi, for reasons unknown, did not implant Kodoeme Tsukumi in Sasuke. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Danzo, who had initially hoped to bide his time, was summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi to persuade the stubborn elders of the Hyuga clan. Danzo's mood was exceedingly displeased. With Jiraiya and Tsunade present, Hiruzen had not engaged Uchiha Hayashi in a fierce confrontation, which struck him as a sign of weakness. Upon hearing Danzo's proposition, the elder members of the Hyuga clan glared at him in fury. Impossible. Our Hyuga clan has endured for millennia. We cannot allow the Hyuga bloodline to be diluted. Indeed, Lord Danzo, it would be best if you took your leave. With a forceful thump of his cane against the ground, Danzo scoffed, I am not here to negotiate. Either you hand over Niji Hyuga to the Mist Village, or your Hyuga clan will be branded as traitors. The consequence of treason is annihilation. Consider the fate of the Uchiha clan. Having said this, Danzo stormed out, fully aware that the Hyuga clan, being so spineless, would undoubtedly choose the clan over a single child. Look at what you have wrought, Hisashi. Our Hyuga clan is a great lineage. When did a mere Danzo dare to speak so brazenly before us? Hisashi, how have you assumed the role of clan leader? The elders, who had simmered in silence during Danzo's presence, finally turned their ire toward Hisashi after Danzo's departure. Hisashi regarded the aging council with a cold gaze. They had dared not utter a word while Danzo was present, yet now felt emboldened to chastise him. Uchiha Hayashi was correct. A clan so obstinate would never produce a shadow-level powerhouse. The main house exploited the branch family, while the vast numbers of the branch family remained like caged birds. If this lineage of clan leaders failed to produce a genius, the Hyuga clan would indeed never see a true warrior arise. Enough. If you are unwilling, then let us stage a collective coup. What? Hisashi, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten the fate of the Uchiha clan? The Hokage has made it clear. Either you acquiesce, or you are tantamount to traitors. By tomorrow morning, Uchiha Hayashi must witness Niji freed from the cage. Consider your options. After all, the worst outcome is merely the clan's eradication. Hisashi rose to leave, intent on speaking with Niji, fully cognizant of the elder's willingness to choose the clan over an individual. In a courtyard, the 8-year-old Hyuga Niji was diligently practicing the 8 trigrams palm, striking the wooden post with fervor, even as blood flowed from his hands. He felt a profound sense of injustice. Why was he born branded as a caged bird? Why did his father have to sacrifice himself for the main house? Niji, cease your training. Your uncle has something to discuss with you. Yes, clan leader. The Hyuga clan had strict hierarchical norms. Even though Hisashi was Niji's uncle, he still addressed him as clan leader. Following Hisashi into a chamber, Niji was taken aback when Hisashi immediately bowed before him in apology. I am sorry, Niji. I apologize for your suffering and for failing to protect your father. Chapter 36. Return to the Mist Village. The 8-year-old Niji was flustered by Hisashi's actions. Clan leader, what is this? Niji, you may still call me uncle. Yes, uncle. Hisashi rose and first presented Niji with a letter left by Hisashi, then reiterated Uchiha Hayashi's demands. So, my father has come to me again. It seems this is my fate. However, it may be for the best, as it will at least free me from the caged bird seal on my forehead. Niji quickly found solace. Even if he were to perish tomorrow, he would at least be liberated from the cursed seal before his demise. Hisashi's eyes glistened with tears. Forgive me, Hisashi. I have failed to protect you and Niji. Niji, there is no need for such pessimism. Uchiha Hayashi possesses the strength to intimidate an entire village. His power is self-evident. Although I cannot ascertain the truth of his words, he has stated his desire to take you as his apprentice. But even so, Konoha. Niji, Konoha is not as idyllic as you may envision. If you become Uchiha Hayashi's disciple, you may even have the opportunity to become the 6th Mizukage. Before Niji could respond, Hisashi hastily interrupted, reflecting on how Hiruzen Sarutobi's will of fire had led to such detrimental consequences. Every child in the Shinobi Academy had undergone his relentless indoctrination. Yes, I shall heed my uncle's words. Niji had come to understand that his father willingly sacrificed himself for his brother and that his destiny could indeed be altered. The one who would change his fate was none other than Uchiha Hayashi, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to meet this benefactor. The following day, at the entrance of Uchiha Hayashi's residence, a land lease contract awaited alongside the now liberated Niji. At this moment, Niji was without his forehead protector, occasionally stealing glances at little Hinata. As the previous night, Hisashi had shared much about her, including her strength. He had witnessed the red giant and had assumed it was a creation of Uchiha Hayashi, only to discover it came from this girl, younger than himself. Hinata, possessing shadow-level power, immediately sensed Niji's gaze. Initially, a fleeting glance might have sufficed, but his continued scrutiny felt excessive. Hey, what are you staring at, kid? I apologize. Lady Hinata. Niji quickly bowed in a flustered manner. Hinata found this boy's shyness rather dull and casually remarked, why so serious? After signing the contract, Uchiha Hayashi rose with a smile and shook hands with Hiruzen Sarutobi. I must express my gratitude for your generosity, Hokage-sama. Cough, cough. It is merely for the sake of peace. Hiruzen coughed awkwardly, clarifying, generosity, you say? This is merely a lease, not a territorial concession. Oh, is that so? Then why have I heard that the Land of Fire is secretly amassing troops? Hokage-sama, do you recall what I mentioned previously? What remark? If war were to erupt between the Land of Water and your nation, prepare for the extinction of one side. Mizukage, surely this is a misunderstanding? Hiruzen's anxiety grew. He was uncertain whether Uchiha Hayashi was merely boasting or genuinely contemplating such actions. In the previous 3 Shinobi World Wars, the defeated party had only been required to pay reparations, never losing territory. Uchiha Hayashi chuckled softly, disregarding Hiruzen's concerns as he approached Niji. You are Hyuga Niji, correct? Yes. Mizukage. Niji bowed respectfully, unable to meet Uchiha Hayashi's gaze. Do not be anxious, Niji. I spoke with Hisashi yesterday. My intention in bringing you here is to take you as my apprentice. If all goes well, the position of the 6th Mizukage will be chosen from among my disciples. And you, Hyuga Niji, possess the potential to become a Mizukage. However, Lord Mizukage, Niji found himself somewhat at a loss due to Uchiha Sasuke's words. Just yesterday, he was like a bird trapped in a cage, and today he was accepted as a disciple by the Mizukage, with the astonishing qualification to aspire to the position of the 6th Mizukage. Humph. Little Hikari snorted disdainfully, glaring fiercely at Niji. You wish to compete with me for the position of the 6th Mizukage, young man? I wouldn't dare, Lady Hikari. Little Hikari was not accustomed to Niji's seriousness. He was reminiscent of Kimimaro, while Kyuka and Mizuki were not like that at all. Although Kyuka and Mizuki were also contenders for the Mizukage position, arguing with them was quite enjoyable. Kimimaro, on the other hand, always wore a poker face, behaving like a servant. Pika Minato, take us back to the Hidden Mist Village. Yes, boss. Pika Minato touched everyone with his paw, just as he was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Hold on, Pika Minato. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the Leaf Village ninjas and smiled. Our Hidden Mist Village will not initiate war. If Hokage-sama cannot withstand the pressure from the daimyo and insists on declaring war on the Land of Water, then prepare for the complete annihilation of the people of the Land of Fire. Rest assured, Lord Mizukage, our Leaf Village is a peaceful village. Uchiha Sasuke did not respond directly, allowing Pika Minato to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing in a flash. The heads of various clans present, who were aware of the situation, were drenched in cold sweat from Sasuke's remarks. Seeing Sasuke and his companions leaving, Jiraiya turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, are you sure Leaf Village is ready? The system of one nation, one village established by the first Hokage cannot be broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also in a state of turmoil, even though Sasuke had allowed them time to unite the 3 great nations. Jiraiya and Tsunade were at a loss for words, as this was indeed a decision made by the first Hokage, and as their juniors, they should not criticize it. However, this time, the Leaf would be joining forces with 2 other ninja villages to attack the Hidden Mist Village. Considering the strength of Pika Minato, Pika Itachi, and Pika Deidara, the prowess of Sasuke's Nin beasts was indeed formidable. They couldn't expect the remaining Nin beasts to all be as weak as Pika Haiden, right? Of course. This assumption was based on their ignorance of Pika Haiden's peculiar ability, akin to a glitch. In the Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Sasuke returned triumphantly with the spoils of war, bringing Niji Hyuga and the land lease contract. The ninjas of Hidden Mist erupted in cheers, casting adoring glances at their Mizukage. Among them was Terumi Mei, one of the dual leaders of Hidden Mist Village. Oh, this little fellow is from the Hyuga clan, and he belongs to the main family. Indeed, his name is Niji Hyuga. I intend to take him as my disciple. Sasuke affectionately ruffled Niji's hair, a gesture of affection he hadn't experienced since his father's passing. Furthermore, the Mizukage publicly declared his intention to take him on as a disciple in front of the villagers, which elevated Niji's status in Hidden Mist to that of the legendary Sannin in the Leaf Village. However, just as he reveled in this joy, he suddenly sensed a gaze filled with jealousy directed at him. Initially indifferent, the significance of this gaze intensified when he realized its owner was utilizing an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How can a mere child, just starting in the Ninja Academy, bear such weight? Chapter 37. The invasion of Itachi and Pippa Shizuku. Sasuke noticed little Hikari's gaze and could not help but chuckle. All right, little Hikari, no bullying Niji. Humph. Does big brother only like this Niji Hyuga, and not me? Little Hikari pouted, feeling that this pale-eyed brat was trying to steal her brother away. Niji repeatedly insisted he wouldn't dare, recalling the Susanoo incident in the Hokage building, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Sasuke approached and comforted the jealous child. Despite her formidable strength, she was still just a 4-year-old. Satisfied, little Hikari nodded her head and made a face at Neji. Neji exhaled in relief, realizing he had passed this test. Mizukage, I have matters to report. Under normal circumstances, Terumi would have teased, but now there was urgent intelligence to share with Sasuke. Noticing her serious demeanor, Sasuke nodded and followed her into the Mizukage's office. After taking a few steps, he realized Neji had not followed and called out, Neji, you are my disciple, so you should come along. Yes, master. Since Sasuke had publicly declared Neji as his student, Neji now addressed him as master. You may still call me sensei. I am taking you as a disciple, not merely a student. Yes, master. The Nin beasts were not fond of discussing work. As long as it wasn't a task from Sasuke, they had their own pursuits. For instance, Pika Orochimaru enjoyed research, while Pika Deidara and Pika Sasori were inclined towards the arts. Pika Kabuto was keen on making money, constantly inviting Pika Rashi to the desert for a gold rush. Pika Rashi, you cannot refuse this time. The boss needs money, and you wouldn't want. Since it's the boss's request, I have no choice but to comply. The Nin beasts were all creations of Sasuke, thus their loyalty was absolute. Upon hearing it was Sasuke's wish, Pika Rashi immediately agreed. Pika Kabuto was overjoyed, realizing that using the boss as a shield made Pika Rashi obedient. Hey, Pika Rashi, what level are you? Don't you know that I am Pika Kabuto's partner? Pika Hayden approached, somewhat displeased, cursing as he walked over. Pika Kabuto suddenly appeared in front of Pika Hayden, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. I'll be back. Pika Kabuto, satisfied, nodded his head. After all, Pika Hayden was not one to perish easily. Pika Rashi, let us set off. Is it really safe? Pika Rashi looked in the direction where Pika Hayden had vanished, feeling a bit worried. It's nothing to worry about. Pika Hayden is immortal. Pika Kabuto was very enthusiastic about this newly emerged deity of wealth, leading him to seek transportation with Pika Minato. After all, the land of water was leagues away from the desert, and time was money. Money was life. Back in the Mizukage's office, Terumi produced a report for Sasuke to examine, detailing the recent troop movements of the Fire, Earth, and Lightning nations. The others present wore expressions of grave concern. After reading the report, Sasuke scoffed. As long as they dare come, we will annihilate all their ninjas. No prisoners, not a single one. But can our land of water truly withstand the assault of the 3 great nations? Terumi still harbored some doubts. After all, during the last Ninja World War, the Leaf had triumphed even when outnumbered 4-1. In contrast, without Sasuke, the land of water would likely only be able to match the Sand Village in strength. Rest assured, what is the strength of Pika Itachi and Pika Minato? Very formidable. At least in a one-on-one scenario, I am no match for either of them. Terumi seemed somewhat hesitant as she spoke. Do not worry. While the other Nin beasts may not match their prowess, they all possess at least shadow-level capabilities. Uchiha Kyo, with a cold sneer in his heart, originally intended to reserve his emotional value for exchanging for the fruit of the divine tree. If the 3 great nations of fire, thunder, and earth truly had no regard for their lives, he would not hesitate to summon Tomo Madara, allowing these oblivious fools to taste the bitterness of battlefield roses. Of course, Uchiha Kyo would not harm civilians. His previous actions were solely for the sake of emotional value. At this moment, a member of the Mist's Umbu entered to report. Lord Mizukage, our border sentinels have discovered Pai Pa Shirzong, and an individual possessing the Sharingan invading the land of water. Oh, could it be Uchiha Itachi? It seems I must personally meet this fellow clansman of the Uchiha, who annihilated his own clan. Uchiha Kyo displayed little emotional fluctuation, merely contemplating that he should personally extract some emotional value from Pai Pa Shirzong. However, the Uchiha Itachi among them might prove to be a challenge. Take Neji to rest with the Uchiha clan. I will accompany Xiaoshi to confront these 2 intruders. Meanwhile, Itachi and Pai Pa Shirzong were dining at a dessert shop. Though Itachi appeared disinterested in his favorite treats, he could be considered one of the most averse to war in the entire shinobi world, having personally extinguished his clan and parents to avert conflict. He had assumed that if war were to erupt, it would be instigated by Uchiha Kyo. Ironically, the aggressors were the Leaf Village allied with the other 2 great nations. He had studied the strength of Pikachu Itachi, finding it to surpass his own. According to the intelligence brought back by Zetsu from the Leaf, There were as many as 10 such shinobi beasts, all created by Uchiha Kyo, aside from Pain and Zetsu. Should war break out, the outcome was uncertain, but many lives would undoubtedly be lost. Yet, he felt utterly powerless to change the course of events. All he could do was protect Sasuke. Naturally, the border ninja's discovery of him and Pai Pa Shirzong was intentional. He wished to have a word with Uchiha Kyo. At that moment, two figures entered the dessert shop, one being Uchiha Kyo and the other, Xiaoxi. Itachi, long time no see. How have you been lately? Kyo. It's been a while. Congratulations on becoming the 5th Mizukage. Uchiha Itachi greeted as if nothing were amiss, yet his gaze remained keenly observant of Uchiha Kyo's expression. Notably, there wasn't a trace of hatred in his eyes. Had his perspective truly become so narrow? Uchiha Kyo paid no mind to the emotionally drained Uchiha Itachi, turning instead to the new target, Pai Pa Shirzong. You must be Pai Pa Shirzong. Are you interested in returning to the Hidden Mist Village? I promise your status will be the same as before your defection. Humph. A mere Leaf Village traitor has the audacity to become the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist. It's laughable. Pai Pa Shirzong drew his executioner's blade, pointing it at Uchiha Kyo with disdain. Uchiha Kyo remained unperturbed, but Xiaoxi, the protective sibling, was genuinely angered. Chapter 38. The invitation from the Akatsuki organization. Understanding Xiaoxi's character, Uchiha Kyo anticipated she would resort to overwhelming force and quickly intervened. Xiaoxi. This is the Hidden Mist Village. The owner of this dessert shop is your brother's taxpayer, so refrain from causing trouble. Xiaoxi considered this and beckoned to Pai Pa Shirzong with a finger. Hey, if you're capable, come out and face me in a duel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 208 emotional value from Pai Pa Shirzong. Uchiha Kyo smirked, realizing that Pai Pa Shirzong was merely a jonin, vastly inferior compared to Kisame. Pai Pa Shirzong felt a tremendous insult. You bastard Uchiha Kyo, are you mocking me? Itachi interjected. Shirzong, he is not mocking you. Even I have no confidence in defeating this little girl. Pai Pa Shirzong was taken aback, seemingly questioning, are you serious? Shirzong, you told me not to underestimate an enemy based on their appearance. They possess eyes just like mine. Although this was said by Uchiha Itachi. How could a mere 4-year-old girl possibly activate the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Kyo, seeking emotional value, invited with a teasing tone, Pai Pa Shirzong. Having barely survived that Leaf Village Genin, you should return to the Hidden Mist Village, lest you find yourself swiftly defeated by Xiaoxi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 208 emotional value from Pai Pa Shirzong. Uchiha Kyo was quite attentive to the 208 points from a jonin, as jonin were abundant, while those of Kage level were rare. You bastard, when your sister dies, don't blame me. Uchiha Kyo ignored Pai Pa Shirzong and focused on Xiaoxi, instructing, listen. Xiaoxi, the opponent is exceedingly weak. With just a bit of effort, he will be defeated. Brother, he was just so arrogant. Is he really that weak? Indeed. He is very weak, likely on par with Zabuza. Xiaoxi was taken aback. The opponent had been so boastful, yet his strength was only comparable to Zabuza? This was absurd. She recalled a time she fought Zabuza, where merely activating Susanoo allowed her to stand firm, and he could do nothing against her. Xiaoxi looked at Pai Pa Shirzong and shook her head slightly. Uncle, why not just give it a rest? You're too weak. Bastard. Even if you activate the Mangekyo, you're still just a little brat. Then let us go outside and fight. It was difficult to reason with a stubborn fool. But Xiaoxi, still just a child, had no intention of killing. She merely aimed to incapacitate him. The group soon arrived at a grassy area in the woods. Xiaoxi and Pai Pa Shirzong stood opposed, while Uchiha Kyo and Uchiha Itachi observed from the sidelines. As Uchiha Kyo conversed with Pai Pa Shirzong and Xiaoxi, he had already extracted most of the emotional value and was merely waiting to conclude. Itachi, who do you think will win? If the intelligence is accurate, Shirzong will undoubtedly lose. Uchiha Kyo felt a sense of tedium in the face of the devastating might of Susanoo in the crumbling world of Naruto. Pai Pa Shirzong's serious hand signs could not possibly match Xiaoxi. Noticing her opponent's vigilant demeanor and lack of action, Xiaoxi couldn't help but yawn. Uncle, you go first. I'm afraid that if I make a move, you'll die. Bastard, there's a limit to underestimating people. I am Pai Pa Shirzong of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Pai Pa Shirzong charged forward with his executioner's blade, only to be taken aback as Xiaoxi did not dodge. Had he fallen into an illusion? With Itachi's warning in mind, he doubted this little girl would be felled by his ordinary strike. However, as his blade approached Xiaoxi, just a meter away. Boom. He was sent flying, crashing through 2 large trees before coming to a stop, gazing up at the third form of Susanoo. Resembling a divine being, Paipa Shirzong was left in shock. What is this? This is the ultimate secret of the Mangekyo, the power of the gods, Susanoo. Itachi noted, his heart filled with dread. Xiaoxi had truly activated Susanoo, and it was the 3rd stage. No, he had previously activated the 2nd stage of Susanoo. Every cell in his body had begun to ache. If this is the 3rd form of Susanoo, he had no confidence in enduring it. Yet, looking at Xiaoxi, she seemed entirely unfazed. Could it be the Eternal Mangekyo? Hyo, has your sister awakened the Eternal Mangekyo? How could this be? My eyes are still intact. Uchiha Sasuke discovered that after Paipa Shirzong laid eyes on Xiaoxi's Susanoo, his emotional state had been utterly drained. He approached one of the trees that had been broken by Paipa Shirzong, pondering how a human body could not possibly be harder than a tree, and how it was feasible for Paipa Shirzong to break 2 trees. Upon investigation, he realized that the trees in this ninja world seemed particularly fragile. No wonder characters in anime often effortlessly shatter several trees. After Paipa Shirzong stood up again, he leaped and swung his decapitating sword towards Xiaoxi's Susanoo. With a resounding thud, the Susanoo remained immobile. Subsequently, Paipa Shirzong unleashed a series of erratic slashes at the Susanoo. While Xiaoxi did not even bother to command Susanoo to retaliate, he was utterly incapable of breaching the Susanoo's defenses. Since physical attacks proved futile, what about ninjutsu? Paipa Shirzong rapidly formed hand seals, mirroring Zabuza with the same 44 seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, mist servant technique. Water release, water break wave. Paipa Shirzong unleashed all the ninjutsu he could muster, but found himself utterly ineffective against Xiaoxi. He even witnessed Xiaoxi yawning within Susanoo, seemingly mocking his ineptitude. He could not even handle a little girl standing still. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Paipa Shirzong's ninjutsu lacked potency. Unless he possessed the water release mastery of the 2nd Hokage, it would be impossible for him to breach Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. Approaching Uchiha Sasuke, who was still examining the wood, he conveyed his purpose for being there. Pain has tasked me and Shirzong to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization. Naturally, your sister Uchiha Sasuke is also included in the invitation. Do you think this is possible? I am now the 5th Mizukage, and the 4th Great Ninja War is imminent. I was not lying before. Many lives will truly be lost this time. Uchiha Itachi paused, aware that the war was instigated by the daimyos of the other 3 great nations, with Uchiha Sasuke merely a passive recipient. Will even civilians, nobles, and the elderly be spared? Not exactly, but I will undoubtedly eradicate all nobles and ninjas, leaving none alive. Of course, it would be best to take Sasuke away or relocate him to the hidden mist village. We wouldn't want him to be inadvertently killed when we invade Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke could hardly muster the energy to respond. He had already resolved to make the other 3 great nations truly feel pain. With the assistance of the Pikachu ninja beasts, defeating the 3 great nations would be easy. Therefore, he must seize the land of fire, the most fertile of territories, allowing the land of water to completely conquer it. The rest could be addressed gradually in the future. Chapter 39, Hormone Fruit. Xiaoxi noticed that Paipa Shirzong's relentless and alarmingly weak attacks were futile. If it were Tsunade, she might have found some interest in dancing a little. But Paipa Shirzong was simply not worth her time. Controlling the arm of Susanoo, she delivered a punch towards Paipa Shirzong. He was taken aback and hurriedly raised his decapitating sword to block, yet he was still sent flying several dozen meters away. The ground bore a scratch where he landed, marking the spot where the nearly defeated Paipa Shirzong lay. Uchiha Itachi rushed forward to assist his partner. Shirzong, are you alright? Cough, cough, I'm not dead yet. Cough. Paipa Shirzong had not anticipated that he and this mere 4-year-old girl were operating on entirely different planes of existence. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke approached slowly, his gaze cold as he regarded Paipa Shirzong. Paipa Shirzong, I'll give you one more chance. Return to the hidden mist village, or you can choose to die. Paipa Shirzong was taken aback, not expecting Uchiha Sasuke to still offer him a chance. I accept your request, but I only serve Lord Terumi Mei, the Mizukage. Suit yourself. After all, you're so weak that I can hardly be bothered to protect you. Paipa Shirzong thought to himself that although Uchiha Sasuke's words were infuriating, he truly found no rebuttal. Xiao Shi'er striking him was akin to an adult striking an infant. As Uchiha Sasuke's sister, she would undoubtedly be even stronger. What about you, Itachi? I permit you to bring your brother to the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, having left Konoha and witnessed a broader world. He realized just how arrogant he had been in the past. What he needed to do now was to die at Sasuke's hands, allowing Sasuke to awaken the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for making Sasuke a hero of Konoha, he felt that it was unnecessary. The existence of Konoha itself was uncertain in this upcoming ninja war. Uchiha Itachi stood to leave, but paused midway. Sasuke, you must be cautious of the Akatsuki leader, Pain. He possesses eyes stronger than yours. The Rinnegan, right? I am aware. Is there anything else? Uchiha Sasuke waved dismissively, knowing more about the original story than Uchiha Itachi did. Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Uchiha Sasuke knew of the Rinnegan. After a moment's thought, he asked with a hint of regret, are the remaining Uchiha clan members well? Aside from their constant cries to kill you, they are doing just fine. I cannot die just yet, so my apologies. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to recall something. He still needed to retrieve the Samehada that Kisame had taken. Itachi, tell Kisame he can return to the Hidden Mist Village. If he chooses not to, that is acceptable as well. I must recover the Samehada. I will inform him. Uchiha Itachi replied before disappearing from sight in a few leaps. Xiao Shi'er tilted her little head in confusion. Brother, why don't you kill him after he has slain so many Uchiha clan members? Killing him would be too easy. I have found a more fitting method of punishment. Hey, brother, quickly tell me what it is. Upon hearing that there was a method more brutal than killing, Xiao Shi'er immediately became intrigued. Uchiha Sasuke chuckled softly, producing a purple fruit from the system shop. Pai Pa Shirzong scoffed beside him. I thought it was something truly cruel. Turns out it's just a petty poison. Uchiha Sasuke, instead of being angered, gazed at Pai Pa Shirzong with keen interest. This fruit is called the hormone fruit. Whoever consumes it becomes a hormone user, capable of modifying others internally at will. If the user injects female hormones into you or Itachi, you will be transformed from the inside out into a woman, and you will even be able to bear children. As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, he turned to the trembling Pai Pa Shirzong. What's wrong, Pai Pa Shirzong? Do you wish to become a woman? With your ample backside, you seem quite fit for childbirth. I'm sorry, Lord Mizukage, I was wrong. Pai Pa Shirzong quickly begged for mercy. He was not afraid of being killed, but the thought of being transformed into a woman was 100 times more unbearable than death. Xiao Shi'er quickly understood. Brother, are you trying to make Uchiha Itachi a woman to continue the bloodline? Exactly, but for the sake of her next generation's pure bloodline. I think it would be good to have Sasuke as her groom. Ahaha, she deserves it. It's so satisfying. Xiao Shi'er laughed heartily, knowing that Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly face a grim fate in the future. Listening to the conversation between the two siblings, Pai Pa Shirzong was filled with terror. Although Uchiha Itachi had told him that those who annihilate clans typically do not meet good ends. However, must it be so cruel? Allowing Uchiha Itachi to confront his own brother? Yet, Pai Pa Shirzong has returned to the Hidden Mist Village as a ninja, and all I can do is mourn for his former partner in silence. In truth, the hormone fruit does not merely transform men into women and vice versa. It possesses the ability to regulate body temperature, pigmentation, growth, emotions, and, most importantly, medical capabilities. I recall when Ivankov was poisoned by Magellan. A single injection of healing hormones restored him to full vitality instantly. In terms of medical prowess, it ranks just below the surgery and healing fruits. Upon returning to the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Kyoka re-entered the system shop and discovered a remarkably useful, yet astonishingly inexpensive item. In the world of One Piece, pure gold, an alchemy ring crafted from pure gold, can maintain a youthful appearance for 2 centuries. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kyoka adorned himself with the ring and tossed another to Xiao Shi'er, explaining its benefits. Naturally, I still advise Xiao Shi'er to wait until she is between 18 and 20 to wear it. I can wear it now? Xiao Shi'er declared, donning the pure gold ring without hesitation, believing it made her appear more charmingly petite. Uchiha Kyoka paid no mind, for should Xiao Shi'er regret her choice, she could always remove it later. I wonder if pure gold could entice Orochimaru, the scientist, to join us. Of course, he already has Pikachu Orochimaru, so there is no pressing need to recruit Uncle Snake. Where did Pikachu Itachi and Pikachu Orochimaru go? I didn't see them when I entered. Boss, it seems Pikachu Orochimaru took Pikachu Minato to the Konoha cemetery. Uchiha Kyoka recalled that Uncle Snake only rejoined the Akatsuki after Pai-Pa Shirzong's demise. During a mission, he had attacked Itachi, only to be swiftly defeated before departing from the organization. With Pai-Pa Shirzong's return to the Hidden Mist Village, it is as if he were dead. Uncle Snake might soon defect as well. Chapter 40. Uncle Snake. Uchiha Kyoka resolved to meet Uncle Snake after his defection from the Akatsuki. Even if not to recruit him, I shall first extract his emotional energy. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi had informed Pain about Pai-Pa Shirzong's betrayal. Pain was indifferent to the defection of this hindering member. He could simply eliminate him later. Have you gathered intelligence on those ninja beasts? Yes, they have nearly perfectly replicated all the abilities of our Akatsuki members, excluding the leader and Zetsu. Uchiha Itachi responded with a stoic expression, longing only for Sasuke's swift growth. Then he could eliminate his sinful brother and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since the night of the massacre, life has been exhausting for him. As for whether Sasuke would become a hero of Konoha, given the imminent Fourth Great Ninja War, it has become irrelevant. In the Rain Village, within a tall tower, Nagato shared the information on Uchiha Itachi with Konan. Like Nagato, Konan regarded Pai-Pa Shirzong with little concern. He was, at the very least, far inferior to Kisame. Nagato, Uchiha Kyoka is becoming increasingly troublesome. In such a short time, he has created 10 ninja beasts, all perfectly replicating our organization's members. It matters not. No matter how many ninja beasts he creates, he cannot produce one with the Rinnegan. Before the divine, all beings are but ants. Nagato, nearing 30, still spoke with an air of youthful bravado. Konan seemed accustomed to Nagato's youthful folly. She was far less optimistic. After all, the intelligence from Zetsu indicated that Uchiha Kyoka possesses eyes akin to those of the masked man. If they could not deal with one masked man, how could they contend with Uchiha Kyoka, who commands an entire village of rain and 10 ninja beasts? Coupled with Nagato's deteriorating health, even if he could defeat Uchiha Kyoka, it would leave him severely weakened. Nagato, perhaps we should seize the opportunity to disclose all intelligence on Uchiha Kyoka to the fire, earth, and lightning villages. That is unwise, Konan. Do you not remember that the abilities of those ninja beasts replicate our Akatsuki members? Furthermore, if the 3 strongest ninja villages simultaneously attacked the Hidden Mist Village, I would prefer not to see it fall too quickly. The longer the war drags on, the more advantageous it is for us, allowing everyone to truly experience suffering. Konan nodded, provided Nagato himself did not take action. Meanwhile, in the land of sound, within a basement, Yakushi Kabuto was tending to Orochimaru's arm. Orochimaru gasped for breath, yet his eyes gleamed with greed. Uchiha Itachi possesses truly enviable eyes. How powerful must Uchiha Kyoka be, who can effortlessly defeat him? Uncle Snake, do you wish to witness my strength? At that moment, a strange voice echoed. Who goes there? Yakushi Kabuto quickly drew a kunai, positioning it defensively before Orochimaru. His demeanor alert. Orochimaru's expression mirrored Kabuto's, for he was at his most vulnerable. Uchiha Kyoka had no intention of hiding his purpose. He approached to extract Orochimaru's emotional energy and recruit him. Thus, Uchiha Kyoka, accompanied by Shao Shiro and Pikachu Minato, advanced step by step toward Orochimaru. You are Uchiha Kyoka? And Uchiha Shi? Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze hungrily fixed on Shao Shiro. Compared to Uchiha Kyoka and Uchiha Itachi, he was far more intrigued by the 4-year-old who had awakened the Mangekyo. According to spies from Konoha, Shao Shiro could not only summon the divine Susanoo, but could also eliminate hundreds of Konoha ninja using merely taijutsu. If it were him, he would likely only escape. This youthful form was simply too perfect. Shao Shiro frowned, disliking the look in that uncle's eyes. Instantly, she activated her Eternal Mangekyo, pulling Uncle Snake into the illusion space in a heartbeat. Uncle, what were you just staring at? Uchiha Shi, is it? Do you know of eternal life? Orochimaru remained unfazed, accustomed to it, greedily eyeing Shao Shiro, finding her far superior to Uchiha Itachi. What powerful ocular prowess. Splendid. Eternal life, you say? I am aware. Orochimaru was taken aback. In the past, when he spoke of eternal life, others deemed him insane. He never expected a 4-year-old Uchiha Shi to know of it. Shao Shiro suddenly found that this uncle, resembling Pikachu Orochimaru, was not so detestable after all. She felt the urge to boast about her brother. Raising the pure gold ring in her hand, she began to brag proudly. This ring is made of pure gold. My brother says that wearing it will stop my growth. A little girl named something or other wore it and has not changed in appearance for 200 years. Orochimaru looked astonished, if such a thing truly existed. His research into the highly detrimental Edo Tensei would be a farce. Finally, considering Xiao Shier's tender age of 4, he found solace in that it could not possibly be true. If such items existed in the ninja world, they would surely not be without any tales to tell. In the realm of the ninja, there was certainly nothing of the sort. Little Xiaowei incessantly praised her brother, claiming that pure gold belonged to another world. Orochimaru, unperturbed, seized the opportunity to extract valuable information from her exuberant talk. However, just as he was engrossed in her words, the illusionary space suddenly collapsed, abruptly returning him to the stark reality. It was Kabuto who sensed the anomaly and hastily employed his chakra to dispel the illusion. Infuriated, Orochimaru cast a fierce glare at Kabuto, yet he understood that the fault did not lie with him. Lord Orochimaru, you should leave first. I will hold them off. Kabuto urged. Wait, Kabuto. But Kabuto had already charged forward, his right hand glowing with the light of a chakra scalpel. Midway, a shuriken hurtled toward him. Kabuto dodged. For even if he could not win, he would not be bested by a mere shuriken. Yet, a yellow claw suddenly appeared, seizing the shuriken. This was not the worst part. The truly dire situation was that this yellow-skinned creature wielded a Rasengan the size of a basketball. Rasengan. Boom. The Rasengan struck Kabuto's back, sending him crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Kabuto, are you all right? Lord Orochimaru. Before he could finish, he coughed up blood. Fortunate that Minato did not press the advantage. He quickly used healing techniques, lying in the crater created by the Rasengan, utterly disheveled. Chapter 41. Recruiting Uncle Snake. While casually reaping benefits, Orochimaru understood that the injuries Kabuto sustained were trivial, yet he found himself greatly intrigued by the pure gold that Uchiha Kyo had mentioned. Kyo, I wonder what brings you here. Uchiha Kyo suddenly fixed him with a cold gaze. Orochimaru, were you plotting against my sister just now? Wait. Kyo, dismissive of further dialogue, activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Orochimaru found himself ensnared in a binding technique. He had not anticipated Kyo's swift change of demeanor just moments ago. He had referred to him as Uncle Snake, only to be met with a binding jutsu now. While he could typically break free from a standard binding technique, the addition of Kyo's Eternal Mangekyo made it a different story. Are you feeling familiar with this sensation? In my eyes, crushing you is akin to squashing an ant. Ding. Congratulations, host has gained 666 emotion points from Orochimaru. Kyo, your ocular power surpasses Itachi's. It is truly magnificent. With a flash of a blade, Kyo severed the arm Orochimaru had just reattached. Orochimaru, every technique of yours is futile in the presence of my eyes. Ding. Congratulations. Host has gained 666 emotion points from Orochimaru. Orochimaru seethed with anger. Kyo's tone and expression mirrored that of Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru, why are you so weak that I cannot even entertain the thought of recruiting you? Pray tell, how is your research on the Edo Tensei progressing? Ding. Congratulations. Host, to be honest, facing you feels like confronting an ant. I could crush you at will. Ding. Congratulations, host. For approximately half an hour, Uchiha Kyo spoke. And when he deemed that he had sufficiently worn down Orochimaru, he released the binding technique. Panting heavily, Orochimaru gazed at Kyo with a mix of fear and awe. Kyo, having achieved his objective, retracted his haughty demeanor and donned a sunny smile. Uncle Snake, please don't take offense. I was merely jesting. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Orochimaru glanced at his severed arm. Are you certain this is a jest? This time, Orochimaru did not bother reattaching his arm. Instead, he directly utilized the snake clone technique. With his mouth agape, a new Orochimaru emerged, covered in slime. The grotesque sight nearly prompted Xiaowei to unleash a scorching Amaterasu. Kyo, perhaps we should discuss the matter at hand? Orochimaru, do you wish to attain eternal life? Do you wish to witness the world beyond the shinobi realm? When the conversation turned serious, Uchiha Kyo's expression grew solemn. Orochimaru's excitement surged. Could it be that Kyo spoke the truth within the illusionary space? At his level, who would not yearn to explore a broader world? Kyo, are you referring to the world that produces pure gold? Kyo paused, then shot a glare at Xiaowei. Xiaowei, did you speak out of turn again? Humph. Xiaowei defiantly glared back at Kyo, for in her memory, she had always emerged victorious in their mutual glares. Indeed, regardless of Xiaowei's missteps, Kyo habitually indulged her. Moreover, this was not a closely guarded secret. He had intended to disclose it to Orochimaru anyway. Indeed, it is that world. However, the prerequisite is that I must unify the Shinobi realm before venturing there. Oh, why not go there immediately? Orochimaru inquired, perplexed, as he was eager to explore this new world. That is not your concern. I need you to expedite your research on the perfected Edo Tensei to assist me in winning the impending war. In return, Kyo continued, retrieving a pure gold ring from the system shop and tossing it to Orochimaru. This pure gold ring is yours. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the ring, his rapid breathing betraying his inner turmoil. Could this ring truly grant him eternal life? Kyo, sensing Orochimaru's misunderstanding, interrupted his fantasy. Orochimaru, pure gold can merely extend one's lifespan. It is not a straightforward path to immortality. Oh, how long can it extend one's life? Kyo shook his head. I do not know. I only know of a 6-year-old girl whose appearance has remained unchanged for 200 years since donning the pure gold ring. That is sufficient. I appreciate your kindness, Kyo. Although Orochimaru was greedy, he understood the impossibility of instant gratification. If he could merely prolong his life, he would have more time to search for the secrets of true immortality. This would prevent the need for Edo Tensei, which required him to switch bodies every 3 years, rendering his soul increasingly feeble and diminishing his resistance to illusions. Now with the Mangekyo Sharingan, a few more reincarnations could lead to a state akin to Kurinai, and further reincarnations would likely result in him becoming a Chunin. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had to maintain some semblance of dignity. Orochimaru, return with me to the village hidden in the mist. There is a Pikachu Orochimaru beast there with abilities akin to yours. You two could engage in enlightening discourse. Kyo, how did you obtain my DNA? Acquiring your DNA is quite simple, Kyo replied, opting not to explain further. Given that everyone believed that Shinobi beasts were created from others' DNA, he chose to let that misconception persist. Once matters were settled, he instructed Orochimaru, come to the village hidden in the mist. With that, Kyo had Pikachu Minato use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport him and Xiaohui away. Upon returning to the village hidden in the mist, they discovered that the entire village was bustling with preparations to welcome the impending assault from the 3 great nations. Uchiha Hikari exhibited a remarkable sense of calm, for he had both Tom and Jerry at his disposal for exchange. However, he was reluctant to squander his points on these 2 beasts unless absolutely necessary. Instead, he preferred to conserve them for the coveted fruit of the divine tree. After all, with an ancient being watching over the shinobi world from above, he feared that any misstep could draw unwanted attention. Naturally, once he consumed the fruit, he would possess powers akin to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Coupled with his own combat experience, defeating the Sage of 6 Paths would be mere child's play. Upon returning to the Mizuki's office, Uchiha Hikari could not help but lament, casting a glance at the ever-busy Terumi Mei. By the way, Mei, has the 1 billion Ryo from the Cloud Village arrived? Not yet, Terumi Mei replied curtly. They are preparing to attack the Mist Village. How could they possibly fulfill their promise? This simply will not do. It seems we must show those barbarians in the Cloud Village the consequences of their debts. Mizuki-sama, what are you planning? Nothing grand, Mei. I shall leave the Mist Village in your capable hands while I step out for a moment. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes. She had always managed the Mist Village, while he had never taken charge. Chapter 42, Debt Collection in the Land of Lightning. As Pika Minato accompanied the wealth-attracting Jonin on various missions, he left behind flying thunder god marks throughout the shinobi world. Thus, when Uchiha Hikari commanded Pika Minato to teleport directly to the borders of the Cloud Village, it was a seamless transition. Although many tasks could be delegated to the summoned beasts, when it came to gathering emotional energy, his presence was essential. Otherwise, he could not harness the energy. While Darui, Killer Bee, and Reikage AI had been thoroughly exhausted, numerous others remained ripe for the picking, including the likes of Maki and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Pika Minato assessed the surroundings. Boss, there are a significant number of ninjas approximately 10 miles ahead. Let us proceed then, Uchiha Hikari thought with a smirk. Recognizing that it was time to teach the Cloud Village a lesson about the repercussions of unpaid debts. As the Cloud Village assembled its shinobi forces in preparation for the impending 4th Shinobi World War, the sensing ninja, Ki, reported to the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Lady Yamato, 3 exceptionally powerful chakra signatures are approaching us. 2 of them possess chakra levels at least 10 times that of Reikage-sama. What Ki referred to were Uchiha Hikari and his companion, Kiki. After the evolution of their bloodlines reached its zenith, their chakra reserves were comparable to that of Uchiha Madara. Pika Minato, lacking a bloodline enhancement, only matched Reikage AI's chakra levels even at the ranks of a Kage. What? Yamato gasped. If only one were approaching. She could potentially withstand it with the help of the two tails. However, three were a formidable challenge. All units, prepare for a strong enemy. The Cloud Ninjas hastily drew their weapons, turning their gazes toward Uchiha Hikari's advancing figure, bracing for confrontation. At that moment, Uchiha Hikari, accompanied by Kiki and Pika Minato, arrived and perched themselves upon a tree. Uchiha Hikari surveyed the scene from his elevated position, ultimately focusing on Yamato. Although Pika had already acquired Yamato's blood, Uchiha Hikari deemed it unnecessary to utilize it just yet, preferring to save it for a later occasion. With her chestnut-colored hair cascading down in a single braid to her waist, clad in a poised and polished ensemble, possessing a statuesque figure and an aura befitting royalty. "You must be the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yamato," he remarked. "Thank you for the compliment. May I inquire why the Mizukage has chosen to invade our land of lightning without cause?" Yamato's expression was grave, for she had heard of the infamous Uchiha siblings from Reikage, and she realized she was not equipped to contend with them. Uchiha Hikari waved dismissively. "To claim invasion is a stretch. Reikage AI is a disgrace, failing to repay his debts. Even more shameful than a courtesan who understands the principle of repaying what is owed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 666 emotional energy from Yamato. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 208 emotional energy from Ki." Uchiha Hikari paused, pondering, who is this Ki? Why does she yield emotional energy? However, it mattered little. Anyone who could provide emotional energy was a worthy ally in his eyes. Realizing that by humiliating Reikage, the emotional energy would flow abundantly, he prepared to amplify his efforts when, "How dare you speak ill of our Reikage? Let us kill him together." The Cloud Ninjas, incensed by Uchiha Hikari's affront to their leader, could no longer contain their fury, brandishing their weapons as they charged forth to tear him apart. Even Yamato and Ki were unable to restrain them, a testament to the deep respect they held for Reikage AI. "Kiki, I leave them to you. Leave it to me. How dare they underestimate us? They are courting death." Kiki, with a disdainful glare upon the advancing throng, activated her Mangekyo Sharingan and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A wave of flames, spanning dozens of meters, surged toward the group of Cloud Ninjas with alarming speed. Unbelievable, such powerful fire techniques. The water-style ninjas among them hastily invoked their own techniques to counter Kiki's Great Fire Annihilation. Those unable to use water techniques resorted to earth walls or evasive maneuvers. Yet, the water barriers barely lasted a second before being engulfed by the inferno. In the next moment, nearly half of the ninjas who had surged forward were consumed by the flames, leaving nothing but charred remains. How is this possible? Although Yamato had heard tales of Uchiha Kiki's Susanoo being formidable, she had never anticipated that her ninjutsu could wield such devastating effect, turning a B-rank technique into one of S-rank caliber. One technique had obliterated hundreds of their ninjas. This reckless child was unforgivable. "Uchiha Kiki, you shall pay?" "Huh? Why should I pay? They attacked me first. Am I wrong to retaliate?" Kiki protested, her countenance displaying mild indignation. While Yamato found her reasoning sound, she could not shake the instinctive desire to protect her comrades from harm. Uchiha Hikari smiled faintly. "Yamato, since your Reikage has defaulted on his debts, you shall accompany me as collateral for his unpaid dues. You shall not take her." Uchiha Hikari surveyed the Cloud Village Shinobi, shaking his head. "I trust you have grasped the extent of my power. If you comply and come with me willingly, your comrades may yet survive. Surely, you would not want their deaths on your conscience." This time, Yamato did not retort, for she understood that Uchiha Kiki's Great Fire Annihilation could easily claim dozens of her comrades. Uchiha Hikari too activated his Mangekyo, his prowess surpassing that of his sister. At that moment, Ki placed a reassuring hand on Yamato's shoulder. "Lady Yamato, in war, sacrifices are inevitable. We would rather die fighting than betray our comrades." "Thank you, Ki. But there are no buts." Uchiha Hikari turned his attention to the striking blonde youth. "Ah, so you are Ki. I recall you. But tell me, why speak of war? Is the Cloud Village contemplating the initiation of the Fourth Shinobi World War?" "Ding, congratulations, host. You have." Both Ki and Yamato's expressions shifted. realizing they had inadvertently revealed information about their clandestine discussions with the Earth and Fire Nations. The Mizukage jests. Our Cloud Village cherishes peace and would never instigate a war. Oh, is that so? However, this is of little consequence now. The Raikage owes me money and refuses to repay, so I intend to use the two tails as collateral. Which seems quite reasonable, does it not? You can forget it. Uchiha Kyo shook his head and rose to draw the steel katana from his back. Although it pales in comparison to the Kusanagi sword, it suffices for dealing with some insignificant foes. It appears I must borrow the Kusanagi from Orochimaru upon my return. Especially the version that can extend and retract, the one that sent Naruto flying with his four tails. Chapter 43. The form of Yatagarasu. Uchiha Kyo instructed Pikachu to keep an eye on little Hikari, looking down at the group of Karamis below. So, are you prepared to meet your demise? All the hidden cloud ninjas could not help but swallow hard. Could they truly defeat the monstrous Uchiha Kyo? With a leap, Uchiha Kyo descended to the ground, charging swiftly toward the main body of the cloud ninja forces before they could even react. Here he comes. The ninja who was about to speak was abruptly silenced as he was cleaved in half. Damn it! A ninja brandishing a kunai rushed at Uchiha Kyo. However, he merely made a slicing motion, and as the ninja passed through him, Kyo's right hand swung back, severing the head from its body. Three ninjas leaped into action, stabbing down at Uchiha Kyo with their blades. Die! Yet, Uchiha Kyo remained unmoving. The three blades merely passed through his form, embedding themselves in the ground. Is this an illusion? Uchiha Kyo, uninterested in answering the three Karamis, gripped his sword and executed a draw-and-slice motion. With a spin, the blade flashed, and three more heads fell to the ground. He then turned his gaze to the remaining cloud ninjas, a slight smile gracing his lips. So, shall I kill you all? Or leave one or two alive to report back to your Raikage? Just because he owes money, you all must die. What a disgraceful fate. This strange ability of his is infuriating. The Yamuki beside him anxiously reminded him that Uchiha Kyo possessed space-time ninjutsu, with a phasing duration of 5 minutes. Uchiha Kyo silently absorbed the emotional energy provided by Yamuki and Hiki, considering that if he eradicated all these cloud ninjas, he would sufficiently harvest their emotional energy. As more cloud ninjas charged at him, Uchiha Kyo met them head-on. Utilizing his Kamui, each swing of his sword resulted in the decapitation or bisecting of a cloud ninja. Time passed, the number of cloud ninjas dwindling while the ground became littered with rubble. Before long, only a dozen terrified cloud ninjas remained. Let me make it explicitly clear, you will not die for the sake of your village, but rather because your Raikage refuses to settle his debts, thus sealing your fate. Uchiha Kyo's words were undeniably cruel. If they had died resisting an invader, their demise could be deemed honorable. But to perish simply due to an outstanding debt, resulting in the loss of over 200 elite cloud ninjas, is a profound embarrassment. Fear not, I will leave a couple alive to relay a message to Raikage AI. It is only just that debts are repaid. I shall kill 200 ninjas daily until he pays. You scoundrel, die? Initially, Yamuki intended to wait for Uchiha Kyo's 5-minute interval to strike a lethal blow. However, the ninjas here could hardly last 5 minutes. It seemed none would remain. Uchiha Kyo regarded Yamuki, extending 3 claw-like fingers towards her, uncertain if these claws were fashioned from adamantium. Shaking his head, he allowed Yamuki to pass through him, showing no mercy as he swiftly plunged a blade into her shoulder, pinning her to the ground. TCH, lacking any healing abilities, she pales in comparison to Logan, the Wolverine. Yamuki's heart swelled with indignation. Just how formidable is Uchiha Kyo? At that moment, the two tails within her spoke with grave seriousness. Yamuki, he has activated eyes akin to those of Uchiha Madara. Only through beast transformation can we find a glimmer of hope, or else we shall perish here. Yamuki finally recognized the vast chasm between her and Uchiha Kyo and hastily entered beast transformation. The ordinary katana pinning her shoulder gradually melted away under the chakra of the tailed beast, and a blue-flamed cat demon erupted from within her. The two tails had officially made its entrance. Uchiha Kyo, within the Kamui space, did not evade, merely lamenting the inadequacy of his position. Had it been the Kusanagi sword, it would not have melted into molten iron. If it were a chakra black rod like Pain S, the two tails would surely be unable to escape. Pikachu Watergate, perched on a tree, smiled and asked, "Little Hikari, shall we avoid this?" "Avoid what? I'm going into battle." Little Hikari leaped in front of the two tails, and directly activated the third form of Susanoo. Contemplating the enormity of the cat demon, she felt the third form might be somewhat precarious. She adorned Susanoo with armor, raising a shield made of energy, the divine artifact, the Mirror of Heaven. Susanoo's right hand formed 8 red tomo of energy. Fourth stage of Susanoo, the Yatagarasu form. Little cat, I'm ready for battle. Yatagarasu. With a sweep of her hand, she sent the 8 energy tomo hurtling toward the two tails. Boom. The Yatagarasu's tomo struck the two tails, resulting in a tremendous explosion that carved a long trench into the earth. Is this truly the power possessed by a little girl? How are we to fight now? Unable to even contend with a tailed beast? The surviving Cloud Ninjas expressed their despair. If Uchiha Hiki is this powerful, how strong must her brother be? Uchiha Kyo activated Kamui and appeared beside Pikachu Watergate, his expression filled with pride as he observed little Hikari's Susanoo. She managed to activate the Yatagarasu form so swiftly. It would not be long before she could achieve her complete form. Indeed, little Hikari is a true prodigy. Pikachu Watergate smiled with satisfaction. Usually, he and Pikachu Itachi were responsible for instructing little Hikari in mastering the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Aside from Flying Thunder God, she had learned all the ninjutsu they knew. The blasted two tails rose again. Such an attack was trivial for a tailed beast. Gazing at the Susanoo, which was roughly its size, it began to gather Tailed Beast Bomb. Its most powerful technique. Tailed Beast Bomb. Mirror of Heaven. Little Hikari commanded Susanoo to shield itself. The Tailed Beast Bomb struck the Mirror of Heaven. Unable to advance an inch nor explode. Little Hikari beamed with pride, softly whispering, absorb. The Tailed Beast Bomb gradually merged into the Mirror of Heaven. Rebound. The previous Tailed Beast Bomb shot back out from the Mirror of Heaven, striking the two tails directly. Boom. The explosion of the Tailed Beast Bomb far surpassed that of the Yatagarasu's tomo, leaving the two tails in a weakened state. Yamuki, now within the two tails, had completely lost her will to fight. If she could not contend with Uchiha Hiki, how could she possibly face Uchiha Kyo? Even if Raikage and Killer Bee were to arrive, they might not stand a chance. Realizing this, Yamuki urgently instructed the two tails to flee while Uchiha Kyo had yet to make his move. If they did not escape now, there would be no opportunity left. As for her comrades, she could no longer concern herself with them. Survival was her only priority. Chapter 44. The Raikage Stet and the capture of Two Tails. Xiaoqi naturally could not allow the large cat to escape, for her brother had stated that this cat was to be used to settle debts. Controlling her Susanoo, she spread its right hand, once again forming 8 energy Magatama, Yasaka Magatama. The 8 Magatama struck Utai, knocking it down once more. Although the Yasaka Magatama could not inflict significant damage on tailed beasts, each time Two Tails attempted to rise, it was greeted by another barrage of Magatama. Gradually, Xiaoqi maneuvered her Susanoo closer, eventually pressing Utai firmly to the ground with the heavenly mirror. Brother, I've captured the little kitty. Hee. Uchiha Hikari watched in astonishment, pondering if a shield could be wielded in such a manner. Shaking his head, he activated Kamui, appearing before the massive cat's head. This is the price of refusing to repay your debts. What did you expect when the Raikage defaults? You bastard. The village of Kumogakure will not let this go. Once Utai was pinned down by the heavenly mirror and rendered immobile, it relinquished control of its body back to the wooden figure. Uchiha Hikari, still indifferent, remarked, I have always believed there are too many shinobi in this world. War is something I wish to witness. When the time comes, I shall eliminate every invading shinobi, noble, civilian, elder, and child without exception. The wooden figure froze momentarily, then gazed at Uchiha Hikari in terror. Although past ninja world wars had affected many civilians, efforts were typically made to avoid ordinary villages. If Uchiha Hikari's words were to be believed, how many lives would be lost? You madman, Uchiha Hikari, you devil. No. My actions are for the sake of peace. There are approximately 80 million people in the ninja world. If 40 million were to perish, the remaining would have access to better resources. Uchiha Hikari then presented his nihilistic declaration, draining the last vestiges of emotion from the wooden figure. To be frank, even the shinobi who had endured constant wars did not agree with his ideology. It was no wonder the Marvel counterparts found no one to resonate with. In such a light, it seemed that Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi was the better option. After all, those ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi would not die, merely transforming into white Zetsu, living indefinitely within their own dreams. Bastard Uchiha Hikari, you will invite divine wrath. Hey, big kitty, do you dare to insult my brother again? Shao Chi pressed down forcefully once more with the heavenly mirror, eliciting a pained sound from the wooden figure. Lightning mirage, lightning pillar. At that moment, not far away, she unleashed an illumination illusion, rushing to seize the opportunity to rescue the wooden figure. However, Shao Chi and Uchiha Hikari both activated their Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and she was merely momentarily dazzled. When she reached Uchiha Hikari, he found both he and Shao Chi gazing at him with their Sharingan, their expressions vacant. This rendered she quite awkward. It was evident the opponents bore no memory of him whatsoever. Hey, handsome, what do you intend to do? I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be on my way. She began to retreat step by step, realizing he could not hope to contend with them and would need to summon the Reikage for assistance. Wait, you can't leave. As she turned to flee, he had already made eye contact with Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan. Uchiha Hikari promptly cast an illusion, ensnaring she, who collapsed unconscious. Now, wooden figure, will you willingly accompany me? Or shall I eliminate the remaining Cloud Shinobi before forcibly taking you? I can go with you, but you must spare my remaining companions. Knowing escape was impossible, the wooden figure sought a compromise, hoping to save those who had yet to perish. Uchiha Hikari nodded. He held no interest in the remaining inconsequential Cloud Shinobi and instructed Shao Chi to release her hold. Big kitty, you best obey, do you understand? After issuing her warning, Shao Chi retracted her Susanoo. The wooden figure reverted from its tailed beast form to its previous alluring appearance. Pick up the pace, Pick a Watergate. Take us to Orochimaru. Yes, boss. Pick a Watergate leaped down from the tree, his claws brushing against Uchiha Hikari's thigh. Swish. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and the group instantly materialized within Orochimaru's underground base. The wooden figure's perspective shifted. Moments ago, she had been in the forests of the Land of Lightning. Yet now she found herself in this underground lair. She gazed at Pick a Watergate in bewilderment. Flying Thunder God? Are you Namikaze Minato? Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Pick a Watergate. Pick a Watergate flashed a sunny smile. However, his prominent front teeth rendered the wooden figure somewhat incredulous. Pick a Watergate, you can use the Flying Thunder God technique. But do you know the Rasengan? Of course I know the Rasengan. I can also perform the spiraling flash super round dance howl, and combined with Shao Chi's Amaterasu, I can execute the Scorch Release, Lightspeed Black Arrow. Pick a Watergate, who typically found little audience for his technique introductions in the Mist Village, seized the rare opportunity to elaborate extensively. Uchiha Hikari paid little mind to the wooden figure's attempts to extract information. After all, Pick a Watergate's abilities mirrored those of Namikaze Minato, as long as Pick a Watergate's unique capabilities remained concealed. The commotion attracted the attention of Orochimaru, who was hurriedly gathering his belongings to flee. Oh, Hikari-kun, this young lady beside you is not the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, is she? Oh, the Reikage owes a debt, so I captured their village's Two-Tails as collateral. May I leave now? I can have Pick a Watergate escort you. Orochimaru glanced at the chattering Pick a Watergate, thinking not only did he share the same abilities, but also the same personality. I've packed everything else, but I cannot bear to abandon one unstable experiment. Take me to see it. I shall see if the Mangekyo can pacify it. Then I must trouble you. Please follow me. Uchiha Hikari followed Orochimaru until they soon stood before a large iron cage. Bang, 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 roar. Within the cage, Juji pounded against the bars upon sensing someone approaching. Uchiha Hikari observed Juji in its frenzied state, uncertain if he would gain any emotional value. He retrieved a book from the shelf that Orochimaru had no intention of taking and casually tore out a page, crumpling it into a ball. Hey, you fool, watch out. Juji swiftly defended himself with his monstrous arms. However, when the paper ball struck his arm, revealing itself as nothing but ordinary paper, he erupted in fury. I will kill you. I will kill you. Ding. Congratulations. Host has gained 208 emotional value from Juji. Oh, since it's useful, and at such a young age. He's already a jonin. This could be quite entertaining. Thus, under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, Uchiha Hikari tore through the entire book page by page, crumpling them into balls and hurling them at Juji. Once the paper balls were exhausted, he spat directly onto Juji's face. Orochimaru's mouth twitched at the sight, thinking to himself, come on, you're an elite shinobi with a Mangekyo. Is it necessary to humiliate a child in such a manner? Chapter 45. The eve of war. Seeing that he had sufficiently drained Juji's emotional value, Uchiha Hikari decided to cast an illusion with his Mangekyo. All his illusions were learned from Picklewater, and so too were Shao-Chi's. Juji's eyes suddenly glazed over, and he gradually transformed from a monstrous form back into that of a small child. Little one, do you remember what just happened? I don't remember. Did I lose control again? Zhongwu felt a tinge of bitterness. His recent lapses in control had become increasingly frequent. Uchiha Hikari seemed to have surmised that the emotional index just now was provided by the monster Zhongwu, hence the impressive reading. Yet, at this moment, Zhongwu was merely a child, likely possessing only the strength of a genin. What about the tailed beasts? Contemplating this, Uchiha Hikari shifted his gaze towards the belly of the wooden man, preparing to delve into the sealed space containing the two-tailed beast when Orochimaru interjected, "How delightfully morbid, Hikari. A personal preference, I trust Uncle Snake won't mind." Uchiha Hikari chuckled lightly, temporarily sparing the two-tailed beast. After all, with the wooden man under his control, the two-tailed beast was surely trapped. Orochimaru did not linger on such trivial matters. He gestured with a finger adorned with a pure gold ring towards Uchiha Hikari. "This is the 5th Mizukage, Uchiha Hikari, who shall also be our leader henceforth. It was he who employed Genjutsu to calm your earlier outburst." Zhongwu was taken aback. Orochimaru's use of "we" implied that he had indeed pledged allegiance to this young man. "Very well, since matters are settled, let us gather our belongings and depart." Uchiha Hikari was quite curious about the scrolls of the shinobi world. He could not fathom why ninjas did not utilize ninjutsu scrolls for transporting provisions during wartime. After all, the technology and operations of the Hokage world were rather perplexing, particularly in terms of technological advancements. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, she was reporting on the recent capture of the wooden man by Uchiha Hikari. Additionally, she relayed the abilities of Pikachu, Minato, Uchiha Hikari, and Uchiha Hai. The most crucial piece of information was Uchiha Hikari's final declaration. Should war commence, all who laid eyes upon it, ninja, nobility, commoners, the elderly, and children, would be slain without exception. This intel was also conveyed to me by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Does he think such a far-fetched excuse will intimidate me? The 4th Raikage smashed his fist onto the table. Glaring at Mabui with a roar, "Summon 3,000 ninjas. I shall personally lead the charge to level the hidden mist village." Although Mabui also suspected that Uchiha Hikari was merely attempting to instill fear, the combat prowess of the Uchiha siblings and their summoned beasts was undeniably formidable, and she feared their village would not prevail against them. "Lord Raikage, please compose yourself. We must recognize that Uchiha Hikari and his sibling have awakened eyes akin to Uchiha Madara's. If we act hastily, it may prove too burdensome for our hidden cloud village. We must wait for the 3 great villages to unite before launching a decisive assault on the hidden mist village." While Mabui was indeed concerned for the wooden man, as the Raikage secretary and strategist, her priorities lay with the hidden cloud village. The Raikage quickly regained his composure. If it came to a physical confrontation, he was confident he could best Uchiha Hikari, even if the latter activated his Susanoo. The crux of the issue lay in the peculiar abilities of Uchiha Hikari, capable of phasing out of existence and drawing individuals into alternate dimensions. "Very well, send word to Inoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Within a week, we shall initiate our total offensive. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us." "Understood, Lord Raikage." Mabui exited the Raikage's office to arrange for the dispatch of messages. 2 days later, the news of Raikage A's summons reached Konoha village. After accommodating the envoy from the hidden cloud village, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly convened a meeting with qualified individuals from Konoha. Soon enough, in the humble office reconstructed for the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, the Konoha F4, and the heads of various clans gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen shared the intel regarding Raikage A's demand for the early commencement of the 4th Great Ninja War. "Konoha's shinobi, is this not too hasty?" questioned Nara Shikamaru, with a hint of concern. "Shikamaru," Danzo's cane struck the floor, "the longer we delay, the more detrimental it becomes for us. Who knows how many summoned beasts Uchiha Hikari can create by then?" Sarutobi Hiruzen found some merit in Danzo's words. There were already 10 summoned beasts, and many more whose true strength remained unknown. "Kakashi, what is your perspective?" "This time, I stand with Elder Danzo. If Tsunade's intel is accurate, Uchiha Hikari will only conjure more summoned beasts to counter the invasion of the 3 great nations." Nara Shikaku, having voiced his opinion, fell silent. as the final decision rested with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, we shall acquiesce to their demands, but Konoha cannot take the lead. With the two-tailed beast held captive by Uchiha Hikari, Kage is undoubtedly more anxious than we are. Let the brutes from the Hidden Cloud Village initiate the assault. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely apprehensive about Uchiha Hikari's declaration to annihilate all humanity in the Land of Fire. Although the likelihood of it being true was slim, it was better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, within the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Hikari received word of the Hidden Cloud and Konoha mobilizing their forces, prompting a derisive chuckle. It appeared these individuals could no longer contain themselves. He had initially thought they would require a month or two to prepare. Lord Massacre, there has been no movement from the Land of Earth. Should we not also gather our forces for defense? Tsukuyomi was far less composed than Uchiha Hikari, aware that the Hidden Mist Village was facing a simultaneous assault from three great nations. Particularly concerning was Konoha. During the Third Great Ninja War, they had faced four adversaries and emerged victorious. Despite Konoha being nearly devastated by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's machinations, such as the Uchiha clan's extermination, Orochimaru's defection, Whitefang's suicide, and the demise of Minato and his wife, there was a saying, a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Konoha still boasted Jiraiya and Tsunade. Uchiha Hikari nodded. Indeed, preparations for defense were imperative. You are responsible for the defense of the Hidden Mist Village. I shall lead the summoned beasts in a proactive assault. I intend to demonstrate to them the essence of cruelty. Tsukuyomi furrowed her brow. Lord Massacre, should we not bring some ninjas along? No need, May. Your sole responsibility is defense. I will ensure that all civilians visible to the enemy are returned to the Hidden Mist Village. You will arrange for their settlement. A smirk graced Uchiha Hikari's lips. As long as he could transport all civilians back to the Land of Whirlpools and the surrounding 180 square kilometers, they would undoubtedly fit. This was also the reason he sought to rent that land from Sarutobi Hiruzen, aimed at sheltering the civilians. When the three great nations found themselves without enough civilians to levy taxes upon, the daimyos would only raise the tax rates. And when the common folk could no longer survive, they would either revolt or migrate. In a world of extraordinary abilities, rebellion was impractical. Thus, migration became the only option. Of course, if conditions permitted, he could seize and occupy territories wherever he advanced, subsequently stationing heavy forces at the borders. Days swiftly passed. The Hidden Cloud Village, in conjunction with certain ninjas from Konoha, advanced towards the Land of Earth. Kage was exceedingly displeased that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched only 300 ninjas, especially since he had brought along a full contingent of 3,000. Moreover, the leader of this small group was not Tsunade or Jiraiya, but merely Kakashi. Kakashi, what is Sarutobi Hiruzen playing at? Why such a meager force? I apologize, fourth Kage. Due to the urgency, the Hokage could only muster this number of personnel. The main force will follow shortly. What more could Kakashi say? It was not as if he could reveal that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended for the brutes from the Hidden Cloud Village to take the lead. Chapter 46. 10 summoned beasts strike. Simultaneously Kage's temper flared. Had they not been allies, he would have relished the opportunity to strike Kakashi down. As a multitude of individuals made their way, they discovered Uchiha Kyoka, accompanied by 10 ninja beasts, stationed along their path. With a smirk that danced between humor and mockery, Uchiha Kyoka approached and jested. Oh, Kage, bringing such a throng, are you perhaps unable to settle your debts and resorting to using these laborers as collateral? How dare you? Uchiha Kyoka, what have you done to the Yamujin? Kage, upon spotting the main culprit, could not restrain his indignation. What concern is it of yours what has happened to the Yamujin? Kage, is your mind clouded? Owing money and refusing to repay. Is it not fair for me to use the two tails as compensation? Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired 208 emotional points from Samui. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired 108 emotional points from Karui. Ding. Congratulations, the host has garnered. Uchiha Kyoka was taken aback by the abundance of plot characters present. It seemed he would need to exert himself further. Kage's veins bulged with fury. Uchiha Kyoka, why have you resorted to killing the ninjas of our Cloud Village? Is that not obvious? You refuse to repay what you owe, and when I demand payment, they dare to obstruct me. If they do not perish, then who shall? However, their demise, a mere 100 or so ninjas, has saved Cloud Village 10 billion ryo. One must admit, their deaths were quite advantageous. As Uchiha Kyoka's words fell, emotional points surged rapidly. Reikage AI, enraged by Kyoka's incessant references to debts, could not fathom how he could associate the fallen cloud ninjas with monetary matters. Damn you, Uchiha. Kakashi glanced at the fourth Reikage AI, bewildered. He was well acquainted with this rhetoric, having often heard Danzo speak in similar tones. As for Uchiha Kyoka's remarks, he seemed quite accustomed to them. Uchiha Kyoka chuckled, noticing a few leaf ninjas, and was momentarily taken aback. Might Guy has also arrived? However, considering that it is still 8 years until the Wind of Change, I assume this version of Might Guy can only open the 7th gate at most. Uchiha Kyoka then turned to the side, addressing Pikachu Minato. Would you care to test your mettle against the Reikage? Gladly, replied Pikachu Minato, stepping forward and pointing at fourth Reikage AI. Come here. How dare you? The fourth Reikage, incensed by Uchiha Kyoka's insult, activated his lightning chakra mode and swiftly charged at Pikachu Minato, throwing a powerful punch. Pikachu Minato smiled, casually tossing a kunai into the air. As Reikage AI's fist neared him, he vanished in a flash, reappearing behind the fourth Reikage, a massive Rasengan forming in his hand. Reikage AI was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, it was too late to evade. Just as Pikachu Minato was about to strike, a lengthy octopus tentacle attacked. Pikachu Minato abandoned the assault, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind a cloud ninja. The Rasengan had been prepared and could not go to waste. Boom. The unfortunate cloud ninja was struck point-blank by the Rasengan, his head obliterated. After all, this was war. Uchiha Kyoka had instructed to eliminate all ninjas without exception. Damn it. Reikage leapt high, delivering a thunderous kick towards Pikachu Minato. Lightning Bomb. Once again, Pikachu Minato vanished, appearing before Killer Bee. Rasengan. Killer Bee commanded his octopus tentacles to stab upward at Pikachu Minato, but Pikachu Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, causing yet another ordinary cloud ninja to meet an untimely end. The current AB duo was no longer the same as the time they battled Minato Namikaze. Their strength had increased significantly. Subsequently, Pikachu Minato engaged in combat with the AB duo, periodically eliminating a cloud ninja. Darui observed that a single Pikachu Minato could hold his ground against the Reikage and Killer Bee. He couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the remaining 9 ninja beasts behind Uchiha Kyoka. This situation could turn dire. Pikachu Hayden twirled his scythe and complained. Boss, when do we strike? This is so boring. Go ahead, Pikachu Hayden, you cannot use the Reaper Death Seal. The rest of you, attack together. Yes, boss. In unison, the remaining 9 ninja beasts surged forward. Prepare yourselves, everyone, Kakashi urgently warned. However, his caution was rendered futile in the face of overwhelming power. Magnet Release, Sand Gold Burial. Pikachu Raza unleashed a formidable attack, taking down dozens of ninjas. Following this, he utilized Magnet Release to indiscriminately assault other ninjas. Pikachu Deidara was equally relentless, summoning a clay bird that bombarded the ground repeatedly. Pikachu Scorpion, seeing everyone unleash their powerful techniques, wasted no time and leapt from his hideaway, producing a bundle of scrolls. Secret Technique, 100 Machine Manipulation. Pikachu Scorpion activated a mechanism on his chest, controlling over 100 puppets with chakra strings to indiscriminately attack nearby ninjas. The Wealthy Horn released 4 hearts, launching a composite ninjutsu attack all around. Pikachu Konan, lacking the numerous explosive tags of the genuine Konan, resorted to a limited number of explosive tags for her assault. Pikachu Itachi directly initiated the second stage of Susanoo for an attack. As he was not an Eternal Mangekyo user, and activating the third stage would inflict immense pain upon his body. Pikachu Kisame also utilized the Water Shark Bomb for his attack, knowing there were many allies, and it was impractical to deploy large-scale ninjutsu like the Great Water Collision Wave. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Darui, the more formidable elite ninjas, could barely defend themselves. However, as they witnessed their numbers dwindle, it became evident that even 300 ninjas would not suffice against the onslaught of these ninja beasts. Damn it! 8 gates, 6th gate, open. Seeing the increasing casualties among his leaf comrades, Might Guy opened the 6th gate and joined the fray. Pikachu Scorpion's puppets were large targets, and thus he directed his assault towards Pikachu Scorpion. Pikachu Scorpion hastily commanded his puppets to defend, yet Might Guy's speed was astonishingly swift, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Boom! Pikachu Scorpion was reduced to a pile of fragments, and the puppets he controlled collapsed to the ground without chakra support. One down. Is that so? Might Guy was taken aback as the fragments slowly reassembled and Pikachu Scorpion perfectly revived. Before Might Guy could launch another attack, Pikachu Scorpion swiftly withdrew a bundle of scrolls, summoning the Pikachu version of the third Kazekage. Instantly, the third Kazekage activated magnet release, forming a magnetic shield of sand and iron to perfectly deflect Might Guy's kick. Chapter 47. Fame through battle. Raikage AI and Killer Bee found themselves ensnared by Pikachu Minato, while the casualties among their cloud ninjas continued to mount. They had contemplated abandoning Pikachu Minato to assist their fellow ninjas, but by the time they considered rushing to aid the others, Pikachu Minato did not pursue, but rather continued to swiftly eliminate more cloud and leaf ninjas, his speed ever increasing. To be honest, Raikage felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Kyoka's ninja beasts would each possess the strength of a Kage. As it stood, their cloud ninjas had already dwindled by a third. If this continued, their entire force would be obliterated. He should have awaited the gathering of all allied forces from leaf and stone before launching a decisive strike to annihilate the Mist Village. As I watched the companions of Yunin fall one by one, my heart felt as if it would shatter. Uchiha Hayashi, I have agreed to return your 10 billion ryo. Please command your beasts to cease their assault. Uchiha Hayashi cast a glance at Raikage, dismissing him with indifference. How dare he speak to me in such a commanding tone at this critical juncture? Damn it. You transform into your tailed beast form first. I shall take on Uchiha Hayashi. Karabi, devoid of his usual lyrical spirit, pondered the futility of his transformation. The enemy had merely 10 diminutive beasts. He feared that in his frenzy, he might inadvertently slay his own comrades. Nevertheless, he proceeded to transform, summoning a colossal bull-headed octopus. Pikachu Minato scratched the back of his head, recalling that his attacks seemed ineffective against this monstrous creature. Thus, with a swift motion, he joined the fray, targeting both Yunin and Konoha ninjas indiscriminately. Irritated by Pikachu Minato's movements through the crowd, Karabi found himself restrained. Meanwhile, Raikage dashed towards Uchiha Hayashi with electrifying speed. Chiyo's Dance of Thunder began. Xiao Qi, in a display of power, activated her fourth form, manifesting the Mirror of the Heavens to shield her brother. With a resounding crash, Raikage was flung several meters away by the mirror's force. On the other side, the tailed beast form of Karabi found itself in dire straits. In a moment of recklessness, he struck one of the beasts only to inadvertently kill 2 Konoha ninjas. As for the Yunin, he hesitated to act, fearing he might harm his allies. Kakashi, bearing wounds across his body, surveyed the battlefield. Over half of Konoha's ninjas had perished. Casting a glance at Might Guy, who was locked in combat with Pikachu Scorpion, he felt the weight of responsibility for his comrades. Guy, return, he commanded. Guy nodded and leaped back to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, what now? We must retreat, Kakashi replied. But what about the ninjas from Yunin? We cannot afford to worry about that now. All Konoha ninjas, fall back. With Kakashi's orders, the remaining Konoha ninjas gathered around him. Kakashi's words incensed the Yunin. Karabi wished he could deliver a tailed beast bomb to these Konoha scoundrels. However, considering the current alliance among the 3 great nations, he held back his wrath. Uchiha Hayashi, however, was unwilling to restrain himself. Those who instigate war must be prepared to face the consequences. Pointing towards the cluster of Konoha ninjas, he instructed Xiao Qi to unleash several Yada mirror bombs at that location. Xiao Qi nodded, channeling energy into 8 jewel-shaped projectiles and hurling them towards the Konoha ninjas. Yada mirror. Quick, take cover. Kakashi urgently warned his comrades, realizing he could not even ensure his own safety, let alone save others. With a thunderous explosion, a significant portion of the remaining 100 Konoha ninjas sustained casualties. Xiao Qi, continue. Though reluctant, Xiao Qi understood that these individuals had come to harm them. She could not allow anyone to threaten her brother, so for the sake of their future, she resolved to see them perish. Yada mirror. Everyone scatter and return to Konoha. After Kakashi's command, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. It must have been chakra depletion. Fortunately, Might Guy arrived just in time to support him, carrying Kakashi and a Princess Kari as they fled towards Konoha. Uchiha Hayashi did not pursue them. He instructed the beasts to focus on eliminating the enemy. Since Konoha had retreated, Raikage ordered his subordinates to withdraw as well. Suddenly, Uchiha Hayashi noticed the bull god aiming a tailed beast bomb in his direction. Without hesitation, he activated his fourth stage, conjuring the Fong Tianhua halberd and launching it forth. The halberd pierced through the mouth of the Eight Tails bull god, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated its head. Uchiha Hayashi frowned, unconvinced that Kurabi could have perished so easily. Shaoqi, unleash Amaterasu. Understood, Amaterasu. Without further ado, Shaoqi directed the flames at the bull god. Uchiha Hayashi observed that the fourth Raikage did not scream in panic, but instead fled. It seemed Kurabi had utilized the octopus tentacles to escape. Indeed, Amaterasu proved ineffective at claiming lives. Continue the pursuit. Eliminate as many Yunin as possible. Yes, boss. The group of beasts surged forward, yet the Yunin had scattered in their retreat. With 10 beasts in pursuit, they would be fortunate to eliminate a mere 100 ninjas. For instance, Pikachu Haiden and Pikachu Orochimaru, the two beasts with the least kills. Pikachu Minato, retrieve the supplies the enemy could not evacuate using Flying Thunder God. Yes, boss. Pikachu Minato set off to gather supplies. Meanwhile, the Fortune Horn searched through the remains for any bountied individuals. Nearby, the fortunate surviving Yunin ninjas regrouped, including Kurabi, Raikage, Darui, Mabui, Karui, and Samui. After tallying their losses, they discovered that of the 3,000 ninjas they had brought, only a little over 800 remained. And even Shi and Omoi had fallen in battle. Raikage struck a nearby tree in frustration. Damn Uchiha Hayashi, damn Konoha. Lord Raikage, this is Konoha territory. And given the recent battle, it's clear their forces were ineffective. We should head to Konoha village to discuss our next steps with the third Hokage, suggested Mabui, Raikage's secretary. Truthfully, after this battle, she had lost all hope of defeating the Mist Village. If it were merely those beasts, they might have employed a strategy of attrition. However, with Uchiha Hayashi's spatial abilities allowing him to absorb all the beasts into his Kamui space and evade with ease, the odds were grim. Before long, Raikage arrived at the gates of Konoha with several hundred battered and weary soldiers. The third Hokage personally came to greet them. Devoid of any mockery in his heart, he led them to the Sarutobi clan's quarters, as the Hokage building had once again been destroyed by Uchiha Hayashi. Chapter 48. Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks peace to buy time from the intelligence just relayed by Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that Konoha had not taken the lead. Otherwise, it would have been their ninjas who had perished. Although they had lost over 200, it was still manageable for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, upon hearing of the beast's strength and Uchiha Hayashi's ruthlessness, doubts began to creep into his mind. The Uchiha Hayashi of the past had merely been a talker, lacking true lethality. Who would have thought he would now seek total annihilation? Had they brought the Mist Village's forces, Kakashi and the others might have perished. So, what shall we do next, Raikage? If it weren't for you and Inoki not showing up, would I have lost so many comrades? Raikage retorted, frustrated that Konoha had only dispatched a meager 300 ninjas led by Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. Lord Raikage of the fourth generation, discussing this matter now seems futile. Do you believe our allied forces from the three great nations can achieve victory? Or, if we do win, what will be the cost? Raikage recalled the 10 formidable beasts and the prowess of the Uchiha siblings, falling into contemplation. Even if our three nations were to conquer the hidden Mist Village, it would be impossible to capture Uchiha Kakashi. The opponent could simply retreat into the Kamui dimension with his beasts. Escaping would be effortless. Consequently, our three nations would be left vulnerable to Uchiha Kakashi's relentless retaliation at any moment. Unaccustomed to strategic thinking and preferring physical prowess, he turned to his aide for guidance. Mabu, what do you suggest we do now? Mabu sighed, noting that Uchiha Kakashi was comparable to Uchiha Madara. The most prudent course of action would be a ceasefire. Even if the opponent refuses, we might gain some precious time. What we urgently need is to rally our allied forces and prepare for a decisive confrontation with Uchiha Kakashi. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement with Mabu's assessment, but harbored doubts about the war's outcome. Even if we achieve victory, it would likely be a Pyrrhic one. Who knows if the Land of Wind will take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hidden Mist Village after their triumph, Uchiha Kakashi was met with cheers from the ninjas and villagers alike. Their Mizukichi had defeated the allied forces of Konoha and Kumogakure with only 2 individuals and 10 beasts. However, Uchiha Kakashi was not inclined to rest on his laurels. he instructed Tsukuyomi to gather everyone in the Mizuki's office. "Congratulations, Mizuki, on repelling the forces of two great nations," they exclaimed. "Indeed, from this moment on, the Hidden Mist Village shall be the foremost ninja village in the realm. The Mizuki shall be revered as the god of ninjas." The gathered ninjas and clan leaders wore expressions of joy. "Calm down, everyone," Uchiha Kakashi said, rapping the table. "Are you satisfied with just this? My plan is to recuperate and then strike decisively to seize control of the entire ninja world. Long live the Mizuki." The cheers erupted within the Mizuki's tower. Tsukuyomi cast a flirtatious glance at Uchiha Kakashi, only to be met with a glare from Kiyoshi, who was fiercely protective of her brother. Tsukuyomi dismissed it. Kiyoshi was still young and would soon outgrow her possessiveness. The next day, Zabuza entered, reporting that a messenger from Konoha sought an audience. The admiration in Zabuza's eyes for Uchiha Kakashi was undeniable. With such a powerful Mizuki, the Hidden Mist Village would surely unify the ninja world. Uchiha Kakashi was intrigued and wished to observe how Sarutobi Hiruzen would respond to a formidable external threat with his penchant for internal strife. Is it just one person? Indeed. Merely a chunin. Then let him in. Yes, Mizuki. Before long, Zabuza escorted a chunin clad in a standard vest into the room. Upon seeing him, Uchiha Kakashi smirked. Recognizing him as the unfortunate victim who had been soundly defeated by Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clone jutsu, Susanoo, Uchiha Kakashi took the envelope but refrained from reading it just yet. First, he intended to have some fun at the expense of the hapless messenger. "I must ask, dear ninja, what compels you to deliver a message at this juncture? Is it not tantamount to courting death?" I am here on behalf of the third Hokage," Susanoo stammered, unable to fathom why the third would send a mere chunin to deliver such a message. Shouldn't diplomatic duties fall to an envoy? Others may do so, but a mere envoy holds no weight here. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows my beasts have a taste for human flesh, hence your presence. Susanoo trembled at the implication. The thought of facing Uchiha Kakashi's beasts filled him with dread, and he wished for nothing more than to escape the situation entirely. Tsukuyomi and the others were puzzled by Uchiha Kakashi's intimidation tactics against a lowly chunin. Did this chunin possess some unique significance? As they regarded the visibly shaken Susanoo, he felt overwhelmed by the pressure. He was merely an average chunin from Konoha. Uchiha Kakashi, having teased Susanoo sufficiently, finally opened the envelope. After reading the letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. What did the third Hokage have to say? Much about ideals of peace, urging us to cease hostilities, yet offering no benefits to the Hidden Mist Village. The assembled crowd, including Susanoo, fell silent, incredulous. Was it not Sarutobi Hiruzen who first dispatched ninjas to attack the Hidden Mist Village? Now, after failing, he spouted empty platitudes about peace, assuming they were fools? Uchiha Kakashi regarded Susanoo, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. While this individual may have a narrow perspective, he was nonetheless capable of feigning righteousness for a lifetime. By the way, Susanoo, I recall you were once my instructor at the Ninja Academy. Susanoo. He had indeed served as a teacher at one point, and given Uchiha Kakashi's age of 13, it was plausible he had taught him. Uchiha Kakashi paid no mind to Susanoo's confusion and instead posed a direct question. Susanoo, I have a task for you. Stealthily approach Naruto Uzumaki and activate the Flying Thunder God mark left by your teacher, Minato. Upon success, I shall recommend you to Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Isn't he a rogue ninja from Konoha? Is he now in the Land of Water? Uchiha Kakashi paused, observing Susanoo's bewildered expression. It seemed he had yet to encounter Orochimaru. Listen, Susanoo, if you complete the task I assign, I will grant you entry into the Hidden Mist Village and bestow upon you power beyond that of a jounin. Yes, Mizuki, I promise to fulfill the task. Susanoo eagerly accepted, viewing the mission as straightforward. Surely, Konoha would not hinder those who sought to confront Naruto. Of course, anyone attempting to assist Naruto would be obstructed by the Umbu. Susanoo believed he had reached his pinnacle in Konoha as a mere chunin and thought it unlikely that someone of Uchiha Kakashi's stature would deceive him. Tsukuyomi, perplexed, inquired, Mizuki, what makes Naruto Uzumaki so significant? He is the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Tsukuyomi gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Naruto Uzumaki is indeed the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, how can a chunin possibly approach him? Rest assured, Tsukuyomi, I will ensure the task is accomplished. Although Mizuki was unaware of the true meaning of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he presumed that this Naruto Uzumaki was a manifestation of the Nine Tails. To be honest, he had encountered Naruto before and had never been obstructed. By the way, Mizuki, aside from sending you with a message, did Sarutobi Hiruzen impose any other conditions? The Hokage expressed a desire for peace between the two nations, hoping to cease hostilities. Hearing such a formal response, Uchiha Kyo was genuinely amused by this Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mizuki, convey to Sarutobi that there is no friendship between nations, only interests. Inquire how much land of the Fire Country he is willing to cede. Understood, Lord Mizuki. After Mizuki departed, Uchiha Kyo issued orders to Zabuza. Zabuza, instruct the collection of war supplies. We shall launch an assault on the Fire Country in 2 days. Yes, Lord Mizuki. A day later, Sarutobi Hiruzen received Mizuki's message. There is no friendship between nations, only interests. If you desire friendship, land must be ceded. Sarutobi paid it no mind, as he merely sought to buy time. Currently, Konoha had assembled a force of 20,000 shinobi, while Inoki brought another 20,000 to join him. Reikage had also returned to Kumobikure to regroup. With a coalition of 60,000 shinobi, they would certainly be able to crush the land of water. As for retaining Uchiha Kyo, Sarutobi held little hope unless a countermeasure against space-time ninjutsu could be discovered. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi, Kirigakure had already mobilized 3,000 shinobi, preparing to launch an assault on the borders of the Fire Country. Pika Watergate, is 3,000 men too much for you? Though somewhat daunting, it was manageable. Pika Watergate then sat cross-legged, his hands clasped together. Zabuza, Hozuki Mangetsu, and others looked on in confusion, unsure of what Pika Watergate was doing. Moments later, when Pika Watergate opened his eyes, a red toad-like shadow adorned his eyelids. It was Pika Watergate's Sage Mode, perhaps not rivaling Naruto's later prowess, yet certainly superior to Jiraiya's perfect form. All right, boss, let us depart. Xiaoxi, do ensure your safety. Although aware of Xiaoxi's formidable strength, she was still merely a 4-year-old girl. Hey, brother, who do you look down upon? I can take on 1,000. Xiaoxi was eager, her previous experience with the Yasaka Magatama having desensitized her to killing. Uchiha Kyo sighed softly. Indeed, this was a perilous ninja world, and Xiaoxi must learn to grow. One must not show mercy to enemies, lest they be struck down in turn, a fate he deemed more frenzied than Obito's. Upon activating Sage Mode, Pika Watergate instructed everyone to hold hands and grasp Uchiha Kyo's pant leg. In a flash, 3,000 ninjas, along with 10 summoned beasts, appeared at the borders of the Fire Country, mere miles from Konoha's defensive forces. All, charge with me. Yes, Lord Mizuki. The cheers of the 3,000 Kirigakure shinobi echoed through the sky, yet Uchiha Kyo remained unfazed. In the face of overwhelming power, what did it matter if the enemy was prepared? Meanwhile, Konoha's border patrol sensed the disturbance. Sensing ninjas swiftly activated their sensory techniques, only to be drenched in cold sweat. A large force of ninjas approaches from the southeast, approximately 3,000, with over 10 possessing immense chakra. What? Hearing the sensory ninjas report, the Konoha shinobi hastily began preparations for defense. Damn it, it's the squad led by Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo quickly reached the opposing Konoha forces. Aside from the summoned beasts he created and Xiaoxi, the Kirigakure troops had not yet caught up. Scanning the surroundings, he estimated approximately 500 shinobi. So far, he had not spotted any significant characters in the narrative. Thus, they would all be eliminated. Xiaoxi, use Great Fire Annihilation. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kyo's own fire techniques paled in comparison to Xiaoxi's, as her Mangekyo Sharingan augmented her physical prowess. Xiaoxi activated her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, her small hands quickly forming seals. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. As Xiaoxi unleashed the Great Fire Annihilation, Uchiha Kyo stood beside her, employing Kamui to enhance the attack. The Great Fire Annihilation twisted into a spiraling form, launching towards the Konoha shinobi in a widespread assault. Water style, Water Barrier. A dozen Konoha ninjas simultaneously cast Water Barrier in defense. However, bolstered by Kamui, the Great Fire Annihilation shattered through their defenses in less than half a second. With a thunderous explosion, flames engulfed the crowd, resulting in the loss of over 200 Konoha shinobi in an instant. Damn it, they are on an entirely different level. Xiaoxi nodded proudly at the combination of her and her brother's skills. Just then, the Kirigakure ninjas, led by Hozuki Mangetsu and Zabuza, finally arrived. Chapter 50. Annihilation of the Konoha Shinobi forces. Uchiha Kyo drew the Kusanagi sword he had acquired from Orochimaru and pointed it forward, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Follow me, leave none alive. The Kirigakure forces surged forward with newfound vigor alongside Uchiha Kyo. What followed was a one-sided massacre, with Konoha Shinobi falling by the droves. The summoned beasts claimed the highest number of kills, as the Kirigakure ninjas quickly established encirclements to prevent any Konoha Shinobi from escaping. In less than an hour, the 500-strong Konoha unit was entirely obliterated. However, over 20 Shinobi managed to flee, as there were no barriers to contain them, making it inevitable for some to escape. Zabuza, Mangetsu. Instruct the team to clean the battlefield. This stronghold will henceforth belong to our Kirigakure. Yes, Lord Mizukichi. Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu eagerly began directing the cleanup. There was no denying that their Mizukichi, along with Lord Kyo and the summoned beasts, were overwhelmingly powerful. It was only a matter of time before they reached the gates of Konoha. Within a night, news of the complete annihilation of Konoha's border patrol reached Sarutobi Hiruzen through the 20 or so escaping ninjas. Damn it, Uchiha Kyo's bloodlust is far too severe. In Sarutobi's memory, Uchiha Kyo had always spoken of slaughtering half of humanity, yet had never truly taken lives. To witness him now, genuinely intent on eradicating Konoha's shinobi, was shocking. Tsunade began to panic. Hiruzen, how long until the ninja coalition from the Earth and Lightning countries arrives? At least 2.5 days. I suspect Uchiha Kyo will not wait patiently for that long. We must delay the advance of Kirigakure, at the very least preventing them from reaching Konoha's gates. Sarutobi knew this well, and promptly dispatched Tsunade and Jiraiya with 500 shinobi to intercept Uchiha Kyo's advance. In this critical moment for the survival of Konoha, Danzo refrained from causing any disturbances. Before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya had assembled their forces, with Hiruzen Sarutobi personally seeing them off. Jiraiya, shedding his previously carefree demeanor, solemnly assured, "Rest assured, I shall hold back Uchiha Kyo." Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged serious nods before embarking with a battalion of 500 shinobi. Hiruzen watched their departing figures with a sense of melancholy, uncertain how many would return safely. During his tenure, he had witnessed the demise of Shikaku, Minato, Hayashi, Neru, Kato, the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki clan too had perished. Had Konoha supported the land of Whirlpool in the past, perhaps they would now have the Uzumaki Sade. It seemed he had indeed erred. Had he not been consumed by the lust for power, such calamity might have been averted. Ironically, were it not for Jiraiya and Tsunade's return, Konoha would have been devoid of capable leaders. Fortunately, during her previous battle with Uchiha Kyo, Tsunade inadvertently cured her hemophobia. Should Konoha weather this crisis, it would be prudent to consider appointing either Tsunade or Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage. A day later, Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived at the front lines, soon discovering that their former border had been overtaken by the Mist Shinobi, with Uchiha Kyo standing at the forefront. With a smile, Kyo greeted them as if they were old friends. "Hello, Tsunade, Jiraiya, it has been a while. What have you done to the Konoha shinobi here?" Jiraiya demanded angrily. He feared the grim tidings of Konoha's shinobi being captured, not wishing to see over 1,000 warriors sacrificed. Most among them had families, which fueled his aversion to war. "They are dead, so what?" Kyo replied, puzzled. "Did not some Konoha shinobi manage to escape? Surely you must have received word." Congratulations to the host for acquiring 666 emotional points from Might Guy. Kyo was taken aback to find Might Guy among his ranks. However, the system deemed Guy merely at the level of a shadow, indicating he could not open the 8 gates at present. With this thought, Kyo felt reassured. "Jiraiya, do you truly believe I jest? For every Konoha shinobi that perishes, 1 life shall be saved. I have stated I will only take half of the shinobi world. Those who have fallen did so for peace, and we should rejoice in their sacrifice." Kyo lamented in a tone of mock compassion. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 666 emotional points from Might Guy. Jiraiya and Tsunade were taken aback by Kyo's serious demeanor. How could this rogue harbor such perilous thoughts? If he were an ordinary strongman, it might have been one thing, but Kyo possessed the means to realize his intentions. Jiraiya shuddered at the thought of the impending death toll in the shinobi world. Do you realize the gravity of your words, Uchiha Kyo? Ah, Jiraiya, how can you, one of the legendary Sannin, fail to comprehend my noble intentions? Tsunade interjected, patting Jiraiya's shoulder. In the end, we must rely on force. Defeating Uchiha Kyo is paramount. If we fail, we shall have no grounds to speak. Jiraiya nodded, contemplating that if Kyo's motives were merely to avenge the Uchiha clan, it might have been manageable. Yet, he perceived no trace of hatred in Kyo's gaze. Rather, he seemed to believe his actions were for peace. The only way to halt him was to eliminate him. At that moment, Might Guy could no longer contain himself. Uchiha Kyo, your thoughts are far too dangerous. For Konoha, I would stake my life to stop you. I know you, Might Guy. Your father killed 4 of our 7 ninja swordsmen for Konoha. Would it be permissible for your Konoha shinobi to slay us while we are not allowed to retaliate? Kyo responded, leaving Guy speechless. Indeed. It has just dawned on me that it was Konoha that instigated this war. This realization rendered not only Guy, but also Tsunade and Jiraiya unable to condemn the opposing side in the name of righteousness. After all, it was Konoha that had initiated the conflict, even allying with 2 other great nations with the intent to annihilate the land of water. Water Shadow. Why waste words with them? Allow me to test the strength of the Sannin. The hot-headed Kiba Shizuku, reminded of might die upon seeing Guy, was filled with rage. Unable to contend with the elder, he sought vengeance through his son. P.S. I express my gratitude to all readers for their reminders. Yesterday, I spent over 3 hours revising based on your comments. I have indeed not watched Naruto, only perused numerous fanfictions related to it, thus lacking familiarity with certain common knowledge, typos, and sensitive themes. Thank you for your understanding. I was correcting errors while listening to the narrative after posting. For the sake of your reading experience, please consider waiting 10 minutes after my posts before listening. Chapter 51. Annihilation. As Kiba Shizuku seethed with rage and sought Jiraiya and Tsunade to vent his frustrations, he suddenly noticed everyone regarding him with puzzled expressions, which piqued his curiosity. Water Shadow, is there something on my face? Shizuku, is this how you usually act? Uchiha Kyo found himself at a loss for words. Truly, the man who wielded the sword of the tailed beast sought to challenge both Tsunade and Jiraiya simultaneously. Isn't the Water Shadow and Kyo present? Kiba Shizuku felt emboldened by the presence of Uchiha Kyo and the 10-tailed beasts. In the original narrative, the reason for wielding the sword of the tailed beast was solely to save Uchiha Itachi. Had he fled at that moment, it would have been Uchiha Itachi who perished. Kyo paid no heed to Kiba Shizuku and turned his gaze back to the Konoha shinobi. Tsunade, Jiraiya, with so few of you, you truly lack the numbers to withstand my assault. Uchiha Kyo, your murderous intent is rather excessive. Tsunade glared at him with fury. It seems you Konoha initiated this war. Yet now you accuse me of harboring a bloodthirsty nature. Had not the strength of our mist village surpassed yours, it would have been you who lay dead. Tsunade, I have never encountered someone as brazen as you, Kyo retorted, emulating Zhuge Liang's tone in his rebuke. During Pain's invasion of Konoha, upon learning of Naruto's whereabouts, he had intended to withdraw. Tsunade's arrogance was evident. It was indeed your great nation that had imposed the battlefield upon the Rain Country. Yet you dare claim to be the victim. It was no wonder Nagato, disregarding the depletion of his life, was determined to bring rice to Konoha. Thus, the destruction of Konoha was not solely the doing of Nagato, but rather the responsibility of Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Kyo, at the end of the day, you are merely a terrorist attempting to obliterate half of humanity. Uchiha Kyo chuckled softly, shaking his head. Konoha, even with Tsunade, is dominated by a mindset of beauty and strength, not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. When one sends an army to invade another, only to be annihilated, they brandish the label of terrorist upon their adversaries. Initially, while watching the anime, I believed Tsunade to be a figure of virtue. But it seems all her actions are dictated by Konoha's interests. What does she care about the plight of other nations? Everyone, refrain from engaging. Allow me to stretch my muscles alone this time. Yes, Lord Mizukichi. The ninjas of the Mist Village stirred with excitement, for previously, only the likes of Shirori had taken action. Now they would finally witness the might of their Mizukichi. Jiraiya, though sensing Tsunade's remarks were somewhat misplaced, after all, it was Konoha that instigated this war, did not deem them excessively out of line. The reason being, Uchiha Kyo had indeed slain numerous Konoha ninjas, rendering the label of terrorist not entirely unfounded. However, he did not adopt Tsunade's excuses. as they were conspiring alongside the other two great ninja villages to eradicate the Mist Village. Thus, everything hinged upon strength. Although he despised war, he would stake his life for Konoha. Uchiha Kyo closed his eyes and strolled forward. As his eyes opened, he had already activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With an imposing aura, he advanced upon the Konoha ninjas. What a terrifying presence it was. With every step Uchiha Kyo took, he bore down upon the ninjas, instilling an overwhelming pressure. Jiraiya and Tsunade realized that this approach was futile and promptly initiated their attack. However, Uchiha Kyo effortlessly traversed through their assault utilizing Kamui. He intended to annihilate these 500 Konoha ninjas and then, adopting the guise of a victim, address them. Eighth Gate of the Eight Gates, the Gate of Joy, open. Might Guy unleashed the sixth gate and charged at Uchiha Kyo. To the peacock. Yet, Uchiha Kyo remained within the Kamui dimension, merely responding with a nonchalant remark. What are you shouting about? Do you not consider whether others can endure it? What? Uchiha Kyo ignored him and seized an opportunity to dart forward using Kamui. Quickening his pace, his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glinted with murderous intent, fixating on the allied ninjas. The Konoha ninjas, paralyzed with fear, could only muster shouts to embolden themselves as they charged at Uchiha Kyo. He plunged into the throng, wielding his Kusanagi sword. With each swing, one or two Konoha ninjas fell. Might Guy, Jiraiya, and Tsunade rushed to provide aid. However, Uchiha Kyo had no intention of engaging them directly. He evaded them with Kamui and proceeded to obliterate the ordinary Konoha ninjas. With the ease of slicing through vegetables, he wielded his taijutsu in conjunction with Kamui, rendering him virtually unstoppable as Konoha ninjas began to perish in droves. Before long, of the more than 500 Konoha ninjas, only a solitary figure remained. Aside from a few who had managed to flee, Jiraiya and the others sought to intervene. Yet the restraints imposed by Konoha's ninjas led to the catastrophic loss of life. Uchiha Kyo gripped the throat of the last remaining Konoha ninja, sparing his life momentarily as he turned his gaze toward Jiraiya and the others. Jiraiya, you previously stated that mutual understanding between individuals is essential for fostering peace. Is that not correct? Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others glared in fury. This scoundrel had slaughtered all the Konoha ninjas. In stark contrast, the Mist ninjas began to cheer jubilantly. Answer me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, conceding, indeed, as long as individuals understand one another, future wars can be averted. Satisfied, Uchiha Kyo nodded approvingly and continued to provoke them. Since that is the case, I have come to understand you, Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. You too detest war, do you not? Indeed, no one harbors an affinity for war. Save for you, a madman intent on annihilating half of the ninja world. Uchiha Kyo smirked. Truly, a lie repeated often enough becomes a truth. Regardless of how absurd the falsehood, some would invariably believe it, such as Jiraiya. I have changed my mind. I now endorse your ideology and acknowledge the people's aversion to war. Let us reconcile. What? Tsunade stared at the ground, drenched in a river of blood. The Konoha ninjas devoid of any whole corpses, her face twisted in rage as she glared at Uchiha Kyo. Wait, Uchiha Kyo. The Kusanagi sword in your hand, was it not Orochimaru's? What have you done to him? Ah, this Kusanagi sword? It was gifted to me by Uncle Snake, who now serves as the Mizukige's assistant in our Mist Village, akin to Shimura Danzo's role in Konoha. The three were left dumbfounded. Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, had now become an advisor in the Mist Village. However, considering Uchiha Kyo, also an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, had attained the status of Mizukige, Orochimaru's position seemed less remarkable. Ignoring their astonishment, Uchiha Kyo continued to question Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you have yet to answer me. Since you and Sarutobi Hiruzen abhor war, and I now share that sentiment, shall we not cease hostilities? Uchiha Kyo, you know that is impossible. Jiraiya sighed, although he yearned to agree. The decision was beyond his solitary authority. Even his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not intervene, for such was the decree of the three great nations. Moreover, the allied forces of the three great nations were currently mobilizing, and once assembled, they would launch a full-scale assault. Crack! The sound of a neck snapping echoed as the last Konoha ninja met his demise. Uchiha Kyo, spare us the lofty justifications. Now, I understand you. I too wish for an end to war, and I have even abandoned my previous desire to eliminate half of the ninja world. Is this what you deem mutual understanding leading to peace? Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, baffled as to how events had spiraled into such chaos. Yet he truly lacked the ability to alter the course. Perhaps his previous notions had been overly naive. Seeing Jiraiya's spirit dampened by Uchiha Kyo's taunts ignited a fire within Tsunade. Uchiha Kyo, you profess to understand Jiraiya. Yet why do you slaughter so many of Konoha's ninjas? What? Tsunade, has your brain drowned? They came to invade my mist village. Should they not be eliminated? You, what of it? Let me put it this way. I will lead 500 mist ninjas to invade the land of fire, and you must not resist. Do you understand? If you do, you shall be branded terrorists. Uchiha Kyo perceived the sheer audacity of this woman. Indeed, she was shameless. Amongst those present, Mike Guy felt the most vexed. Could someone please clarify whether we are engaging or not? I am still in the 6th gate. If he were to close the 8th gate now and attempt to reopen it shortly thereafter, he might not withstand the strain. If they were not going to fight, they should flee quickly. If they were, he would immediately open the 7th gate. For he understood that in the state of the 6th gate, he could do nothing against Uchiha Kyo. Certainly, although Kai possesses a simplistic mind, he cannot help but acknowledge the veracity of Uchiha Sasuke's assertions when considering them from the perspective of the Uchiha clan. However, as a loyal leaf ninja, his unwavering devotion to Konoha leaves little room for agreement, leading to a divergence of paths. Words serve little purpose. Let us instead settle this through action. Tsunade, too, recognizes that Uchiha Sasuke is not at fault. The blame lies with her. Yet, witnessing the brutal slaughter of 500 leaf ninjas, she finds it impossible to maintain her composure. Sealing technique, release. The 7th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of shock, is opened. Both Tsunade and Might Guy enter their most formidable states and charge towards Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya, however, does not join them. Instead, he merges his hands, gathering Sage Chakra. He understands that with only the 3 of them, victory is unattainable. After all, they face not just Uchiha Sasuke, but also Uchiha Izumi, 10 ninja beasts, and an additional 3,000 mist ninjas. The notion that one can simply resort to violence when logic fails is absurd. Do they truly believe I would rely solely on Kamui for evasion? This time, Uchiha Sasuke intends to engage in battle using Susanoo rather than relying on Kamui, for he knows that in terms of taijutsu, he cannot match these two. Fist of the Beast. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a resounding crash, Uchiha Sasuke activates the 3rd form of Susanoo. Given that Tsunade has the strength to shatter Madara's first form of Susanoo, and with Might Guy having opened the 7th gate, it is no surprise that, crack, Uchiha Sasuke is momentarily taken aback. Can they truly break through the 3rd form of Susanoo? Though both wield Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it seems he still has much to learn compared to Madara. After all, Madara is the reincarnation of Indra, making it only natural that his Susanoo would be superior. Uchiha Sasuke hastily performs hand seals, channeling Kamui. Fire style, Storm Dance. However, the duo deftly evades the attack just as Uchiha Sasuke prepares his next move. Earth style, Yellow Spring Marsh. Uchiha Sasuke glances at Jiraiya, thinking that this old pervert has likely been gathering Sage Chakra for quite some time. Creation Rebirth, Heavenly Foot of Pain. With a decisive kick, Tsunade, empowered by her Creation Rebirth technique, shatters a portion of Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, utilizing the recoil to leap back. Just as Uchiha Sasuke intends to use chakra to repair his Susanoo, Day Tiger, a tiger-headed energy rushes towards him with such swiftness that he can only evade using Kamui. Boom. The 3rd form of Susanoo is shattered by the Day Tiger, the shockwave causing many mist ninjas to struggle to maintain their footing. Seeing her brother's Susanoo destroyed, Hinata activates her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and prepares to rush down. However, she is halted by Kakashi. Don't worry, he is fine, he assures her. Hinata stares in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke. Once the dust settles, her brother remains unscathed. With a sigh of relief, she cheers him on. Brother, defeat them. Rest assured. Hinata, I am invincible. Uchiha Sasuke smiles back at her, yet internally, he grapples with frustration. He had not intended to rely on Kamui to evade. The speed of events has caught him off guard. Fortunately, he merely contemplates this internally, for vocalizing such thoughts would be utterly humiliating. It appears that to withstand their assaults, he must achieve at least the 4th form of Susanoo, the Yatagarasu form. Moreover, his Susanoo wields the offensive artifact, the Fong Tian Hua Ji, unlike Hinata's defensive artifact, the Koto Amatsukami. Might Guy, in disbelief, exclaims, "How can he remain unscathed after being struck by my day tiger?" Kai, Uchiha Sasuke did not face your attack head-on. He slipped into the Kamui dimension, Tsunade explains, astonished by the power of Might Guy's 8 gates, which seems to surpass her creation rebirth in Jiraiya's sage mode. Might Guy feels overwhelmed. How could a ninja possess such an abhorrent ability? This is impossible, he thinks. Suddenly, he recognizes that he has reached his limit. While Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uchiha Sasuke engage in verbal sparring, he has been exerting himself in the 6th gate. As the effects of the 8 gates wear off, a wave of weakness washes over him. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, how could you let this happen? Kai, are you alright? Tsunade quickly supports Might Guy. She had not anticipated the severe repercussions of the 8 gates. Her creation rebirth technique rarely presents such issues unless excessively used. A smile graces Uchiha Sasuke's face. Oh, one less to contend with. Now only 2 remain. Realizing the situation cannot continue as is, Jiraiya positions himself protectively in front of Tsunade. Tsunade, take Kai and flee. I will hold Uchiha Sasuke back. But Jiraiya, do not worry, Tsunade. You know I have my escape methods, he reassures her. Remembering Jiraiya's reverse summoning technique and noting that he has activated Sage Mode, Tsunade feels reassured and wastes no time in assisting Might Guy to retreat. Do you truly think of this place as a public restroom? Come and go as you please. Uchiha Sasuke swiftly activates Kamui, pursuing them, brandishing the Kusanagi blade mercilessly towards Tsunade's back. Yet, Tsunade does not look back. She has faith in Jiraiya. Chapter 53. The 6,000 Ninja Coalition. Jiraiya's toad companion unleashes a slender, sharp water column towards Uchiha Sasuke. The water pierces through Sasuke's form, forcing him to evade with Kamui, leaving Tsunade unharmed. Uchiha Sasuke furrows his brow. His primary target is none other than Might Guy. After all, in the original narrative, the Sage of 6 Paths had warned that Might Guy's Night Guy could distort space itself. Who knows if Kamui can withstand that? For now, it seems manageable. Might Guy has yet to unlock the 8th gate. Once he does, he will have reached a level akin to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. So, Jiraiya, have you decided how you will meet your demise? Uchiha Sasuke, this sage will not perish here. Upon saying this, Jiraiya's toad strikes a pose. Prepare the oil. Use wind style, and I shall employ fire style. Jiraiya nods in agreement, and together, they showcase their unique abilities. Sage Art, 5 right gate. Hinata watches the technique flow like a river, grimacing as she recalls how her Amaterasu was effortlessly pierced by this very move. Uchiha Sasuke does not retreat into Kamui this time. Instead, he activates the 4th form of Susanoo, the Yatagarasu form. After a cloud of dust settles, a colossal Susanoo stands resolutely at the center. It actually held up. Shima, lend me your strength, he calls out. The mother toad nods, extending her mouth to unleash a grotesquely long tongue that ensnares Susanoo. Not stopping there, the tongue emits green, corrosive acid. Regrettably, Susanoo only emits plumes of white smoke, rendering it ineffective. This is truly disgusting. Uchiha Sasuke maneuvers Susanoo's designated weapon towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya swiftly evades and forms an enormous Rasengan, directing it towards Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. With the Fang Tian Hua Ji unable to retract in time, Uchiha Sasuke commands Susanoo's fist to engage against the super giant Rasengan. With a thunderous crash, Jiraiya was sent flying, and the fist of Susanoo was shattered by the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken. However, it mattered little. A mere trickle of chakra would suffice for Susanoo's arm to swiftly regenerate. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to capitalize on this advantage, a chorus of frog croaks resonated through the air. Damn it, it's the frog song. Uchiha Sasuke recognized that sound, capable of ensnaring even the 6 Paths puppets endowed with Rinnegan into an illusionary realm. He hastily activated his Sharingan, locking onto Jiraiya's position, and commanded Susanoo to hurl the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his direction. The weapon collided with the ground, erupting in a resounding explosion, silencing the croaking. Had he escaped using reverse summoning? Uchiha Sasuke felt a twinge of vexation. Why did Jiraiya flee when confronting the 6 Paths pain but chose to run from him? After all, he was unaware of his precise capabilities, wasn't he? 2 days later, at the Mizukage Tower, Uchiha Sasuke observed that the Fire, Earth, and Lightning nations had amassed an alliance of 60,000 shinobi, poised to invade the Land of Water, which elicited a scoff from him. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Tsukuyomi AI dared to come. It seemed they had not yet learned the taste of fear, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Mizuki-sama. The enemy boasts an overwhelming force of 60,000 shinobi, while our land of water can muster at most 20,000. The disparity is far too great, Tsukuyomi cautioned. She recognized the strength of Uchiha Sasuke and his siblings alongside the 10 summoned beasts, yet she feared the enemy employing a strategy of attrition. It appears you still underestimate my prowess. Simply ensure the defense of the land of water's borders, Uchiha Sasuke replied, extending his hand and slowly forming a fist. The battlefield shall be entrusted to me, along with Shao and the summoned beasts. Orochimaru, having yet to witness Uchiha Sasuke at his peak, expressed keen interest. Sasuke-kun, do not mind if I join. I am eager to witness the extent of your power. Uchiha Sasuke smirked, for he had yet to unleash his complete Susanoo. It was time for these fools to experience the true divine power of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, considering the foolishness of Tsunade and Jiraiya, who clung to antiquated notions of nation and village. Uchiha Sasuke cast a knowing glance at Orochimaru, realizing his intention was to rescue Tsunade and Jiraiya at a crucial moment. Otherwise, it was improbable that Orochimaru would be present at the Mizuki Tower, given his nature. Very well, Tsunade and Jiraiya will be in your and Pika Orochimaru's hands. Understood. Boss, Pika Orochimaru responded respectfully, habitually licking his face with his tongue. Orochimaru grimaced, for this peculiar creature mirrored him in personality, strength, and research capabilities. He had inquired about Uchiha Sasuke, receiving the explanation that Pika was created from his DNA. Yet, when he sought knowledge regarding the techniques, he was met with the response of the Uchiha bloodline limit. Orochimaru, of course, could not believe it, but since Uchiha Sasuke was unwilling to divulge further, he had no means to contest it. In the territories of the Fire Nation occupied by the Mist Village, under the leadership of Raikage AI, Tsukuyomi Jinoki, and Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the grand army of 60,000 shinobi surged forth. They believed that regardless of Uchiha Sasuke's fate, victory in this war and the conquest of the entire land of water was assured. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, accompanied only by Shao, the 10 summoned beasts, and Orochimaru, prepared for the battle. Raikage AI, known for his fiery temper, was incensed to see Uchiha Sasuke's audacity. Uchiha Sasuke, surrender the wooden figure, and I may spare your life. Raikage, do you truly believe your 60,000 shinobi are the only assets at your disposal? As for the wooden figure, she is thriving and has already joined our Mist Village, so fret not. Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's disdainful tone, Raikage AI's fury escalated. He could not fathom that Uchiha Sasuke, along with merely 10 summoned beasts, could pose any threat. Uchiha Sasuke, why is Orochimaru standing with the Mist Village? Oh, it's Jiraiya, long time no see, Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at Tsunade. Tsunade, congratulations on overcoming your blood phobia. But haven't you and Jiraiya always claimed to abhor war? Why engage in the invasion of another ninja village? Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, feeling reluctant about their circumstances. However, this was a command from the daimyo, directly tied to the survival of Konoha, and they could not remain uninvolved. Chapter 54, Shao Shiner's moment of glory. At that moment, Pika Minato suddenly froze. Boss, the Flying Thunder God mark on Mizuki has activated. Pika Minato, quickly transport Mizuki and Naruto here. Let us see if we can undermine Konoha's morale. Pika Minato nodded and vanished in a flash. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Having overheard their exchange, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Uchiha Sasuke, where did Pika Minato go? You just mentioned Mizuki and Naruto. Oh, what about Naruto? Isn't he the demon fox that the villagers of Konoha wish would perish? Uchiha Sasuke replied with a playful glint in his eyes. In an instant, Pika Minato reappeared, accompanied by Naruto and Mizuki. Although Mizuki was of little use, he had assisted Uchiha Sasuke, so Pika Minato brought him along. Naruto shook his slightly dazed head, recalling Mizuki-sensei coming to chat with him, which had deeply touched him. Then a yellow-skinned rat appeared, and in a flash, he found himself in this new place. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback, confronted by the sight of 60,000 shinobi and the Hokage. What is happening? Didn't Grandpa Hokage lead the team to the battlefield? Grandpa Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, attempting to run towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to be abruptly yanked back by the collar. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you planning? Release Naruto at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that at such a critical moment, they would take Naruto hostage. Uchiha Sasuke disregarded Sarutobi Hiruzen and instead curiously examined one of the protagonists of this world, Uzumaki Naruto. So, you are Uzumaki Naruto? I must say, quite adorable. Ah, big brother, are you saying I'm cute? Naruto, completely oblivious to the situation, only heard the handsome older brother complimenting him. Naruto, after all, you are the son of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. It is only natural for you to be somewhat endearing. What? I'm the son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto appeared utterly bewildered. Wasn't he the embodiment of the Nine Tails? How did he become the son of the fourth Hokage? Uchiha Hikari cast a thoughtful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you truly prepared to engage in battle? One miscalculated decision on your part could result in the demise of your 20,000-leaf shinobi here. And then the Land of Wind might very well seize the opportunity to launch an assault. Uchiha Hikari, you overestimate yourself. Using a child as a hostage is hardly a display of prowess. If you possess any real ability, release Naruto. Uchiha Hikari was at a loss for words. Surely Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that bringing Naruto along was merely to serve as a hostage. Initially, it was intended to demoralize the opponent. But it seemed that Naruto was not as pivotal as anticipated. I shall act as your hostage. Please return Naruto, spoke Jiraiya, for Naruto was the son of his disciple, Minato Namake's. To be honest, Jiraiya had only recently returned to the village and learned of Naruto's plight, thus striving to make amends during this period. Under normal circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have intervened, but given the war, he could not afford to lose Jiraiya's combat strength. Perverted sage, what is your intention? The big brother hasn't harmed me. Naruto, being merely 7 years old, was still trying to grasp the current situation. Uchiha Hikari gestured to Pika Minato. Pika Minato, take Naruto to accompany Kinshiki and then return. Let us collectively deal with these 60,000 worthless opponents. Understood, boss. Naruto seemed to finally realize something was amiss. But Pika Minato had no time to wait. He seized Naruto's leg, vanished in an instant, and swiftly returned. After all, he was Pika Minato, not Minato Namake's. There was no need to indulge him. Uchiha Hikari found Pika Minato's Flying Thunder God technique extraordinarily useful. If it were his Kamui, it would take at least 10 minutes. Jiraiya could hardly contain his urge to charge forward, but Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained him. Jiraiya, given that Uchiha Hikari has taken Hyuga Niji as a student, he will not harm Naruto. Once we win this war, we can retrieve Naruto from the Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reasoning was straightforward. Victory would resolve everything. If they lost, he would have to contemplate how to preserve the Leaf Village. If it weren't for the Mangekyo Sharingan being able to control the tailed beasts, he would not hesitate to unleash the Nine Tails in a critical moment. All was for the sake of the Leaf Village. Not only Naruto, but even his own life could be sacrificed. Orochimaru approached Shirori, casually complimenting, Shirori, I've heard you are quite formidable. I wonder if that is indeed true? Huh. Shirori paused, realizing it was the new uncle. Indeed, aside from my brother, I am invincible. Shirori proudly lifted her little head, her nose almost reaching the heavens. Then, would you mind demonstrating some of your skills? It's not that I doubt you. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. As a seasoned connoisseur of child abduction, Orochimaru, having interacted with Shirori over the past few days, was well aware of her penchant for boasting. He had previously only heard accounts from spies in the Leaf Village, which could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. Uchiha Hikari cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru, a mere glance that sent chills down Orochimaru's spine. Only when Uchiha Hikari shifted his gaze did Orochimaru exhale in relief. It seemed he could no longer utilize Shirori. Uchiha Hikari made no effort to hinder Shirori. After all, this war was inevitable, and it would be better to let Shirori take the lead. However, he did instruct Pika Minato to remain prepared for rescue at all times. Huh. No problem. Shirori blinked and instantly activated her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Though her stature was small, her aura surged dramatically. In fact, Shirori had already comprehended the method to manifest the complete body Susanoo during this time. She just hadn't disclosed it to anyone. She had been awaiting a grand occasion to unveil her complete body Susanoo in a showy manner. As for the concern of running out of chakra, no worries. She had Pika Minato and her brother to rely on. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shirori suddenly activate her Mangekyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that battle was imminent. Everyone, remain vigilant. Uchiha Shirori is about to make her move. Shirori, having jumped down, did not act recklessly but immediately summoned the initial form of Susanoo. She then gracefully approached the allied shinobi forces with cat-like steps. The form of Susanoo began to evolve gradually, transitioning from the initial form to the second and third forms. It then donned armor, ultimately reaching the fourth form, the Yata Mirror, at which point it ceased its transformation. Observing the astonished and fearful expressions of the opposing shinobi forces, Shirori nodded in satisfaction. She could have activated the Yata Mirror form immediately, but she had chosen to delay it for dramatic effect. Chapter 55. The Great Chaos of Pika. As Shiori's fourth form of Susanoo was unleashed, the most fervent gaze belonged to Orochimaru. He simply could not fathom how a mere 4-year-old girl could possess a Mangekyo Sharingan. However, considering Uchiha Hikari's presence, Orochimaru dared not voice his desires. Of course, if an opportunity arose, he would still go to great lengths to seize such a perfect vessel. The fourth Reikage, with his volatile temperament, immediately activated his lightning chakra mode. As long as Uchiha Shiori's abilities did not rival Uchiha Hikari's, he was confident he could break through her defenses. In an instant, he charged toward Shirori. Hell's piercing strike, two-handed thrust, heavenly mirror. Though the fourth Reikage speed was impressive, it paled in comparison to Shiori's Mangekyo Sharingan. The two-handed thrust collided with the heavenly mirror, yielding no violent backlash, only a tranquil calm. The fourth Reikage was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Rebound. The heavenly mirror absorbed the opponent's attack before reflecting it back. Boom. The fourth Reikage was sent flying, colliding with a group of ninjas along the way. The Cloud Shinobi were incredulous. Their fourth Reikage had been defeated in a single blow by a 4-year-old girl? Protect the Reikage. Charge. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly intervened. Knowing that if a group assault commenced, the nature of the battle would drastically change. However, he was not the Reikage, and the Cloud Shinobi were unlikely to heed his words, launching their ninjutsu attacks toward Shiori's Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed the rabble and glanced toward Uchiha Hikari. Pika Minato, you are responsible for protecting Shirori. The rest of you, follow me as we eradicate these invaders. After issuing his orders, Uchiha Hikari charged headlong into the ranks of the allied shinobi forces. The other shinobi beasts were eager to follow their leader into battle. Uchiha Hikari did not activate Susanoo, but instead utilized Kamui to reap lives within the allied shinobi forces. Pika Deidara was tasked with aerial bombardment. Had it not been for the safety of his comrades, he would have deployed his C4 nanobombs long ago. Pika Itachi plunged into the battlefield, activating the second stage of Susanoo. There was no other choice. Being an ordinary eye, advancing further would subject him to excruciating cellular pain. Pika Orochimaru, lacking special bloodlines, could only rely on ninjutsu and physical combat. Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Pika Scorpion wasted no time and unleashed a formidable attack. Although he had consumed some of his puppets previously, he had replenished them swiftly. Water release, great exploding water shockwave. Pika Kisame executed a vast area attack, inundating the battlefield with an immense volume of water, drowning numerous ninjas within. Pika Kisame swiftly formed hand seals once more. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. Countless sharks conjured from water surged forth, rapidly claiming the lives of the ninja coalition. Caught off guard by the onslaught, the ninja coalition soon regrouped under their respective leaders to mount a counterattack. Leaf Village Great Whirlwind. Just as Pika Kisame reveled in his triumph, he was sent flying by a kick from a green watermelon-headed figure, Might Guy, who had opened the sixth gate. Before long, Pika Scorpion found himself restrained by Tsunade, unable to continue his indiscriminate slaughter. The situation was even dearer for Pika Jiraiya, whose 2 hearts had been shattered, severely limiting his power. Pika Orochimaru was similarly held back by Sarutobi Hiruzen, momentarily at a disadvantage. Pika Deidara became a target as well, struck by the tailed beast bomb from the half-tailed beast. Killer Bee. Boss, retreat. I shall show these rascals what true art is. Do not be hasty, Pika Deidara. We still hold the advantage. Uchiha Sasuke sensed Deidara's inclination towards self-detonation and saw no necessity for such drastic measures. He had yet to unveil his complete Susanoo. Among those present, only Uchiha Sasuke and Koichi remained undefeated. Although Koichi was enjoying herself, having slain hundreds of ninjas, her chakra was depleting rapidly. She glanced at the fourth Reikage and Inoki, who buzzed around like flies, growing increasingly irritated. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The heavenly mirror reflected. Inoki easily evaded, though Koichi, while not as formidable as Uchiha Madara, wielded her heavenly mirror with considerable prowess. Observing Pika Deidara bombard the ground from above, Inoki seethed with anger. Damn that Uchiha Sasuke, he even replicated Deidara. After slaying another ninja, Uchiha Sasuke approached Koichi. Koichi, leave these two flies to me. You focus on bombarding those ordinary nuisances with the Yasaka Magatama. Koichi hesitated, having planned to unleash her complete Susanoo. If she squandered her chakra on the Yasaka Magatama, she might lack sufficient energy to fully manifest her Susanoo later. However, she habitually acquiesced to her brother in critical matters. Yasaka Magatama. Boom. With a single Yasaka Magatama, a multitude of ninjas either perished or were sent flying. This is utterly beyond dimensions. Damn it. Is that Uchiha Koichi a monster? The ninja coalition glared angrily in Koichi's direction. Koichi once again commanded her Susanoo to raise its right hand, forming 8 Magatama anew. Yasaka Magatama. Boom. The fourth Raikage witnessed his comrades being bombarded like fish and quickly leaped forward. Lightning style, Chidori dance. Simultaneously, Inoki initiated a dust release attack from the sky. Koichi disregarded the fourth Raikage's lightning style, Chidori dance. After all, it would only leave minor cracks on the armor of Susanoo, easily reparable with chakra. Utilizing the heavenly mirror to block Inoki's dust release, she rebounded the attack towards the ninja coalition. Her right hand was also busy, conjuring another Yasaka Magatama to hurl at the ninja coalition. Since I cannot strike these two buzzing flies, I shall target the swathes of nuisances instead. The fourth Raikage charged once more at Koichi, but in the next moment, a Kusanagi sword appeared at his throat. Raikage realized he could not halt in time and swiftly veered to the side. Farewell, fourth Raikage, Uchiha Sasuke's cold voice echoed. As he mercilessly swung the Kusanagi sword at the fourth Raikage's neck, the Raikage hastily raised his electrified chakra-imbued arm to defend. The Kusanagi sword merely grazed his arm, leaving a minor wound. Uchiha Sasuke observed the blood on the Kusanagi sword and smirked. This supposed divine weapon is rather lackluster. I assent it? Humph. What grandiose threats you utter, Uchiha. You are a century too early to kill me. Pika Haiden, hearing the call of his leader, swiftly escaped the throng of ninjas and joined Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 56. The Raikage falls. The Eight Tails captured successfully. Uchiha Sasuke coldly regarded Raikage once more, stating indifferently, farewell. Fourth Raikage. What? Raikage immediately became vigilant, sensing something amiss with Uchiha Sasuke. Pika Haiden licked some of Raikage's blood, then began to draw a peculiar pattern on the ground with his own blood. Stepping into the center of the pattern, his fur transformed from yellow to black and white. Ha ha ha. Feel the agony, fourth Raikage. Raikage frowned, baffled by the bizarre creature. No, now a striped rodent. Humph. Stop your theatrics. Just as Raikage prepared to charge forward, Pika Haiden plunged the crescent blade into his own thigh. The inertia from his forward momentum caused Raikage to stumble and fall. Looking up at the strange rodent, he realized it was self-harming, and a sense of understanding dawned upon him, though he initially intended to struggle. However, Uchiha Sasuke would not allow him that chance, directly piercing Pika Haiden's heart with the Kusanagi sword. Boss, this sensation is exquisite. May I experience it a few more times? Pika Haiden found it perplexing. He felt little from others' attacks, but Uchiha Sasuke's strikes invoked this strange sensation. Uchiha Sasuke ignored the masochistic tendencies and coldly gazed at the still-breathing Raikage. So, fourth Raikage. This time it is truly farewell. Raikage felt a deep sense of reluctance. Although he lacked confidence in defeating Uchiha Sasuke, he was certain that his speed would prevent Uchiha Sasuke from capturing him. Beware the striped rodent. Raikage managed to utter before succumbing to the fatal wound in his heart, falling in despair. Brother. In the distance, Killer Bee disregarded the airborne Pika Deidara and transformed from half-tailed beast to full-tailed beast. Die for me, Eight Tails. Huh. Another invincible wind fire wheel. Koichi recalled a similar technique used by a size-shifting individual during the last battle in the Leaf Village. Last time, she had merely sent it flying with her third-stage Susanoo punch, but this time the power seemed significantly greater. However, it mattered little. She possessed the heavenly mirror capable of repelling all. Come forth, heavenly mirror. The Eight Tails spiraled and struck the heavenly mirror, but Koichi's Susanoo stood unwavering. Rebound. Boom. The colossal eight tails was deflected by the heavenly mirror, crashing into a swath of the ninja coalition. While Tsunade found dealing with Pika Scorpion rather effortless, it was not something she could conclude in an instant. Witnessing the increasing casualties among the Leaf's ninja coalition, she seized an opportunity to leap beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, the fourth Raikage has fallen. If this continues, we may face total annihilation. In this situation, the esteemed lord from the land of fire finds himself in a perplexing predicament. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, is caught in a bind. For this war was instigated by the daimyo of the Fire Country in collusion with the daimyos of two other nations. He cannot disregard their directives. However, if the conflict continues, the 20,000 Leaf Village ninjas may perish here. Tsunade, filled with exasperation, admonishes him, "Old man, in this dire moment, do not cling to the daimyo's commands. Let us not forget the Wind Country lurks with intentions as predatory as those of the Water Country." Sarutobi Hiruzen has never faced such a stifling battle. Although the enemy possesses merely a dozen formidable fighters, they have wrought devastation upon the coalition of 60,000 ninjas. Thus far, the coalition has only suffered the loss of over 10,000 ninjas, a toll still bearable. Yet, the enemy's numerous summoned beasts are nearing their limits. Prolonging the fight will inevitably lead to their demise. Old man, do not overlook the fact that Uchiha Izumi has yet to exert himself. Should he join the fray, the casualties will escalate dramatically. Despite Tsunade's impassioned pleas, even when Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledges her correctness, he remains indecisive, tethered to the antiquated beliefs of the previous generation, reluctant to breach established protocols without the daimyo's command. Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi activates the third form of Susanoo, launching an onslaught alongside his companion, Koyuki, upon the coalition of ninjas. He intermittently wields his halberd to unleash shockwaves, hastening the demise of the ninjas. Initially, he contemplated employing the complete form of Susanoo, but it appears unnecessary now. Sarutobi Hiruzen realizes that without some pressure, he will remain indecisive. He urgently calls out to Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. "Inoki, this trajectory is detrimental to us. It would be prudent to retreat." Inoki, feeling equally frustrated, understands that his dust release is the most potent ninjutsu attack. Yet, he faces the insurmountable challenge of Koyuki, who can reflect all attacks back upon him, rendering his dust release a threat to his own forces. Compounded by the inexplicable loss of the Raikage, he concedes to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. However, Killer Bee refuses to withdraw, intent on avenging the Raikage, with the eight tails within him unable to dissuade him. Nevertheless, he displays a semblance of reason, instructing the Cloud Village ninjas to retreat first. "Lord Killer Bee, if you do not leave, we shall not either," they proclaim. "Indeed, if we must perish, let us do so together." The loyalty of the Cloud Village ninjas is commendable. You two, Mabui and Darui, are tasked with overseeing the retreat. He commands. Darui wishes to assist, but is halted by Mabui. "Darui, let us heed Lord Killer Bee's directives." "But, Lord Killer Bee, there are no buts." Mabui interjects firmly. As the Raikage's secretary, she often assumes the role of strategist and is acutely aware of the current circumstances. Even if the Leaf and Stone villages do not retreat, a victory remains uncertain. Even if they triumph, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Let us not forget that behind Uchiha Izumi lies the entire Water Country, should the reinvigorated Mist ninjas arrive to bolster their ranks. What would they have left to combat them? It is prudent to retain a few more personnel before contemplating an escape. Uchiha Izumi once again condenses the Yata mirror, preparing to unleash an attack towards the fleeing Cloud ninjas. Tailed Beast Bomb. With a thunderous roar, the arm of Izumi's Susanoo is obliterated, for it is merely in its third phase and lacks the protective armor. Amaterasu. Koyuki invokes Amaterasu, engulfing the eight tails in black flames. Uchiha Izumi dispels Susanoo, his Mangekyo Sharingan fixated on the eight tails. As a tentacle detaches, he swiftly teleports, driving the Kusanagi sword into the tentacle. The appendage gradually morphs into Killer Bee's form, the sword penetrating his shoulder. "Now, Pika Minato, come and seal his chakra." In a flash, Pika Minato appears due to the Flying Thunder God technique, activated by Koyuki's mark on her clothing. With swift hand seals, he strikes Killer Bee's abdomen. For symbol's seal, runes manifest upon Killer Bee's body, severing the link between him and the eight tails. To ensure safety, Pika Minato employs another sealing technique to confine Killer Bee's chakra as well. Chapter 57. Clear arrangements for Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izumi observes the fleeing coalition ninjas, perceiving them as somewhat foolish. They are acutely aware that victory is unlikely, and their desire to fight is dubious, yet they remain beholden to the commands of a daimyo lacking substantial power. Why persist in this folly? The Mist Village has set a precedent. By imprisoning the daimyo and his kin, the water country could operate seamlessly. Approaching Orochimaru, Izumi expresses his dissatisfaction. Uncle Snake, why do you not lend your aid? Izumi, you know I am ill-suited for large-scale combat, and besides, have we not achieved victory? Orochimaru responds nonchalantly, well aware of his standing among the Mist Village. Izumi recognizes that this cunning serpent is present to safeguard Tsunade and Jiraiya during a critical moment, so he refrains from pressing the matter further. Nevertheless, he has profited from this battle, accumulating over 200,000 emotional points. Now just a little over 100,000 away from exchanging for the divine tree's fruit. Glancing at Mizuki, he smiles broadly. Mizuki swallows hard, realizing today the true meaning of overwhelming strength from a different dimension. The combat prowess of Uchiha Izumi and his sister, alongside those 10 summoned beasts, surpasses what any mere chunin could fathom. Mizuki, you performed admirably. Henceforth, remain by Orochimaru's side. Mizuki, initially believing he could follow Izumi, finds himself assigned to Orochimaru instead. He is bewildered. Does being near Orochimaru merely mean becoming his subject for research? Lord Mizuki, may I request a change in my duties? Izumi contemplates, deeming Mizuki rather ordinary. A standard jounin seems to be his utmost potential. However, having him nearby serves to irritate the Leaf Village, thus accumulating more emotional points. Especially since this blunderer is the very one who abducted the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Very well, Mizuki, you shall serve as my personal guard henceforth. Thank you, Lord Mizuki. Mizuki exclaims, kneeling in excitement. In the ensuing time, Izumi instructs the Mist Village to send personnel to secure the territories seized from the Land of Fire. 2 weeks pass, and the lands of the Fire Country stabilize. During this period, Izumi receives news that the daimyo of the Wind Country and his immediate relatives have been eliminated by Raza. Though Raza may lack exceptional strength, his audacity far surpasses that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as Izumi prepares to venture to the Land of Rain to extract the remaining members of the Akatsuki, Sarutobi Hiruzen sends yet another invitation for the 5 Kage Summit, hoping to resolve previous misunderstandings. Izumi smirks, pondering, did we not just convene for the 5 Kage Summit? What further reparations does Sarutobi Hiruzen intend to propose to the water country this time? I cannot say, but the other 3 great nations have already acquiesced. Only your consent is pending, esteemed Mizuki. With a serene smile, Izumi replies, return to Sarutobi Hiruzen and inform him that I shall acquiesce. Shuei-mu, take him down. Perhaps in the future, when Konoha is destroyed, he could become our ally. Yes, Lord Mizuki. Shuei-mu wore an air of arrogance, as his status had markedly changed. The Mizuki's guard speculated that he might even have the opportunity to inherit the position of the 6th Mizuki one day. Uchiha Seong pondered. Although he could summon more ninja beasts and directly pierce through the ninja world, it would be futile without someone to manage it afterward. And he must also guard against the old sage of the 6 Paths ambush. It would be best to accumulate 2 million emotional points and exchange them for the divine tree's fruit first. Brother, your devil fruit is incredible. After Kinmaru consumed it, he could truly transform a boy into a girl. At that moment, the boisterous Shao Shier strolled in, brimming with excitement. Brother, when will you turn Uchiha Itachi into a girl? No rush, Sasuke is still too young. We can discuss it when he is around 14. Uchiha Seong chuckled, lifting Shao Shier into his arms. By then, he would have Kinmaru administer female hormones and healing hormones to Uchiha Itachi. While it couldn't guarantee a complete restoration of Itachi's body, having a child with Sasuke should pose no issue. As for Itachi's reluctance, he could always employ Shirsue's Kodoame Tsukumi. Establishing Itachi as Sasuke's fiancé would automatically lift the Genjutsu once their child was born. He could also be the benevolent one, having Kinmaru help Itachi revert back to a male form. He even had names ready for Sasuke and Itachi's child, regardless of gender, to be called Uchiha Zwaliana. 2 days later, after extracting the emotional points from the 2 Tails, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails, Uchiha Seong embarked on his journey to the Land of Iron. This time, He did not summon the Flying Thunder God technique with Pikachu Minato, but chose to travel at a leisurely pace. He wished to appreciate the scenery of the ninja world and perhaps encounter some wild resources. His entourage consisted of Xiaoshi, Shui Mu, and Zabuza. He was curious about the reaction of Konoha's people upon seeing Shui Mu, a traitor of Konoha. Suddenly, Uchiha Xiong halted, sensing a significant ambush of ninjas hidden in the woods. However, aside from 3 ordinary jonin, the rest were chunin. Xiaoshi, puzzled, asked, "Brother, what's wrong? It seems there are ambushers, but their strength is relatively weak." Upon hearing weak, Xiaoshi lost interest, considering her current power rivaled that of a Kage. Zabuza and Shui Mu immediately readied themselves. Although they were merely for show, their identities as Mizukage guards still held weight. Soon, 20 enemies appeared, and Shui Mu charged forward, only to be sent flying back within 3 seconds. Even the assailants were taken aback. So weak, is this really a Mizukage guard? Uchiha Xiong and Xiaoshi exchanged incredulous glances at Shui Mu. Do you not have any awareness of your own strength? As an utterly ordinary chunin, how could you dare to charge at an enemy led by a jonin? My apologies, Lord Mizukage, I have tarnished your reputation. Shui Mu, it seems, should take a break. Uchiha Xiong could not fathom how someone like Shui Mu, despite his shortcomings, managed to have a beautiful fiancée. Clearly, he was a winner in life. He could not comprehend why he envied Irika. Pondering, since Shui Mu was uninterested, should he claim Shui Mu's fiancée for himself? Uchiha Xiong looked at the 20 ninjas, activated his Sharingan, and cast a Jinjutsu, rendering them motionless like fools. Zabuza, eliminate them all. Lord Mizukage, they wear Konoha's forehead protectors. Should we not leave a single one alive? No need. They are not ninjas of Konoha. After witnessing his strength, even Danzo would not be foolish enough to send such weak ninjas to assassinate him. It was evident that a rival faction aimed to frame Konoha. However, this aligned well with his intentions, providing an opportunity to exploit the assassination of the Mizukage for his gain. Chapter 58. The resumed 5 Kage Summit. The current 5 Kage Summit was proposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had encountered an ambush from Konoha on his way to the summit. Who else should he confront but Sarutobi Hiruzen? Konoha was simply unfortunate. After all, they had made numerous enemies. Zabuza, Shui Mu, remove their forehead protectors. We shall confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Although Zabuza was significantly stronger than Shui Mu, he felt like an ant in the presence of the Mizukage and Xiaoshi, which is why he refrained from mocking Shui Mu and obediently assisted him in collecting the forehead protectors. The next morning, the same scene unfolded with different people gathering once again in the conference room arranged by the Land of Iron. Uchiha Xiong cast a glance at the newly appointed 5th Raikage, Darui, and smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Darui, on your promotion to 5th Raikage. Lord Mizukage, I wonder what price the Cloud Village is willing to pay to retrieve the corpse of the 4th Raikage, along with the Jinchuriki and Killer Bee. Compared to his previous lethargy, Darui was now much steadier. The atmosphere was not as tense, nor did it resemble the uproar caused by the 4th Raikage, but instead, conditions were being discussed. The corpse of the 4th Raikage was negotiable, but good luck trying to retrieve the Jinchuriki and Killer Bee without a fight. Darui fell silent. His fists clenched tightly. He wished he could dismember Uchiha Xiong, yet he could not even defeat Uchiha Yuki, let alone Uchiha Xiong. Securing the Raikage's corpse was already a favorable outcome. The tailed beasts held little value for Uchiha Xiong, but they could be used to lure members of the Akatsuki. After all, aside from Obito and Itachi, he had yet to gather any resources from the others. How about this, 5th Raikage? I will sell you Killer Bee for the price of 3 billion Ryo. Darui's eyes lit up. Lord Mizukage, are you serious? I wonder if 6 billion Ryo could also retrieve the Jinchuriki? That won't do. Ever since the 3 tails fell, and the 6 tails went missing, the only 9 tails we have was seized. However, if you prefer, I could exchange the 2 tails, but the 8 tails will remain in the Mist Village. After another round of negotiations, seeing that Uchiha Xiong was adamant about keeping at least one tailed beast, Darui ultimately opted for Killer Bee. He could only silently apologize to the Jinchuriki. After all, Killer Bee was far more valuable to the Cloud Village than the Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat dazed, as Uchiha Xiong's actions reminded him of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who also publicly sold tailed beasts at the 5 Kage Summit. After Uchiha Xiong completed the transaction with Darui, he shifted his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3rd Hokage, I encountered an ambush from a group of Konoha ninjas on my way here. I wonder if you could provide an explanation. Lord Mizuki, it is evident that someone is framing you. Having witnessed your strength, do you believe I would still send ninjas to attack you? Who knows? Perhaps you merely wish to observe my consumption? Uchiha Kyo shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing for Mizuki to present the forehead protectors. Mizuki let out a cold laugh, releasing over 20 Konoha forehead protectors from a scroll, which he flung directly before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Recalling Uchiha Kyo's earlier words, though they seemed utterly absurd, he complied with Kyo's instructions. Third Hokage, you must provide a satisfactory explanation to us of the Mist Village. Otherwise, I, Mizuki, shall be the first to obliterate your Konoha. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 emotional points from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Kakashi. Uchiha Kyo sighed softly. He had initially hoped that after a few days, the wool would regrow, but it turned out to be a one-time affair. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared furiously at this Konoha traitor. How dare a mere Chunin threaten to annihilate Konoha? Who do you think you are? Uchiha Kyo. The other Kage were taken aback. This individual dared to claim he could single-handedly extinguish Konoha. Could it be that he possesses great strength? They quickly employed sensory techniques to probe Mizuki's chakra levels, only to discover that his chakra was pitifully low, at best equivalent to that of an ordinary Chunin. Mizuki felt quite embarrassed, unable to fathom why Uchiha Kyo had instructed him to act in such a manner. Third Hokage, what is with that gaze? Do you believe I cannot incapacitate you to the point that even Shinji Tobarama would fail to recognize you? Yamato could no longer restrain himself. How could a mere Chunin dare to insult their Hokage so brazenly? Kakashi, noticing Yamato's urge to act, quickly intervened, softly advising, the Mizuki seeks to provoke us, hoping to seize the initiative. Although Kakashi spoke quietly, everyone present heard him, or perhaps he intended for all to hear. Mizuki inwardly cursed. Could it be that Uchiha Kyo wished for the Konoha ninjas to eliminate him, providing an opportunity for retaliation? Yet, to threaten the Hokage in front of the other Kage was a significant achievement in his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed Mizuki as a mere clown, shifting his focus back to Uchiha Kyo. Mizuki, this is evidently the provocation of ninjas from another village. Spare me your empty words. Either compensate us with 3 billion ryo, or deliver a child from the Ninja clan to the Mist Village, or I shall personally lead an army to the gates of Konoha. Choose one from these 3 options. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a deep sense of indignation. How many times had this occurred? Once with the Cloud Village, twice with the Mist Village. Was it because he had set a precedent that Uchiha Kyo felt entitled to demand blood from Konoha? Mizuki, must you insist on this? Hokage, with all due respect, you invited me to participate in the 5 Kage summit, yet midway, you dispatched Konoha ninjas to ambush me. Do you truly believe I lack temper? Uchiha Kyo refrained from mentioning their previous coalition against the 3 nations. Otherwise, the land of lightning and earth would have nothing left to discuss. In a matter of moments, he forced Sarutobi Hiruzen into a corner, knowing that no explanation would suffice. Everyone understood that there were those sowing discord. Yet Uchiha Kyo had firmly placed the blame on the Konoha ninjas. What could he do? Had this been a private matter, he would have readily handed over a child from the Ninja clan. However, before so many witnesses, he ultimately opted for the 3 billion ryo. This would settle the matter. Since we have settled this, I wonder if the Mizuki might consider returning the lands of the Fire Nation and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? What lands of the Fire Nation? That territory was recently seized by the Water Nation. If you desire it, send your troops to reclaim it. Uchiha Kyo remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Shoko to activate the Flying Thunder God seal. In an instant, Pika Minato appeared. Upon arrival, Pika Minato surveyed the scene with caution, only relaxing when he realized Shoko was unharmed. Boss, what is it that summoned me this time? There is indeed a matter at hand. Uchiha Kyo pointed towards Pika Minato, introducing him to the others. Esteemed guests, this is Pika Minato. As you may have observed, his abilities are akin to those of Minato Namikaze. Thus, Pika Minato is the wild father of Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone present was taken aback. Chapter 59, Six-Yang Pain appears. Pika Minato's long ears twitched. He belonged to the Pika clan and had no relation to Minato Namikaze whatsoever. Furthermore, could a Pika actually produce a human child? Boss, I am not Naruto Uzumaki's father. I did not assert that you were his father, merely that you are his wild father. Do you understand? Pika Minato tilted his head in confusion, struggling to grasp the distinction between a wild and biological father. Uchiha Kyo paid no heed to Pika Minato's moment of bewilderment and continued, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have always regarded Naruto Uzumaki as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet have you ever considered how Naruto's wild father feels about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have gone too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. When did Konoha descend to such depths, being ridden by the Mist Village? If only the first Hokage were still alive. Enough. I do not wish to hear your empty rhetoric. If you desire Naruto, let him come forth himself, and we shall see if his wild father will not cripple your legs, or perhaps you would rather discuss the purpose behind summoning the 5 Kage summit. At this moment, Mitsuhide interjected. The theme of this summit is to prevent unnecessary casualties. The Hokage's intention is for the fire, lightning, earth, and water nations to cease hostilities. Of course, the specifics should be negotiated among the 4 of you, and I shall merely serve as a witness alongside the Wind Kage. Rashi nodded in agreement, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Having secured the support of the Wind Country's daimyo, obtaining the desired funds was merely a matter of words. He would no longer need to toil in the desert for riches. Little did he know, the Money Horn was eagerly anticipating this, as it was currently taking Pika Rashi into the Wind Country's desert for gold mining. Soon enough, he would find that there was no gold left to mine. Do not utter such grandiose statements. You previously sent a ceasefire agreement, yet Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived with troops. I distinctly recall agreeing to a ceasefire with Jiraiya, yet he insisted it was impossible. Now that you have been defeated, it is only just to compensate us. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Inoki, and Darui were left speechless. If they were in Uchiha Kyo's position, they would also not relinquish the benefits at hand. Rashi felt a twinge of regret. He had secretly amassed forces, intending to take advantage of the situation. Yet what had come instead was another round of talks, and to his astonishment, Uchiha Kyo had agreed to them. By the way, Mizukage, I have heard you possess a ninja beast that can produce gold from sand. I wonder how you acquired my DNA. It was extracted from your urine. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Rashi. What the hell? Does that thing even have DNA? Mizukage, you wouldn't be suggesting that Pika Minato. Pika Minato felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. As the illustrious Yellow Flash, did he not possess any dignity? The other 3 Kage were equally astonished. Extracting DNA from Uchiha Kyo seemed far too easy. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the Water Nation would not simply let this matter rest, but thankfully, the daimyo was beginning to feel apprehensive. He instructed his subordinates to accommodate Uchiha Kyo's demands as much as possible, provided they did not take action against the daimyo. Konoha would offer compensation for the damages inflicted upon the Water Nation. What demands might the Mizukage have? Firstly, Konoha is required to compensate the previous attack on the Mizukage with 30 billion and an additional 70 billion as reparations for defeat, totaling 100 billion. Secondly, regarding territorial compensation, all coastal areas near the Land of Water, apart from the previously leased lands, shall be governed by the Land of Water. Thirdly, trade between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire shall be established, with Konoha having no authority to inspect merchants. Uchiha Kyo's addition of the third clause is prompted by the encouragement of Orochimaru, who, under the guise of a financial advisor, has finally managed to replicate the research of the first Hokage. Initially, there was also a highly addictive substance, but Uchiha Kyo has prohibited it. The aim is to first cultivate management talents in the Land of Water, and once the ninja world is unified, these talents will be dispatched across various regions for governance. I need to inform the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels somewhat astonished by Uchiha Kyo's modest demands. Although the notion of ceding land sounds harsh, the territories being relinquished are merely coastal areas adjacent to the Land of Water, so it is of little consequence. Uchiha Kyo is aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen has acquiesced, and then turns his attention to Inoki and Darui. The land of your 2 nations pales in comparison to Konoha. Each must compensate 20 billion, in addition to opening trade with the Land of Water. Very well, I agree. I concur as well. Both Inoki and Darui perceive Uchiha Kyo as a fool, holding such a significant advantage, yet presenting such minimal conditions. Uchiha Kyo's thoughts are straightforward. The 4 great nations of fire, earth, wind, and lightning shall ultimately belong to him. In the end, a consensus is reached among the 4 great nations within a single day. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has proposed the redemption of Naruto, Pikachu Minato asserts that Naruto Uzumaki is his wild child, and he cannot possibly trade away his progeny. Upon Uchiha Kyo's return to Kirigakure, Terumi Mei is infuriated upon hearing that Uchiha Kyo has only made such modest requests. Mei, you must understand that Kirigakure will inevitably unify the ninja world, and the other 4 nations will eventually become part of our land of water. Are you truly so confident? Seizing the moment when Shoko is absent, Uchiha Kyo takes Terumi Mei's hand. Let us not speak of these matters. Mei, would you care to share a bed with me this evening? Oh, does the Mizukage mean marriage? The sudden proposition leaves Terumi Mei blushing deeply, thinking that this little wolf cub has finally come to his senses. Mei, you may have misunderstood. I merely meant to suggest sleeping together, not marriage. After all, marriage is merely a trivial matter. We shall remain lovers without tying the knot. Terumi Mei, get lost. Uchiha Kyo scoffs, deciding instead to seek counsel with Kurenai's mother regarding life's intricacies. The following day, Uchiha Kyo summons 6 sheep. It is time to harvest the wool from the remaining members of the Akatsuki. Once enough emotional value of 2 million is accrued, he will exchange it for the chakra fruit of the divine tree. Among them, the Deva path pain is the most valuable, while the other 5 paths are comparatively inexpensive. Come forth, 6 sheep pain. After a flash of white light, the 6 ordinary sheep transform into upright beings, each approximately 1 meter tall. Each sheep possesses a pair of Rinnegan eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. Boss. 6. Uchiha Kyo is somewhat surprised to find that the 6 sheep possess life. Unfortunately, these sheep are merely characters from Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Had they been those created by netizens, they would have stood at least at the height of an average human. If they were depicted in a JoJo style, their intimidating aura would likely be even greater. Another day passes. Uchiha Kyo, accompanied by Shoko, Pikachu Itachi, Pikachu Kisame, Pikachu Konan, Pikachu Deidara, Pikachu Sasori, Pikachu Haiden, and the financial advisor, 6 Sheep Pain, instructs Pikachu Minato to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them all at once to the land of Rain. Pikachu Minato, you are responsible for providing timely rescue. The rest of you seek opponents suitable for your abilities and leave Uchiha Obito to me. Yes, boss. Chapter 60. The financial advisor has a foreboding feeling. This time, Uchiha Kyo does not infiltrate like Jiraiya, but strides boldly through the front gate of Mangekyo. The Deva path, resembling a sheep, leads the way, followed by the human path, the hungry ghost path, the Azura path, the hell path, and the animal path. Though lacking a controller, they are all sentient beings, and in battle, they will undoubtedly prove more agile than Pain's 6 paths. At a high tower in Mangekyo, Konan is reporting the intelligence she has gathered back to Nagato. Nagato, the 5 Kage summit has been successfully negotiated. The land of fire and the land of earth will compensate the land of water, thus concluding the matter. I did not expect Uchiha Kyo to compromise for such trifling gains. Mere mortals can never comprehend the divine. Nagato suddenly pauses, sensing over a dozen powerful chakra signatures within the range of his Rain Tiger freestyle technique. Nagato, is something happening? Nagato replies gravely. There are over a dozen intruders, and they are entering boldly. Their strength is formidable. What? Over a dozen? Konan exclaims. Could it be Uchiha Kyo's ninja beasts? It seems so. I will dispatch the 6 paths of pain to deal with the intruders. It is time for Uchiha Kyo to experience the power of a god. Nagato maintains his dramatic tone, but does not overestimate himself, summoning all 6 paths of pain at once. However, he recognizes 6 chakra signatures that feel exceptionally familiar, akin to his own 6 paths of pain. Konan, still uneasy, decides to accompany the 6 paths of pain. However, when the enemy appears before Konan, both she and Nagato, who controls the 6 paths from behind, are left stunned. Rinnegan? Uchiha Kyo chuckles. 6 Sheep Pain, Pikachu Konan, go find your respective opponents. The Pikachu Konan, clad in Akatsuki attire, nods and gracefully steps forward. You must be Konan. Pikachu Konan has come to challenge you. Nagato observes through Pain's vision, and even he, who claims to be a god, gasps in astonishment. Pikachu is adorned in Akatsuki garb, with blue hair adorned with a purple paper flower, eyeshadow accentuating her double eyelids, and a lip piercing. Yet, this entire ensemble on a yellow-skinned rodent nearly shatters Nagato's composure. He likely won't dare to meet Konan's gaze again. As for Konan, she wonders how Uchiha Kyo obtained her DNA. Could it truly have been during those few days? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1666 emotional value from Uzumaki Nagato. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 666 emotional value from Konan. Uchiha Kyo pauses, pondering why, given Nagato's strength, he only surpasses Konan by a mere 1,000 emotional points. This implies that individuals like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama yield an emotional value of 1666. Even if the two could defeat 10 Nagatos, it would still hold true. Unless it were the 6 paths of Madara. Paper clone technique. Paper clone technique. Both Konan and Pikachu Konan gradually transform into sheets of paper, which subsequently metamorphose into butterflies. However, the butterflies formed by Konan are significantly larger than those of Pikachu Konan. Boom. The ensuing spectacle is a showcase of both their abilities, with the explosions of explosive tags reverberating continuously. Paper long spear. Paper rain. Paper shuriken. Divine paper user technique. The combat style of the one and the mouse employs identical techniques. Little Shier was somewhat anxious. Brother, will Pikachu Xiaonan be alright? Do not fret. The odds are surely 50-50. Uchiha Sound replied with unwavering confidence, for he believed that the strength of the individual and the mouse was equivalent. However, a swift turn of events ensued, as Pikachu Xiaonan was blasted back during a confrontation. Pikachu Xiaonan, how did you get blown back? Boss, I ran out of explosive tags. Pikachu Xiaonan responded with an expressionless face. Nevertheless, it discreetly cast a glance at the nearby Xiaokai Judo, as if a plan had begun to form in its mind. Strangely, Xiaokai Judo suddenly felt a chill run down its spine, its fur standing on end, as an unsettling feeling of impending loss washed over it. Jiaodu, what's wrong? Asked Pikachu Fadewan, perplexed. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. Judo shook its head, attributing its discomfort to its own sensitivity. Uchiha Sound remained unfazed by Pikachu Xiaonan's defeat. His aim was never victory, but merely the accumulation of emotional value. He exchanged a knowing glance with the 6 paths of pain, signaling them to make their move. Tian Dao Xiang nodded, and, accompanied by the remaining 5 pain, stepped forth. Thus, we are the 6 paths of pain, please enlighten us. Xiaonan flew back to Tian Dao Pain's side, expressing her concerns. Pain, be cautious. That Pikachu Xiaonan is not inferior to me, merely lacking in explosive tags. Do not worry, Xiaonan. A counterfeit shall always remain a counterfeit, replied Tian Dao Pain, extending his right hand. Universal pull. Universal pull. Tian Dao Xiang countered with the same technique, and the two forces clashed, unable to gain the upper hand. Behind the scenes, Nagato, who manipulated Tian Dao Pain, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this damned sheep could truly wield the power of the Deva Path. Black and white Zetsu emerged from the walls, observing the battle between the 6 paths of pain and the 6 sheep of pain, feeling utterly despondent. Initially, he had thought Uchiha Sound desired to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, but given the circumstances surrounding the trade of the 8 Tails to the Cloud Village, it was evidently not the case. He lamented the missed opportunity to express his heartfelt thoughts to Uchiha Sound. Moreover, if even the creatures of the Rinnegan could be created, could creations embody the powers of Madara and Hashirama in the future? Absurd, utterly absurd. While Black Zetsu was lost in thought, the battle between the 6 paths of pain and the 6 sheep of pain escalated. Advanced weapons filled the sky, and summoned beasts engaged in fierce combat. The exchange was chaotic and evenly matched. Nagato grew anxious, fully aware that Uchiha Sound and the other summoned beasts had yet to make their move. The commotion soon drew Deidara and Sasori out, as they fortuitously had no missions at that moment. What in the world is happening? Clearly, the land of rain has been invaded. Sasori replied solemnly, glancing at the clash between the 6 paths of pain and the 6 sheep of pain, his astonishment palpable. Uchiha Sound's eyes gleamed at the sight of 2 fresh lambs. Pikachu Deidara, Pikachu Sasori, it is your time to perform. I am eager to witness the artistry of this counterfeit. Pikachu Deidara summoned a clay giant bird and leaped onto it. I too wish to see how high the counterfeit Sasori's pursuit of eternal art reaches. Pikachu Sasori followed suit, joining Pikachu Deidara on the clay bird. Uchiha Sound felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, tempted to proclaim them the true impostors, but chose to refrain. Sasori and Deidara were genuine humans, while Pikachu Sasori and Pikachu Deidara were authentic representatives of the Pikachu clan. Indeed, we are all authentic. Let no one speak ill of another. Thus, the 6 paths of pain and the 6 sheep of pain clashed fiercely. Nagato tirelessly supplied emotional value, which greatly pleased Uchiha Sound. However, the 2 unfortunate ones, Deidara and Sasori provided no emotional value whatsoever. It was utterly disappointing. Deidara felt a sense of kinship with Pikachu Deidara, for he was the only one who recognized his explosive art, and the fact that Pikachu Deidara was of comparable stature made it all the more poignant. The notion of providing emotional value was laughable. Similarly, the relationship between Sasori and Pikachu Sasori mirrored that sentiment, both being seekers of eternal art. Uchiha Sound realized he had erred in his approach. He should have sent Pikachu Itachi to confront Deidara, as Deidara had an aversion to Itachi. As for Sasori, his greatest disdain likely lay with Kakashi, followed closely by Orochimaru. Yet there was no rush. He would wait until the outcome between the 6 Sheep of Pain and the 6 Paths of Pain was determined. After all, Nagato's emotional value was at its peak, capable of yielding a staggering 1666 emotional points in one go. He would first drain Nagato dry. Nagato felt increasingly alarmed. It was the first time he had controlled the 6 Paths of Pain for such an extended period. He recalled that during his battle against Hanzo, it had only taken minutes to conclude. This time, however, he had already fought for an entire hour, and with his frail constitution, controlling the 6 Paths of Pain was becoming burdensome. In contrast, the 6 Sheep of Pain, being 6 distinct entities, found it considerably easier to engage in combat than Nagato, who was managing all 6 alone. After a considerable duration, Uchiha Sound sensed that he had harvested enough emotional value from Nagato and resolved to conclude the skirmish swiftly. Tian Daoxiang, carry the rice. Yes, boss. Following Uchiha Sound's command, the other 5 sheep distanced themselves, including Uchiha Sound and his siblings along with the other summoned beasts. Tian Daoxiang, who exactly are you? Forgive me. I am not a person, nor do I claim to be a deity. I am simply Tian Daoxiang from the green pastures. Tian Daoxiang lifted off the ground, gradually ascending into the air. Nagato was taken aback. Could it be? Tian Daoxiang. Stop. Tian Daoxiang only heeded Uchiha Sound, since the latter commanded it to carry rice. This bag of rice was certainly within Tian Daoxiang's grasp. Ascending higher and higher, Tian Daoxiang recited the lines of its task. How many floors must a bag of rice be carried? A bag of rice to the 2nd floor, a bag of rice to be delivered, a bag of rice to be washed. Nagato seemed to have discerned Tian Daoxiang's impending intentions and hurriedly commanded the Deva Path to shield Xiaonan. With a cold, indifferent sheepish visage, Tian Daoxiang gazed down at the 6 Paths of Pain and Xiaonan, continuing in a frigid tone, I washed so much mud off this bag of rice. Yet you refuse to refund me, and instead berate me. Each grain is muddy. Who would covet your bag of rice? Tian Daoxiang slowly extended its hooves, coldly announcing the name of its ultimate technique. All right, add water. With a thunderous roar, a powerful repulsive force emanated from Tian Daoxiang, radiating outward. The structures of the rain village crumbled as if made of paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. Nagato commanded the Deva Path to shield Xiaonan, spreading his arms wide. Shinra Tensei. Tian Daoxiang had made it clear to Nagato that it too could bear the weight of rice, not just him. Due to the Super Shinra Tensei being a large-scale technique, as long as one was not at the center, it was relatively easy for the Deva Path to counter it. Thus, both the 6 Paths of Pain and Xiaonan remained unharmed, but the Rain Village suffered catastrophic damage. Damn Tian Daoxiang. Don't let me discover where the green pastures are? Xiaonan's face was filled with resentment. The Rain Village was the culmination of her, Nagato's, and Niji's hard work, now utterly destroyed by Tian Daoxiang. If possible, she would also make the Heavenly Path taste the flavor of the green grassland bombarded by 600 billion detonating talismans. Just as Nagato was about to command the 6 Paths of Pain to take revenge, a voice suddenly emanated from Konan. Nagato, you had better not move, or I will kill her. At that moment, Pika Minato stood on Konan's shoulder, with a kunai aimed at her neck. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 48,043. 022 emotional points from Uzumaki Nagato. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained emotional points from Konan. It was no wonder Nagato was so furious. They had already endured such experiences once before. Hanzo the Salamander had once threatened him and Yahiko with Konan, and that time, Yahiko's death had become Nagato's lifelong sorrow. Of course, the current Konan possessed the ability to protect herself and would not be threatened so easily. Art of the God Paper. Konan's body transformed into paper and split apart, with sheets igniting and exploding. Boom. Pika Minato and Heavenly Path quickly dodged. Uchiha Sasuke had no time to concern himself with the now bald Nagato, and instead approached Deidara. Deidara, having just emerged from the rubble, was also affected by the Heavenly Path's almighty push. What came into view was Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan and his poker face. Deidara was taken aback, then began to conflate Uchiha Sasuke with Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, members of the Uchiha clan always managed to irk him. Deidara, pain has been defeated. Would you like to return with me to the Hidden Mist Village? I will personally take you as my disciple, Uchiha Sasuke invited expressionlessly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 666 emotional points from Deidara. Deidara felt an unprecedented humiliation. He was only 13 years old and had already reached an unprecedented shadow level. Why should he take a mere Uchiha brat as his master, especially one with those detestable Sharingan eyes? Damn Uchiha Sasuke, taste my art. Deidara's buried hand opened its mouth, and a clay centipede crawled out, burrowing into the ground. Uchiha Sasuke remained expressionless, gazing at him with his dead, fish-like Sharingan. Suddenly, a clay centipede emerged from the ground, tightly coiling around Uchiha Sasuke. This was the scene Deidara saw, but in actuality, it was he who was ensnared by the clay centipede. It's over, art is. Don't be foolish, Deidara. I never kill children. Deidara was momentarily stunned, and when Uchiha Sasuke's illusion was lifted, he discovered a clay centipede wrapped around him. This meant that had he detonated the clay just now, he would have perished. Uchiha Sasuke extended his right hand. Deidara, what? Become my son, bearing the name of Uchiha Sasuke, and roam the entire ninja world. Damn it, I want to kill you, you foolish son. Uchiha Sasuke abruptly interrupted Deidara's words. In Deidara's moment of confusion, Uchiha Sasuke approached and embraced him like a father. But even if you are my foolish son, your father still loves you. Deidara was initially stunned for a moment, and when he regained his senses, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 666, 480 emotional points from Deidara. You bastard Uchiha Sasuke, you are 100 times more annoying than Uchiha Itachi. Deidara was infuriated. Had he not been restrained by the clay centipede, he would have immediately unleashed the mouth on his chest, letting Uchiha Sasuke know what true art was. Chapter 62, Consuming the God Tree's Fruit, Ascending to 6 Paths Level. Uchiha Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose, not expecting Deidara to despise the notion of having a surrogate father so much. Look at how furious this child is, even biting his tongue and drawing blood. Deidara, if you don't want to be a disciple or a son, this makes my task quite challenging. Are you a girl? Art is. Slap. Uchiha Sasuke saw that Deidara actually intended to detonate the clay centipede, and in an instant, he appeared beside Deidara, delivering a chop to knock him out. Next, Uchiha Sasuke approached Scorpion, who was on high alert. I heard your father was killed by White Fang. Scorpion, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Scorpion's emotional points. I heard your mother was also killed by White Fang. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Scorpion's emotional points. After collecting Scorpion's emotional points, he easily defeated his opponent. Uchiha Sasuke held Scorpion's core of regeneration and carried the unconscious Deidara back to face the two opposing pains. Nagato, can we have a chat? Uchiha Sasuke. I have nothing to discuss with you. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Konan and was about to cast an illusion when he was rebuffed by the Deva Path's Rinnegan. I had intended to reveal some truths to you, but since you are so wary, never mind. After Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, he exchanged a red potion from the system space and tossed it over. Nagato controlled the Deva Path to catch it. Uchiha Sasuke, what is this? How did you know my identity? A potion that will improve your health somewhat. Consider it a bargaining chip for Scorpion and Deidara. Uchiha Sasuke replied and instructed Pika Minato to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them back to the Hidden Mist Village. Nagato did not pursue them, as even the 6 Paths of Pain could barely match his 6 Paths of Pain, not to mention Uchiha Sasuke and his siblings alongside 10 summoned beasts. Konan looked at the red potion in Nagato's hand, feeling uneasy. Nagato, do you really trust him? Uchiha Sasuke said this potion was exchanged for Scorpion and Deidara. It should not be a deception, Nagato replied, controlling pain to return to the tower with the red potion. After examining the red potion closely with his Rinnegan and discovering it contained a substantial amount of life energy, Nagato did not hesitate and drank it all in one go. His complexion immediately appeared somewhat rosy, and his HP increased from 30 to 60. Upon noticing Nagato's change, Konan asked with delight, Nagato, how do you feel? Although I have not fully recovered, I feel an unprecedented sense of relief. Nagato extended his palm to clasp. Of course, he knew this was only temporary. Unless he was willing to step down from the mobile toilet, it would continuously siphon his life force. Besides the toilet, the Rinnegan would also absorb his vitality. He could not understand why. After all, these were his own eyes. Perhaps this was the price of becoming a god. Seeing Nagato's healthier body, Konan secretly resolved to find Uchiha Sasuke again to acquire this life potion. On the other hand, upon returning to the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Sasuke checked the system. Host, Uchiha Sasuke. Emotional points, 2, 550,000. He immediately spent 2,000,000 emotional points to exchange for a god tree fruit. Holding the fruit that emitted a white glow, Uchiha Sasuke excitedly consumed it. A radiant light enveloped him, and a 9-tomo Rinnegan appeared on his forehead. His Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan transformed into a 9-tomo Rinnegan. The 6 spheres behind him began to slowly rotate, and Uchiha Sasuke directly entered the 6 paths form. Abilities akin to Kage, blood stains entwined, in the midst of heaven, the path of Yomi, together slaying gray bones, the 80 god celestial strikes, an immortal body, an endless lifespan. Apart from Kage and the sealing arts of the 6 paths level, he could be deemed invincible. The reason for mentioning Kage is that before consuming the fruit of the god tree, she was stronger than Uchiha Sasuke. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Kage, prior to eating the fruit, to successfully ambush Ishiki. As for why she was ultimately sealed by Naruto and Sasuke, perhaps it was the influence of maternal love? Alas, poor mother, apart from Kage, the other 2 are dutiful sons. Now, all that remains is to await the cultivation of the governing personnel of the Land of Water. Then, to unify the ninja world and step into the next realm. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a soft knock came at the door. Brother, your room just glowed. What is going on? Uchiha Sasuke retracted his 6 paths mode and opened the door. It's nothing. I was merely practicing lightning release ninjutsu. A bit of light is quite normal. He picked up his little sister and located Pikachu Minato. Pikachu Minato. I heard from Kakuzu that Haiden bears your flying thunder god mark. Is that correct? Yes, boss. When we sold Haiden earlier, I left the flying thunder god mark on him. The mark is difficult to erase once inscribed on an enemy, unless they possess exceptional sealing techniques. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and commanded Pikachu Minato to bring Haiden and Kakuzu back. Understood, boss. Pikachu Minato never questioned Uchiha Sasuke's orders. He merely obeyed. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sasuke observed as Pikachu Minato vanished, appreciating the remarkable efficacy of the flying thunder god technique. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a currency exchange in the Land of Fire, Kakuzu was reviewing the latest bounty notices, while Haiden sat nearby yawning. I say, Kakuzu. Haiden's words were interrupted as Pikachu Minato suddenly appeared before him. Due to their prior collaboration and the fact that Nagato hadn't been able to use the Jinjutsu technique to inform Uchiha Sasuke about the invasion of Mangekyo, both Haiden and Kakuzu were caught off guard. Kakuzu cheerfully approached. Pikachu Minato, what brings you here? There's a significant opportunity, Kakuzu. It seems there's a substantial deal that requires your collaboration. Kakuzu's eyes brightened. Ever since he had sold Haiden 30 times, the underground currency exchange had been wary of him. Were it not for him shifting all the blame to Kakuzu, coupled with his original VIP client status, he would likely have been blacklisted long ago. You'll find out soon enough. Kakuzu, place your hand on Haiden's shoulder. I will use the flying thunder god to transport you both. Kakuzu, without further thought, placed his hand on Haiden's shoulder. Pikachu Minato seized Haiden and, with a swift movement, vanished from sight. As Haiden opened his eyes, he was greeted by Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, which swiftly severed his head. Haiden, initially bewildered, soon erupted with rage. Hey, you bastard, do you have any idea how painful this is? Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. Although Haiden's head was severed, he remained immobile. It seems the earlier notion of employing Pikachu Minato to deal with a 6 paths level adversary was overly naive. Only by consuming the fruit of the god tree does one realize that even when beheaded, their 6 paths mode can allow them to reattach their head. Chapter 63, Kakuzu, with a heart like ash, finds the meaning of life. Kakuzu did not expect that mere moments after being transported by Pikachu Minato, Haiden would have his head severed by Uchiha Sasuke. He quickly leaped backward, contemplating escape. However, A swarm of clay spiders launched an attack. Art is an explosion. Huh. Boom. Deidara emerged slowly from a distance. Kakuzu hastily dodged, only to find himself surrounded by 6 lambs bearing the Rinnegan. Realizing escape was futile, he resignedly gazed at Uchiha Sasuke. So, 5th Mizukage, may I inquire why you wish to keep me here? Uchiha Sasuke smiled. Kakuzu, fret not. I harbor no ill will towards you. I am, after all, a good person. Kakuzu glanced at Haiden's severed head, thinking, a good person? How absurd. Haiden's head protested, hey, Kakuzu, help me reattach my head. Uchiha Sasuke ignored Haiden and continued to address Kakuzu, leaving him feeling uneasy. Kakuzu, may I ask to whom you typically give your earnings? Humph. Uchiha Sasuke. Do as you will. No one can lay claim to my wealth. Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's intent regarding his money, Kakuzu cast aside his fear. He could accept death as long as his money remained unspent. However, he could not abide by the thought of still being alive while someone else pilfered his fortune. Do not misunderstand, Kakuzu. I was merely inquiring, as long as your money is not entrusted to Konan. Kakuzu was taken aback, indeed. He had entrusted his money to Konan for safekeeping, but why would Uchiha Sasuke ask? Of course, Konan had merely stated it was for safekeeping and would not actually take his money. After all, she had promised to return all his funds with interest once she grew old, and Kakuzu would not die of old age. The prospect of receiving a lump sum of his century-long savings plus interest was indeed thrilling. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly gazed at him with a sympathetic expression, which sent shivers down Kakuzu's spine, foreboding ill. All right, even if I have entrusted my wealth to Konan, what of it? It is merely for safekeeping. Haiden's head chimed in, hey, help me reattach my head. Yet, still, no one paid heed to his pleas. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned Haiden's emotional value of 666. Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat surprised that the system would classify Haiden as a shadow-level entity, but it likely factored in Haiden's death and bloodline. For now, it was best to strip Kakuzu of his wealth. Kakuzu, I have discovered that Konan has been purchasing explosive tags in large quantities recently. The amount is unclear, but it seems she has spent over 300 billion ryo. I only hope that it is not your money. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Kakuzu's emotional value of 6666662801302. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback. A single remark had reduced Kakuzu's emotional value from maximum to 0. What a calamity Konan had wrought upon him. It was likely that a common civilian wielding a kunai to pierce through Kakuzu's 5 hearts would not elicit a response. Haiden's head lamented, hey, help me reattach my head. Uchiha Sasuke approached and patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. Do not despair. I shall introduce you to a partner who can help you earn money. Kakuzu suddenly squatted down, covering his face with his hands. He wished to cry, yet his body, constructed from the remnants of his past, rendered him incapable of shedding tears. The pain from his 5 hearts was suffocating. That wealth was not earned after joining the Akatsuki, but had been amassed since he assassinated the first Hokage. I have not spent a single ryo. I was once terrified of poverty. Alas, I cannot cry. How infuriating. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke consoled him like an old friend. Kakuzu, you must gather your spirits. Uchiha Sasuke, just kill me already. Jiao Du shook his head, having lost all hope for life. Fei Duan's head exclaimed, hey, Jiao Du, even if you're going to die, at least help me reattach my head before you go. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Fei Duan. Uchiha Hikari summoned Pikaro Suna, instructing Jiao Du to watch closely and not blink. Jiao Du's interest was piqued, albeit slightly. For all his money had been squandered by that wasteful Konan. Pikaro Suna utilized the gold mining technique. Yes, boss. Pikaro Suna slapped his claws on the ground, activating magnet release and the gold mining technique. As he shouted, golden sand began to rise slowly from the underground veins. In no time, approximately half a pound of gold had been collected. Jiao Du widened his eyes, astonished that Suna possessed such an ability, wondering why he had not discovered this earlier. Jiao Du, do you see? Although Pikaro Suna does not create gold, he is a transporter of it. Join my hidden mist village, and I will team you up with Pikaro Suna. It's a deal. Jiao Du felt rejuvenated, as if he had rediscovered the meaning of existence. He immediately embraced Pikaro Suna, declaring, this is my Pikaro Suna. No one shall take him away, not even the sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Hikari placed a hand on Jiao Du's shoulder, resembling a good friend, as they walked towards the Mizuki's office. Jiaodu, let me tell you about the benefits of joining the Hidden Mist Village. However, Jiaodu was not in the mood to listen. He was eager to find a gold mine and let Picaro Suna begin the gold extraction process. Fei Duan's head cried out, Jiaodu, can you help me reattach my head first? Don't leave me hanging. Is there anyone out there to help me? Seeing that the leader had departed, Six Paths Pain followed suit. Dadar glanced at the talking head. Hey, little rat, what are you staring at? Hurry up and help me reattach my head. And I'll tell you, art is an explosion. Boom. For the next 2 days, Fei Duan was nailed to a wooden board for exhibition in the Hidden Mist Village, while Jiaodu was responsible for collecting admission fees. You scoundrel, Jiaodu, what do you mean by this? Fei Duan, don't blame me, blame Conan. Once we finish this exhibition, we shall join the Hidden Mist Village. Jiaodu lamented like an empty nester towards Fei Duan. If it weren't for Uchiha Hikari introducing him to Picaro Suna, he would have found no reason to continue living. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari dispatched Picaro Minato to search for Kisame's whereabouts. Although Picaro Minato was swift, finding someone was not necessarily his strong suit compared to Kurizetsu. Unfortunately, the system shop currently lacked materials for Kurizetsu. Just then, Picaro Minato returned with news, stating he had spotted Kisame and Uchiha Itachi in a small town in the Land of Fire. Uchiha Hikari smirked, realizing it was time to indulge his wicked interests. After all, he had become invincible and needed something to pass the time. Excellent, Picaro Minato, take Jinmaru with you. We shall meet this shark man, Kisame. Picaro Minato cocked his head in confusion. Boss, Jinmaru is only 9 years old. What do you want him to do? Conduct an experiment. And bring little Hikari along as well. Picaro Minato nodded and set off to follow Uchiha Hikari's orders. In a forest near a small town in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame suddenly halted in their tracks. Before them stood Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Hiki, Picaro Minato, and a 9-year-old white-haired boy. Hey, Kisame. Didn't Itachi tell you I'm here to reclaim Samahata? He mentioned it, but I don't want to hand it over. What do you say, fifth Mizukichi? Kisame, knowing he couldn't defeat Uchiha Hikari, was not one to shy away from danger. Uchiha Hikari felt a headache coming on, for Kisame could infiltrate Fishman Island if he ventured into the world of One Piece. However, why did Kisame have gills? Was he a hybrid of human and fish? Or a product of experimentation? Kisame, are you willing to return to the Hidden Mist Village? After all, it was Obito who deceived you, not Uchiha Madara. I have betrayed once. I do not wish to betray anyone again. Kisame drew Samahata, pointing it at Uchiha Hikari, his small eyes filled with determination. Uchiha Hikari sighed softly, recalling how Kisame would rather be torn apart by the sharks he summoned than divulge any information about the Akatsuki. He was a man whom Uchiha Hikari respected. With that thought, he gestured to Picaro Minato, beat him half to death, and seal his chakra. Do not let him kill himself. Yes, boss. Picaro Minato nodded and hurled several kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal at Kisame. Aware of Picaro Minato's prowess, Kisame did not dare to underestimate him and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet technique, spiraling flash, super round dance roar. The battle between Kisame and Picaro Minato commenced. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari turned his serious gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I have the latest intel on Sasuke to share with you. Sasuke, what happened to him? Itachi's demeanor shifted immediately at the mention of Sasuke. He had left with a clear distrust of the third Hokage. Despite Uchiha Hikari's threats, Sasuke was unlikely to be in mortal danger. Yet, no one could guarantee that Danzo wouldn't plant the curse mark of silence on Sasuke. Uchiha Hikari sighed, realizing he couldn't explain everything at once. I'll use a genjutsu to convey the message. Please do not resist. Uchiha Itachi nodded, believing that if Uchiha Hikari intended to kill him, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Moreover, Uchiha Hikari had numerous opportunities to kill him before, yet he remained unharmed, so he had no reason to doubt him. Without further ado, Uchiha Hikari took advantage of Itachi's unguarded state, and a snake slithered out from his sleeve. The snake, borrowed from Orochimaru, bore the eyes of Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Silently and stealthily, it initiated the Kodoame Tsukumi on the unsuspecting Uchiha Itachi. Itachi paused, inspecting himself. What is happening? I remember I was Uchiha Yuzu, a female and the fiancé of Uchiha Sasuke, the clan leader's son. What is going on? Yuzu, do not worry. I will have Jinmaru assist you, Uchiha Hikari said, signaling Jimuru with a glance. Ahahaha, this is hilarious. Uchiha Itachi, you've met your match. Little Hikari laughed uncontrollably, collapsing onto the grass in amusement. Uchiha Itachi looked at her with confusion. I am Uchiha Yuzu. While I do not understand why I have become this way, I am certain I am not Uchiha Itachi. All right, little Hikari, enough of the antics, Uchiha Hikari said, lifting her up and turning to Jimuru. Jimuru, help Yuzu regain her original form and also treat her hidden injuries. Jimuru nodded and approached Uchiha Itachi. Miss Yuzu, do not resist. Otherwise, with my abilities, I won't be able to help you revert to your original form. Jimuru remained serious, perhaps believing there was nothing humorous about this situation. Uchiha Itachi nodded. At his shadow-level strength, resisting would be futile against Jimuru's capabilities. Junmaru extended his 5 fingers, with sharp nails piercing into Uchiha Itachi's waist. He activated the ability of the hormone fruit, releasing a copious amount of female hormones. Uchiha Itachi's physique gradually transformed, shifting from a flat silhouette to a curvaceous form. Subsequently, Junmaru injected Uchiha Yuzu with healing hormones. Uchiha Itachi had become a relic of the past. The ninja world now only recognized Uchiha Yuzu, with Uchiha Itachi no longer in existence. Thank you, young one, Yuzu said. There's no need for formality. Junmaru replied with a polite nod, then returned expressionlessly to Uchiha Hikari's side. Ahaha, this is hilarious, Uchiha Yuzu. Hikari chuckled, nearly unable to contain laughter. Nonetheless, it must be said, Uchiha Yuzu was exceptionally beautiful. Aside from her lethal allure, she surpassed Tsunade in nearly every aspect. Truly, it was a stroke of luck for Naruto. One could only wonder how he would express his gratitude once their child was born. By the way, Yuzu, what are your plans next? She asked. I intend to rescue Lord Sasuke and join him in avenging the traitor, Uchiha Itachi. As she spoke, her Mangekyo Sharingan unconsciously manifested. In her memory, Uchiha Itachi was the culprit responsible for the massacre of her grandparents and entire clan. Therefore, even though Uchiha Itachi was her uncle, Yuzu was determined to take justice into her own hands. Uchiha Hikari felt overwhelmed. There was no longer a Uchiha Itachi in the ninja world, only Uchiha Yuzu. Where could one possibly find Uchiha Itachi? It seemed even the gods had their quirks. In any case, I am now the head of the Uchiha clan. You should go to Konoha and bring Sasuke to the Uchiha clan in Kirigakure. Once Sasuke comes of age, I will host your wedding. Really? Thank you, clan head. Uchiha Yuzu exclaimed, eager to head to Konoha, but Hikari stopped her. Not so fast, Yuzu. Wait until Pika Minato finishes his task, and I will have him use the Flying Thunder God to send you to Konoha. After saying this, Uchiha Hikari sat down and began to chat with Yuzu, inquiring about Kisame. Kisame? That seems to be my partner, or rather, the partner of the traitor Uchiha Itachi. What is going on? Hikari reassured her, don't get agitated. Regardless of who Kisame's partner is, it's not important. What matters is that you must rescue Sasuke from Konoha. Hikari quickly calmed Yuzu, lest any misstep might unravel their plans. Of course, Uchiha Hikari was not a villain. He could not allow Uchiha Itachi to remain under divine control indefinitely. As long as Yuzu and Sasuke's first child was born safely, the divine constraints would automatically lift. As for whether Yuzu would revert to Uchiha Itachi, Hikari decided to leave that choice to her. At that moment, Pika Minato returned with the chakra-sealed Kisame in tow. Kisame felt something was off and looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman resembling Uchiha Itachi, donned in Akatsuki attire, with a Suzaku ring and captivating white eyes. You look familiar, he remarked. Uchiha Hikari shook his head. Kisame's approach was outdated. Chapter 65. Kisame becomes silicone. Uchiha Yuzu felt a strange familiarity with Kisame. But time was of the essence. Clan head, may we set off to rescue Sasuke now? Uchiha Hikari waved his hand. Pika Minato, take Uchiha Yuzu to Konoha to rescue Sasuke. Hikari, possessing the power of godly might, could travel quickly, though not as fast as the Flying Thunder God. Yes, boss. Pika Minato grasped Uchiha Yuzu's pant leg and vanished in an instant. Hikari then turned his attention to Kisame. Well then, little Kisame, I have defeated Pain. And both Kakuzu and Haiden have joined Kirigakure. Deidara, too, has been coerced into joining under the threat to Scorpion's life. You were always part of Kirigakure. You have no reason to refuse. I have stated before, I will not betray anyone again. A man must face his fate, whatever it may be. Kisame replied defiantly as Hikari scrutinized him. You speak of being a man, do you? What? I shall ensure you can no longer call yourself a man, Junmaru. Kisame recalled the striking woman resembling Uchiha Itachi and felt an ominous premonition. Junmaru showed no hesitation, extending his nails and aiming for Kisame's waist. Is this where my journey ends? Kisame thought, remembering Itachi's words that those who harmed their comrades would meet a cruel fate. He closed his eyes, bracing for death. However, apart from the initial pain from Junmaru's attack, he felt nothing afterward. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Uchiha Hikari's inquisitive expression. What is happening? Why does my voice sound so different? Hikari kindly offered him a mirror. Staring into the mirror, Kisame was astonished to see a voluptuous figure resembling a water spirit. From now on, you shall be known as Kisame Silicone. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 666, 380, 240 emotional points from Kisame. Uchiha Hikari was taken aback. It seemed Junmaru was truly a remarkable source of emotional points. He speculated about transforming Uchiha Obito into a woman and how that would yield even more points. What would Senju Hashirama think upon seeing a feminine Obito? To succeed, however, he would first need to seal Obito's chakra. Otherwise, even with Junmaru's strength, he would be unable to feminize him. Uchiha Hikari noticed Kisame grasping a kunai, seemingly contemplating suicide. Silicone, even if you were to die now, I would have Pika Orochimaru resurrect you through impure world reincarnation. You will still be female. Kisame, Hikari extended another invitation. Silicone, rejoin Kirigakure. When I unify the ninja world, I will lead you to another realm where many of your kind reside. What kind? Kisame asked, bewildered. I am human. What kind could I possibly belong to? Uchiha Hikari, disinterested in lengthy explanations, utilized his Sharingan to cast an illusion, briefly showcasing scenes from the Koko West Village pirate saga. Once the illusion faded, Kisame was left speechless. Could it be that aside from the ninja world, there exists another realm? She pondered. Yet, recalling the images of fishmen from Hikari's projection, Kisame seethed. Damn it! I am human, not a fishman. When she emphatically declared I am human, there was an unmistakable hint of uncertainty, for she had now transformed into a female fishman. Do not dwell on the details. Having glimpsed a broader world, will you reconsider returning to Kirigakure? Kirigakure is out of the question, but I could join you as your subordinate, provided you assist me in regaining my original form. If Uchiha Hikari's words held any truth, the allure of entering an alternate realm was irresistible to Kisame. Uchiha Hikari was unperturbed, instructing Junmaru to revert the silicone child back to Kisame. Upon transforming back into Kisame, a sense of relief washed over him, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy. The silicone child he had just become perfectly aligned with his personal aesthetic as Kisame. However, his self-perceived despondency did not stem from any peculiar fondness for being Kisame. It was merely a desire to escape. Perhaps by adopting a new identity and gender, he could evade the guilt associated with the betrayal of his comrades. By the way, leader, was that enchanting woman Uchiha Itachi? Indeed, though she now goes by Uchiha Yuzu. Kisame was somewhat perplexed. The expression he had witnessed on Uchiha Yuzu's face did not suggest any reluctance. But leader, why did Itachi, Yuzu, show no signs of discontent? This matter is rather intricate. It is akin to Uchiha Madara's fondness for Senju Hashirama and Orochimaru's affection for Jiraiya, yet they are constrained by circumstances. Uchiha Itachi is no different. Now that she has transformed into Yuzu, that concern dissipates. Kisame, you must refrain from speaking indiscreetly in front of Yuzu, lest you find yourself ensnared by Tsukuyomi. Listening to Uchiha Hikari's explanation, Kisame found it fascinating. It appeared that Itachi shared his psychological turmoil. Yet, what was this about Madara being fond of Hashirama and Orochimaru of Jiraiya? Upon returning to the Hidden Mist Village, Kisame encountered former members of their organization, Deidara, Scorpion, Kage, and Haiden. With Kisame and Uchiha Yuzu added to the mix, it seemed that Uchiha Hikari had effectively hollowed out the Akatsuki organization. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, he elegantly disregarded the presence of Biwako Shizuku. When Terumi spotted Kisame's return, she smiled faintly. Kisame, welcome back to the Hidden Mist Village. The era of Blood Mist has concluded, all orchestrated by Uchiha Obito controlling the 4th Mizukage. Do not misunderstand. I am not returning to the Hidden Mist Village. I have merely pledged allegiance to our leader, Uchiha Hikari. Terumi was unbothered. In her eyes, Uchiha Hikari was the fifth Mizukage. Kisame's allegiance to the fifth Mizukage was tantamount to returning to the hidden mist village. Just then, Pikachu Minato brought back Uchiha Yuzu and Sasuke. "Boss, the people are back." Sasuke had volunteered to come along, hence there was no uproar. After all, he could not grow stronger in Konoha, where the higher-ups were his family's murderers. He feared that a careless mistake might expose him, resulting in dire consequences. Most importantly, the little blonde who usually bickered with him had vanished, leaving him feeling empty inside. He pointed at Uchiha Yuzu beside him. "Uchiha Hikari, do you know what this woman is about?" "Oh, she is Uchiha Yuzu, your betrothed as decided by your parents." Kisame was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't this Uchiha Itachi transformed into Yuzu? And wasn't Sasuke Itachi's brother? What was this nonsense about a betrothal? Chapter 66. The appearance of the impure world reincarnation Madara. Sasuke similarly found it hard to accept. Pointing at Yuzu, he shouted at Uchiha Hikari. "What kind of joke is this? I will not acknowledge her. Where are her parents? I will annul the engagement. Her parents were killed on the night of the massacre by your brother, Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Hikari spoke the truth. Mikoto and Fugaku had indeed fallen victim to Sasuke's brother. Sasuke fell silent, realizing once again the burden of that sinner. "Damn that man, I will kill him. Regardless, Sasuke, you should train with Junmaru and the others. Yuzu, you are responsible for taking care of your fiancé. Pikachu Minato, you take them." Uchiha Hikari waved his hand, signaling Pikachu Minato to hurry, lest he speak too much. Pikachu Minato nodded and led Sasuke and Yuzu away. Kisame looked at their departing figures, incredulous as he turned to Uchiha Hikari. "Leader, Itachi and Sasuke." "Kisame, you do not understand, so do not inquire." Uchiha Hikari patted Kisame's shoulder and, after arranging for Terumi Mae to provide Kisame with accommodations, departed. He first visited the location where the Jinchuriki was being housed. At this moment, the Jinchuriki had been stripped of her chakra and the connection to the two tails, making her vulnerable to even a mere chunin. "Yujito, have you considered my proposal? My patience is finite. Give up on that notion, even if it means death. I will not betray the Cloud Village. Why persist? Darui did not redeem Killer Bee, which shows you are not held in high regard in the Cloud Village." "Humph." Yujito turned her head away, uninterested in meeting Uchiha Hikari's gaze. Uchiha Hikari furrowed his brow. This woman was proving to be quite the challenge. It was well known that she was a prominent figure in the ninja world and exceptionally empathetic. When Gaara's younger brother had lost his sand gourd, she had even helped him put it back on. If possible, Uchiha Hikari would prefer not to resort to force. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to seek another Jinchuriki. "What?" Yujito gasped. A Jinchuriki from whom the tailed beast was extracted would inevitably face death. "Well, I am willing to join the Hidden Mist Village, but I will not assist you against the Cloud Village." "Yujito, I believe you have misunderstood. I am not asking you to join the Hidden Mist Village, but rather if you would accompany me for a time." Uchiha Hikari spoke casually, extending a finger. "Just 1 month will suffice." "What? Does the fifth Mizukage not mind a Maid-December romance?" Yujito was indifferent. At 27, finding a 13-year-old young pup, especially one who is the fifth Mizukage, seems like a fair deal. Perhaps I could leverage this relationship to prevent Uchiha Hikari from declaring war on the Cloud Village. No. I am not seeking a romantic relationship, merely a casual arrangement, one of physical satisfaction without emotional entanglements. Yujito retorted, "Get lost." It seemed all the threats were merely a prelude to this. Evidently, her charm was still quite formidable. Uchiha Hikari calculated that he had gained a few points in emotional value. Even the smallest of gains was worthwhile. Yujito watched as Uchiha Hikari left, somewhat bewildered. However, it must be noted that this fifth Mizukage was rather unscrupulous. As rumors suggested, he frequently visited a woman from the Uzumaki clan. In the Rain Village, Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. Their Akatsuki organization appeared to have been hollowed out, leaving only Konan, Nagato, Obito, and Zetsu remaining. However, the sole consolation was that after consuming a bottle of red potion, Nagato's physical abilities had somewhat recovered. First, the 6 paths of pain had invaded, followed by Deidara and Scorpion being abducted, then Kakazu and Haiden, and finally, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were also taken. He had previously convened a meeting, but only Kakazu had shown up, insisting he did not want to be disturbed, fearing Uchiha Hikari might misunderstand. To add insult to injury, he even dared to ask Konan for money back. The funds had been used to purchase explosive tags, leaving no money to repay Kakuzu. Nagato, perhaps we should join the Hidden Mist Village as well. Konan's conviction for peace in the ninja world was not as strong as Nagato's. She was more concerned about Nagato's health, and the red potion from Uchiha Hikari could indeed heal Nagato's depleted state. Do not rush. We should first inquire what that imposter Madara intends to do. Nagato had no choice. He had previously prided himself on being a god, only to be schooled by the Six Paths. Now, both the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails are in the Hidden Mist Village. He no longer believes that he can contend with Uchiha Q's formidable beasts or those 6 infernal sheep. In Konoha, within the newly reconstructed Hokage building, the Hokage exclaimed in distress, "It's bad. Uchiha Sasuke has been taken by Pikachu Minato and a female Uchiha ninja. Has Sasuke also been captured?" Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have resigned himself, displaying little surprise. At this moment, he could only hope for Uchiha Q's mercy, praying that war would not be ignited so easily. After all, there was no possibility of victory. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had also been taken, so Sasuke's abduction was hardly shocking. He was also aware that Danzo was secretly researching the impure world reincarnation, yet he feigned ignorance. There was no one capable of restraining Uchiha Q aside from the first Hokage, not even his own teacher, Senju Tobirama. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito swiftly performed a series of hand seals and slapped his palm against the ground. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. As Obito invoked the technique, a unique coffin erupted from the earth. The coffin trembled violently, and with a resounding crash, the lid was kicked off, revealing a long-haired figure exuding an overwhelming presence. This individual was none other than Uchiha Madara, a close companion of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Obito found himself with no other choice. The Akatsuki had been decimated, and Uchiha Q's powers were akin to his own. Moreover, the siblings both possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while he merely had the enhancement of Hashirama's cells. Thus, he reluctantly summoned Uchiha Madara. Madara examined the cracks on his palm, furrowing his brow. Impure world reincarnation? Why not the rebirth of the soul? Lord Madara. There was a slight mishap, Black Zetsu reported, detailing the information regarding the Uchiha siblings and all the ninja beasts. The more Madara listened, the more bewildered he became. A 4-year-old with an Eternal Mangekyo? 6 lambs possessing Rinnegan? Were it not for my belief that Black Zetsu was born of my will and could not betray me, I would suspect treachery. Obito, is everything you said true? Indeed. Obito replied tersely, unwilling to engage in further trivialities with Madara. How intriguing. Let me meet this little brat, named Uchiha Q. Lord Madara, I suggest you allow Nagato to resurrect you using the rebirth of the soul technique before proceeding, otherwise, in your current state, you may not stand a chance, Black Zetsu hastily urged. Madara merely cast a dismissive glance at Black Zetsu, who promptly fell silent. Zetsu, you were created by my will. Do not meddle. Aside from Hashirama, no one can hinder Uchiha Madara. Madara held firm in his belief that Uchiha Q and those ninja beasts could not possibly be formidable. Chapter 67. Madara makes his entrance. Jerry Hashirama appears. Uchiha Madara was a man of decisive action. Intrigued, he promptly set off for the Hidden Mist Village to investigate. Had Black Zetsu not been a creation of his own, he would never have believed that a 4-year-old girl could awaken the Eternal Mangekyo. Of course, in this state of impure world reincarnation, he was still significantly powerful, thanks to the influence of White Zetsu. At this moment, Pikachu Itachi and Pikachu Minato were instructing a group of children in combat techniques, when suddenly, boom, a figure leaped in from the distance, landing with a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the cracked, handsome face of Uchiha Madara came into view. You must be Uchiha Q. Shall we see your Mangekyo? Huh. Who are you, old man? Little Q responded, bewildered that a stranger would demand to see her Mangekyo. Q, step behind me. Pikachu Itachi and Pikachu Minato positioned themselves in front of the children. They were well aware of the formidable presence before them. Minato immediately activated Sage Mode, while Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara glanced at the two Pikachus. One possessed the Mangekyo, while the other could utilize Sage techniques. It was utterly perplexing. Although these two beasts were inferior compared to him, their chakra levels were on par with an average Kage. Could it be that Obito and Black Zetsu spoke the truth? Were there indeed Rinnegan beasts and a 4-year-old with an Eternal Mangekyo? How fascinating. It was astonishing that even in Hashirama's absence, the ninja world remained so intriguing. At that moment, Black Zetsu rushed over, but Obito was not with him, leaving Madara to ponder his motives. Lord Madara, the little girl before you is Uchiha Q. Her abilities. Be silent, Zetsu. Black Zetsu attempted to provide information to Madara, but was cut off. If he were to understand the enemy's capabilities, what fun would there be in battle? Obito's absence was intentional. He did not wish to become Madara's puppet. He envisioned a scenario where Madara was sealed by Uchiha Q, allowing him to seize Nagato's Rinnegan and seek the opportunity to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Pikachu Minato initiated the attack, launching several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. With a mouse following suit, Madara swiftly countered, and Minato vanished once again, reappearing behind Madara. Rasengan. Yet, it was as if Madara possessed a form of precognition, swiftly retracting and locking Minato's neck. The same technique as that annoying fellow. How unoriginal. Amaterasu. Pikachu Itachi seized the opportunity to unleash Amaterasu, igniting black flames upon Madara's body. Madara threw Minato to the ground, who promptly activated the Flying Thunder God to return to Q's side. Madara paid this no mind, simply shedding his battle armor, rendering the Amaterasu ineffective. Q pouted, her own right eye possessing the ability of Amaterasu. Such a weak technique. No wonder my brother said it doesn't kill. Now, Uchiha Q. May I witness your eternal eye? Ugh, I can't deal with you, old man. Little Q blinked, transforming her eyes into a star-shaped pattern. She had long desired to manifest a complete Susanoo, yet had never had the opportunity. Today, she was determined to put on a show. Is that so? Madara sensed her power. Indeed, her ocular prowess far surpassed that of Pikachu Itachi. She undoubtedly possessed the Eternal Mangekyo. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Q, you are truly fascinating. Pray tell, how did you awaken your eternal eye? Oh, this? Q pointed at her eyes, casually stating, my brother gave me a potion, and then I awakened it. Uchiha Madara was taken aback. What do you mean a potion? I awakened my Mangekyo after witnessing the death of my brothers. And to attain Eternal Mangekyo, I had to exchange eyes with Izuna. Q was unfazed. Today, no one would stop her from showcasing her prowess. Holding her head high, she pointed at Uchiha Madara. Old man, if you can defeat Pikachu Minato and Pikachu Itachi, then you must be worthy of dancing with me. Madara twitched at the corner of his mouth. Truthfully, he had intended to say the very same thing, only to be preempted by this little brat. Very well, do not accuse me of bullying a child. After all, you have awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and my own strength has diminished significantly. Xiao Xier, disinterested in banter, immediately activated the first form of Susanoo, progressing through the second, third, and finally halting at the fourth form, the Yatenga shape. Uncle, do you wish to dance as well? Dance. Is this the best you can muster, Uchiha Sia? Uchiha Madara, taken aback by the audacity of an invitation to dance with him, the Dance King, could hardly believe it. Madara also unleashed his fourth form of Susanoo, which dwarfed Xiao Xier's. Xiao Xier was astonished. Why was there such a vast difference, even at the same fourth form? What a colossal creation. And it doesn't end here. Uchiha Sia, can you still dance before my complete Susanoo? As Madara's words echoed, Susanoo began to don its exclusive chakra armor. Once the chakra stabilized, a towering chakra giant, standing 200 meters tall, loomed ominously, exuding a powerful presence. Uchiha Sia, the only one capable of halting me is Hashirama. You cannot. With the advent of the complete Susanoo, Uchiha Xiang swiftly instructed Terumi Mei to commence crowd evacuation. Gazing at the 200-meter-tall complete Susanoo, Terumi Mei felt a wave of despair wash over her. Xiang, what do we do? Fear not. I can shatter it with my eyes closed. You focus on evacuating the civilians. Though Terumi Mei harbored doubts, faced with the complete Susanoo, she could do little but organize the evacuation. Uchiha Xiang spoke the truth. Ever since consuming the fruit of the divine tree, he had become invincible in the ninja world. Unless it was Sage of Six Paths Madara or Kagaya Otsutsuki, the current Madara was not a match. In the past, perhaps he could have contended with the Sage of Six Paths, but now he was but a shadow of his former self, reduced to merely providing external assistance to his son. However, with Madara incessantly invoking Hashirama's name, it was time for a grand spectacle. Universal Pull. A fleeing mouse was drawn towards Uchiha Xiang by his universal pull technique. Little Jerry, you need not flee. Soon you shall possess the strength to topple Uchiha Madara. Upon saying this, Uchiha Xiang entered the system shop in exchange for the energy sphere of Senju Hashirama. He then infused the sphere into the mouse. After a radiant flash, Senju Jerry Hashirama made his grand appearance. Not resembling Pikachu, he bore the form of Jerry from Tom and Jerry, clad in armor from the Warring States period, with a Konoha forehead protector adorning his head. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Nothing much. Once Shao Sierra falls, go play with your old friend." Jerry Hashirama nodded, then gazed up at Uchiha Madara atop Susanoo, momentarily perplexed. "Wait a moment. I remember my old friend was Tom. Shouldn't Susanoo resemble a dog instead of this bird-like form?" Chapter 68, Cackling Fifth, Uchiha Sia. Jerry Hashirama was genuinely furious. This imposter dared to impersonate his Tom. What on earth happened to Tom? "Hold on, Jerry Hashirama. The opponent merely possesses Tom's abilities, not Tom himself," Uchiha Sion quickly reassured. Relieved, Jerry Hashirama relaxed, grateful that Tom was unharmed. Suddenly, Madara, within the five-pointed star system on his forehead, paused, sensing the presence of a close friend. Looking towards Uchiha Sion, he mused. "So this is Uchiha Sion? Aside from being somewhat handsome, he appears quite ordinary." After defeating Uchiha Sia, it seemed he would need to have a word with this fellow who also wielded the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "Now, Uchiha Sia, how will you respond to my complete Susanoo?" How to respond? Naturally, by deploying my own complete Susanoo. Shao Sierra amplified her ocular power, her Susanoo expanding to a similar height of approximately 200 meters. Yet, it did not stop there. Her Susanoo began to don armor, and massive wings unfurled from her back. The left hand of Susanoo held the mirror of heaven, while the right brandished a long sword exclusive to Susanoo. "Uncle, the only one capable of obstructing me is my brother, but he will not hinder me." So Shao Sierra commanded her complete Susanoo to thrust its sword towards Madara's Susanoo. Madara, too, wielded his complete Susanoo's blade against Shao Sierra's. Unfortunately, Shao Sierra's mirror of heaven flawlessly deflected the strike, while her Susanoo's sword pierced through Madara's Susanoo's abdomen. Both were now close, their five-pointed stars nearly touching. Shao Sierra chuckled. "Uncle, I should have aimed for your head, but if I did that, you could no longer dance, Though Madara maintained a stoic expression, a tempest brewed within him. Is this Uchiha Sia truly only 4 years old? Surely, he cannot be the sage of six paths in disguise. How splendid! Lord Sia is extraordinarily powerful. Go forth. Lord Sia, vanquish the intruders." Initially, the Mist Ninjas, upon witnessing Madara's complete Susanoo, felt despair. Yet, they were astounded to see their Lord Sia wielding a Susanoo of equal caliber, leaving them in awe. Terumi Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiong, can you truly manifest such a colossal Susanoo?" "Of course, it's no trouble at all." Terumi Mei felt reassured, even if Shao Sierra were to falter. Mist Village still had Uchiha Xiong as the fifth Mizukage to rely on. Uchiha Xiong smirked. He had initially believed Shao Sierra's left eye's power could enhance Susanoo to match the Sage of Six Paths, only to find it merely reinforced ordinary ninjutsu, failing to augment Susanoo at all. As for Sasuke, Naruto, Neji, Kimimaro, Haku, Suigetsu, and Karen, they were not even worth mentioning. Who would have thought that the usually playful Shao Sierra possessed such formidable strength? Especially Sasuke, being of the Uchiha clan, pondered. Is this the ultimate power of our Uchiha clan? If I possess such power, I could eliminate that man Sasuke. You too shall wield the strength akin to Lord Sia one day. Uchiha Yuzu flicked Sasuke's forehead. After doing so, she was momentarily taken aback, questioning why she had such a habit. Sasuke, initially stunned, soon erupted in rage. "You brat, never flick my forehead again." "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." Uchiha Yuzu reflexively uttered her habitual phrase. Sasuke thought, what on earth is wrong with this woman? Why does she evoke memories of that man? Boom. But there was no time for further contemplation. Sasuke was once again drawn into the fray. The intensity of their battle escalated, with Shao Sierra predominantly holding the advantage. The reason was simple. Shao Sierra's Susanoo was equipped with the Mirror of Heaven and the Sword of Extermination, making her essentially the author's favored child. Of course, while the names of the weapons sounded formidable, their actual might was rather ordinary, akin to the binding rope and treasure gourd of the golden and silver horns. In contrast, Madara's Susanoo wielded only a long sword, thus appearing to be at a disadvantage. "This place is no longer safe. We should retreat further," Pikachu Minato declared, activating his flying thunder god to lead everyone away, far beyond the borders of the hidden Mist Village. "Ahahaha. Uncle, do you wish to dance as well?" "Damn it." Despite being unscathed, Madara was fully aware that the victor of this confrontation would undoubtedly be himself, Uchiha Madara. Aside from the columns, it was his first encounter being overwhelmed in battle, and the opponent was merely a 4-year-old girl. How frustrating. Moreover, this mischievous child frequently invited him to dance. Did she not care for her dignity? Thus, little Shier once again utilized the complete body of Susanoo, wielding the mirror of heaven and the sword of extermination, to dominate Uchiha Madara for 3 minutes. Realizing her chakra was nearly depleted, escape was imperative, otherwise it would be her demise. However, before fleeing, she had to indulge in a fit of laughter. Suddenly, Shier covered her small face with one hand, mimicking Yagami, and tilted her head back to laugh uproariously. Ahaha. After 10 seconds, her laughter ceased, and she pointed at Uchiha Madara, who was encased within the pentagonal prism. Uncle, I acknowledge your prowess. Among those I've sparred with, none surpass you. I, Shier, shall declare you as the 3rd strongest. Uchiha Madara felt a nagging suspicion that this little imp possessed mind-reading abilities, as he discerned her chakra was nearly exhausted. Thus, he resolved to deliver some profound words to conclude the battle. Was this the 2nd time? Did this little rascal's Sharingan grant her foresight? It seemed she consistently anticipated his moves, stealing his lines. Then, Uchiha Shi, reveal any remaining techniques you possess. In truth, Madara had overthought it. These were merely phrases Shier had requested her brother to teach her for showboating. Shier nodded, maneuvering the complete Susanoo to ascend into the sky, before soaring away to the side of the 4th Hokage, dispersing the Susanoo. How exhausting. I'm both drained and thirsty. Are you thirsty, little one? Have some water, exclaimed Suigetsu, swiftly employing the water transformation technique to present Shier with a stream of water. Shier, disinterested in the water's offer, directed her gaze toward Uchiha Madara, who was 8 kilometers away. Madara initially assumed this little girl was poised to unleash a grand technique, only to witness her flee. Little girl, can you not dance anymore? Uchiha Sasuke glanced down at Hashirama, signaling that it was time for Madara to experience the affection of a good companion. Hashirama, it's your turn to shine. Yes, boss. Hashirama bounded forward, leaping to confront Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Boss said your name is Uchiha Madara. Truthfully, your abilities remind me of my dear friend Tom Madara. Therefore, Uchiha Madara, stand down. I do not wish to slay you. You little rodent, what did you say? Madara looked down at the diminutive creature, having hardly noticed it until it spoke. Yet, the tone and voice of this mouse bore an uncanny resemblance to Hashirama's. Chapter 69. Madara is driven away by Hashirama. Madara never anticipated that he would be incensed to such a degree by a mere mouse. The primary issue was that this mouse was exceedingly peculiar. Its voice and mannerisms mirrored Hashirama's. In truth, when he fought against Shier, he had not exerted his full strength, relying solely on the Rinnegan. He understood that Shier would eventually exhaust her chakra and ocular power, and considering his opponent was merely 4 years old, he felt no need to take the battle seriously. So, little rodent, are you implying you can kill me at any moment? No. Boss merely wants me to drive you away. Therefore, Madara, I apologize. Hashirama pressed his hands together, and a circular sage mark appeared on his forehead. Sage art, true mouse 1,000 hands. An enormous wooden mouse sprang forth, with 1,000 wooden hands extending from its back. Madara gazed at this true mouse 1,000 hands in silence, feeling utterly bewildered by the world around him. Not only did the creature's voice and tone echo Hashirama's, but its prowess and techniques were remarkably similar as well. The only difference was the transformation of Hashirama's statue into that of a mouse. Everything else remained unchanged. The other mist shinobi, including Mei Terumi, gaped in astonishment at the true mouse 1,000 hands. Was this not the legendary Valley of the End, where Uchiha Madara battled Senju Hashirama? Yet, how could an ordinary shinobi beast possess strength akin to that of Hashirama? Hashirama paid no mind to the confusion. He pressed his palms together, commanding the true mouse 1,000 hands forward. Madara, I'm coming. True mouse 1,000 hands. Would release? How delightful, mouse. Madara, reminiscent of his dear friend from the past, summoned his complete Susanoo to meet the challenge. Thunderous clashes resounded. Despite Madara's amusement, his complete Susanoo could not withstand the assault of the true mouse 1,000 hands. Since he was a reincarnated being, as long as he wasn't subject to sealing techniques, he was essentially immortal. However, he was curious. If this mouse possessed abilities identical to Hashirama's, it should be able to seal him away during his recovery period. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had prepared a contingency plan. It seems I have underestimated you. You possess power akin to Hashirama's mouse. Pray, what is your name? I am Senju Hashirama, the leader of the Senju Mouse clan. Madara felt a strange sensation. What on earth was the Senju Mouse clan? Were they the spirit beasts of the Senju clan? Regardless, it seemed he would need to get serious. Summoning technique. Madara procured a drop of his blood from Black Zetsu, swiftly forming a summoning seal and slapping it onto the ground. However, nothing emerged, leading to an awkward silence. Madara had initially intended to summon the Nine Tails to combat with Susanoo. Meanwhile, Kurama, sealed within Naruto's abdomen, opened its eyes and began to tremble. One Uchiha Madara was already daunting. Now there was a Hashirama mouse as well. It preferred the comfort of its sealed space. Hashirama was also bewildered. Madara, were you attempting to summon something just now? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Once more, Madara activated his complete Susanoo and unleashed the true Mouse Thousand Hands. His Susanoo was shattered once more. Even with the power of the Rinnegan, he could not contend with the true Mouse Thousand Hands. Madara, you should depart. For the sake of your resemblance to Tom Madara, I do not wish to slay you. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1666 emotional points from Uchiha Madara. Madara felt a deep sense of humiliation. As a formidable figure in the shinobi world, even in his reincarnated state, he should not be subjected to such disgrace by a mouse. Very well, Senju Hashirama, I shall remember you. Madara turned and fled toward the direction of the Rain Village, planning to seek Nagato's assistance for resurrection. In his current state of reincarnation, he was indeed severely constrained. Once he was reborn and regained his Rinnegan, he intended to make that accursed mouse understand the true meaning of the Sage of Six Paths Eyes. Uchiha Sasuke observed Madara's retreating figure and could not help but compose a gentle verse for him. Softly I depart. Just as I softly arrived, I gently wave my hand, bidding farewell to Hashirama of the Mist Village. Mei Terumi blinked in astonishment. Sasuke, such eloquence. What poem is this? This is a poem I composed for Uchiha Madara, titled Farewell to Hashirama. What? That person was Uchiha Madara? I thought he was dead. Mei Terumi gasped, having only known that the intruder was exceptionally powerful. Without the Uchiha siblings and that mouse, he could have easily annihilated the Mist Village. Unexpectedly, that individual turned out to be Uchiha Madara, who existed concurrently with the first Hokage. It was merely a case of Edo Tensei. Otherwise, how could such a formidable figure in the shinobi world possess such limited prowess? Terumi Mei was left speechless. What do you mean by this meager strength? If not for you siblings and that rodent, the entire shinobi world would be insufficient to withstand the chaos he could unleash. Uchiha Kakashi beckoned to Pikachu Minato. In an instant, Pikachu Minato appeared beside Uchiha Kakashi. Boss, how can I assist you? Take me to the land of rain. Yes, boss. Grasping the hem of Uchiha Kakashi's pants, Pikachu Minato swiftly transported them to the land of rain. The rain has ceased. Could it be that pain was swiftly defeated by Madara? Uchiha Kakashi pondered, intrigued by the sudden cessation of the incessant rain in the hidden rain village. However, it seemed unlikely, even at the Six Paths level. He still required Pikachu Minato to travel so rapidly. Glancing at the towering structure ahead, he recognized it as Pain's sanctuary. With a few agile leaps, he arrived at the tower's entrance, encountering the alluring Konan. Uchiha Kakashi, what brings you here? Ah, Konan, it's been 2 days since we last met, and you've grown even more beautiful. I wonder if you could escort me to see Pain, especially since Uchiha Madara is on his way back. Uchiha Madara? Are you referring to Obito? Unlike the original narrative, Obito's true identity was unveiled by Uchiha Kakashi on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. And with Itachi aware of this, Obito no longer felt the need to disguise himself. Follow me, Konan said, turning to enter the tower. Uchiha Kakashi was somewhat surprised. Konan displayed no hint of caution and readily agreed. Upon entering the tower and seeing Pain, he was momentarily taken aback. Pain no longer sat upon his throne. His eyes were blind, and he had become a wretched, mute individual. Fortunately, the emotional value from Pain was harvested just in time. Had it been any later, he might only have reached the level of a jonin. Uchiha Kakashi, what is it that you seek? I intended to warn you that Uchiha Madara is en route, seeking his Rinnegan. However, I didn't expect Obito to act first. Isn't the Rinnegan Pain S? Both Konan and Pain were astonished, for they had known Pain possessed the Rinnegan since childhood. On what grounds do you believe a member of the Uzumaki clan could possess the Rinnegan? It's merely that Uchiha Madara coveted Pain's Uzumaki lineage and implanted his Rinnegan within Pain's eye sockets. With the Rinnegan extracted, the memories long sealed away in Pain's mind began to awaken. Indeed, it was Black Zetsu who had originally taken his eyes and subsequently implanted the Rinnegan. However, Uchiha Kakashi felt some vexation. Why did Obito steal the Rinnegan? The Akatsuki had yet to commence their collection of tailed beasts. At most, they could summon a Geto Mazo. Just then, a formidable chakra surged rapidly closer. It was none other than Uchiha Madara, resurrected through Edo Tensei. Ah, Madara, it appears we meet again. Uchiha Kakashi greeted him nonchalantly. Madara sensed the absence of his Rinnegan from Pain's form. Had it been taken by Uchiha Kakashi? Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired 1666 emotional points from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kakashi was momentarily stunned. How could a simple greeting provoke Madara's ire? A glance at Pain's hollow eye sockets quickly elucidated the situation. Ah, Madara, the Rinnegan you seek has been. You scoundrel, what have you done with my Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara was frantic. All his plans hinged upon possessing the Rinnegan. Without it, resurrection was impossible, let alone the activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Steamed. What do you mean? Uchiha Kakashi wore a mischievous smile, patiently explaining a famous dish from his homeland. After slicing the Rinnegan in half and cleansing it, one would place it in a steamer until cooked. Once done, a touch of soy sauce would complete the dish, steamed Rinnegan. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired 16661666666208 emotional points from Uchiha Madara. Indeed, by directly targeting what mattered most to the opponent, one could swiftly deplete their emotional reserves. You dare to turn my Rinnegan into a dish? Madara's chakra surged in fury, prompting Konan to step protectively in front of Pain. She was also immensely curious as to why Uchiha Kakashi would provoke Madara in such a manner. The Rinnegan had clearly been seized by Obito. When did it become a dish of steamed Rinnegan? What kind of mind could conceive of such a culinary creation? Sighing, Uchiha Kakashi expressed a tinge of regret. I merely heard that the Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Consuming it would grant one Rinnegan. The results speak for themselves. It indeed worked. And the flavor was rather delightful. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a threat from Uchiha Madara. I will kill you. Uchiha Madara, upon uttering this, prepared to activate his Susanoo. Yet, Uchiha Kakashi shot forth a black chakra rod. His own Rinnegan fixated coldly upon Madara. Madara found himself unable to mobilize his chakra. Bewildered as he looked up to witness Uchiha Kakashi's indifferent Rinnegan glaring back at him. Rinnegan? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. You reap what you sow. After I consumed your Rinnegan, I indeed sprouted a new pair. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired 18 emotional points from Uchiha Madara. Madara had effectively given up. Who knew the Rinnegan possessed such capabilities? He quickly realized that Uchiha Kakashi's Rinnegan could not be his, given the presence of 9 Tomo. As for the Rinnegan on Pain, it was likely stolen by Uchiha Kakashi. Seeing Madara's emotional value depleted, Uchiha Kakashi refrained from further teasing him. Very well, Madara. Your Rinnegan was taken by Obito. Once you are resurrected, feel free to visit me in the Hidden Mist Village, and I shall reveal the truths of this shinobi world to you. My Rinnegan isn't with you? With my strength, would I need to deceive you? Uchiha Madara nodded. With Uchiha Kakashi's prowess in wielding the Rinnegan, such a strong individual would indeed not resort to lies. As for the mention of steamed Rinnegan, it was likely just a manifestation of Kakashi's dark humor. Uchiha Kakashi then turned to Konan and Pain. So, shall both of you accompany me back to the Hidden Mist Village? Konan was in a state of turmoil, questioning why Pain's Rinnegan belonged to Uchiha Madara and why Uchiha Kakashi also possessed a Rinnegan. Were Rinnegan now so commonplace? Pain. All right, Uchiha Kakashi. I will return to the Hidden Mist Village with you. Pain, now free from his delusions, found himself in a weakened state, unable to even carry rice upstairs. Konan wrapped Yahiko's body in paper, signaling that they could depart. Uchiha Kakashi nodded, signaling Pikachu Minato. Until next time, Madara. Uchiha Sasuke, wait a moment. Let me remove this. Just as he was about to finish his words, Pikachu Minato activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished. The Black Chakra Rod. Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned, for he was still impaled by the Black Rod, a creation of the Sage of Six Paths, which he, as a reanimated body, could not simply extricate himself from. Kage, come forth. With no other option, Uchiha Madara summoned Kage. As Kage saw Uchiha Sasuke leave, he cautiously emerged. Lord Madara, Kage began. What has transpired during this time? How does Uchiha Sasuke possess the Rinnegan? Furthermore, why did Obito steal my eyes and fail to resurrect you as planned? Madara's gaze was fierce. In truth, he could activate the curse mark within Obito's heart and eliminate him right then and there. However, he required someone to perform the Rinnegan's innate technique to revive him, and with Nagato no longer possessing the Rinnegan, Obito seemed a suitable candidate. Lord Madara, Obito has always desired to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi himself. I cannot intervene in that. As for why Uchiha Sasuke has the Rinnegan, I am unaware. Kage felt helpless, realizing that even if Madara were to be revived and reclaim the Rinnegan, he might still not be able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Although Kage lacked strength, he had lived for over a millennium and had witnessed the prowess of the likes of Yui. Presently, Uchiha Sasuke appeared to be even stronger than Yui in his prime. Forget it, Kage. First remove the black chakra rods from me. Yes, Lord Madara, let me think of a solution. Kage sank into the earth with his current abilities. He couldn't extract the rods alone and would need to embody another person to do so. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Sasuke disclosed the truth about the Rinnegan to Nagato, including Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Both were still processing this immense amount of information, feeling that Uchiha Madara was truly deranged. While Uchiha Sasuke merely aimed to eliminate half of humanity in the ninja world, Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi sought to annihilate all of mankind. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke recalled something and curiously asked Konan, "By the way, do you still have the money from Kakuzu?" "No, I've spent it all," Konan expressed without any embarrassment, maintaining her impassive demeanor. Initially, she intended to use only half, but later decided that since she had already spent it, she might as well use the remainder. Aside from the normal expenses of the Hidden Rain Village, to purchase explosive tags. As Chapter 71, the tragic tale of Obito unfolded, Konan halted Uchiha Sasuke as he prepared to leave, remembering Nagato's condition. "Can you wait a moment, Uchiha Sasuke? Oh, is there something else?" Uchiha Sasuke paused, intrigued by Konan's presence. One must admit that Konan's physique and beauty were undeniable. In a previous life, she was renowned alongside Tsunade and Samui as one of the three beauties of swimsuits. This title was not even bestowed upon Tsunade, and the only possible rival to the trio might be Hinata or Chiyo in her youthful form. "Uchiha Sasuke, do you still have that red potion from last time?" "I do, but why should I give it to you?" Konan was taken aback. Indeed, she and Uchiha Sasuke had previously been adversaries, so why should he assist her? Then she glanced at Nagato, who sat in a wheelchair, her resolve strengthening. "If you heal Nagato, both he and I are willing to join the Hidden Mist Village." "Konan, that's unnecessary. Ever since I left the outer path and lost the Rinnegan, I have felt an unprecedented sense of liberation." Nagato spoke sincerely. Regarding the dream he had promised to Niji, with their current strength, it seemed unlikely they could fulfill it in this lifetime. Moreover, through the intelligence provided by Uchiha Sasuke, he began to suspect that Niji's death involved more than just the apparent culprits, Danzo and Hanzo. There were certainly behind-the-scenes machinations from Madara or Obito at play. Therefore, Konan, you and Nagato should settle in the Hidden Mist Village. And Konan, do try to avoid Kakuzu when you see him. Why? You've already spent all of Kakuzu's savings over the past 100 years. Do you still need to ask why? Yet Konan remained unfazed, thinking it would be a while before Kakuzu could match her strength. After all, what was wrong with spending his money? Kakuzu was far too stingy. In any case, if you desire the red potion, come to my room tonight. What? Uchiha Sasuke ignored her, providing the room number before departing. Nagato's leg injury was not beyond healing, but without the Rinnegan, the treatment would be of limited efficacy. Unless he became his own wild uncle, it could be negotiated based on Konan's influence. Meanwhile, Madara and Kage had pinpointed Obito's location. Uchiha Madara stared expressionlessly at Obito, who possessed one Rinnegan and one Mangekyo Sharingan. "Obito, you were so eager to don my Rinnegan. Are you planning to resurrect me?" Obito was somewhat surprised that Madara could locate him, perhaps due to the Rinnegan's influence. "Madara, you are merely reanimated. I am not afraid of you now." "Oh, is that so?" Madara quickly formed hand seals, intending to activate the curse mark on Obito's heart. However, nothing happened. "Why?" Obito sneered. "Madara, the curse mark you placed on my heart has already been destroyed." Izanagi, a clever thought. Although Madara had ensured that Obito could not destroy the curse mark himself, Obito had managed to utilize another's hand to pierce his own heart and then revived through Izanagi. However, as the second-in-command of the world of dolls, Madara was not without contingencies. His backup was the Rinnegan. Thus, the third-in-command, Obito, was destined for tragedy. Obito, you should not have transplanted my Rinnegan. What? Before Obito could finish his sentence, a sudden pain shot through his Rinnegan. Before he could react, Kage swiftly possessed Obito. Apologies. Obito, but this is my purpose. Although Kage had worked with Obito for many years, in the name of his mother, he ultimately controlled Obito to initiate the Rinnegan's innate technique. Rinnegan's innate technique. A plume of black smoke erupted from Madara, and with a thunderous sound, the freshly resurrected Uchiha Madara officially returned, albeit as blind Madara. This body feels right. The fervor of blood has returned. Kage extracted Obito's Rinnegan and presented it to Uchiha Madara. Madara installed the Rinnegan into his right eye socket and gazed at Obito. Obito, where have you hidden my left eye? Humph, Madara, you shall never possess the left eye. Madara sensed the truth. Indeed, he could not locate it. It was likely sealed away or hidden within Obito's Kamui dimension. Madara approached Obito without a trace of their former mentor-student bond and unhesitatingly gouged out Obito's left eye. The two enacted a tragic tale known as the tragic tale of Obito. Poor Obito, on the brink of death, was subjected to such treatment by Madara. Evidently, when Uchiha Madara emerged from Obito's Kamui dimension, both of his eyes had transformed into Rinnegan. Now, it was time to settle the score with the Hidden Mist Village. Kage kindly offered a reminder. However, Lord Madara, Uchiha Sasuke possesses the Rinnegan, and it is even the coveted Sharingan of 9 Tomo. Such trivial grains of sand are beneath me. Madara retorted disdainfully to Kurizetsu. In his eyes, a Rinnegan is merely a Rinnegan. The presence or absence of Tomo does not alter its rank. His combat prowess is not something a mere 13-year-old could hope to compare with. Obito felt a twinge of regret. He had believed that by removing the cursed seal on his heart and wielding the Rinnegan, he could triumph over the reanimated Madara. Little did he know that Madara had retained a hidden advantage with the Rinnegan. Had he foreseen this, he would have obliterated Madara's Rinnegan instead. Rin, how could I face you after causing the death of our teacher and his wife? With that, Obito gradually lost his vitality, without even the chance to close his eyes. Madara cast a brief glance at Obito before swiftly advancing towards the Hidden Mist Village. Kurizetsu collected Obito's lifeless body. Perhaps it would serve a purpose in the future. In the Hidden Mist Village, it was night. Uchiha Sasuke had finally managed to lull little Shirori to sleep. Konan arrived as expected, her purpose being to acquire the red healing potion. Uchiha Sasuke, where is the red potion? Do not rush, Konan. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He began, but was interrupted by a resounding crash. Which fool lacks the sense of virtue? Sasuke opened the door to investigate, only to find Madara's complete Susanoo. Could he not have waited a little longer? Just as he prepared to reveal the truth about Kage, Madara invaded the Hidden Mist Village in this manner. Wait, is that a double Rinnegan? Konan emerged as well. Sasuke, what is happening? It's nothing. Madara has been resurrected, and by now, Obito is likely dead. Sasuke sighed softly. Having intended to tease Kakashi by transforming Obito, Konan gasped, realizing it was the resurrected Madara. With that thought, she hurried toward Nagato. Sasuke glanced at Konan's retreating figure. Was he, the fifth Mizukage, a being of such stature, to hide beneath a vehicle? If it came to it, he would simply upend the car. Utilizing his Kamui, Sasuke appeared before Madara, his expression one of fury. At that moment, Terumi Mei instructed the shinobi to evacuate the crowd. Faced with Madara, she felt that was her only role. Little Shirori, eager to invite Madara to dance, was halted by Sasuke. At this juncture, Hashirama proactively volunteered, "Boss, allow me to handle this." Not so fast. Chapter 72, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke similarly barred Hashirama and turned his attention to Madara. "Boss, I spared you from being sealed, and this is how you repay me?" Madara retracted his Susanoo, his eyes transforming into the Rinnegan. Recalling Sasuke's previous remarks about steaming the Rinnegan and inserting the black rod into his hatred, an unnameable fury ignited within him. Even if he sought to learn about Sasuke's so-called intelligence, he would first leave him in a state of near death. He uttered 4 words with chilling disdain. "Rinnegan. Edge of hell. Boss, we are both of the Uchiha clan. Must it come to this?" Madara's Rinnegan bore down on Sasuke, his voice icy and commanding. "The entire shinobi world is barely enough for me to contend with alone. I require no one to stand alongside me. Thus, Only one pair of Rinnegan is necessary in this realm. Then shall I take my leave? Do you think you can? Upon finishing his words, foreshadows of the Rinnegan surged forth to assault Sasuke. Sasuke was speechless. Madara had not yet attained the level of 6 paths, so why such arrogance? However, since Madara wished to play, he would oblige. He activated 6 paths mode, splitting 6 truth-seeking balls into 4 to target the 4 shadows of the Rinnegan. There was no choice. Merely activating the Rinnegan would not suffice to defeat Madara. He needed to utilize the 6 paths mode. The 4 shadows of the Rinnegan were swiftly obliterated, but Sasuke paid them no heed. Instead, he surged forward, fists enveloped in truth-seeking balls, racing towards Madara. So swift, Madara quickly raised his Uchiha fan to defend, as Sasuke's fist collided with it. Uchiha rebound. Apologies, boss, but milkshakes are ineffective. Although Sasuke's fists did not pierce the Uchiha fan, he used the momentum to push downwards, forcefully slamming Madara into the ground, rendering him immobile. Boss, why must you persist? I had intended to endure until the Chunin exams in Konoha to unite the Shinobi world. Why do you compel me? Damn you, Uchiha Sasuke. With that, Sasuke planted his foot on the fan, pressing Madara deeper into the earth. Not far away, Kurizetsu observed Sasuke's form, trembling with excitement. If he could just approach Sasuke and express a heartfelt plea, perhaps his mother could use Sasuke as a medium to resurrect. Yet, Kurizetsu quickly regained his composure. Sasuke was not Madara and would not trust him completely. With Kurizetsu's strength, he might not even come close before being annihilated by Sasuke. Sasuke glanced in Kurizetsu's direction, causing him to hastily retreat underground, trembling. Sasuke sighed softly, feeling sorry for Kurizetsu. Should he become Kurizetsu's surrogate father, he would certainly make amends for the hardships the boy faced. Shinra Tensei. Seizing the moment of Sasuke's distraction, Madara unleashed Shinra Tensei to repel his opponent, struggling to rise. Boss, you're quite impressive. I expected you to be unable to extricate yourself. Sasuke, what is this mode? Have you become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. Had his infinite Tsukuyomi been thwarted? Truth be told, Sasuke held a certain admiration for Madara's charismatic persona and entertained the notion of recruiting him as an ally. However, given Madara's rebellious nature, such a scenario seemed nearly impossible. Perhaps if he could incapacitate him and seal away his chakra, he could have Junmaro transform Madara into a younger version of himself. He remembered reading a story in his past life titled, What if Hashirama Married Madara?, wherein the younger Madara was incredibly beautiful. The thought alone stirred a sense of excitement within him. Boss, if you wish to ascertain whether I am the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, then do your utmost to please me. This time, Madara wasted no breath, launching an assault with his Rinnegan and his physical form, targeting Sasuke. Such trivial grains of sand are beneath me. This time, Sasuke thrust the black rod, formed from the truth-seeking balls, towards Madara. Madara's battle experience was beyond Sasuke's reach. With a slight tilt of his neck, he evaded the attack and swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release, dust concealment technique. Madara expelled a cloud of smoke, engulfing the area instantly. As he bit down with his teeth, sparks reminiscent of a lighter flickered to life. A massive explosion ensued. Yet, to Madara's astonishment, Sasuke remained unharmed, retreating with several agile leaps. Sasuke, undeterred, reshaped the truth-seeking balls into the form of a katana. Draw and slash. The shadow of the 4 names was abruptly severed, vanishing once more. Surprised, Madara quickly formed seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. Madara's great fire destruction astonishingly surpassed the range amplified by Little Shire. Uchiha Sasuke merely activated the power of the human path, absorbing Madara's great fire destruction. With the Rinnegan's abilities countered, Uchiha Madara reverted his Rinnegan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, subsequently summoning Susanoo once again. Boss, allow me to take over. At that moment, Jerry Hashirama joined the fray. For some inexplicable reason, every time it beheld Madara's Susanoo, it couldn't help but recall its good friend, Tom. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, leaping to Shire's side before entering the system space. Pikachu Yui, also known as Pikachu Sage of 6 Paths, still bore the black label. If Tom could be exchanged, then next would be Pikachu 6 Paths Naruto, Grey Wolf 6 Paths Sasuke, Tom 6 Paths Madara, Pikachu Yui, and Pikachu Yushin. Of course, if one wished to rescue that single-parent 1,000-year wife, it seemed only Pikachu Yui and Pikachu Yushin could accomplish such a feat. Then it is decided. You shall be the one, Tom. Pikachu Minato, fetch me a cat. Yes, boss. With a swish, Pikachu Minato vanished. After all, it was common knowledge that mice were not afraid of cats. Sage Art. Great cousin, True Mouse Thousand Hands. Jerry Hashirama activated the True Mouse Thousand Hands once more. Madara glanced at the True Mouse Thousand Hands, which dwarfed even his complete Susanoo, yet remained unfazed. I am coming, Uchiha Madara. Come on, Jerry Hashirama. The thousand arms behind the True Mouse Thousand Hands transformed into fists, striking towards Madara's Susanoo. Madara drew the exclusive weapon of his Susanoo, along with the Yata mirror to defend. In an instant, the entire Hidden Mist village trembled. However, as the dust settled, Madara's complete Susanoo had only suffered minor damage to its armor. Before long, he utilized chakra to restore it. This is impossible. Madara laughed heartily. Hashirama, I have now surpassed you. Once overshadowed by Hashirama, he finally felt liberated. I am Jerry Hashirama. It matters not whether you are Shinju Hashirama or Jerry Hashirama. Neither of you can hinder me. Although Uchiha Madara mentally scoffed at confusing the mouse with Hashirama, his expression remained impassive. Is that so? What if I add Tom? At that moment, a blue cat clad in armor from the Warring States period, wielding a Uchiha fan, appeared before Uchiha Madara with an imposing demeanor. Chapter 73. Madara, you actually wish to be my grandfather? Hearing his good friend's voice, Jerry Hashirama's mouse face lit up with surprise. Tom, it is truly wonderful to see you. Get lost, Jerry Hashirama. I've already engaged the enemy. What about you? Tom retorted with bravado. I have yet to reach the enemy. Jerry Hashirama instantly transformed into a dejected mouse, sitting atop the True Mouse Thousand Hands, drawing circles. Uchiha Madara's eyelids twitched. This was precisely the interaction style he shared with Hashirama. From the current situation, this blue cat appeared to be the feline that replicated his abilities. That damned Uchiha Sasuke. How could he possess such extraordinary powers? He could replicate not only the abilities of formidable individuals like him and Hashirama, but also their personalities. So Tom, you two are worthy of dancing with me. Tom disdainfully glanced at Uchiha Madara, retorting with contempt. Merely grains of sand, not even a fraction of my worth. Uchiha Madara thought, damn it, this accursed blue cat is even more infuriating than that wretched mouse. Tom ignored him and approached Jerry Hashirama. Jerry Hashirama, it has been a long time since we fought side by side. Ah, Tom, are we going to use that? Indeed. Let us use that to bring this to a conclusion. Jerry Hashirama clapped his paws in delight. Sage Art, True Mouse Thousand Hands. 1,000 wooden arms sprouted anew from behind the great brother. Dog Susanoo. Tom activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing the spiked Dog Susanoo, its armor gradually enveloping the great brother. Is this the armored Susanoo? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows. He had used this technique before, but he had utilized it with the Nine Tails. Uchiha Sasuke observed in awe. This was the Susanoo clad in the Great Buddha, two individuals annihilating for nations? No, it should be called Dog Susanoo and Great Brother, the cat and mouse annihilating for nations. Sage Art, Armored Great Brother, True Mouse Thousand Hands. Come, I shall end this. Uchiha Madara commanded his Susanoo forward, his arrogant smile unwavering. Top of the Buddha. Boom. Yet, Madara quickly realized that the power of the armored Dog Susanoo far surpassed that of his complete Susanoo. His Susanoo was gradually being shattered. Why is this absurdity occurring? Is it Uchiha Sasuke? Boom. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was shattered, the armored wooden hand mercilessly striking him. Nagato, Konan, Kakazu, Haiden, Deidara, and Sasori, once rebellious members of the Akatsuki organization, witnessed this dimensional onslaught and retracted their previous arrogance. Especially Nagato, who had once self-proclaimed as a god. He was utterly astonished by the battle between Uchiha Madara and Jerry Hashirama, Tom. Even before, he had learned a lesson from Six Little Lambs. As the dust settled, Uchiha Madara found himself utterly weakened, questioning his very existence. Moments ago, upon being reincarnated, he had been defeated by a 4-year-old girl. Even after resurrection, possessing the Rinnegan, he was still bested by Uchiha Sasuke. Now, he faced defeat at the hands of a cat and a mouse. Uchiha Sasuke slowly approached Madara. Boss Madara, you once claimed that the ninja world was barely enough for your antics, correct? Haha, Uchiha Sasuke, are you here to mock me? Uchiha Madara, struggling to move, realized that to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, he must become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and ascend to the Six Paths level. No, 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 Boss Madara, I mean. Since the ninja world is insufficient for your exploits, how about we stir up another world together? Another world? What do you mean? Allow me to illustrate with a Jinjutsu. Do not resist. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Sharingan, revealing information about the pirate world to Uchiha Madara through Jinjutsu. The volume of information exceeded even Orochimaru's revelations, including details about the king of the pirate world, Imu. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke subtly disclosed the truth of the ninja world, encompassing Kage, Indra, and Azura's reincarnations, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Otsutsuki clan. After the Jinjutsu, Uchiha Madara took a moment to digest the immense amount of information before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. The pirates, the navy, the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and the intriguing figure of him. How amusing. Uchiha Sasuke is speechless. Madara has been nearly defeated, yet he still attempts to laugh like others. Excellent. Uchiha Sasuke, I am eager to step into the world you speak of. But patience is required. First, I must unify the Shinobi world. Uchiha Sasuke contemplates that Madara's resurrection has completely disrupted his plans. Unifying the Shinobi world. Given the current state of the Hidden Mist Village, is indeed quite simple, though I have yet to cultivate competent personnel for management. Nevertheless, the situation has escalated to this extent. It is prudent to unify the Shinobi world first, and then open the gateway to the new realm. Unifying the Shinobi world is trivial. I alone am sufficient. Yet there remains the Otsutsuki and Kage. Upon mentioning this, Uchiha Madara's expression darkens. It is disheartening that the formidable Uchiha Madara, a veritable Azura of the Shinobi world, is being toyed with by a dark entity. As for Kage Otsutsuki, although immensely powerful, the information provided by Uchiha Sasuke gives the impression of an inept warrior. However, Kage is sealed on the moon, and the other Otsutsuki will not arrive for over a decade. I cannot afford to wait that long. As for Black Zetsu, I shall overlook it, as his intent is merely to save his mother, and I hold a modicum of interest in her as well. What, Uchiha Sasuke? Do you possess the confidence to defeat Kage Otsutsuki? From the illusions of Kage's abilities, Uchiha Madara currently lacks the assurance to overcome her. Of course, if he were to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, it would be a different matter altogether. To claim victory is premature. I merely wish to observe what offspring may arise from the fusion of the Uchiha bloodline and that of the Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara exclaims, what on earth? Does Uchiha Sasuke have a screw loose? Kage Otsutsuki is your ancestor. To take a hypothetical step back, Kage Otsutsuki is the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Indra is the son of the sage, and Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra. Consequently, Kage Otsutsuki can be begrudgingly considered the grandmother of Uchiha Madara. Thus you, Uchiha Sasuke, aspire to be my wild grandfather? Enough of these musings, Madara. Let me first summon Kimimaro to assist with your healing. Uchiha Sasuke calls forth Kimimaro and exchanges a meaningful glance, which is unmistakable. Kimimaro nods and approaches the nearly lifeless Uchiha Madara. Elder Madara, when I assist you with your healing, I hope you will not resist. Otherwise, my abilities will be insufficient to aid you. Let us proceed. Chapter 74. The targeted sig of Madara. Since Uchiha Madara has become aware of the truth of the Shinobi world, there is no longer any necessity to fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan. Reflecting on the new world described by Uchiha Sasuke, what with the 3 admirals of the navy, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and the most enigmatic king of the world, alongside the infamous pirate Sig, who has reduced 60 kings to merely 4. This thought ignites a fervor within Uchiha Madara. Alas, if only Hashirama. Uchiha Madara suddenly pauses, realizing that his own form appears to be gradually dissipating, and his chest begins to swell. He quickly channels his chakra, unleashing a surge. Boom. Poor Kimimaro is sent flying by Uchiha Madara's overwhelming chakra. Madara promptly inspects his body, relieved to find himself restored to his original state. What do you intend to do to me? Kimimaro, though aware that he is akin to an ant before Uchiha Madara, shows no fear and stands protectively in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke feels a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see Madara's transformation into a matronly figure. Yet Madara remains ever vigilant. Enough, Madara. This is merely a side effect of the healing. Uchiha Madara's eye twitches. He seems to perceive a look of disappointment on Uchiha Sasuke's face. What do you mean? Do you wish to transform me into a woman? If that is the case, then I shall forego the treatment. Madara, have you considered this? It is merely a transformation. It does not impair your combat prowess. Unnecessary. This minor injury is beneath my concern. Uchiha Madara is unwilling to engage in further banter with this impertinent individual. Uchiha Sasuke, feeling somewhat exasperated, instructs Konan to arrange accommodations for Madara. Huh, me? Konan appears bewildered, glancing at Uchiha Madara's fearsome visage, unable to suppress her trepidation. Sasuke, perhaps you should send Pikachu to assist. He is swifter. Uchiha Sasuke shoots Konan an exasperated look, incredulous at her cowardice while she aspires to be a Kage. No need. I merely wish to know when you will journey to the new world. No rush. I will notify you in due time. I hope it is soon. Uchiha Madara has little affection for crowded places. He prefers solitude. Thus, the destination of his next endeavor is the cave where he once sought refuge. Uchiha Sasuke observes Madara's retreating figure, acknowledging his charismatic presence. It is a respect he holds for his esteemed elder. With this in mind, he beckons to Pikachu. Pikachu, collect some of Madara's blood for keepsake. Yes, boss. Pikachu searches the area where Uchiha Madara was recently felled, finding ample blood for collection with ease. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke gestures to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, having licked his face clean with his tongue, emerges. What may I do for you, Sasuke? Orochimaru, go to Konoha and assist Kabuto in researching the reanimation jutsu. Endeavor to resurrect the first Hokage, second Hokage, third Raikage, second Tsukuyomi, and the 7 ninja swordsmen. But Sasuke, what is the purpose of this? Orochimaru queries, perplexed, as the hidden mist village is poised to attack Konoha. Yet he is instructed to aid the enemy in bolstering their strength. Konoha is currently too weak. Even a single Choji could obliterate it. Engaging in battle would be rather dull. Uchiha Sasuke casually remarks. His true motive, of course, lies in harvesting the emotional value of these deceased individuals. Just one encounter with Madara has provided him with emotional value surpassing that of 4 Kage-level figures. However, obtaining emotional value from Hashirama, that simpleton, appears challenging beyond mere threats. Sasuke, you truly have a penchant for wicked amusements. Orochimaru does not decline the request and prepares to embark on the mission with Kabuto when. Wait, do you have any further instructions, Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke disregards Orochimaru, tossing a pure gold ring to Kabuto. This ring has become obsolete since he consumed the fruit of the god tree. Kabuto, I have high hopes for you. When you arrive in the other world, I will assign you an undercover mission. Thank you, Lord Sasuke. Kabuto receives the pure gold ring with excitement, knowing that wearing it will preserve a person's appearance for 2 centuries. Orochimaru glances at Kabuto with mild surprise, questioning what makes this subordinate special. While Kabuto's abilities as a regular Jonin do not match his or Pikachu's, and he possesses no bloodline limit, Orochimaru, despite feeling slightly envious, has no desire to contest Kabuto's possession of the pure gold ring. Meanwhile, all major ninja villages received news of the complete body Susanoo battles from the Hidden Mist village, as well as the exploits of Jerry and Hashirama Senju. One of the entities involved was the reanimated Uchiha Madara, another was Uchiha Kiyoshi, and the last was a summoned beast created by Uchiha Hibiki. Upon receiving this news, Inoki recalled the terror he had felt in his youth under the dominion of Uchiha Madara and instantly found it impossible to remain composed. Are you saying Uchiha Madara has been resurrected and was defeated by Uchiha Kiyoshi? Yes, Lord Tsukuyomi, though it may not be termed a defeat. It can only be said that Uchiha Madara found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being bested by a colossal wooden rat that could summon 1,000 hands. Standing over 300 meters tall, the spy from the Hidden Stone village shuddered at the memory of witnessing such a formidable battle from a distance. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kiyoshi, and Uchiha Hibiki. Inoki trembled, realizing that not only could Uchiha Madara be resurrected, but even a beast of the caliber of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could be created by Uchiha Hibiki. Although Inoki's will of stone was steadfast, facing both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, along with the siblings Uchiha Hibiki, who could unleash a complete body Susanoo, rendered his resolve seemingly futile in the face of such overwhelming power. You may leave now. I require solitude. Yes, Lord Tsukuyomi. Once his subordinates departed, Inoki sank into his chair, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. However, he found a sliver of consolation in the fact that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Hibiki were adversaries. If possible, he hoped Uchiha Hibiki would triumph, for thus far, Hibiki's temperament appeared to align more closely with that of Senju Hashirama. Of course, it would be even more fortuitous if the Uchiha siblings and Uchiha Madara could eliminate each other. When Darui from the Hidden Cloud Village and Raza from the Hidden Sand Village received this news, their reactions mirrored that of Inoki, both succumbing to a wave of helplessness. However, Raza remained somewhat optimistic, believing that their unique geographical position would disinterest Uchiha Hibiki. Based on the current intel, it was apparent that Uchiha Hibiki would emerge victorious, especially since even Kiyoshi could hold his own against Uchiha Madara. No one knew the true extent of Uchiha Hibiki and that summoned beast strength. Chapter 75. Delivering support to Konoha in the Forest of Death. Within Konoha Village, Orochimaru and Kabuto, acting under Uchiha Hibiki's orders, were dispatched to deliver support to the village. Lord Orochimaru, why is Lord Hibiki creating more trouble for himself? Kabuto inquired, perplexed. To be honest, ever since he learned of the pirate world beyond the ninja realm, he had been filled with longing. If Uchiha Hibiki had stated that only by unifying the ninja world could they access the new world, why undertake this additional endeavor? Kabuto, some matters are beyond your understanding. Since Uchiha Hibiki has entrusted you with a task pertaining to the new world, you should wait patiently, Orochimaru replied, concealing his own impatience, particularly regarding the figure of Vegapunk in the new world. However, the initiative lay in Uchiha Hibiki's hands, leaving them no choice but to comply with his directives. Clack, clack, clack. Footsteps echoed as Danzo emerged from the shadows. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Danzo, I seek your cooperation, Orochimaru stated. Humph. Orochimaru, you are merely the assistant to the Mizukage now. Do you think I would trust you? Though Danzo had been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Uchiha Hibiki, he maintained a semblance of dignity in front of others. Orochimaru was unfazed. He had already crafted a suitable excuse. It's simple. I have my sights set on Uchiha Kiyoshi's body. Only with Uchiha Hibiki out of the way can this objective be realized. Danzo nodded, having collaborated with Orochimaru long enough to trust his words. After all, Orochimaru had begun to covet Uchiha Itachi's body even when he possessed only the double Tomo Sharingan, let alone Uchiha Kiyoshi, who had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan at merely 4 years of age. And your bargaining chip? Of course, I have brought it, Orochimaru replied, biting his finger and swiftly forming hand seals before slamming his hands down. Summoning Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. A multitude of coffins erupted from the ground, and as the lids opened, the figures of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and others, including the third and fourth Raikage, the third and second Kazekage, the second Mizukage, and the former 7 ninja swordsmen, emerged. What is this? Danzo was taken aback, especially upon seeing the first Hokage, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. As the reanimated figures opened their eyes, an invisible aura of pressure enveloped the area. Senju Tobirama turned to Danzo. You are Danzo. What is the current state of Konoha? It's not good, Sensei Tobirama, Danzo replied, instinctively feeling reverence for his former teacher, despite his age. You must be Tobirama's student. Explain why Konoha is in such dire straits. Although Senju Hashirama was typically boisterous, he would not hesitate to turn on anyone threatening Konoha, even if they were a close friend. Allow me to elaborate. Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. What? Madara has returned? That is splendid news. Upon hearing of his dear friend's revival, Senju Hashirama's first reaction was one of joy. Silence, brother. If Danzo says it's dire, it is likely due to Uchiha Madara. After scolding Senju Hashirama into submission, Senju Tobirama turned his attention back to Orochimaru. What do you mean by saying Uchiha Madara has been resurrected? You are mistaken, second Hokage. The revival I speak of is a complete resurrection, flesh and blood. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow. Complete resurrection? How has Uchiha Madara managed that? With the power of the Sage of Six Paths Eyes, the Rinnegan. Orochimaru recounted how Uchiha Madara had utilized Izanagi to feign death, then employed the Rinnegan, with Obito Uchiha's aid, to return to life. Senju Tobirama realized that Uchiha Madara's body had been somewhat peculiar and was astonished that he had been deceived. So, your purpose in resurrecting us is to combat the Rinnegan-wielding Uchiha Madara? Not entirely. Our primary aim in reviving you is to confront an even more troublesome foe, the 5th Mizukage. What? The 5th Mizukage? How could a mere 5th Mizukage be more formidable than Uchiha Madara, who wields the Rinnegan? Indeed, we are to confront the fifth Mizukage? The second Mizukage, Yagura, was astounded, wondering if the hidden mist village was truly that formidable, surpassing even Uchiha Madara. Tobirama-sensei, Orochimaru speaks the truth, Danzo interjected, revealing that he had been defeated by a beast of Jonin-level strength. What? You were defeated by a mere Jonin beast? The third Raikage, unable to contain his frustration, struck his deceased son. After all, he had valiantly fought for 3 days and nights against 20,000 ninjas, only to perish in the end. Yet here you were, defeated by a mere ordinary elite ninja beast. The fourth Raikage found himself at a loss for words, as he still felt that his demise was inexplicable. Befitting his status as a deceased individual, Minato Namikaze showed little interest in these matters. Orochimaru, may I inquire about Naruto's well-being? Rest assured, Naruto is thriving. He has even adopted a mouse as his surrogate father. His son has taken a mouse as a father? How should this biological father reconcile with that? Regrettably, Uchiha Sasuke was not present. Otherwise, the emotional value would surely have soared. This mouse, known as Pikachu Minato, was a yellow rodent ninja beast endowed with Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God, and Rasengan, possessing abilities akin to Minato's own. Danzo, uncharacteristically, offered an explanation, casting a discontented glance at Orochimaru. Had this loathsome serpent been in Uchiha Sasuke's company for too long, his speech now echoed with Sasuke's tone. Ah, Orochimaru. Does this mean that Uchiha Sasuke created a ninja beast using my DNA? Is it treating Naruto well? Of course. Pikachu Minato has taught the 7-year-old Uzumaki Naruto the Shadow Clone technique and Rasengan. After all, this surrogate father is far more dedicated than you, his biological father, Orochimaru replied, still speaking with that echoing tone. By the way, summoning Minato Namikaze was no ordinary hassle. He had even triggered a bug with the Shinigami once. Minato felt somewhat despondent. As the fourth Hokage, how could he not understand the tribulations of a Jinchuriki? Fortunately, prior to his demise, he had entrusted Naruto's care to the third Hokage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to face Naruto again. Chapter 76. The Reincarnation I. Tom Madara. From the intelligence gathered thus far, Senju Tobirama had ascertained the general situation. The adversaries were Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Kizashi. As for those ninja beasts, they should vanish automatically upon the death of Uchiha Sasuke. Given that all three foes belonged to the Uchiha clan, he arrived at a final conclusion: the malevolent Uchiha. Orochimaru merely smiled in silence, contemplating that aside from a few exceptionally powerful warriors, the Uchiha clan was left with only the elderly, weak, and women and children. Nevertheless, this was still preferable to the Senju clan, which was left with only Tsunade. Very well, Tobirama, let us first return to Konoha to consult with the monkey. Senju Hashirama patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder. Initially, he believed the deceased should not interfere with the living. However, with the emergence of such unstable factors as Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, it was imperative to understand the situation further. Danzo's heart raced. If the first and second Hokage were to enter Konoha, wouldn't the situation of the Senju clan be exposed? What's the matter, first Hokage-sensei? Time is of the essence. I suggest we proceed to the Mist Village first. There's no hurry, young man. This matter is not urgent, Senju Hashirama replied nonchalantly. However, Senju Tobirama was not as carefree. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Danzo. Danzo, are you concealing something from me? How could that be, sensei? Everything is for the sake of Konoha. As Tobirama's teacher, he could read Danzo like an open book. Nevertheless, there was no time to dwell on Danzo. The recommendation to return to Konoha was prudent. The fourth Raikage, third Raikage, second Tsukuyomi, and others, still unclear about the situation, followed suit. Hozuki Mangetsu wished to return to the Mist Village, but alas, Orochimaru prevented him, directing him towards Konoha instead. Hey, you're Orochimaru, right? Can you explain why the current Mizukage belongs to the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru ignored him. What could a dead man possibly say? Before long, under the guidance of Senju Hashirama, the group swiftly arrived at the gates of Konoha. The barrier team had already sensed the presence of these powerful chakras, so Sarutobi Hiruzen had donned his battle gear and stood ready. Monkey, it's me, Tobirama-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially thought it was Uchiha Sasuke and his band of ninja beasts. Upon seeing that the leader was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed Danzo had succeeded without sacrificing too many lives. Heaven knows the immense pressure he had endured during this time, living in fear of a sudden assault from Uchiha Sasuke. However, why was Orochimaru also present? Nonetheless, he had no time to dwell on Orochimaru. He approached Senju Hashirama, bowing respectfully. First Hokage, you must be the little monkey, Tobirama's apprentice. You've managed Konoha well. Senju Hashirama said with a hearty smile, patting Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. Gazing at the flourishing Konoha village, he felt that Tobirama's foresight was indeed commendable. Yet, when he activated his sensing ability to perceive Konoha, he was taken aback. Not a single member of the Uchiha clan was present. Had they all relocated to the Mist Village? As for the Senju clan, aside from many diluted bloodline members integrated into Konoha, not a single pure-blooded Senju remained. Monkey, where are our Senju clan members? Sarutobi Hiruzen broke into a cold sweat, but answered truthfully. Most of the Senju clan members have merged into Konoha. Some sacrificed themselves due to the wood release experiments, and the last group, without my consent, was dispatched to the battlefield by Danzo, all for the protection of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a pained expression. Danzo's eyes widened. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be correct, yet not entirely so. Initially, when he suggested sending the Senju clan to the Land of Earth battlefield, Hiruzen had indeed opposed it. However, when he invoked the Hokage's command to mobilize the Senju clan for battle, it had proceeded without issue. To suggest that Hiruzen was unaware was something Danzo could not believe. Senju Tobirama also sensed the situation and confirmed what his brother had stated. Apart from a few diluted bloodline members, there were indeed no pure-blooded clan members left. He certainly did not believe that this was solely Danzo's doing, yet given the current circumstances, he chose to suppress his doubts. Monkey, what of Tsunade and Shodai? Tsunade is unharmed, but Shodai unfortunately fell into an enemy's explosive tag trap and perished. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in shame, appearing considerably hunched. Orochimaru interjected nonchalantly, indeed. The esteemed heir of the Senju clan fell victim to an enemy's explosive tag trap, and his insides were completely hollowed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, why is this Orochimaru so talkative? He had initially contemplated feigning pity to shift the blame onto Danzo, but it seemed more challenging than anticipated. Senju Tobirama could no longer contain his frustration. He drew his sword, ready to purge the traitors. Yet halt, the malevolent Senju Tobirama. Attempting to assassinate the Hokage, do you wish to betray the village? At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke, Pikachu Minato, Jerry Hashirama, Tom Madara, and little Kazashi made their grand entrance. It was Sasuke who spoke, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen utterly perplexed. Wait, why is Uchiha Sasuke advocating for him? Are they not supposed to be enemies? Sasuke paid no mind to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was simply here for the emotional value. Konoha's Senju Tobirama cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before redirecting his attention towards the Uchiha siblings and the three summoned beasts. Uchiha Hikari, in a tone of righteous indignation, reproached Senju Tobirama. You, the malevolent Senju Tobirama, are merely a remnant of a clan that was annihilated. This is now the era of Sarutobi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1666 emotional points from Senju Hashirama. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 666 emotional points from Senju Tobirama. Tobirama, known for his fiery temper, harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan, and Hikari was no exception to his loathing. Indeed, an embodiment of wickedness, Tobirama remarked, swiftly launching several flying kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, all of which were effortlessly evaded by those present. With a whoosh, Tobirama vanished from sight, reappearing behind Uchiha Hikari. Yet, Hikari remained unfazed, his hands tucked leisurely in his pockets, unwilling to budge. While Hikari stood still, the feline figure known as Tomabane sprang into action, swatting Tobirama's hand, which gripped a blade, away, while another paw extended a black chakra rod that pierced through Tobirama's body. The chaos within Tobirama's chakra disrupted his balance, causing him to collapse to the ground. Why can't I mobilize my chakra? He thought. The realization dawning upon him that his earlier suspicions were correct, the Senju were indeed malevolent. Tomabane, seizing the moment, thrust another chakra rod into the nape of Tobirama's neck. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained at this juncture. Jerry Hashirama raised a paw. That's right, Tomabane. The evil Senju Tobirama is the one you should be wary of. Not the entire Senju clan, considering I am also a member of the esteemed Jerry Senju. Do you truly believe I cannot catch you, Jerry Hashirama? You must realize I am no longer the same. Tomobane's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, glaring intensely at Jerry Hashirama. Jerry Hashirama felt a twinge of disappointment, reminiscing about how Tomobane had previously been the target of his playful tricks. What happened to our lifelong camaraderie? He lamented, now that Tomobane was surreptitiously wielding the Rinnegan. Chapter 77. The malevolent Senju Tobarama. Only then did Uchiha Hikari fix his gaze upon the pinned-down Tobarama. You, the malevolent Senju Tobarama. Are you aware of the immense efforts the third Hokage made for the sake of peace in the ninja world? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained. Tobarama disregarded him, consumed by a profound sense of humiliation. He had an arsenal of forbidden techniques at his disposal, yet he was rendered helpless by these unknown black rods. Hikari, undeterred, continued to extol Sarutobi Hiruzen's contributions to peace. Due to Konoha's overwhelming strength, the four great nations were rendered impotent, while Danzo lurked, eager to attack the remaining nations. Hikari, speaking with feigned sorrow, recounted how the third Hokage, in his quest to prevent war, had to annihilate the Senju clan, which ultimately dissuaded Danzo from his ambitions. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained. However, as fate would have it, Konoha produced an unparalleled sword master, Namake's Minato, leading Danzo to contemplate war once again. Hikari regarded Sarutobi with a gaze filled with respect. Feeling the weight of Hikari's scrutiny, Sarutobi was unnerved, realizing that Hikari was undoubtedly unhinged. To prevent conflict. Did you truly extinguish every potential genius within the village? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained. As Hikari's words resonated, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Tobarama's eyes bore into Sarutobi, filled with a desire to obliterate him. He had already wiped out the Senju clan. But to extinguish all the village's talents, was this to pave the way for his offspring to ascend to Hokage? Even the usually affable Hashirama felt the urge to eliminate Sarutobi at this moment. Is it so unbearable for you to see Konoha thrive? You have obliterated every promising talent within the village. The third Raikage, the second Tsuchikage, the second Mizukage, and even 4 members of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen were taken aback. The third Raikage, stunned, turned to his elder son. Ei, did Uchiha Hikari speak the truth? It seems so, as these individuals perished within Konoha. The Byakugan-wielding assassin, Hinata Hayashi, was indeed given to us by Sarutobi to quell our village's ire. The others were also among Konoha's most formidable geniuses. I do not recognize the Byakugan wolf, Itachi, but given his code name, he must belong to the Hyuga clan. The fourth Raikage responded uncertainly. Gasps of shock filled the air as the crowd regarded Sarutobi with newfound awe. A ruthless strategist. He had eradicated all potential threats to maintain balance among the 4 great nations without inciting war. Faced with the scrutiny of Konoha's ninja and villagers, Sarutobi hunched over. Though Hikari's assertions were not entirely accurate, the ultimate outcome bore a striking resemblance to the truth. In that moment, he came to the sobering realization of his grave mistakes. Alas, it was too late, and he would soon find himself making the ultimate sacrifice in battle to protect his clan. Only Danzo reveled in delight, thinking that at last, Sarutobi would take the blame for Shirsue's demise. In such a situation, it was evident that Sarutobi could no longer continue as Hokage. Hikari had not anticipated that he would so swiftly deplete the resources of the first and second Hokages. However, the third Raikage, second Tsuchikage, and second Mizukage remained untouched. As for the 7 ninja swordsmen, how had they met their demise? Well, one hesitated to admit, they were eradicated by a mere Konoha Chunin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained indeed. Your deaths have led to ridicule for others, such as Kiba and Raiga, throughout their lives. Well, we are dead. What does it matter to us? The Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost expressed confusion, yet it seemed that the current Mizukage was remarkably formidable. The 4 great nations could not prevail against him and required the assistance of these deceased individuals. Even the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was swiftly defeated by a mere cat. Because 4 of you were killed by a Konoha genin, others have mocked our mist village's 7 ninja swordsmen, claiming they were reduced to a mere joke by a single genin. Ding. Congratulations, host. Upon receiving, the 4 lowered their heads, embarrassed that even in death they still tarnished the reputation of the other 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. How unfortunate. By the way, did you not ascend to the rank of the 7 ninja swordsmen through connections? Wary Shinpachi, with his fiery temper, declared that even if you are the Mizukage, You cannot defame the original 7 ninja swordsmen. Mizukage, do you understand how strong that Konoha genin is? Oh, you dare to retort? Little Sierra, unleash the great fire annihilation. The extraordinary Pokemon, Little Sierra, obediently followed the commander's directive, activating the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to enhance her power, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Tobirama Senju had intended to observe, but suddenly realized that the strength of this little girl's great fire annihilation was akin to that of Madara's. It was Konoha, and he needed to intervene. However, he was restrained by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Even with only a third of his original strength, Tobirama was still beyond Orochimaru's capabilities. Orochimaru was taken aback, nearly allowing his opponent to break free from his bindings. Had the sacrifice been even slightly stronger, Orochimaru doubted his ability to contain Tobirama. Water style, water barrier. The four simultaneously employed the water barrier to defend themselves, yet within a second, their combined efforts were shattered by Little Siena's great fire annihilation. Chapter 78. Uchiha Kyoka declares war on the entire ninja world. The power of Little Siena's great fire annihilation, enhanced by the Mangekyo, was undeniable. It was Kakashi who subsequently utilized the three-headed dog earth barrier to fend off the attack. Nevertheless, even that was reduced to glowing embers. Uchiha Kyoka coldly remarked, "You four have indeed relied on connections to rise to your positions, unable to defeat even a 4-year-old child." Ding. Congratulations, host. The four were at a loss for words, pondering whether this truly was a child. If anything, even their original Mizukage might not have been able to best this little girl. Look at you four, utterly disgraceful. I cannot fathom why Orochimaru would use the impure world reincarnation on such weaklings. Ding. Congratulations, host. Orochimaru felt insulted. He distinctly remembered that it was Uchiha Kyoka who had instructed him to summon them, yet he was being blamed. Look at you, Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost. You're as thin as a twig. Uchiha Kyoka scolded, pointing at a gaunt figure wearing a mask. The thin man gestured to a hefty individual nearby, who stepped forward to clarify. Mizukage, I am Kurosaki Tamamura. This red-haired fatso is the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost. This was awkward, to be honest. Uchiha Kyoka could hardly recall which of the four was which. You dare to retort? I say you are the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost, and so you are. Little Sierra. Utilize the Yasukigami. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer tolerate the situation and quickly interjected, Wait, Uchiha Kyoka, what exactly do you intend to accomplish in Konoha? Uchiha Kyoka ignored him, and Little Sierra paid no heed either. She swiftly activated the third form of Susanoo, forming 8 energy Magatama in its right hand, and without hesitation, launched them. Yasukigami. Earth style, earth barrier. Thanks to Kakashi's earlier reminder, the four had learned from their mistakes and hastily summoned an earth barrier to defend themselves. Yet, in less than a second, their efforts were utterly obliterated. Look at you, still claiming you did not rely on connections to ascend. The four gazed up at the towering 30-meter-tall red Susanoo, utterly incapable of breaking through its defenses. Perhaps they truly were elevated to their ranks through connections. Witnessing the emotional turmoil of these 4 upper ninjas, Uchiha Kyoka nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had intended to unify the ninja world gradually during the Chunin exams in Konoha. But with Madara's premature resurrection disrupting those plans, he resolved to unify the ninja world sooner. Although the third Hokage had sacrificed Konoha's strong to maintain peace, ultimately, his vision remained narrow. Uchiha Kyoka, what do you wish to convey? Uchiha Kyoka approached Tobirama Senju, nonchalantly seating himself and resting his chin on one hand. Ding. Congratulations, host. Upon receiving 12 emotional points from Tobirama Senju, Uchiha Kyoka paid him no mind. He had already drained them of their energy. Surrender. What? I propose that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, surrender Konoha to prevent unnecessary casualties, as the land of water will inevitably unify the ninja world. Uchiha Kyoka spoke with a detached clarity. Tobirama Senju stepped forward, his expression stern as he regarded Uchiha Kyoka. Uchiha Kyoka, should anyone dare to disrupt the peace of Konoha, regardless of who they are, I will eradicate them. Does that include your dear friend? Tobirama faltered, recalling the moment he had slain Madara, experiencing a fleeting moment of doubt. However, that wavering was quickly replaced by determination. Indeed, even if it is a dear friend or a brother. How unfortunate. I truly feel for Madara. for you are merely a fool with strength and a narrow perspective. Moreover, you are already deceased. Uchiha Kyoka concluded, rising slowly to his feet and crushing Tobarama's head beneath his foot. Tobarama Senju exclaimed, "You can speak your mind, but why must you crush my head unnecessarily?" Since he was pinned by the black rod, his head could not regenerate. Even if he were rescued, he would remain headless unless Orochimaru reincarnated him anew. Thus, I hereby declare war on the Fourth Great Ninja War. Tobarama furrowed his brow. Uchiha Kyoka, are you serious about the Fourth Great Ninja War? Then we shall meet on the battlefield next time. Pikachu Minato. Yes, boss. The transportation device, Pikachu, activated once more, and with a flash, everyone vanished from the scene. Uchiha Kyoka departed, while Orochimaru and Kabuto remained behind. He should not have interfered with Tobarama. Indeed, the next words from Tobarama sent shivers down Orochimaru's spine. Orochimaru, why did you stop me earlier? Lord First Hokage, it was merely an ordinary fire-style ninjutsu. Your wood style's destructive power far surpasses that of fire style. Oh, is that so? It seems I have misjudged you, ha ha ha. Tobarama chuckled, acknowledging the validity of Orochimaru's point, recognizing that they were in Konoha. Orochimaru finally sighed in relief, feeling he had successfully deceived him. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily removed the black rod from Tobarama's body. However, when Tobarama stood up, his head still remained absent. A headless horseman? It was a terrifying sight. Monkey, you are no longer fit to be Hokage. Yes, sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, utterly discredited by Uchiha Kyoka's actions. Frankly, had it not been for the current tumultuous times, Tobarama would have eagerly sought to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he observed Tobarama, who had lost his head yet still managed to speak, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Tobarama, how can you talk without your head? Is it ventriloquism? Shut up, brother. Tobarama, feeling somewhat sheepish, attempted to pat his forehead but ended up missing. The wicked Uchiha, he muttered. In the following days, the political landscape among the nations transformed rapidly. Hashirama, in his capacity as the first Hokage, convened a summit of the Four Shadows. Raza, initially reluctant to attend due to his comfortable circumstances, felt compelled to join as Uchiha Kyo had declared war not only on Konoha, but on the entire Shinobi world. In the Land of Iron, Mifune felt somewhat fatigued by the frequent gatherings, 2 5-Kage meetings, and 1 4-Kage summit within less than 2 months. Upon seeing Hashirama and Tobarama, Raza, Durui, and Inoki were momentarily stunned. Lord First Hokage, what is your current state? Tobarama, having researched the impure world reincarnation technique, revealed that his strength was only 30% of what it had been in life. He smacked his forehead, now having won thanks to Orochimaru's recent reincarnation of him. He thought to himself that his brother was quite candid with all the information. The group collectively exhaled. If he truly possessed only 30% of his power, that was somewhat acceptable. However, they soon realized the gravity of the situation, as their adversaries included the formidable Hashirama, Madara, the resurrected Madara, and the Uchiha siblings. Inoki recalled the terror he felt in his youth under Uchiha Madara's influence. Lord First, do you have confidence in defeating Uchiha Kyo? No, not only Kyo. I doubt I could even defeat Uchiha Izumi, Hashirama admitted candidly. The assembly fell silent. What was the point of fighting then? At that moment, Orochimaru stepped forward, asserting that if he could obtain the cells of the strongest from each village, he could reincarnate them. This task was orchestrated by Uchiha Kyo, who sought to determine how many unharvested resources remained. If they had elite Jonin-level shinobi as sacrifices, their strength could reach at least 70% of their former selves, excluding the first Hokage, of course. Hashirama frowned, questioning why he was excluded. Inoki shot a glance at Orochimaru. If I recall, you are the assistant of the Mizukage in the village hidden in the mist, right? Why should we trust you? My intention is straightforward, to acquire the body of Uchiha Izumi. To achieve that, her brother Uchiha Kyo is my greatest obstacle. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with avarice as he spoke, his excitement palpable. Inoki observed Orochimaru's unmasked intentions and reached a final conclusion. Disgusting. Hashirama frowned. Orochimaru, I cannot permit you to proceed with this. Lord Hashirama, I joined your ranks for the sake of Uchiha Izumi. Otherwise, I would have been quite content in the village hidden in the mist. Enough, brother. The most pressing matter now is to strategize on how to win this war, Tobarama interjected. During this time, he had gleaned insights about Orochimaru through Tsunade and speculated that this indeed was Orochimaru's true aim. if he were truly devoid of desires. Then Tobirama had to question whether Orochimaru had ulterior motives. Although he too could perform impure world reincarnation, his reincarnated form lacked blood and thus could not utilize the summoning technique. Meanwhile, in the cave where Uchiha Madara resided, a voice suddenly resonated, startling him. "Are you the reincarnation of Indra?" Before him appeared an elderly figure, entirely cloaked in white with horns adorning his head, none other than the Sage of Six Paths' spiritual manifestation. "Who are you playing tricks?" "I am Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, as you mortals refer to me." Madara sensed an immense disparity in power, despite the figure merely being a soul. "Interesting. If you are indeed the sage, what brings you to me?" "I have sensed that Uchiha Kyo intends to release your mother. You and Ashura must thwart him." Madara, taken aback, recalled the naive Kagaya he had encountered in Kyo's illusionary realm. Though her power was unparalleled, she possessed no combat skills and relied solely on her strength. "Are you referring to Kagaya? Oh, you even know your mother's name?" The sage was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, Madara had lost interest in peace for the shinobi world and the infinite Tsukuyomi. He was more inclined to trust Uchiha Kyo than this elusive sage. His ambition was to traverse different worlds, encountering stronger beings and elevating himself step by step, especially those two, Immu, the king of the world, and Sig, the bandit king who had vanquished 56 emperors. Moreover, conquering the pirate world might lead Kyo to guide him into even higher realms. Madara gazed at Otsutsuki Kagaya and smirked. "Since you claim Kagaya is your mother, why must you obstruct her from breaking free? Indra's reincarnate. You do not comprehend your mother's formidable power. If she resurrects, the shinobi world will face annihilation." Indeed, Otsutsuki Kagaya was correct, as her clan had come to this planet to plant the divine tree. The tree would absorb the planet's energy, and when the day of harvesting its fruit arrived, the planet would be left in ruins. This information had not been disclosed to Madara by Kyo, leaving him with only the impression of the naive Kagaya. And then there was that black Zetsu, who had spoken to him with heartfelt sincerity. "Then, Sage of Six Paths, you must know that I am no match for Uchiha Kyo. I fear I will be powerless. You need not worry. I shall grant you the power of the Six Paths, enabling you to confront Uchiha Kyo." The sage was somewhat helpless. He had initially intended to bestow this power upon Naruto and Sasuke. However, time was of the essence, and thus it was given to the rebellious Uchiha Madara. Madara observed the sage's back, which was accompanied by a colossal ethereal shadow and a moon design emerging from his left hand, causing him to furrow his brow. "Sage of Six Paths, what is this?" "Indra, simply place your palm upon mine, and I shall bestow upon you the strength to defeat Uchiha Kyo." Madara remained cautious. He believed that acquiring power must come through personal effort and gradual improvement. However, considering the sage's greater strength, he decided to comply. As their hands made contact, Madara felt a surge of powerful dark energy flowing into his body. Once the transfer concluded, a moon symbol appeared on his left hand, and his Rinnegan gained 6 tomo. Madara clenched his fist, reveling in the exquisite sensation. This was the power of In. When combined with Ashura's Yang, it could seal away either his mother or Uchiha Kyo. Suddenly, Madara lowered his head, obscuring his expression, his tone growing ominous. "Sage of Six Paths, I believe I no longer need it. Indra, this concerns the very survival of the shinobi world. You cannot act on impulse. You must join forces with Ashura." Before the sage could finish, a black rod of the truth-seeking ball pierced through his chest. The Sage of Six Paths gazed incredulously at Uchiha Madara. "Indra, why?" Madara lifted his head, looking down upon Kagaya Otsutsuki. "I am Uchiha Madara, not Indra. Compared to you, an eternal specter of the past, I would rather place my faith in Uchiha Sasuke. Furthermore, I have lost all interest in the peace of the ninja world. I, Uchiha Madara, shall rise above and oversee all, including you, Hashirama, and Uchiha Sasuke." Kagaya, the progenitor of the loyal son, could hardly fathom that, as a father, his chakra would be reincarnated in such a manner. Senjutsu, wind release, light fong. The response to the sage's presence was a devastating strike that cleaved him in two. "Indra, you shall regret this." With those final words, the sage's form slowly faded away. Since his eldest son had chosen to be a loyal son, he resolved to speak with his second son, Ashura. Chapter 80. The eve of the final battle in the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Sasuke was negotiating terms with Konan. Holding a vial of crimson liquid, he lifted her chin, saying, Conan, you surely don't wish to. Suddenly, the roof was shattered as chaos erupted in the room. Conan hastily retreated, her expression shifting to one of vigilance. As the dust settled, Madara's striking visage emerged. Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. This was the second time this had occurred. Tobirama had been correct. Madara was indeed a malevolent force. When Sasuke shifted his gaze to Madara, he was taken aback to see 9 chakra orbs floating behind him. 3 more than his own. However, Madara's eyes only bore 6 tomo, 3 fewer than his. Yet, when considering the total number of tomo, Sasuke surpassed Madara. Madara, have you taken to cosplaying? Sasuke remarked. Madara, the sage of 6 paths just visited me. Though Madara was oblivious to the meaning of cosplay, he recounted the sage's visit in detail. Sasuke, I no longer wish to wait. When can you take me to the new world? Additionally, can you ascend to even higher realms beyond that? Certainly, as long as we conquer that world, I can indeed lead you to the next. However, Madara, the sage of 6 paths is still your father. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Sasuke mused, astonished. The sage of 6 paths, Obito, Itachi, and now Madara. Was there a movement to form a quartet of loyal sons? Perhaps they could debut as the loyal sons F4. My father is only Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Sasuke. My patience is limited. If you do not act soon, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Madara ascended into the air. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. You won't even pay for the destroyed roof. Sasuke seethed, feeling aggrieved as Madara had addressed him almost entirely with his back turned. What a farce. He had endured decades in a cave for a plan and dared to claim impatience. Shaking his head, Sasuke turned his attention back to Conan. Conan, you surely don't wish to. Just then, little Shirori entered with a group of children, drawn by the commotion. Sasuke, what just happened? Lady Mizukichi, you should tend to these children first, Sasuke suggested. Conan smiled, stepping forward to seize the vial from Sasuke's hand. After spending several days together, she found him quite admirable and handsome. If only he weren't so fickle and didn't mind an age gap, she might consider an arrangement. Yet, the news brought by Madara stirred tumultuous waves in her heart. The sage of 6 paths had emerged, and Madara was his son, having vanquished his father's avatar. The notion of a new world, was it truly feasible? Honestly, Sasuke wasn't in a hurry to venture into the world of pirates. However, it seemed that Madara was quite eager. He might not hesitate to confront admirals like Garp, Sengoku, and the 4 emperors upon arrival, having reaped his father's benefits. Madara should be cautious not to annihilate them all. He still intended to profit in the pirate world. The following day, Sasuke convened a meeting in the Hidden Mist Village. Even little Shirori, along with Sasuke, Naruto, and Haku, were present. The gathering included the ninja beasts and 8 members of the Akatsuki. Yet, they frequently cast glances at Uchiha Yuzu, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts. They couldn't help but marvel at how ruthless Sasuke had been, transforming Itachi into a woman. Sasuke took the floor first. I have an announcement to make. It is time for us, the Hidden Mist Village, to unify the ninja world. Long live the Mizukichi. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist erupted in cheers. Clearly, they had no doubt about their victory. With 12 ninja beasts, 8 Akatsuki members, the 5th Mizukichi, and Shirori, they found it hard to envision a path to defeat. Kagura furrowed her brow. Sasuke, have you considered the governance of the ninja world post-unification? We have trained 100 students. They can take the lead. But the time frame is too short. No worries, Sasuke waved dismissively. While the time was indeed brief, these individuals had been cultivated through the methods of Blue Star. However, Sasuke had no intention of dedicating excessive time to teaching. He merely drafted an outline, leaving it to the instructors to interpret and impart knowledge as they saw fit. After all, it couldn't be worse than the current aristocratic privilege system. Tendo Shiryong tightened his grip, stating, it is time for these great nations to feel the weight of their actions. Nagato glanced curiously at Tendo, thinking this sheep was rather dramatic. Sasuke concluded, in summary, we shall offer them a chance to surrender. If they refuse, we will eliminate as many visible enemies as possible until they capitulate. Sasuke, having become invincible, wished to avoid excessive bloodshed. If they were willing to surrender, he would accept. If not, they could perish. Yes, Mizukichi. The others were invigorated, lauding the Mizukichi's wisdom. Meanwhile, the ninja coalition of the 4 great nations had gathered, totaling 100,000 strong. 1st Division Captain, Killer B. 2nd Division Captain, Inoki. 3rd Division Captain, Jiraiya. 4th Division Captain Mifune, 5th Division Captain Rashi. The assembled ninja coalition cheered. Yet the 5 captains remained somber, fully aware of the prowess of Sasuke and the ninja beasts. Jiraiya gazed upon the vast coalition of 100,000 ninjas below, reminiscing about the initial alliance of 60,000 from the fire, earth, and lightning countries. In the end, they not only lost a third of their forces, but also failed to inflict any damage upon the Hidden Mist village. One could only ponder how many of these 100,000 ninjas would remain once the war concluded. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had inexplicably returned to life, and his strength had multiplied several times beyond his prime. It seemed he could contend with the Uchiha siblings, as well as Tom and Jerry. Within the coalition headquarters, Orochimaru seized an opportunity to utilize the Henge no Jutsu to contact Uchiha Q. He relayed all the intelligence regarding the ninja coalition, particularly the news of Hashirama's resurrection and his enhanced power. Chapter 81. At the pinnacle of Shinobi, with my Q. The heavens shall bow. Uchiha Q mused that it was evident that the Sage of Six Paths had bestowed some form of enhancement upon Hashirama. However, this posed little concern. He could simply have Madara deal with his dear friend. What a pity it was that if Madara were to transform into Little Madara, the results would likely be far more efficient. If all else failed, they could always gang up on him with Jerry and Tom. Poor Tobirama and the little blonde, without the Sage's enhancements, would likely never reach the levels depicted in the original narrative. Yet, that was of no concern to him. Orochimaru, remain with the coalition and await my orders, ready to turn against them at a moment's notice. Of course, Q. I am eager to witness this new world. Orochimaru replied eagerly. After severing the connection with Orochimaru, Uchiha Q sought out Uchiha Madara in the cavern, getting straight to the point. Madara, Hashirama has returned. Is it acceptable for me to leave him to you? Oh, that old man can resurrect the dead? How intriguing. Initially, Uchiha Madara had planned to remain idle, awaiting entry into the new world. However, with Hashirama's revival, he could hardly sit still. Rising to his feet, an aura of immense pressure emanated from him. I am more than willing. Leave Hashirama to me. Agreed. Uchiha Q was unfazed by Madara's oppressive presence and activated his Kamui to vanish. Upon returning to the Hidden Mist village, Terumi May hurriedly approached him with news. Q, the coalition has begun its advance towards our village. Do not worry, May. Organize the ninjas for defense. I will lead the summoned beasts and the Akatsuki members into battle. As he said this, Uchiha Q lifted Terumi May's chin. May, once this war concludes, you shall be mine. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Terumi May shyly inquired, as in a bride? No, I meant as a casual partner. Get lost. Uchiha Q smirked, initially intending to create a dramatic atmosphere and establish a character persona. He gathered all the powerful allies in the square, observing little Q, the 12 summoned beasts, and the 8 members of the Akatsuki. Nagato, are you capable? Rest assured, 5th Mizukage. Ever since Orochimaru assisted in transplanting a pair of Sharingan and Hashirama cells into me, I no longer regard ordinary Kage-level opponents as threats. Uchiha Q nodded, then turned his gaze to Haiden and Kakuzu. Haiden, Kakuzu, are you both capable? Do not worry, boss. We are immortal, Haiden and Kakuzu replied in unison, twirling their scythes. Haiden suddenly paused, turning to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, are you my twin brother? Get lost. Uchiha Q chose to ignore their banter and commence task assignments. Kakuzu and Little Q. Team up. If you encounter danger, summon me immediately. I will single-handedly confront the 100,000 coalition troops. The rest of you are free to act as you wish. Little Q's eyes sparkled with excitement. She could finally act independently, free from her brother's interruptions. She held a book of grandiose phrases her brother had taught her, now ready to put them to use. Now let us set forth. Understood. The group nodded and dispersed to confront their adversaries. Zetsu had initially teamed up with Kakuyu, but after some contemplation, he decided to follow Little Q. Little Q, I wanted to ask. What do you want to ask, Zetsu? I wanted to inquire about the 31,300,000,000 and 8 Ryo you borrowed from me. When will you repay it? Zetsu had been away earning money and was unaware of the events transpiring in the village. However, upon returning to the Hidden Mist village, he learned that Kakuzu had been swindled by Little Q. The similarities to his own situation only deepened his concerns. The war is upon us. Do not let this affect morale, understood? Then would you mind showing me the money first? Not that I do not trust you. I'm merely curious. Zetsu wore a flattering smile, recognizing that the debtor was at the mercy of the creditor. Yet, little Q ignored him entirely, leaving behind only a flash of lightning-shaped tail. Zetsu seethed with frustration, fearing he might share Kakuzu's fate. Meanwhile, within the ninja coalition, Orochimaru received orders from Tobarama Senju to deploy the Edo Tensei as the vanguard. Without having received any directives from Uchiha Q, Orochimaru complied. The 4th Raikage, 3rd Raikage, 2nd Mizukage, and 2nd Tsuchikage took a shortcut towards the hidden mist village. The 2nd Mizukage, AO, suddenly burst into laughter. I never imagined our hidden mist village had grown so formidable. The other 4 nations banding together still require the assistance of US dead. The 3rd Raikage smirked disdainfully. AO, do not forget that the Mizukage of the hidden mist is from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. That is inconsequential. As long as the hidden mist can unify the ninja world, who cares who becomes the Mizukage? Truth be told, AO was indifferent to who held the title of Mizukage. Even if it were Uchiha, they would be the Uchiha of the hidden mist, not of Konoha. The 2nd Tsuchikage turned his gaze to the 4th Raikage. By the way, 4th Raikage, you have witnessed Uchiha Q's power. Can you share any intelligence? Before I died, Uchiha Q could utilize others' DNA to create summoned beasts. Apart from obeying his commands, they were identical in both personality and strength to their original hosts. However, my information is outdated. Uchiha Q can now create beasts of the caliber of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The others were left in shock, pondering the nature of such an extraordinary technique. Was it akin to the forbidden art of Edo Tensei? At that moment, little Q and Kakuzu encountered the coalition members. The 4th Raikage quickly warned, everyone, be cautious. This girl is Uchiha Q. Do not be deceived by her youth. At merely 4 years old, she possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan akin to Uchiha Madara. The other 3 Kage had witnessed little Q's previous display of power, so they did not underestimate this 4-year-old girl. However, the 2nd Mizukage had different thoughts, as he wished for the land of water to emerge victorious in this war. You must be the sister of the current Mizukage. I will reveal your weaknesses. I am using the hiding technique, which is an illusion-based jutsu. Be quiet. Who do you think you are? What? Little Mustache stared in bewilderment at Little Sierra, perplexed as to why she insisted he remain silent when he was clearly trying to assist her. Pikachu Watergate slapped its forehead, fully aware that Little Sierra was about to put on yet another display of bravado. With her hands in her pockets, she looked down from her elevated position at the 4 shadows below. At the pinnacle of Run, I, Sierra, rule the heavens. The onlookers were taken aback, thinking how audacious this young child was. Yet, one could not deny the commanding presence of her words. Chapter 82. Uchiha Yuzu discovers the clue. Despite the bravado in Little Sierra's words, Little Mustache felt compelled to issue a warning. Uchiha Sierra, you must be wary of the 3rd Raikage beside me. He is capable of silencing you. Little Sierra cast a disdainful glance at the group and retorted, even with my hands in my pockets, I, Little Sierra, remain invincible in the ninja realm. Upon finishing her declaration, she leapt effortlessly to confront the 4, casually inserting her hands into her pockets. Come at me if you dare. Huh. Ignorant fools. The 3rd Raikage activated his lightning chakra mode, charging toward Little Sierra with his most formidable technique. Hell Stab, my signature move. There was no grand explosion, merely a resounding thud as the 3rd Raikage's attack struck the Haoyin mirror. Little Sierra activated her Susanoo in its Karasu Tengu form, yet inside, she still maintained her casual posture with hands in pockets. Is that all? Rebound. With a thunderous crash, the 3rd Raikage was sent flying hundreds of meters away, leaving a faint trail of dust behind. Who else dares challenge me? The remaining shadows, aside from the 4th Raikage, stared in disbelief at Uchiha Sierra. Orochimaru, controlling the reincarnated bodies from behind, wasted no time in directing the other 3 shadows to attack Little Sierra. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, Lightning Punishment, Chiyo's Dance, Boiling Danger Explosion. Little Sierra remained unfazed, her hands still in her pockets, her eyes filled with contempt. Yet, this was all a facade. Deep down, she intended to unleash her ultimate form to defeat her 4 opponents and seal them away, increasing her ocular power. Her Susanoo swiftly expanded into a towering 200-meter red energy giant. The trio's attacks were effortlessly blocked, while the 4th Raikage was sent hurtling back. What is this? Is this the complete Susanoo? Little Sierra, still with hands in pockets, coolly remarked, it is far from over. As her words concluded, The 200-meter Susanoo donned layers of armor, and two enormous wings sprouted from its back. In her left hand, she wielded the Haotian mirror, and in her right, the Zujin sword, exuding an aura of majesty. Not only did the four shadows stand in awe, but the distant allied ninja forces also halted in their tracks upon witnessing Little Sierra's complete Susanoo. Those wielding kunai dropped their weapons in sheer disbelief. Is this truly Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo? No. According to reports, this is the form he used when battling Uchiha Madara. Thus it must belong to Uchiha Sia. How are we to contend with this? Little Sierra's ostentation inadvertently dampened the morale of the allied forces. The four shadows gaped at Little Sierra's complete Susanoo. Is this the complete Susanoo? It is so massive. How did the first Hokage defeat Uchiha Madara with a complete Susanoo? Little Sierra reveled in the expressions of her opponents, commanding her Susanoo to raise its colossal chakra sword. Even with my hands in my pockets, I remain invincible in the ninja realm. Die. With a single downward strike, the earth trembled, and the bodies of the four shadows were obliterated. Pikachu Watergate seized the opportunity to swiftly launch four flying Thunder God kunai. For symbol seal, Little Sierra dismissed her complete Susanoo and turned to Pikachu Watergate, visibly displeased. Hey, Pikachu Watergate, why are you sealing them? I haven't even finished my fun yet. These are merely reincarnated bodies. How entertaining could that possibly be? Little Sierra pondered, glancing at the sealed chakra of the four. Hey, can you still dance? Three of them were at a loss for words, while Little Mustache erupted in laughter. Excellent. Even without Uchiha Hikari, we still have you, Uchiha Sia. What have we to fear for the future of the Mist Village? Little Sierra paused, baffled by Little Mustache's words. What did he mean by without Uchiha Hikari? Was he inviting death? She leapt and kicked his head into oblivion. You shall not speak ill of my brother. Indeed. It was my error. Then, I entrust the Mist Village to you siblings. After Ghost Lantern Huan Yue spoke, Pikachu Watergate produced a scroll, sealing the four into it. Meanwhile, Danzo led the Root ninjas into battle. To be honest, had Sarutobi Hiruzen been in charge, Danzo wouldn't have needed to intervene. But with the first and second Hokages at the helm of Konoha, he had no choice but to comply, if it weren't for the pressing circumstances. The trivial matters he had with Sarutobi would likely have been dealt with by the second Hokage's purging. Stop. As they reached a large bridge, Danzo abruptly raised his hand, signaling the Root ninjas to halt. Two figures stood ahead, blocking their path. Those figures were Uchiha Yuzu and Kisame. During her time among the Akatsuki members, Uchiha Yuzu had gradually sensed something amiss. For instance, their gazes, and how Kisame inadvertently referred to her as Itachi-sensei, while Deidara had called her Uchiha Itachi in moments of anger. Furthermore, Little Sierra and Haiden often made comments implying she deserved her fate, and she had been unable to locate Uchiha Itachi. Adding to the strangeness was her inexplicable transformation into a male and subsequently reverting to her female form, thanks to Kimimaro. All these signs indicated that she was likely Uchiha Itachi and had probably fallen victim to the Kodoama Tsukumi. If she truly was Uchiha Itachi, her relationship with Sasuke would be. Thus, she came with the intention of gambling, hoping Danzo would use Kodoama Tsukumi on her to nullify her previous affliction. If she lost the gamble, it wouldn't matter if she hadn't previously been affected by Kodoama Tsukumi. She had faith in the strength of the Mist Village. It would either be her demise at the hands of Uchiha Hikari or assistance in breaking her curse. Danzo observed Uchiha Yuzu's three-tomo Sharingan and furrowed his brow. Uchiha? I was unaware that the Uchiha clan had someone like you. Is that so? Could it be that you are mistaken? Impossible. I am certain the Uchiha clan does not include you. Danzo's words further solidified Uchiha Yuzu's previous suspicions. Kisame, I'll handle Danzo, the rest are yours. Is that acceptable? Rest assured, Miss Itachi Yuzu. Uchiha Yuzu closely monitored Kisame's expression, which seemed unnatural. Miss Itachi Yuzu, you say? Then Danzo, your opponent is me. How dare a mere three-tomo appear before me? Do you think you are Uchiha Hikari? Danzo drew a kunai and charged at Yuzu. As he neared, he rapidly formed hand seals, but he was suddenly seized by a colossal chakra hand. What? Uchiha Yuzu activated her initial form of Susanoo, slowly lifting her head and meeting Danzo's gaze with her cold, indifferent Mangekyo Sharingan. Those patterns in your Mangekyo. You are Uchiha Itachi? Yuzu took a deep breath. Previously, she had only a 70% certainty, but now she was 100% convinced she was indeed Uchiha Itachi. However, if she was Uchiha Itachi, Then she must be the sinner of the Uchiha clan. Why had the clan leader, Uchiha Kakashi, not killed her? Moreover, why had he even rewarded her with Sasuke? No. She was Sasuke's elder brother. Thus, Uchiha Kakashi, you truly are merciless. In Chapter 83, upon Yuzu's memory restoration, Danzo was utterly bewildered. Susanoo now belongs to me. Why bring up Uchiha Kakashi? He questioned. Who exactly are you? Yuzu cast a glance at Danzo's sealed arm but refrained from crushing him outright, instead tossing him aside. She needed Danzo to unleash his Konoha Tsukumi upon her, and at that moment, he had yet to unseal his Sharingan. If he acted carelessly, he might very well use Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan to employ his Itachi. After being thrown away, Danzo rose, unfazed, and began to remove the weights from his arm. Yuzu was surprised that he was given an opportunity. Indeed, Uchiha people were foolish. Fu, Kigen, you are responsible for stalling for time. Yuzu frowned. Was Danzo so slow? Were these two subordinates particularly strong? One was an 18-year-old young man, and the other an 11-year-old child. Did they truly believe everyone was as formidable as Uchiha Hayashi? Kisame chuckled, positioning himself in front of Yuzu. Then let me, Kisame, experience your esteemed techniques. Kisame, do not be deceived by appearances. Attack from a distance, Yuzu advised. Her battle instincts were exceptionally sharp, and she recognized that the little brat was a member of the Oil Woman clan. Kisame wasted no time, forming seals with his hands. Water release, great shark bomb technique. Fu and Kigen hastily retreated, while Kisame disregarded Danzo and lunged forward wielding Samehada. You handle that shark-faced man. I shall take care of this Uchiha woman. Danzo completely underestimated his opponent, believing that with 10 lives at the shadow level, he could simply outlast her. Yuzu remained still, patiently awaiting Danzo's unsealing. At that moment, Danzo had indeed unsealed his powers, forming a peculiar seal with his hands. Yuzu recognized it as the seal for activating his Itachi and paid it no mind. It seems I have been underestimated. With that, he charged directly at Yuzu. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Yuzu's initial form of Susanoo. Yuzu's mind was flooded with thoughts of disbelief. How foolish could one be to strike Susanoo with one's fists? Did he truly think he was Tsunade? Yuzu, unwilling to waste chakra, drew her katana and slashed at Danzo. Ding! Danzo's resurrection, coin -1. Danzo was not particularly foolish, as he had intended to sacrifice this life. His goal was to wait until Yuzu let her guard down, and then utilize Izanagi for a surprise attack. After all, Shursui had fallen victim to a similar combo. As expected, within moments, Danzo reappeared behind Yuzu. Foregoing any combo, he thrust a kunai at her. Ding! The kunai struck Susanoo but broke upon impact. Danzo suddenly recalled that Shursui had not activated Susanoo in their last encounter and wondered why Yuzu had done so. I aim to kill you. You should comply and be killed. Ultimately, Danzo could only utter, indeed, a wicked Uchiha. Without turning her head, Yuzu controlled Susanoo to deliver a backhanded punch to Danzo. Ding! Danzo's resurrection, coin -1. Danzo revived yet again, now looking down at Yuzu from a higher vantage point. He thought to himself that this woman was quite ruthless. He remembered battling a powerful figure like Uchiha Kakashi for so long, yet he had only expended 1 resurrection coin. However, in this encounter with Yuzu, he had already used 2 in such a short time. Yuzu did not continue her assault. She awaited Danzo to use Konoha Tsukumi against her. However, Danzo had reserved Konoha Tsukumi for Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kakashi, and Uchiha Hayashi. What right did this woman, who appeared to have emerged from nowhere with her Mangekyo, have to compel him to use Konoha Tsukumi? Very well, woman, you have provoked me. Danzo swiftly formed seals, unleashing countless vacuum spheres. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Yuzu, unlike Sasuke, would not squander her chakra or ocular power recklessly. She dissipated her initial form of Susanoo and, utilizing the insight granted by her 3-tomo Sharingan, easily evaded Danzo's successive vacuum spheres. Not bad. Woman, you possess the strength to compete with me. Uft. Danzo had not finished his sentence when a long blade pierced through his heart from behind. How is this possible? Danzo gazed at the space before him, discovering that Yuzu had vanished, which meant that the leader of the Root, the dark side of the Shinobi world, had fallen prey to mere Sharingan Genjutsu. Danzo revived once more, raising his right hand, which still bore 7 Rolex watches, attempting to provoke Yuzu. Yet Yuzu remained expressionless, holding a bloodied katana. Danzo had not anticipated that this mere Uchiha girl would dare to underestimate him. It seemed he would have to unleash his ultimate technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. The vacuum wave was a cutting attack with a broader range than the vacuum sphere. Uft. A long blade once again pierced through his chest from behind. Again. It is an illusion. When did this happen? Every time you locked eyes with me. This time, Yuzu took the rare opportunity to explain to him. Ding, congratulations. Danzo's resurrection, coin -1. Danzo vanished yet again. However, upon reviving this time, he did not meet Yuzu's gaze. Internally cursing, he lamented that this woman had only used her Mangekyo at the beginning. Thereafter, she had fought with her 3-tomo. By the way, is the 3-tomo truly that powerful? If it were, why did the Uchiha clan endure oppression for so long without daring to resist, retreating time and again? It is worth noting that many members of the Uchiha clan had activated their 3-tomo in the past. Contemplating this, Danzo let out a slight sigh. Originally, I had reserved this for Uchiha Madara, but given your considerable potential, you may prove to be a useful tool. Slowly, Danzo unwrapped the bandage from his right eye, revealing Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan within. Yuzu made no attempt to stop him, but instead met his gaze with her own 3-tomo Sharingan. Danzo inwardly scolded Yuzu for her foolishness in not activating her Mangekyo. She was clearly unaware of her impending doom. Silently, he activated Konoha Tsukumi directed at Yuzu, instructing her to serve as his tool. The moment Yuzu and Danzo's eyes locked, Danzo's Konoha Tsukumi clashed with the one Uchiha Kakashi had cast upon her. Yuzu connected all the dots. Uchiha Kakashi had used Konoha Tsukumi on her at that time, commanding her to become Sasuke's wife. Once she bore Sasuke's first child, Konoha Tsukumi would automatically lift. Yuzu was both amused and exasperated. Was this truly Uchiha Kakashi's method of revenge? For someone like her, a murderer of the Uchiha clan and a patricide, this punishment seemed rather trivial. Moreover, she had to thank Uchiha Kakashi for allowing her to escape reality under the guise of Yuzu, to care for Sasuke and accompany him as he grew. She had no intention of exposing the truth, nor did she wish for Kimimaro to help her restore her male form. As for having children, she would leave that aside. If Konoha Tsukumi was not lifted, then so be it. But since it had already been lifted, perhaps it was best to let it go. She felt indifferent, yet feared that Sasuke might not accept it. Contemplating the prospect of a child with Sasuke, she mused that a boy could resemble Sasuke, or perhaps inherit traits from her former self, Uchiha Itachi. As for a girl, she hoped she would not possess a temperament akin to Uchiha Kizuna. Shaking her head, she lamented that had she known this would transpire, she would have refrained from seeking Danzo to lift the Konoha Tsukumi. She muttered softly, "What a pity! What pity! Your future codename shall be Crow. Now stay by my side." Danzo approached, showing no interest in her name, for the Root ninjas did not require identity. Chapter 84. 25 Susanoo Crow, go and eliminate Kisame, Danzo commanded, then continued on his path, his heart devoid of joy. 4 Konoha Tsukumi was meant for Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izuna, yet it had been bestowed upon this enigmatic woman. However, it was fortunate that she had activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, indicating considerable potential. With a sudden chill, Danzo was struck again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Why? Why did you not fall under Konoha Tsukumi? Lord Danzo. You know too much. Confused, Danzo activated his Anaji once more, wondering what he had comprehended. He knew nothing. Ding! Danzo's resurrection coins decreased by 1. Uchiha Yuzu had little regard for such matters. She feared Danzo might suspect her prior encounter with Konoha Tsukumi. To safeguard her secret, she had no choice but to lead Danzo to his demise. Next, Uchiha Yuzu exerted all her strength to deceive and ambush the elderly Danzo, who was now 69. In no time, Danzo had used several resurrection coins, leaving him with just 1. Panic set in as he hastily summoned one of his trump cards, the summoning beast. Dream Baku. No sooner had Dream Baku appeared than it unleashed its devouring power, while Danzo himself attacked from behind Uchiha Itachi. Amaterasu. Uchiha Yuzu first unleashed Amaterasu upon Dream Baku's mouth, then swiftly turned to cast an illusion at Danzo using her Mangekyo. Danzo stood frozen, like a fool, unable to move. Poor Dream Baku wished to protest that a mere fireball jutsu would suffice, and Amaterasu was truly unnecessary. Thus, Dream Baku was vanquished by Amaterasu. Uchiha Yuzu brandished her blade before the immobilized Danzo, her heart a tumult of emotions. How foolish she had been to allow such a dim-witted individual to threaten her. Had she trusted her father, perhaps the ensuing tragedy could have been averted. Initially, She had held a degree of faith in Hiruzen Sarutobi. Alas, the very man who professed to despise war was the first to wage it against the land of water. Over 10,000 Konoha ninjas perished, with each fallen ninja. A family was shattered. In truth, Itachi had wronged Hiruzen to some extent. Hiruzen truly abhorred war and had not intended to initiate it. However, he had always respected the system established by the first Hokage. When the daimyo spoke, he could not disregard it. With a sudden gasp, Danzo lost another life. The 10 watches on his arm ceased ticking, leaving only Shursue's Mangekyo. Yuzu's cold Mangekyo fixated upon the resurrected Danzo. "Farewell, Lord Danzo," she declared. The malevolent Uchiha Danzo bellowed. Disregarding his dignity, Yuzu furrowed her brow, realizing that no matter what the Uchiha did, Danzo would always deem the Uchiha clan inherently evil. Without further ado, she activated her Susanoo and charged forward. Danzo utilized the cells of Hashirama in his right hand to conjure a massive tree for defense. However, his half-hearted use of Hashirama's cells proved utterly inadequate against Yuzu's Susanoo. With a resounding crash, the tree splintered, and he was sent flying. At least the tree had offered some protection, preventing him from being outright killed by a single strike from Susanoo. Danzo attempted to rise several times, but was too gravely injured. "Lord Danzo, this time it is truly farewell." Danzo could not accept that he, the illustrious master of the shadows, would perish at the hands of an unknown Uchiha woman. Lifting his gaze to Yuzu, who approached him slowly, he realized he could have utilized Shursue's eyes to escape using his Anaji. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, memories of his slow reaction during the crisis when Senju Tobarama entrusted Hiruzen with the task flooded his mind. For the sake of the ninja world, for the peace of Konoha, you absolutely cannot survive. After delivering a fervent final proclamation, Danzo activated the seal of the 4 symbols. "Malicious Uchiha, let us descend together into hell." However, Danzo's words trailed off as Yuzu vanished once more. From beginning to end, what he saw was merely the illusion Yuzu had crafted for him. As the seal of the 4 symbols took effect, Danzo begrudgingly sealed half the bridge. Uchiha Yuzu landed before Danzo's lifeless body, perplexed by the meaning behind his dying words. What did it mean for the peace of the ninja world? For the peace of Konoha? She lacked the capability. She was not Uchiha Izuna. At that moment, Kisame returned, adorned with some embellishments. "Kisame, are you all right?" Yuzu maintained her facade, not revealing the lifting of Kotoeme Tsukumi. "Ah, I nearly fell for that little brat's trap. Had it not been for Samahata, I might have lost." Given Kisame's disposition, he would never realize the truth, especially since Yuzu possessed acting skills that transcended even those of an Oscar-winning actress. "Glad to hear it." Uchiha Yuzu gazed up at the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, her heart brimming with joy. She silently expressed gratitude to Uchiha Izuna. Now she could accompany Sasuke as he grew. At the very least, she could be there until Sasuke activated his Mangekyo, at which point she would gift her eyes to him, aiding in the unlocking of the Eternal Mangekyo. If fortune favored her, perhaps she might leave behind a descendant. Meanwhile, Jiraiya marched towards the hidden mist village with 20,000 Konoha ninjas. However, he encountered Uchiha Izuna's obstruction. Seated cross-legged, Uchiha Izuna slowly stood and stretched. Why is it that only Konoha ninjas, along with the sand, cloud, earth ninjas, and the samurai of the Land of Iron, are present? Uchiha Izuna, the daimyo has already agreed to cease hostilities. Why do you insist on provoking the 4th Great Ninja War? Jiraiya inquired angrily. At the 5 Kage Summit, all parties agreed to peace. Konoha has acquiesced to all conditions presented by Uchiha Izuna. What further need is there to ignite the 4th Great Ninja War? Uchiha Izuna had no desire to engage in further discourse with Jiraiya, having exhausted his patience. Nonetheless, he politely inquired, "Jiraiya, if Konoha surrenders to the hidden mist village, then Konoha can avoid the impending war. Would you like to return and consult with Hiruzen?" "Impossible. We of Konoha vow never to surrender." Faced with Jiraiya's resolute stance, Uchiha Izuna grew weary of words, crossing his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Izuna created 25 shadow clones, which swiftly maneuvered to encircle the allied shinobi. "Jiraiya, surrender now. If you do not, these 20,000 Konoha ninjas will perish here. I'm sorry, but here with me, Jiraiya the Gallant, there is only death, not surrender." Uchiha Kyo smiled faintly and suddenly posed a question. "Jiraiya, should my shadow clones utilize Susanoo or not? Which option is preferable?" "What?" Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback. was met with the sight of his clones activating the fourth stage of Susanoo as 25 towering figures emerged. Uchiha Kyo gazed at the ants encircled by these Susanoo manifestations and calmly declared, "The answer is, utilize it." Chapter 85. An instantaneous slaughter of 20,000 leaf ninjas. Jiraiya watched as the 25 Susanoos gradually closed in, unable to suppress a gulp. Looking at the leaf ninjas who had lost all will to fight, he shouted, "Uchiha Kyo, wait. Yatsuka no Magatama." In response, all 25 Susanoos unleashed Yatsuka no Magatama simultaneously. The ground trembled as countless leaf ninjas were obliterated, with many left crippled. In a single strike, the leaf ninjas suffered devastating losses. Jiraiya could barely protect himself, let alone his comrades. Observing the ruins around him, he estimated that several hundred ninjas had fallen, not counting those wounded. "Wait, Uchiha Kyo, we surrender," Jiraiya pleaded. "I offered you a chance," Kyo replied coldly. "You claim that leaf ninjas fear not death, so let them perish." His indifferent voice sent shivers down Jiraiya's spine. The right hands of the 25 Susanoos began to gather Yatsuka no Magatama once more. Jiraiya, though unafraid of death himself, dreaded the thought of 20,000 leaf ninjas perishing. Each loss meant a shattered family. "Damn it, supermassive Rasengan," he yelled. The Yatsuka no Magatama from Kyo's main body struck Jiraiya, while the other 24 clones targeted the remaining leaf ninjas. After being sent tumbling several meters, Jiraiya clasped his hands together, beginning to channel Sage Mode. As he surveyed the surroundings, his heart sank. Several hundred more leaf ninjas had perished. How could he explain this to their families? Realizing he could not, he resolved to fight to the death. Kyo cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, intent on teaching him the meaning of cruelty. He swiftly appeared beside Jiraiya, who gasped in shock at the speed. Kyo launched a kick at him, and Jiraiya, abandoning his sage chakra gathering, hastily raised his arms to defend. Yet, the force of Kyo's kick sent him flying 2 kilometers away. 6 clones swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, 6 Red Suns formation. All leaf ninjas, save for Jiraiya, found themselves trapped within the formation. Jiraiya shakily rose, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. In the center of the 6 Red Suns formation stood a colossal plant, its blossoms gathering energy spheres akin to tailed beast balls. Ignoring his injuries, he rushed to the perimeter of the formation. "Stop, Uchiha Kyo, cease this at once." Inside, some leaf ninjas attacked the divine tree, desperate to destroy it, knowing that an explosion would leave them utterly annihilated. Others turned their wrath upon Kyo, aiming to eliminate the orchestrator of their doom. Unfortunately, Kyo's Kamui rendered their efforts futile. Kyo, indifferent to their futile resistance, fixed his cold gaze upon Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, I have long stated that the resources of the ninja world are finite. Only by sacrificing half can the remaining half thrive. I later realized my error. The majority of resources lie in the hands of a select few nobles and ninjas. Thus, by eliminating them, the rest can live better lives." Jiraiya, witnessing the energy sphere growing larger, recognized he would not have time to enter Sage Mode. "Super, massive Rasengan," he exclaimed. However, when the Rasengan struck the 6 Red Suns formation, it had no effect. "Uchiha Kyo, you lunatic, you murderer," Jiraiya shouted. "I offered you a chance," Kyo replied. Jiraiya faltered, recalling Kyo's earlier words that surrender would spare lives. He had proudly asserted that no leaf ninja feared death. Yet he had never inquired whether the other 20,000 shared that sentiment. While Kyo sighed, deciding to play the benevolent role and offer Jiraiya some comfort, he said, "Rest assured, the explosion will be instantaneous. They will feel no pain. This is my mercy. After all, I am not a villain." "You butcher, Uchiha Kyo." The leaf ninjas began to curse, yet their limited vocabulary lacked the sting to inflict harm. "Alas, do you not understand? Your deaths contribute to the peace of the ninja world. Do not thank me." Kyo lamented their inability to appreciate his intentions. He had mentioned that the explosion would be brief and painless. "Devil! Uchiha Kyo, you fiend!" they shouted, but no amount of cursing could alter the impending explosion. With a deafening roar, flames erupted skyward. As for the leaf ninjas within, aside from Kyo, who had used Kamui to escape, all were reduced to ash. Jiraiya knelt, drained of strength, staring blankly. Emerging from the flames, Kyo smiled. "Jiraiya, they departed peacefully. Their sacrifices will conserve many resources for the ninja world. I trust they will find solace in the afterlife." Jiraiya's heart turned to stone, his gaze vacant, as if he could not hear Kyo's words. With the sacrifice of 20,000 leaf ninjas, his spirit had been extinguished. He believed he was responsible for their demise, for Kyo had offered him the chance to surrender. It is all for the peace of the ninja world, Kyo said, patting Jiraiya's shoulder before vanishing into the next battlefield using Kamui. At the Allied Forces headquarters, Yamashiro Aoi from the sensory barrier team suddenly wore a face of anguish. The chakra of 20,000 leaf ninjas had vanished. Damn it! Even Narashikaku, known for his composure, could not restrain himself from punching the ground upon hearing the news. 20,000, gone in an instant. He recalled the immense explosion that had just occurred. Uchiha Kyo, how ruthless. Narashikaku's impression of Kyo remained that of the cheerful, 13-year-old boy who had once called him Shikake-sensei. He could scarcely believe that this young man had annihilated 20,000 lives in an instant. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and others gritted their teeth, hearts heavy with sorrow. Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a tempest of grief and indignation. The distant explosion was vividly evident. Even though Jiraiya was formidable, survival in such an environment was beyond the realm of possibility. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya's chakra remains, albeit in a highly unstable state. Tsunade paused, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Jiraiya was not dead? This revelation offered her a sliver of solace amidst despair. Chapter 86. Scorpion. Deidara, has your heart been gouged? Orochimaru felt a stir of emotion upon hearing this news, but as soon as he learned Jiraiya was alive, that sentiment dissipated. After all, he had witnessed too much life and death to be moved by the demise of 20,000 unfamiliar leaf ninjas. He could only lament the fragility of existence. The sensory barrier team hastily relayed the situation in the leaf to the remaining 4 Ninja Alliance squads. When Raza, Anoki, Killer Bee, and Mifune received the news of the annihilation of 20,000 ninjas from the leaf, they all came to an abrupt halt. The explosive eruption they had just witnessed was undeniably the work of Uchiha Sasuke. Frankly, they contemplated retreat, not out of fear of death, but out of concern that their own village's ninjas might meet a similar fate at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. If such an explosion were to occur in their respective villages, it would spell utter ruin. After all, Uchiha Sasuke merely sought to unify the ninja world, unlike the original Uchiha Madara, who aimed to annihilate everyone in the ninja realm. Meanwhile, Deidara was exuberantly boasting to Sasori about the artistry of the recent explosion. Brother Sasori, did you see that? That explosion was true explosive art, absolutely magnificent. That is the leader's art. What concern is it of yours, Deidara? Sasori retorted, somewhat irked. To clarify, the Akatsuki organization had merely allied with Uchiha Sasuke, rather than with the Hidden Mist Village. Deidara, feeling somewhat slighted, suddenly halted and fixed an earnest gaze upon Sasori. Brother Sasori, do you wish to witness my ultimate art? What ultimate art? Deidara abruptly shed his clothing, leaving Sasori momentarily speechless. Why are you stripping? Just speak. There's no need for that. You're not a girl, and even if you are gay, you're merely a puppet. Deidara pointed to the scar on his left chest, sewn with thread. Sasori gasped. Deidara, has your heart truly been gouged? How are you still alive? What heart gouged? Brother Sasori, I tell you, this is my ultimate art, self-detonation with a blast radius of 10 kilometers. Tell me, are you afraid? Deidara boasted with pride about his ultimate art. Afraid? Let us go? And remember to put your clothes back on. The leader decreed that apart from Konan, no one is to remove the Akatsuki robes during battle. Sasori was genuinely exasperated with Deidara's antics. It was absurd. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Kakashi, like Danzo, led their respective teams of dozens of ninjas to infiltrate the Hidden Mist Village. Soon, Kakashi's unit encountered Choji and Pika Minato. This was indeed fortunate, as neither Choji nor Pika Minato were murderers or traitors. Although Choji had previously killed many, it was under Uchiha Sasuke's orders. Now that Sasuke was absent, as long as these individuals did not act recklessly, they were unlikely to perish. Pika Minato, just shout 666 from the sidelines. There's no need for you to engage, Choji said. Ready to take charge. Pika Minato chuckled, leaving the battlefield to Choji while remaining prepared for a rescue. Kakashi swiftly drew his kunai, adopting a defensive stance. Choji felt particularly satisfied with this arrangement, advancing steadily. Behind 2 stones, the leaf ninjas swallowed hard, clutching iron chains set as traps for their enemies. However, upon witnessing Choji's complete Susanoo, they felt increasingly doubtful about their simple trap's efficacy. Such rudimentary snares would likely falter against even an average jonin. As Choji continued forward, a hand emerged from the ground, launching the Chidori attack. Choji, unimpressed, grasped the assailant's wrist with his chubby little hand. I know you, an imitation ninja. You think a mere Chidori can harm me? How foolish. Boom. It was evident this was Kakashi's shadow clone. Seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke, the two ninjas holding the chains sprang into action. Choji, with his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, scanned the area. He could evade such attacks even with his eyes closed. Yet, he chose not to evade, intending to unleash his Susanoo in a moment of utmost arrogance after being ensnared. However, perhaps due to the two leaf ninjas' anxiety, the chains failed to bind Choji's body and instead ensnared his hair, fashioning it into a broom-like hairstyle. Choji, how could the proud pinnacle of ninjas, the illustrious Choji, be forced into such a ridiculous hairstyle? Pika Minato facepalmed. He was well aware of Choji's intentions. Yet, for Choji to stand still against two ordinary jonin and still falter was simply absurd. Choji felt an unprecedented humiliation, letting out a scream of fury as he activated his full Susanoo. The overwhelming presence of his 200-meter-tall divine power obliterated the fighting spirit of the leaf ninjas. Even Kakashi lowered his hand, bitterly contemplating whether their allied forces could truly secure victory in this war. However, Choji was entirely oblivious to Kakashi's plight. His gaze fixed intently on the two ordinary jonin who had dared to alter his hairstyle. Die! Choji commanded his complete Susanoo, driving the sword of extermination towards the two ordinary jonin. The two jonin merely looked up, their expressions blank, as they beheld the colossal energy sword descending upon them. They wished to say it was unnecessary. A single kunai could suffice to send them away. Boom. The shockwave radiated outward, sending both the leaf ninjas and Pika Minato flying. Only then did Choji retract his Susanoo and turn to Pika Minato, who had just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive. Pika Minato, did anyone see that? Pika Minato shook his head, indicating no one had witnessed it. Then let us proceed. We must rendezvous with my brother in the Land of Iron. Pika Minato nodded, understanding that while they could use the Flying Thunder God to reach their destination, they needed to intercept any small units they encountered along the way. Choji had already disregarded Kakashi and the others, but Pika Minato had not. Kakashi, no one can hinder our leader's march to unify the ninja world. Do not advance towards the hidden mist village. There are formidable foes like Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju waiting there. Pika Minato kindly warned him, his sunny disposition shining through. Unless commanded by Uchiha Sasuke, he would not indiscriminately take lives. In the distance, Uchiha Sasuke paused, observing the vanishing Susanoo of Choji. Utilizing his sensory abilities, he sensed no significant issues and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. It seemed the little one had activated his full Susanoo merely to show off. Indeed, Choji was akin to a child wielding a nuclear bomb. As he continued to perceive, he soon discovered that the other three squads had also come to a halt, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The nearest squad to him, activated by Kamui, was led by Raza of Sunagakure. As Raza beheld Uchiha Sasuke, a surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to urgently alert the resting ninjas to be on guard. Ah, it's Raza. It's been a while. Uchiha Sasuke greeted him with an air of nonchalance, displaying an unexpected warmth. Cold sweat cascaded down Raza's brow as he lamented his ill fate. Sitting cross-legged, Uchiha Sasuke regarded Raza, whose expression was fraught with apprehension. To be honest, 4th Kazekage, we seem to get along quite well. Why not surrender? 5th Mizukage, may I inquire if you truly annihilated the 20,000 leaf Shinobi just now? Raza, aware of Uchiha Sasuke's formidable abilities, found himself contemplating surrender. He was not afraid of death. He merely wished to avoid a pointless demise. Those 20,000 Konoha ninjas departed in peace. Raza, you wouldn't want your Sunagakure ninjas to meet the same fate, would you? Swallowing hard, Raza turned to his subordinates, who exhibited no fighting spirit, and could not help but smile bitterly. 5th Mizukage, Senju Hashirama has been resurrected. If you can defeat him, our Wind Country will unconditionally surrender. Is that so? Very well. 4th Kazekage, remember your words. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and activated his Kamui to depart. Raza and the Sunagakure ninjas collectively exhaled in relief. Had it not been for the cautionary tale of Konoha, Raza might have mustered the courage to fight on. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke found himself before the forces of Kumogakure, where Killer Bee offered a response akin to Raza's. The same was true for a Wagakure, where after consulting Inoki, he declared that, should they vanquish Senju Hashirama, the Wagakure would also surrender unconditionally. Thus, only Senju Hashirama remained. Uchiha Sasuke had anticipated Inoki's resolve to be more steadfast, yet he too had acquiesced. Therefore, if he could defeat Senju Hashirama, he would unify the shinobi world and then venture into the pirate realm. Of course, he might also need to confront the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Otherwise, it was anyone's guess how the system would adjudicate matters. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to rescue Kagaya and subsequently persuade her to acquiesce. As for the Sage of Six Paths, he was far inferior to the dutiful Kurizetsu. Given the opportunity, he would ensure the Sage's spirit was utterly obliterated. At this moment, within the headquarters of the ninja allied forces, the ground trembled as Uchiha Madara descended from the heavens, utterly oblivious to the concept of subtlety. Senju Hashirama emerged with a few others, his face alight with surprise upon seeing Madara. Madara, you've been resurrected. How wonderful. Hashirama, do not squander time. This is our final battle. Wait, Madara, let us choose a different battlefield. Senju Hashirama quickly interjected, realizing that if he and Madara clashed here, the surrounding populace would be endangered. You know where to go, don't you? Madara did not refuse and took the lead towards the Valley of the End. Hashirama followed closely, cognizant that Madara had obtained the Yin power of the Sage of Six Paths while he had acquired the Yang power. Soon, they arrived atop their respective stone statues in the Valley of the End, gazing at each other. Hashirama attempted to persuade Madara. The Sage of Six Paths once said that if we unite to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, peace will be restored to the shinobi world. Hashirama, that old man has plotted for a millennium. I do not believe he is benevolent. In truth, Madara harbored no trust for the Sage of Six Paths, who had sealed his own mother away for a millennium over a woman. Madara, the Sage of Six Paths, is the progenitor of ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke is merely an ambitious rogue. Enough, Hashirama. In the end, your vision is simply too narrow. Madara dismissed further dialogue. Unlike before, only Hashirama commanded Madara's respect. Previously, he had suffered defeats at the hands of Jiraiya, Tommy, and Uchiha Sasuke. Thus his obsession had waned. Since you are so stubborn, I shall awaken you with force. Hashirama clasped his hands together. Would style, would human technique. Would style, would dragon technique. Madara summoned his complete Susanoo, and the two were soon embroiled in fierce combat. Uchiha Sasuke, observing from a distance, watched their struggle unfold. After a considerable time, it appeared that Hashirama held a slight advantage, and he had yet to unleash the full power of the Buddha atop the Senju statue. Of course, Madara had also refrained from utilizing the truth-seeking balls. In all honesty, had it not been for the Sage of Six Paths' interference, Madara, with his Rinnegan, would assuredly prevail. However, for the moment, neither side could decisively claim victory. Uchiha Sasuke glanced up at the moon, where his future ally was confined. It seemed he needed to find something to occupy himself with, as Kurizetsu, that troublesome child, was nowhere to be found. Even his Six Paths level sensory abilities could not detect Kurizetsu's presence. With this thought, Uchiha Sasuke entered the system space, where a small pseudo-tailed beast awaited, requiring a mere 50,000 emotional points. This small-tailed beast possessed only a fraction of chakra, akin to a disposable item. Just as when Orochimaru became a Jinchuriki, once its chakra was depleted, it would revert to its original form. Of course, there was another method, allowing the outer path golem to absorb this small-tailed beast and transform it into the Ten Tails. This would prevent Orochimaru from being rendered powerless before he could unleash a single attack. Nevertheless, it would suffice as a medium for reviving Kagaya, sparing him from her incessant longing for her little joy. With this in mind, Uchiha Sasuke exchanged for the small-tailed beast and utilized the body flicker technique to contact Orochimaru. Orochimaru, come to the Valley of the End. I have something intriguing to show you. Oh, Sasuke-kun, might you divulge what it is? You'll find out when you arrive. Upon concluding, Uchiha Sasuke severed the link of the body flicker. Considering Uchiha Sasuke's overwhelming strength, which could easily crush him like an insect, Orochimaru hastened to comply. Boom. As Uchiha Sasuke observed the distant battle, he felt its impact even from afar. With a disdainful smirk, he decided to keep his distance. Before long, Orochimaru arrived. And as he sensed the fierce combat in the Valley of the End, his yearning for power intensified. Uncle Snake, do you desire power? What? Uchiha Sasuke chuckled, presenting the pseudo-tailed beast from the system space. Uncle Snake, this is the tailed beast. If you become its Jinchuriki, you will wield the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru gazed at the small-tailed beast, which weighed less than 10 kilograms, feeling no sense of intimidation. His expression seemed to convey disbelief. Sasuke-kun, are you serious that this is the tailed beast? As I mentioned, it's a small-tailed beast. If it were the true 10 tails, it would be far too perilous for you. Orochimaru fell silent, scrutinizing the adorable creature in Sasuke's grasp, finding it utterly unconvincing. Isn't tailed beast chakra supposed to be wild and unruly? This little thing is far too docile. Uncle Snake, do you think I would attempt to deceive you with schemes? Orochimaru glanced at the pure gold ring adorning his finger and stretched out his tongue to wipe his face. Fine, I accept. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, bit his finger, rapidly formed hand seals, and then struck the ground. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Possessing the Rinnegan grants one the ability to summon the Outer Path Golem, a technique learned from Nagato. In the Valley of the End, Hashirama furrowed his brow upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the Outer Path Golem. What is that? He pondered, as Madara, wielding his complete Susanoo, swung a blade towards him. Hashirama quickly reacted, using a wooden clone to block the attack. Chapter 88. The Six Paths of Orochimaru. The Outer Path Golem extended an iron chain, engulfing the adorable little 10 tails in the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. Subsequently, the 9 eyes of the golem opened, unleashing a tempest of wild chakra. Sasuke gestured towards Orochimaru, saying, "So, Uncle Snake, if you absorb the Outer Path Golem now, you could achieve immortality." Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. He hesitated. Just moments ago, he had thought that merely becoming the Jinchuriki of the little 10 tails was enough. Now, being the Jinchuriki for such a formidable entity, could he truly succeed? Sasuke, are you sure I can control this beast? Orochimaru questioned. Uncle Snake, as long as your desire for immortality is profound enough, success is assured. Whether or not you choose to absorb it is entirely up to you. Immortality. Orochimaru contemplated for a moment, glancing at the golden ring in his hand. With sufficient lifespan, he ultimately decided to forego the opportunity. Sasuke, I still prefer not to take the risk. Sasuke sighed. What a pity. Wait, Sasuke, calm down. Orochimaru exclaimed. I am offering you power that surpasses both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Ignoring Orochimaru's protests, Sasuke pressed him against the Outer Path Golem. 6 paths, seal the 10 tails. The golem uncontrollably burrowed into Orochimaru's body. Initially terrified, he soon realized that, despite the pain, it was not as torturous as he had imagined. Instead, he felt an overwhelming influx of chakra coursing through him. In no time, the 6 paths Orochimaru was born, horns sprouting from his head, black hair turning white, and a long white cloak appearing behind him. For truth-seeking, orbs floated above him, and he grasped the 6 paths staff. Unfortunately, lacking a bloodline limit, he did not obtain Sage's eyes. Orochimaru closed his eyes to savor the moment. He felt invincible. Hashirama, Madara, Sasuke, and even the tailed beasts seemed like mere children in the face of his new power. This strength was exquisite, with a dangerous glint in his gaze. Orochimaru turned to Sasuke. I truly must thank you. How so? Are you planning to kill me? Sasuke replied, still smiling. Orochimaru regarded Sasuke as merely a pseudo 6 paths mode user, lacking a Rinnegan and possessing only 4 truth-seeking orbs. If he couldn't contend with Madara and Hashirama, how could he hope to face someone of a higher caliber? Not at all. I owe you my gratitude. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, as he viewed Sasuke as a gateway to traverse into a new realm. His gaze shifted back to the Valley of the End. Let me witness the prowess of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Sasuke was taken aback, hastily cautioning, Uncle Snake, don't act recklessly. Rest assured, Sasuke, I now stand aloft, surveying all. With that, Orochimaru soared towards the Valley of the End. Sasuke felt overwhelmed. Did Orochimaru truly believe himself invincible? He was well aware that both Hashirama and Madara had benefited from their father's enhancements. Madara had 9 truth-seeking orbs. Did Orochimaru not realize he was courting death? At that moment, the long-absent Kage finally made his appearance, emerging from the trunk of a tree, his gaze brimming with excitement. The 10 tails Jinchuriki. This is splendid. At last, I can rescue Mother. The sudden voice startled Kage, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. Sasuke swiftly pinned Kage with a black rod, preventing escape. Kage, filled with despair, realized that this was the closest he had ever been to rescuing his mother. Sasuke affectionately patted Kage's head, smiling tenderly. Child, you've worked hard. Soon, we shall liberate Kage. Kage was perplexed. What? Why does Uchiha Sasuke refer to me as child? With a soft sigh, Sasuke explained, Kage, I am, in truth, your father. Kage was taken aback. In any case, when Orochimaru is on the brink of defeat, you shall extract his heart, and I shall shield you from Madara and Hashirama. After uttering this, Sasuke withdrew the black rod from Kage. Instead of fleeing immediately, Kage pondered the authenticity of Sasuke's words. Created just before Kage was to be sealed away. His directive was to find a way to save her. He knew nothing beyond that. Sasuke, my mother was sealed away a millennium ago. How can you be so young? Sasuke patted Kage's head again. Child, you must be familiar with the concept of dragon veins. Dragon veins? Indeed. I utilized the dragon veins to traverse back 1,000 years in time, where I met your mother. She was beautiful, I was handsome, and we were irresistibly drawn to each other. Kage felt a sense of discomfort. By lineage, his mother was Sasuke's ancestor. Was this not rather peculiar? Sasuke seized the moment. Do not dwell on it, child. You must seize the opportunity to revive your mother. The rest shall be left to your father. Understood, father, Kage exclaimed. Sasuke nearly stumbled. Taken aback by being referred to as father by this dark entity, though he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Nevertheless, Kage's potential was immense. He could control an army of white Zetsu and could accomplish much in the world of pirates. Meanwhile, Orochimaru boldly appeared at the battlefield where Madara and Hashirama clashed. Observing the complete Susanoo and the wooden dragon, 6 paths, Orochimaru smirked with intrigue. What a lively scene. I wonder if I might witness the strength of the two of you? Both Madara and Hashirama halted, turning their attention to the floating 6 paths, Orochimaru. After a moment's reflection, Hashirama's eyes brightened. You are the Orochimaru of Konoha. Come, join me in combating Madara. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. No, First Hokage. I seem to have been misunderstood. I wish to defeat both of you, or be defeated by you. Hashirama was left in confusion. He recalled Orochimaru as Sarutobi's student. How had he become so ambiguous in his loyalties? Madara frowned at Orochimaru, though unclear how he had become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. He surmised it must relate to Sasuke. He contemplated what Sasuke was truly scheming. Wait a moment, Kage? Damn it, Sasuke isn't truly interested in Kage, is he? He aspires to become my wild grandfather. Orochimaru, however, was unconcerned with such matters, believing himself to be invincible. In anticipation of the forthcoming battle, Orochimaru unleashed 6 black chakra rods into the surroundings. Ninjutsu, 6 red sun formation. As the 6 red sun formation arose, Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 individuals below. Now, the Shura of the Shinobi world and the God of Ninjas, do not waste time. Come at me together. Chapter 89. The resurrection of Kage Otsutsuki. Orochimaru's words left Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara bewildered. Although their opponent was undeniably formidable, he was at least stronger than they had been prior to receiving external assistance. Nevertheless, either Madara or Hashirama alone could easily overpower him. Orochimaru, however, was unfazed. He felt an unprecedented sense of inflation. Previously, he had been merely adept at survival with average combat prowess. Now, endowed with the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths, he yearned for a taste of fervor. Madara, Hashirama, do you see? This is the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Beneath this power, all are but ants. Uchiha Madara squinted. While he was uncertain of Uchiha Kakashi's intentions, he couldn't tolerate Orochimaru's arrogant demeanor. Orochimaru, do you wish to dance? Dance. I'll cripple your legs first. Orochimaru pointed his truth-seeking orb staff at Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, 4 truth-seeking orbs behind him surged toward Madara. Suddenly, 9 truth-seeking orbs materialized behind Madara, 4 of which clashed with Orochimaru's, while the remaining 5 swiftly targeted Orochimaru. Taken aback, Orochimaru wondered how Madara possessed truth-seeking orbs, and 9 at that? He hurriedly transformed his staff into a barrier for defense. To be honest, Orochimaru was regretting his decision to provoke Madara and Hashirama. Regretful as he was, he promptly dispelled the 6 red sun formation. There is no shame in a strategic retreat. Yet, Will Tomb, Boundary Hell. Bang, bang, bang. Next, Orochimaru was relentlessly pummeled by Madara's four-wheel tomb shadows. Filled with rage, Orochimaru lamented. Once weak and bullied, now as a ten-tails Jinchuriki, he was still being thrashed. Despite Uchiha Kakashi advising him not to intervene, he insisted on doing so. Hashirama, watching in astonishment, remarked, "Madara, you truly concealed your strength. And you, Hashirama, did the same." Madara understood well that Hashirama, also bestowed with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, must have his own truth-seeking orbs. After a relentless 10-minute assault, Orochimaru was on the brink of collapse. Had he not possessed the physique of a sage-level being, he would have been obliterated in mere seconds by Madara's wheel tomb shadows. Staggering to his feet, he eyed Madara warily. "Predecessor Madara, you truly are formidable. I concede defeat." "Orochimaru, have you never wondered why Uchiha Kakashi wanted you to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki?" Orochimaru was taken aback. Indeed, why did Uchiha Kakashi not become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki himself? Yet, the power he had acquired was genuine and irrefutable. "Uncle Snake, are you alright?" Uchiha Kakashi suddenly appeared, kindly assisting Orochimaru. "I'm fine," cough in the next moment. Black Zetsu appeared behind Orochimaru, uttering a heartfelt revelation. Madara's lips twitched as he recalled the time he had been at the receiving end of such an experience. Unexpectedly, it was now Orochimaru's turn. Orochimaru turned his head with difficulty, only to find Black Zetsu's blade piercing him, stunned. Black Zetsu, why? Because it was Father's arrangement. Father? Orochimaru was further perplexed. How could something as dark and formless as Black Zetsu have a father? Did the Shinobi world harbor other races like Black Zetsu aside from humans? "My father is Uchiha Kakashi." Upon uttering this, Black Zetsu transformed into a liquid, enveloping Orochimaru's body. Both Madara and Hashirama stared in astonishment at Uchiha Kakashi, particularly Hashirama, who was baffled by how a member of the Uchiha clan could produce such an entity. Uchiha Kakashi explained that Black Zetsu was a premature birth, hence its formless appearance. The crowd pondered. Even if one were to be born prematurely, it shouldn't result in something like Black Zetsu. After all, this entity hardly qualifies as human. In the next moment, Orochimaru's body began to swell. Though he lacked the infinite Tsukuyomi to maximize his mother's power, it was of little consequence. Orochimaru, racked with pain, cast a despairing gaze at Uchiha Kakashi. "Kakashi, why?" "Do not worry, Orochimaru. I will find Hanabi and resurrect you with the heavenly curse seal." Orochimaru replied, "I truly thank you. I have placed my trust in you, even as a sage-level being, with no intention of harming you. Yet I am met with such treatment. Are you even human?" Deep down, Orochimaru felt betrayed. Due to the absence of the infinite Tsukuyomi's guidance, Kage Otsutsuki's resurrection did not cause a significant stir. It was unavoidable. Had the infinite Tsukuyomi been in play, Kage would have absorbed everyone's chakra, and Uchiha Kakashi might not have prevailed. After all, he was not Uchiha Madara, whose combat experience far surpassed his own. Awaken, progenitor of chakra, the all-powerful deity. As Black Zetsu's words echoed, Orochimaru expanded into a massive sphere. Hashirama recalled the words of the Sage of Six Paths and hastily turned to Madara. "Madara, now is the perfect moment. Let us combine our efforts to seal Kage." Get lost. Uchiha Madara had never regarded Kage with any respect, let alone the current version of her. Even when unsealed from the infinite Tsukuyomi, he remained unafraid. Seeing his best friend disregard him, Hashirama grew anxious and dashed toward Orochimaru. "Hey, Hashirama, what do you intend to do to my wild child?" Uchiha Kakashi interposed in front of Black Zetsu, instantly transforming into Sage mode. 80 Gods Airstrike. Hashirama was taken aback and hurriedly fashioned a shield from truth-seeking orbs for defense. However, the 80 Gods Airstrike was a bloodline technique that utilized chakra to its uttermost potential, a superlative physical art, with Sage power shaking the heavens. Every strike was a lethal blow. Even Hashirama's truth-seeking orb barrier was shattered like paper. In a mere instant, Hashirama was defeated. The god of ninjas. Is that all you can muster? Uchiha Madara's expression turned serious as he gazed at Uchiha Kakashi. The 80 Gods Airstrike is not Kage's technique. Why can you wield it? In the realm of celestial deities, the origin sphere, and the path to the underworld. Did Uchiha Kakashi possess the ability to utilize Kage's techniques as well? The next moment, the sound of a heartbeat resonated from the sphere, as the chakra gradually stabilized. A woman with long white hair, adorable little horns on her forehead, and an indifferent expression emerged. Upon opening her eyes, a pair of Byakugan radiated overwhelming pressure, revealing a red nine-tomo Sharingan on her forehead. The recently resurrected Kaguya Otsutsuki sensed her surroundings. Black Zetsu, why do I possess such limited chakra? Mother. There was an unexpected complication. This is the best I could achieve. Black Zetsu responded with a hint of shame. As a true filial son, one cannot be compared to Otsutsuki Kaguya, who merely pretends to embody such virtue. In Chapter 90, Kaguya was struck by Madara. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya harbored some dissatisfaction, she was aware that she had not left any power for Black Zetsu. Achieving this was sufficient. The remaining task of initiating infinite Tsukuyomi and absorbing the chakra of the entire ninja world was one she could accomplish on her own. However, when she lifted her gaze, she found Uchiha Sasuke, in his Sage of Six Paths mode, momentarily stunned. Sasuke, with a smirk, regarded Kaguya as a mere rabbit before him. My lady, might I have the honor of sharing a seat with you? He inquired. Is that you, Kaguya? Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Kaguya interrupted him. Sasuke's hand, reaching out, suddenly froze. I regard you as my lady, yet you treat me as if I were a mere child. Is there no justice in this world? Black Zetsu, concealed within Kaguya's sleeve, stepped forward to clarify. Mother, he is Uchiha Sasuke, your husband. Silence, Black Zetsu. Kaguya felt perplexed, for her chakra perception indicated that the individual before her was indeed infused with Yuhi's chakra. Although fearful, Black Zetsu reiterated what Sasuke had told him earlier. Black Zetsu, you've been deceived. I have never known any Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, it was true that Kaguya could only rescue her mother with Sasuke's assistance. Kaguya fell silent, as did Sasuke. Senju Hashirama's mouth hung agape. This was simply too explosive. However, he noted that Kaguya did not seem intent on annihilating the ninja world as the Sage of Six Paths had suggested. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's lips twitched. He could not fathom why someone of Sasuke's caliber would be ensnared by a mere woman, an extraterrestrial at that. Your grandmother. Mother, Uchiha Sasuke is certainly not that traitor, Yui. Is that so? If he is not Yui. Kaguya suddenly launched an attack, her white hair shooting forth. Sasuke, exasperated, thought to himself, even if I am not your son, I am still the one who saved you. But there was no time to ponder this. He too initiated the rabbit hair needle thousand, clashing against Kaguya. Both their hair unleashed countless rabbit hair needles, but it was clear that Sasuke's prowess surpassed Kaguya's. The reason was simple. Kaguya had yet to activate infinite Tsukuyomi to gather the chakra of the entire ninja world. Kaguya was taken aback, realizing that her opponent's power exceeded her own. Heaven's Middle lava space. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke, along with Madara and Hashirama, were drawn into the lava space. Hashirama felt himself plummeting downward, startled. This sensation, not good. Madara, however, remained unperturbed, effortlessly floating using the truth-seeking ball. Hey Hashirama, you possess a truth-seeking ball as well. You should be able to float too. Hashirama paused, suddenly realizing, right? I am no longer the same. I must activate the truth-seeking ball. Thank you, Madara. I would have forgotten without you. Madara, speechless, thought his good friend was rather slow to react. Sasuke shook his head, glancing at the diminutive Kaguya. Kaguya, I saved you. You need not repay me in such a manner. To rescue me is your honor, Kaguya replied, her expression still serene. As the progenitor of chakra, she believed Sasuke's actions were merely to be expected. Sasuke's lips twitched. Somehow, Kaguya now reminded him of Boa Hancock from the world of pirates. Madara interjected, Sasuke, do you require my assistance? Certainly, Madara. I entrust her to you, just don't kill her. After all, she is your grandmother. With Madara having acquired an external enhancement, Sasuke had yet to witness the full extent of his power. It was clear, however, that he was no longer comparable to the version depicted in the original narrative. Silence. Madara felt a breach in his composure, not because of Sasuke's mention of a grandmother, but because Sasuke dared to imply he would become his grandfather. Sasuke ignored him, deciding to shift to another space. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous for Madara. Heaven's Middle. Sand space. With Sasuke's activation, the lava space transformed into the sand space. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,666 emotional points from Otsutsuki Kaguya. Kaguya was startled. She had not anticipated that Sasuke could also utilize Heaven's Middle. Before she could react, Madara delivered a kick to her face. Boom. Kaguya was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Congratulations, host. Madara gazed at Kage, his tone icy. Is this the extent of the power of the progenitor of chakra? Kage rose, her eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Madara. Yuhi, why? Madara retorted. What on earth is Yuhi? You just called Uchiha Sasuke Yuhi. What does that have to do with me? Forget it. Perhaps this naive woman lacks sense. So let us awaken her to reality. Susanoo. A complete 400 meters Susanoo rose from the ground, towering twice as high as when he had battled Hashirama. And its form was entirely different. Within the five-pronged pillar of his forehead, Madara coldly stared at Otsutsuki Kage. So, Kage, can you still dance? Kage gazed at Madara's Susanoo with a forlorn expression. Yuhi Susanoo. It was no wonder Kage's thoughts wandered. For Madara's current Susanoo resembled the one wielded by the Sage of Six Paths when he battled the Ten Tails. Moreover, having received the enhancement from Otsutsuki Yuhi, Madara emanated chakra almost identical to that of Yuhi. Sasuke looked up at Madara. Congratulations, Madara. You have been promoted from grandson to son. Madara's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to dance with Sasuke right then and there. Hashirama's brow furrowed deeper. Why had the Sage of Six Paths claimed his mother would pose a threat to the entire ninja world? With such a proud demeanor, akin to Uzumaki Kushina, she hardly seemed the type. Furthermore, she lacked the power. Had he not seen Madara single-handedly subdue her? Compared to Kage, Sasuke appeared far more perilous. In truth, Hashirama's concerns were understandable. According to the Sage of Six Paths conjecture, should Kage break her seal, it would inevitably coincide with infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing her to absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world. At that moment, Kage would likely possess power exceeding tenfold her current strength. No one in the ninja world could defeat her. At best, they could only seal her away. Who could have anticipated that Sasuke would devise such an audacious method of unsealing? Black Zetsu grew anxious. Mother, your current strength would struggle against even Uchiha Madara, let alone 3 of them. Sasuke claims to be your father, yet you deny knowing him? He knew that this could not continue. However, given Sasuke's actions to unseal his mother, even if he were not her father, he surely harbored feelings for her. Mother, go to Uchiha Sasuke. He will likely protect you. Silence, Black Zetsu. I do not require protection. Black Zetsu fell silent. Mother, can't you see the situation? If this continues, I might lose you once more. Chapter 91. Kageheim cries thus. Kage Otsutsuki clashed with Uchiha Madara. Yet, it was Madara who maintained the upper hand throughout the battle. Kage could only rely on her spatial abilities and combat prowess. However, every time she attempted to utilize the Heavenly Sovereign, she would be pulled back into the desert space by Uchiha Sasuke, resulting in a significant depletion of her emotional energy. How infuriating. Bang. Uchiha Madara, uninterested in her futile words, emerged from Susanoo and charged forward with a kick. Kage crossed her arms in defense, yet she was still sent flying by Madara's forceful strike. Seizing the opportunity, Madara unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing the unfortunate Kage to bleed from her nose. Furrowing his brow, Madara realized that if he continued with Susanoo, Kage would have already succumbed. Kage Otsutsuki, do you possess no martial skills beyond your abilities? Black Zetsu could not bear to see his mother being beaten by an unfilial descendant and quickly sought help from Uchiha Sasuke. Father, please save mother. Silence, Black Zetsu. I do not require anyone's assistance, Kage declared, attempting to escape using her spatial abilities. However, Madara grasped her leg, prompting her to frown. Enough. I am the progenitor of chakra. I am your ancestor. Madara paid her no heed, pulling her out and slamming her against the sandy ground. Instantly, the scene was engulfed in a whirlwind of sand. Humph. Such a feeble progenitor of chakra. Madara scoffed before turning to leave, having lost interest in Kage Otsutsuki. Of course, if it were the Kage scene within Uchiha Sasuke's Genjutsu, the situation would be entirely different. At this moment, Kage was left questioning her existence, with blood and tears streaming down her face. How could she, the progenitor of chakra, be so ruthlessly beaten by an ungrateful descendant? Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, extending his right hand with a gentle smile. Madam, are you all right? Sniffle, sniffle. Uchiha Sasuke's lips twitched at the sight of the suddenly sobbing little rabbit. It was truly a pitiful sight. Boss Madara, how could you be so cruel as to make our ancestor cry? Are you even human? Humph. Uchiha Madara coldly turned his head away. Who would believe that the illustrious progenitor of chakra would succumb to tears after just a few blows? At that moment, Hashirama approached Madara's side. Madara, do you not find this peculiar? Peculiar? In what way? The Sage of Six Paths mentioned that Kage is highly dangerous, and that we must unite to seal her away instead of killing her. Yet, here she is, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Hashirama's words trailed off, astonished by the sight of the so-called Great Demon, reduced to tears by Madara's onslaught. Hashirama, you are too naive. This is merely one side of the sage's story. Kage is his mother. If you were in my place, would you seal away your own mother? Certainly not. Hashirama replied instantly. After all, a mother is one who nurtures and raises her child, and he could never be so unfilial. Uchiha Sasuke moved to support Kage, gently patting her back. It's all right. It's all right. I will protect you. Kage, are you not the one who speaks of Yuhai? Cough, cough. Uchiha Sasuke quickly released his hold, realizing that Kage's will had yet to be fully sheared. He needed to take care of that before proceeding. Now then, have you finished crying? Once you have, let us continue our battle. Kage? Before she could react, Uchiha Sasuke delivered a kick to her chest, sending her flying far away. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired Kage Otsutsuki. Kage soared into the air, but Uchiha Sasuke was already waiting above her. Bang. With another kick, Kage was sent crashing back to the ground. 80 God Airstrike. 80 God Airstrike. Boom. It was evident that Kage's version of the 80 God Airstrike was no match for Uchiha Sasuke's prowess. In no time, her attacks were dispersed. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke charging toward her, Kage quickly activated her Byakugan. Byakugan pressure. With such meager strength, she wished to emulate others' pressure? Bang. Uchiha Sasuke landed another punch, sending Kage flying hundreds of meters. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired Kage Otsutsuki's emotional energy value of 866. With her emotional energy dropping from 3666 to 866, Uchiha Sasuke felt it was sufficient. Otherwise, pursuing her affection would prove challenging. As Kage observed Uchiha Sasuke advancing toward her step by step, she retreated cautiously. Why you? Please don't come any closer. Don't be foolish, little rabbit. I do not harm women. Kage gazed at Uchiha Sasuke in terror, sorrowfully asking, are you still intent on sealing me away like before? You have mistaken me for someone else. I am your husband, do you not remember? Kage wiped her nose with her sleeve, thinking she would rather die than be this man's wife, fearing his propensity for domestic violence. Ding. Congratulations, Host has acquired Kage's emotional energy value of 588. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to recall the task of opening the world's gate and ultimately turned his attention toward Hashirama. First Hokage, surrender. Uchiha Sasuke, you killed 20,000 Konoha shinobi, and now you expect me to surrender? Hashirama suddenly became serious, as the truth-seeking orbs manifested behind him, entering sage mode in an instant. It was evident how much he despised Uchiha Sasuke, given that he had not even used his truth-seeking orbs or sage mode during his battle with Madara. Hashirama, let me handle this. Madara interjected, wishing to persuade him. Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, and then turned to face Hashirama with the same level of seriousness. Hashirama, now the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of lightning have all surrendered. Should you refuse, I will initiate my plan. Hashirama furrowed his brow. What plan? The plan for the extermination of the Fire Nation's populace, regardless of shinobi, nobility, civilians, the elderly, children, or infants. As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, he slowly extended his palm and then clenched it into a fist. All will be killed, not a single one will remain. Hashirama's eyes widened in shock. Even if he prepared for the worst, he never anticipated the Fire Nation's defeat and invasion by the Water Nation. Uchiha Sasuke, you have lost your mind. Those people are innocent. No one is innocent. Once the people of the Fire Nation are eradicated, those who have suffered in places like Sunagakure can move to the Fire Nation and live prosperous lives. After all, the Fire Nation is the outsider, while the Wind Nation comprises my people who have surrendered to Uchiha Sasuke. Hashirama stepped back. Even the fearless one felt a shiver seeing Uchiha Sasuke's gentle smile. You cannot do this. That amounts to millions. Isn't it just a few million lives? Sacrificing millions to enable over 300 million to live better lives. Once they are gone, hatred will cease to exist. As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, he sighed deeply. However, Hashirama, you need not worry. I will instruct my subordinates to ensure that everyone they encounter is killed instantly, sparing them any suffering. Chapter 92. You will regret this. Having finished his lamentations, Uchiha Sasuke turned his gaze back to Hashirama, revealing a gentle smile. This is the final mercy I have promised to the people of the Fire Nation. No, no, no. You cannot act in such a manner. Senju Hashirama retreated step by step, astonished to discover that Uchiha Kyo was such a fiend. According to intelligence reports, Uchiha Kyo was deeply fond of his sister. How could he be so cruel? Uchiha Madara instantly recognized that Uchiha Kyo was merely trying to intimidate Hashirama, yet chose not to expose him. With a slight sigh, he approached and patted his dear friend's shoulder. Hashirama, surrender. You must understand that one wrong decision could lead to the demise of millions. Hashirama fell silent for a moment, ultimately bowing his proud head. Not for any other reason, but because Uchiha Kyo truly had the capability to smile while annihilating 20,000 leaf ninjas in one breath. Thus, he might indeed eradicate every soul in the Land of Fire. As the first Hokage, I hereby declare the surrender of the Leaf Village to the Land of Water. Alas, it appeared that governing the Land of Wind would require an alternative approach. Senju Hashirama observed disappointment flickering in Uchiha Kyo's expression. What if he chose not to surrender? Surely, this demon could not genuinely intend to slaughter millions in the Land of Fire? Uchiha Kyo returned to Kageya's side, gazing at the beleaguered little rabbit, and felt a twinge of regret. Kageya, from now on, your mother will remain by my side. You can focus on assisting me. When we go out, you will activate 100,000 white Zetsu for my future use. Black Zetsu was reluctant, expressing a desire to stay with his mother. Do not worry. I shall protect your mother. Black Zetsu was skeptical, for Uchiha Kyo was a man who could comfort his mother one moment and turn to domestic violence the next. How could he trust him? Black Zetsu, do as he instructs. Yet, mother, unlike the past, Uchiha Kyo will not seal me away. Kageya recalled how her chakra was sealed for a millennium by Yuhi and the Hidden Feather Village. A little domestic violence seemed trivial in comparison. Black Zetsu emerged from Kageya's sleeve, planning to activate the white Zetsu as soon as he exited the heavenly realm. Kageya seemed to have made a resolution as the outer path deity emerged from behind her. Uchiha Kyo stepped forward, gently extending his right hand to touch the outer path deity. 6 paths, planetary devastation. Countless grains of sand ascended from the ground, gradually sealing the outer path deity. However, at the last moment, the outer path deity expelled Orochimaru in a fit of coughing. Black Zetsu and Kageya exchanged fearful glances at the planetary devastation, contemplating who this scoundrel intended to seal. Uchiha Kyo disregarded everything else and approached the barely alive Orochimaru with a face full of guilt. Orochimaru squinted his already fading eyes. Is that you, Uchiha Kyo? It's me, Uncle Snake. You spoke of immortality. Uchiha Kyo grasped his hand, assuring him, do not worry, Uncle Snake. I will help you realize your dream of immortality. Am I too naive? Is this for your sister? Orochimaru weakly uttered before slowly closing his eyes. Rest assured, Uncle Snake. I will find Akatsuki and have Shogai resurrect you. Uchiha Kyo murmured softly, removing a pure gold ring before incinerating Orochimaru's body with a fire technique. Kageya Otsutsuki grew increasingly fearful. Would she truly have to follow such a person? One moment he appeared as a trustworthy ally, and the next he obliterated a body. Uchiha Kyo entered the system space, realizing his task was complete and he could venture into the pirate world at any moment. The system shop also updated its new offerings. For instance, there were characters like Mihawk, Squidward, Patrick, SpongeBob, and Whitebeard. Of course, other animals could also be substituted. For emotional value, Uchiha Kyo felt that the character of Mihawk was more fitting. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama froze, as if momentarily losing consciousness, and both rushed towards Kageya Otsutsuki. 6 paths, planetary devastation. Kageya, witnessing hands adorned with the sun and moon approaching her, gasped in shock. Is it Yuhi? Mother. Black Zetsu's voice was urgent. Hozuki River. Uchiha Kyo quickly utilized Hozuki River to transport Kageya, pulling her and Black Zetsu back swiftly. Madara, Hashirama, what on earth is happening? Damn it. I just lost consciousness for a moment. Uchiha Madara was infuriated, knowing it was undoubtedly a ploy by the Sage of 6 Paths. Senju Hashirama shared his grave concern, agreeing that the Sage of 6 Paths was indeed suspicious. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged. It was the Sage of 6 Paths himself. Madara attempted once more to be the dutiful son, launching the truth-seeking ball toward his adoptive father. Unfortunately, the chakra black rod halted just a centimeter from the sage. Damn it, this Sage of 6 Paths is indeed problematic. Indra, My actions are solely for the stability of the ninja world. We must seal your mother swiftly, or the Otsutsuki will locate this planet." Uchiha Madara scoffed inwardly. Ultimately, the Sage of Six Paths was merely a coward lacking confidence in his own power. If only he were strong enough, he could eliminate any number of Otsutsuki that approached. Kage looked sorrowfully at Otsutsuki Yui, seemingly recalling something. Years ago, when Yui dispersed his chakra in the ninja world, Uchiha Kyo, you possess chakra akin to Yui's, so what? Do you consider me your son? Kage, do you need a lesson? Uchiha Kyo felt irritated. The chakra fruit was something he had exchanged in the system shop. How was it related to Otsutsuki Yui? Kage lowered her head, choosing silence, fearing that further words might provoke her son's wrath. The Sage of Six Paths regarded Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo, I recognize your strength. However, if we do not seal your mother, the other Otsutsuki can track this planet through her. It's simple. I rule the ninja world now. Even if the Otsutsuki do not come, I will lead everyone to assault the Otsutsuki planet. Madara smirked knowingly. Indeed, the ability to traverse worlds had emboldened Uchiha Kyo. After all, there were still over 10 years before the Otsutsuki would arrive, ample time for them to traverse more worlds and grow stronger. Otsutsuki Yui sighed, speaking slowly. You have yet to witness the true power of the Otsutsuki. I have seen it. It is akin to your mother. One punch, and it is all over. Kage, for a moment, Otsutsuki Yui was at a loss for words. Surely, it cannot be the same. The current Kage has not even begun to absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world. Is it so surprising that one punch could end it all? Otsutsuki Yui, I have long wished to say something to you. What is it? Uchiha Kyo transformed the truth-seeking ball into a revolver, aiming it at Otsutsuki Yui. Draped in the Six Paths garments, wielding the Six Paths staff, you deem yourself a sage, yet you are merely an unfilial child. As he spoke, Uchiha Kyo approached the Sage of Six Paths, looking down upon him. You can eat shit. Chapter 93. Defeating the Sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Yui was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that Uchiha Kyo would utter such vulgar words. As the esteemed Sage of the Six Paths, how dare he utter such an insult? Even after a millennium of Renai, he nearly lost his composure. Moreover, the expression on Uchiha Kyo's face was utterly infuriating. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his Six Paths staff, pointing it at Uchiha Kyo. As the reincarnation of my chakra, let me test your strength. Madara was genuinely at a loss for words. He was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. If Uchiha Kyo was the reincarnation of the Sage of the Six Paths chakra, did that mean he had to call Uchiha Kyo father? Uchiha Kyo was left speechless, realizing that even the Sage of the Six Paths had been led astray by Kage Otsutsuki. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised the revolver transformed from the truth-seeking orb and, without a moment's hesitation, fired a shot. Ding! Otsutsuki Yui effortlessly blocked it with his staff. Uchiha Kyo was unperturbed and conjured another revolver, firing both weapons simultaneously. With unlimited ammunition, each bullet transformed back into a truth-seeking orb, returning to Uchiha Kyo's side. The Sage of the Six Paths furrowed his brow. Even if Uchiha Kyo manipulated the truth-seeking orbs with skill, what significance did it hold? Uchiha Kyo, as my chakra reincarnation. Is this all you are capable of? Of course not. Uchiha Kyo spun the revolver in his hands and quickly drew, unleashing a barrage of shots. A headshot. A moving shot. Random fire. Multiple shots. Dual eagle spirals. The Sage of the Six Paths felt as though Uchiha Kyo was merely toying with him, using such trivial techniques. Perhaps they would suffice against ordinary ninjas, but he was the Sage of the Six Paths. Are you done playing? Then, Susanoo. The Sage of the Six Paths summoned Susanoo, a colossal form stretching 400 meters, obscuring the sky. Uchiha Kyo watched in awe. It was merely on par with Madara's earlier display. In that case, I shall unleash my full form, the father-slaying Susanoo. Uchiha Kyo also manifested Susanoo for the first time in the ninja world. The crimson Susanoo wore a purple-gold crown and a beastly armor adorned with intricate designs, wielding the spear of his adoptive father with an air of grandeur. In the next moment, two divine Susanoo forms, each over 400 meters tall, faced each other. Sage of the Six Paths, should you wish, I would gladly adopt you as my father. Will you accept? The Sage of the Six Paths fell silent, perplexed by Uchiha Kyo's intentions. Was he acquiescing to his perspective? It is only natural for a son to heed his father's words. Before he could finish his thought, bang! Uchiha Kyo drove his spear forward, catching the Sage of the Six Paths off guard. Fortunately, the sage was prepared, using Susanoo's shield to block the attack. Yet inwardly, he seethed with anger. First, it was Uchiha Madara, and now this newly acknowledged son. The clash of the spear and shield generated a powerful shockwave. However, everyone present, save for Kage, were formidable beings. Uchiha Kyo, why? Because I am known as Father Slayer. Uchiha Kyo relentlessly assaulted the Sage of the Six Paths Susanoo, leaving neither party able to gain the upper hand. However, the sage, being merely a spiritual form, could not sustain his chakra for long, especially after having previously summoned his two sons. He realized he had but a fleeting moment to control Madara and Hashirama before they regained their senses. After being repelled once more by Uchiha Kyo's weapon, the Sage of the Six Paths chose to dissipate his Susanoo. Uchiha Kyo, I concede. Yet, I wonder how you intend to deal with the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki clan? That is no longer a concern for a mere specter like you. Uchiha Kyo floated atop the five-sided pillar of his Susanoo, looking down with an air of indifference. The Sage of the Six Paths struck his staff upon the ground and gazed up at Uchiha Kyo. I will remain in this sacred realm. If I detect signs of my mother initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi, I shall seal her. Bang! The sage's words were abruptly cut short, as Uchiha Kyo's spear pierced his essence. Naturally, as a millennia-old schemer, the sage did not perish. He merely returned to his sacred realm, feeling utterly vexed. He had already conceded, intending to offer a warning before departing. Why did Uchiha Kyo have to stab him? Uchiha Kyo dispelled his Susanoo and cast his gaze toward Kage's horns. While charming, they lacked a certain appeal. Kage, you should adorn your horns with two bunny ears. It would enhance your adorability. Do not call me that. Then you better refrain from addressing me in such a manner, or I shall make you weep, Uchiha Kyo declared, raising his fist. Kage fell silent. She could accept the notion of bunny ears, as it was preferable to Uchiha Kyo's potential violence. At that moment, Madara approached Uchiha Kyo with excitement. So Uchiha Kyo, can we now enter the new world? Yes, but there are still numerous matters in the ninja world I must resolve first. You may escort me there, then follow afterward. Madara could not comprehend why Uchiha Kyo was so intent on attending to the trivialities of the ninja world when the allure of a new world beckoned. You mustn't even consider it. I fear if you venture to the new world alone, you might inadvertently be slain by a foe. Uchiha Kyo could not possibly acquiesce. He had yet to devise a strategy for invading the pirate world, and would not allow a battle-hungry individual to wreak havoc first. Madara fell silent. Having witnessed the formidable powers of Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks through illusions. While he felt confident in his ability to confront four, he certainly did not possess the confidence to face 60 such powerful beings, let alone defeat 56. Madara, what exactly is this new world? I cannot grasp it. Uchiha Kyo remarked. See for yourself. Madara, deeply concerned for his resurrected companion, utilized an illusion to convey all the information he had regarding the Pirate King to Hashirama. Madara, are we truly intending to invade another world? Indeed, Hashirama, if you are unwilling, you need not accompany us. Reflecting on the world of rampant piracy and the celestial dragons, Hashirama recalled the hardships faced by the common folk and nodded in agreement, expressing his desire to join. Once Uchiha Kyo dispelled the tension, everyone returned to the ninja world. First Hokage, you shall announce our surrender. Kage, you will remain by my side, even during the night. Hashirama reluctantly nodded as the group made their way to the Allied headquarters. At that moment, the headquarters was besieged by the Akatsuki and beasts, with thousands of individuals paralyzed in fear, awaiting the outcome of the final battle between Hashirama and Madara. Tobirama remained pinned to the ground by a black rod, while Jiraiya stood with vacant eyes, resembling a figure who had just realized he had been swindled. Where is Sarutobi Hiruzen? No one replied. Ultimately, it was Hashirama who spoke, stating, Sarutobi Hiruzen is safeguarding the feudal lords of each nation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kyo turned his gaze toward the Deva path, embodying the essence of joy. Now, Payon, you and the others should seek out the renowned rice carrier, while also dealing with the peace-loving Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, boss. Chapter 94. Gongsun Kage. Neither Senju Hashirama nor Senju Tobirama intervened on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was at this moment that Uchiha Kyo, casting his gaze toward the assembled ninja alliance, introduced himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to present myself. I am Uchiha Kyo, destined to be your king. As he spoke, he activated the Six Paths mode once more. 3 Rinnegan eyes opened, while 6 truth-seeking orbs floated behind him. His shoes transformed into bare feet, his skin shimmered silver, and the Six Paths cloak billowed majestically in the wind. Who stands in favor, and who stands opposed? Each ninja clenched their fists, casting reluctant glances at Senju Hashirama, eager to ascertain the first Hokage's stance. Brother, Tobirama, there is no need for further discussion. Konoha is a thing of the past. But, there is no but, Tobirama. Should I refuse? Uchiha Kyo will annihilate every soul in the land of fire, including the elderly, children, and infants. Senju Tobirama fell silent, grappling with disbelief. For Sarutobi Hiruzen had already shared this intelligence with him. Yet, the instantaneous slaughter of 20,000 ninjas by Uchiha Kyo left him uncertain. Even if there existed a mere 1% chance, he could not afford to gamble, for that represented millions of lives, including the elderly, children, and infants. Tsunade gazed up at Uchiha Kyo, her anger palpable. Uchiha Kyo, how do you justify the death of our 20,000 leaf ninjas? They all had families. And what of it? Uchiha Kyo's indifference cut through the air. To prevent the spread of hatred, it was prudent to eliminate their families as well. Tsunade's retort was stifled by Jiraiya's intervention. Tsunade, this is my fault. Had I not refused to surrender, those 20,000 leaf ninjas would still be alive. Though accustomed to the cycle of life and death, Jiraiya found himself unable to accept the weight of responsibility for the demise of so many. Uchiha Kyo addressed the assembly with a languid tone. Your survival is merely my grace. If I so desired, I could extinguish the lives of the entire shinobi world. Over 300 million souls. The tension in the air thickened, and no one dared to utter a word. Uncertain if the madman Uchiha Kyo would truly carry out his threat, his demeanor in this mode reeked of emotional detachment. At that moment, the duo of Pikachu Minato and Xiao Shir returned. Xiao Shir gazed at Uchiha Kyo hovering above, her face a portrait of confusion. Hey, are you my brother? Oh, it's little Xiao Shir. Upon seeing her, Uchiha Kyo instantly deactivated his Six Paths mode and swooped down to lift the little girl, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. The crowd was momentarily struck dumb. With Xiao Shir's arrival, Uchiha Kyo transformed from a world-ending demon into a gentle older brother. In a week, I shall await the arrival of the 4 Kage at Kirigakure. Should they fail to come, they must not blame me for my wrath. With that, Uchiha Kyo led the shinobi beasts and the Akatsuki members away from the battleground. Pain felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Today, the great nations faced their reckoning. When Uchiha Kyo departed, all eyes turned toward Senju Hashirama. Hashirama rubbed his nose, aware that he could only piece together fragments of information. He recounted all he knew. Yet when the names Otsutsuki Kagaya, Sage of Six Paths, and Orochimaru surfaced, Tsunade was taken aback. Orochimaru has reached Six Paths level? Perhaps not. Hashirama hesitated. It seems Uchiha Kyo has utilized him as a vessel for resurrecting Kagaya. The remaining ninjas appeared as if listening to an ancient tome, stunned to learn the origins of their chakra. Upon returning to Kirigakure, Uchiha Kyo promptly dispatched Pikachu Minato to Konoha to abduct Danko, employing Jinchuriki's sage arts to once again resurrect Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I've missed you terribly. Uchiha Kyo, please, don't come any closer. Orochimaru retreated in genuine fear. The loyalty he once exhibited had resulted in such treatment from Uchiha Kyo, truly a cruel twist of fate. When he spotted Kagaya standing beside Uchiha Kyo, Orochimaru cowered behind Kabuto, who could only watch in bemusement, never imagining even Orochimaru would face such a day. Uchiha Kyo felt a twinge of grievance. He was merely employing Orochimaru as a vessel for Kagaya's resurrection. I have brought you back, so why must you be so petty? Here is your pure gold ring. Take it back. Orochimaru quickly accepted it, feeling his guard lower slightly. The following days in Kirigakure felt like a festival. However, Uchiha Kyo found it curious that upon his return, he had conducted a survey among the village's residents, only to discover that an astonishing 99% were unwilling to relocate to Konoha. Despite Konoha's superior geography, was it truly the pole of their homeland that kept them rooted? One day, while strolling with Kagaya, they paused outside a boutique. Owner, has my custom outfit been completed? Lord Mizukage, it is ready. The proprietor cheerfully unveiled a striking ensemble, a red dress, black trousers, an umbrella, a pair of rabbit ears, and a pair of red embroidered shoes. Indeed, This is the cosplay outfit of Gong Sun Lee. Kagaya, please change into this outfit in the fitting room. While your speech may resemble that of a vengeful spirit, there's no need to dress as one constantly. Kagaya blinked, feeling that the outfit was overly revealing. Kyo, I believe my current attire is quite lovely. Lovely? You have worn this garment for years. Perhaps it's time to reconsider your choices. Has your aesthetic improved over the years? Have you ever contemplated changing your attire? Otsutsuki Kagaya fell silent, recognizing that she had indeed not acquired the habit of changing her clothes, though she had only worn this one for a millennium. Gliding into the fitting room, she did so with an ethereal grace, almost as if she passed through walls. Had it not been broad daylight, the shopkeeper might have fainted from fright. Before long, Kagaya emerged in the new outfit, her skin pale as a ghost, presenting an awkward sight. Your hair is far too long. Let us go get it cut. No, it's unnecessary. With a mere thought, her hair, over 2 meters long, swiftly transformed into a more manageable length, cascading to her waist. Ah, this is far more pleasing to the eye. Uchiha Kyo nodded in satisfaction. Now you resemble a person. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, pausing upon seeing Kagaya. Mother? Kagaya nodded, quietly remaining by Uchiha Kyo's side, for she had become a part of him. Black Zetsu found himself in disarray, pondering how his mother, the goddess of the moon, could wear such an ostentatious outfit. Uchiha Kyo dismissed Black Zetsu's inner turmoil. For after all, Black Zetsu was his wild child. Black Zetsu, how fares the task I assigned you? Yes, I have currently gathered the cells of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Obito, and we are ready for Edo Tensei at any moment. Black Zetsu rattled off a list of names, each a formidable figure renowned in the annals of the shinobi world. Uchiha Hikari contemplated the potential utility of these reanimated corpses in the pirate world. However, he was taken aback by the weakness of Sarutobi Hizashi, who, according to Ten Tales, was dispatched in mere moments. Recalling his initial arrival in this world, where he possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it struck him as somewhat amusing that he had once feared the Shiki Fujin technique. Chapter 95. Preparing to enter the new world in the office of the Water Shadow, Uchiha Hikari occupied the seat of honor, with Senju Hashirama, Durui, Inoki, and Rashi each taking their places. Behind these 4 men stood 2 guards, while a charming rabbit-eared girl with white eyes stood behind Uchiha Hikari. This drew the attention of the other 4 shadows, as they recognized her as the goddess of the moon, the progenitor of chakra. It was surprising to see her transformed into a rabbit-eared maiden, yet she appeared quite adorable. Kagaya sensed the gazes upon her and immediately activated her Byakugan, exerting pressure that left everyone present, except for Uchiha Hikari and Senju Hashirama, feeling overwhelmed. Uchiha Hikari was pleased with this effect and tapped the table. From this day forward, I am the ruler of the ninja world, and all ninja villages must heed my commands. Do any of you dissent? Silence filled the room. For Uchiha Hikari had eliminated all the daimyos and most of the nobility, sparing only a few who had committed no wrongdoing. It was evident that Uchiha Hikari was not the type to spare those who might pose a threat. Noticing the silence, he turned to Senju Hashirama. Lord First Hokage, would you care to express your stance? Me? I have no objections, as long as there is no war in the future, Hashirama replied easily. Especially in the absence of his brother, Tobarama. Uchiha Hikari nodded. If all hidden villages obey me, they will be my subordinates. Aside from a few personal conflicts, where would war arise? Hashirama agreed, acknowledging that as long as Uchiha Hikari remained alive, no one would dare instigate war. Furthermore, after the 3 previous great ninja wars, he recognized the flaws in his concept of one nation, one village. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Hikari, having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, was ageless and immortal. Save for death, Uchiha Hikari glanced at the 3 remaining silent figures and shook his head in amusement. Silence is futile. I am currently speaking to you in a cordial manner. Should negotiations fail, I shall have Uchiha Madara speak with you. And you must be aware that he possesses far less patience than I. Very well. I, on behalf of the Land of Wind, agree to submit to the 5th Mizukage. Rashi was the first to raise his hand, recognizing the wisdom in compliance. After all, with Senju Hashirama's agreement, he, a mere Karami, had no grounds for refusal. Darui and Inoki exchanged glances and reluctantly raised their hands in agreement as well. Excellent, then it is settled. As Uchiha Hikari concluded, he seemed to recall something and turned to Hashirama. By the way, Lord First Hokage, how is Jiraiya faring? He has been living in guilt, using all his savings to establish an orphanage to care for the children of fallen ninjas. Hashirama sighed, resigned to the situation, having no thoughts of vengeance. Uchiha Hikari paid little mind. Perhaps Jiraiya had learned to grow, for war leaves no room for mercy. Sometimes, one must bear the consequences of their choices. Had it not been for the sacrifice of those 20,000 Konoha ninjas, the others would not have surrendered so readily, and the casualties might have been even greater. Rashi, please bring my friend Gaara to the Hidden Mist Village when you have the time. I find myself rather fond of Shikaku. Lord Mizukage, you won't harm Gaara. Will you? Of course not. Why would I harm him? He is merely a child. Rashi's lips twitched as he thought. Your sister is still just a child too. In the following days, Uchiha Hikari engaged with various individuals, extracting emotional values from them, including their tailed beasts. With Shikaku no longer a threat, Gaara could sleep soundly in the future. One day, feeling rather bored, Uchiha Hikari visited the Hidden Mist Village's ninja academy to enlighten the students about the will of water. Wherever a fist is thrown, enemies shall be vanquished. As long as your fists are strong enough, you could even take down the Sage of Six Paths. This is the will of water. The students listened with wide eyes, especially Sasuke and Naruto, who were tired of hearing about the will of fire. Bang! At that moment, Uchiha Madara kicked open the classroom door. Uchiha Hikari, the ninja world is stable now. We can set out, correct? Madara, calm down. Hashirama quickly restrained Madara, though not with much force, as he too was struggling to maintain composure after leaving all affairs in Konoha to Tsunade. All right, we shall depart tonight, but before we do, Madara, you should give these kids a lesson. Uchiha Hikari seemed unconcerned and grandly introduced Madara to the children. Come. This is the Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, feel free to ask him any questions. Let us give him a round of applause. As Uchiha Hikari led the applause, a little blonde boy suddenly stood up. Teacher Madara, I firmly believe that one can achieve fame in the ninja world solely through taijutsu. Madara thought to himself, what the hell? I came here to have Uchiha Hikari open the world's door, and now I'm expected to teach a bunch of kids? Hashirama, sensing Madara's silence was inappropriate, stepped in. I am the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Young one, do you claim your taijutsu is exceptional? Naruto felt somewhat disappointed, for he considered the third Hokage to be the strongest. After all, the strongest third Hokage had been taken down by 6 sheep, and he wondered if this first Hokage was even as capable as 2 sheep. First Hokage, my taijutsu is indeed remarkable. I can defeat 100 sheep. Hashirama was taken aback. Why are you talking about sheep? Can you open the 8 gates? What are the 8 gates? Can you use the lightning chakra mode of the Cloud Village? What is lightning chakra mode? Do you possess innate divine strength? None of those. But I can defeat 100 sheep. First Hokage, let us have a one-on-one battle. Just taijutsu. Naruto's plan was simple. He would use 100 shadow clones to take him on, using Rasengan for a surprise attack if necessary. Hashirama was intrigued and led Naruto to the training ground. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt inspired and promptly stood up, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. This was thanks to Uchiha Yuzu, who had been using Jinjutsu to enhance his abilities. Uchiha Madara, I have heard whispers of your formidable strength. May I inquire if you had awakened the 3-tomo at my age? Madara's lips twitched. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was merely 8 years old, and at that age, he had indeed not yet awakened the 3-tomo. Gazing at the young boy who bore a striking resemblance to Izuna in his youth, Madara felt a flicker of interest. Very well, Uchiha Sasuke, shall we engage in a contest of fire release? I shall exert only 10% of my strength. Humph, I refuse to compete with you. Sasuke huffed, taking a seat. Though he was brash, he was not foolish. His brief rise was merely an attempt to flaunt his prowess. Little did he know, no one had ever successfully postured before Madara, the king of all, and emerged unscathed. 10 minutes later, the charred figure of the young boy was dragged back by Madara, along with Naruto, who had suffered a similar fate. Madara cast a cold smile at the boy. In truth, I only exerted half of my strength. Chapter 96. The Pirate World in the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the village of Koko West, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Kisame, Orochimaru, Kabuto, Kurizetsu, and Kagaya Otsutsuki gathered. All, except for Jerry Hashirama and Tom Madara, were present, for the ninja world required 2 powerful beasts to maintain order. Yuzu, too, was absent, Claiming to care for her fiancé, the young boy, Uchiha Kagami began issuing commands. First, everyone must master the armed color hockey to perfection. Madara, you shall challenge those pirates and seize a warlord to act as a pawn, turning against them during the Marineford War. In that case, I shall seek out Kaido for some amusement. Uchiha Madara trembled with excitement. Is this truly the new world? It is indeed vastly different from the ninja world. Hold off on provoking the four emperors for now, lest you draw out the troublesome Sig. I wish not to face him too soon. No matter. I shall first perfect my armed color hockey, and when the time comes, the pirate king Sig will be mine to confront. Uchiha Kagami paid little mind, knowing that the truth-seeking orbs and chakra black rods could indeed strike at natural types. Kisame, you and Itachi shall form a team to deal with Arlong. Then defeat Jinbei to take his position as a warlord. We will turn against them during the Marineford War. Leave it to me, boss. Kisame grinned, surprised to find his appearance as a fishman advantageous in this world. Hashirama, you shall join the Marines and strive for the rank of admiral, turning against them when the time is ripe. I will do my best. Hashirama was not well versed in the art of infiltration, hoping merely to avoid exposure. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Itachi, you will head to Water City and find a way to join the world government, turning against them during the Marineford War. No problem. Orochimaru eagerly anticipated encountering the renowned Vegapunk. Itachi, Minato, Kagaya Otsutsuki, you shall stay by my side. Pain and the two lucky beasts, you are free to explore, seeking to master the armed color hockey. So be it. As the group dispersed, only 3 individuals and 1 beast remained. Kagaya Otsutsuki, use your Byakugan to fetch a water flea for me. Kagami, do you wish to eat water fleas? Perhaps you would prefer to partake? Hurry and retrieve one for me. No more questions. Very well. Kagaya immediately activated her Byakugan, scanning the waters before utilizing her spatial abilities to transfer a multitude of water fleas ashore. She smiled at Uchiha Kagami, her Byakugan radiating affection, never expecting Kagami could traverse time and space with her. This meant she would no longer have to fear the Otsutsuki clan. Even if she could not defeat them, she could escape to the world of pirates. Uchiha Kagami picked up a water flea and entered the system store, discovering that, aside from items from the Naruto and pirate universes, a limited selection from the Marvel Cinematic Universe was available for exchange. Could it be that the next world would be the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Should he attempt to thwart Thanos and snap his fingers before he does? Thankfully, it was merely the cinematic universe. If it were the comic universe, he would be lost. However, that was a concern for another day. He hastily exchanged for the energy sphere of Dracul Mihawk. Afterward, he infused it into the water flea. And after a flash of white light, Dracul Mihawk emerged, standing at 60 centimeters tall, wielding a black sword, Yoru, measuring 80 centimeters, and adorned with a small cross knife around his neck. You shall be known as Dracul Mihawk from now on. Yes, boss. Uchiha Kagami nodded, instructing Kagaya to scout out a turtle-shaped vessel nearby. The floating restaurant, Baratai, soon came into view. 5 shadows swiftly approached the surface of the sea, with Kagaya soaring through the air. Naturally, Dracul Mihawk did not paddle through the water, so Kagami carried him. In truth, he was an exceptional swimmer. Shortly, the floating restaurant's patrons noticed the unusual sight of Uchiha Kagami and his companions. What is this? A person running atop the water? Wait, one resembles a yellow-skinned rat, and another a green-eyed eggplant. Moreover, a white-haired woman is flying. Is that a devil fruit power? Uchiha Kagami paid little heed to their thoughts. Leaping onto the deck of the floating restaurant. I have heard that your establishment serves the finest cuisine. Bring forth your best dishes. Upon uttering those words, Uchiha Kagami retrieved some gold from the Kamui space. Certainly. The staff were astonished, as the gold seemed to materialize from this man's very being. Could he be a devil fruit user? But they thought little of it. Those with devil fruit powers were not to be trifled with. Within 5 minutes, the servers appeared, laden with platters of food. Among them was a blonde-haired man in a suit, smoking a cigarette. Hey, don't you know it's inappropriate to smoke in the presence of children? I apologize. I shall extinguish it immediately. Sanji hurriedly snuffed out his cigarette. However, Uchiha Kagami was not one to let such an affront slide. It is too late for your smoking. I shall have Redleg Zeph's head. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 66 emotional points from Sanji. TSK, is Sanji merely a genin at this point? Sanji's face paled. This person knew of Zeph. Was he targeting him? Xiaoxir, once you are full, Go teach that red-leg Zeph a lesson. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained very well. Xiaoxier hastened to eat, munching eagerly. Sanji froze, incredulous that this apparent 4-year-old girl would instruct him to confront Zeph. Was he serious? I am full. Your food is delicious, big brother with curly eyebrows. Could you summon red-leg Zeph for me? Sanji's expression darkened, regardless of whether she was a child or an adult. He had a principle against striking women. I am afraid I cannot comply. If you cannot comply, then do not. Xiaoxier propped up the table and with a mighty heave, flipped the entire table into the sea. Sanji's face turned pale. He had not anticipated such strength from a little girl. At that moment, red-leg Zeph emerged. My apologies, guests. It was indeed inappropriate for us at Baratai to smoke in front of a child. Xiaoxier paid little heed to the surrounding chaos. She was resolutely loyal to her brother. With the initial phase of Susanoo activated, its colossal hand grasped Zeppu with a gentle yet unyielding force. Zeppu's expression shifted dramatically. No matter how he struggled, he could not loosen the grip of that massive hand. As it tightened slightly, a wretched scream escaped his lips. The other chefs, in a futile attempt, brandished their utensils against Susanoo's hand, but their efforts were destined to fail. Sanji, adhering to his principle of not striking women, redirected his focus towards Uchiha Kyo, swiftly advancing towards her. Byakugan pressure. Kage utilized her Byakugan's pressure, rendering Sanji immobile. Moments passed, and the emotional values of Zeppu and Sanji were thoroughly drained. Xiaoxier, Kage enough? With Uchiha Kyo's voice, both ceased their actions. The crew of Baratai gazed at Uchiha Kyo and her companions with palpable terror. Uchiha Kyo pondered. The wool should not be sheared too early, lest it end up like Sasuke, if he were to be drained before even becoming a chunin. Even attaining the Sage of Six Paths level would not allow for further shearing. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from Zoro and Luffy for now. But Mihawk must be addressed first. Therefore, they merely needed to patiently await the appearances of Zoro and the infamous Hawkeyes. Chapter 97. The Fall of the Evil Dragon. The arrival of Hashirama in Koko Village, Kisame strode confidently towards Arlong Park, accompanied by Pikachu Itachi and Pikachu Kisame. What could this fishman be plotting? How infuriating. Did we not settle our dues this month? The villagers of Koko Village, upon seeing Kisame's menacing demeanor, instinctively withdrew. Kisame paid them little mind, as he had gleaned some knowledge of this village from Uchiha Kyo's Jinjutsu. However, it mattered not. After dealing with Arlong, he intended to meet the blue, rotund figure known as Jinbei. Upon arrival at the gates of Arlong Park, Kisame formed hand seals. Water release, great shark bullet technique. The tremendous blast sent the gates of Arlong Park flying. Oh, so you are Arlong. Arlong, puzzled, regarded Kisame and his peculiar companions. A fellow fishman? And 2 yellow-skinned rodents? Kisame couldn't help but twitch at Arlong's claim of brotherhood. He recalled Uchiha Kyo's directive to infiltrate Fishman Island as a fishman, and a wave of frustration washed over him. Pikachu Itachi, Pikachu Kisame, eliminate all these fishmen. The 2 Pikachus merely nodded. Kisame, unlike Uchiha Kyo, commanded no particular respect from them. Uchiha Kyo had simply instructed them to heed Kisame's orders temporarily. Upon hearing Kisame's command, Arlong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, just you, a fishman, and 2 rodents? Tsukuyomi. Pikachu Itachi wasted no time. With a single Tsukuyomi, he tormented Arlong for 3 days. Suddenly, Arlong collapsed to one knee. Exhaustion and terror etched on his face as he gazed at Pikachu Itachi. Susanoo. Pikachu Itachi, unwilling to engage in further banter, activated the second phase of Susanoo and delivered a single punch to Arlong. In mere seconds, Arlong was reduced to a mere mosaic. Arlong no? Enraged, the fishmen brandished their weapons and charged at Susanoo. Alas, in the face of overwhelming power, each fishman was struck down, their forms reduced to mosaics by the might of Susanoo's fists. Little Hachi, witnessing Pikachu Itachi's overwhelming display, swiftly dove underwater to escape. Before long, the fishmen realized their numbers were dwindling and began leaping into the sea to flee. Regrettably, they encountered Kisame and Pikachu Kisame. Kisame and Pikachu Kisame swiftly formed hand seals and struck the surface of the water. Water release, 1,000 shark jaws. Countless sharks surged towards the depths, launching indiscriminate assaults on the fishmen below. In no time, the sea was stained crimson, and the bodies of fishmen floated upon the surface. Pikachu Itachi retracted Susanoo and calmly inquired, "Is it all resolved?" Ah, these fishmen are astonishingly weak. Kisame observed Pikachu Itachi, who inexplicably reminded him of his time teaming up with Uchiha Itachi. A girl with orange hair, hiding behind the walls of Arlong Park, covered her mouth in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The nightmare that had haunted Koko Village for years had been so effortlessly vanquished. Kisame glanced towards Nami, revealing a toothy grin. You need not fear, young lady. This band of fishmen has been entirely eradicated. Thank you. Nami felt an odd sensation. Why was this fishman killing his own kind? Kisame recalled Uchiha Kyo's instructions. Fishman Island lay 10,000 meters beneath the sea, below Sabaody Archipelago. No need for thanks. We are bound for Fishman Island shortly. Do you happen to possess a permanent pointer to Sabaody Archipelago? Ah, Sabaody Archipelago? I haven't heard of it. Allow me to check for information. That would be most appreciated, young lady. Kisame could be deemed the most courteous member of the Akatsuki, regardless of how weak the helper. He always expressed gratitude. No need for thanks. Nami was taken aback, astonished that such a polite fishman existed in the world. Kisame gazed skyward at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, murmuring, how wondrous, this alternate world. Meanwhile, at a naval branch, Senju Hashirama, following Uchiha Kyo's instructions, arrived to enlist in the military. The enrolling officer produced an application form. What is your name, and what are your specialties? I am Senju Hashirama. As for specialties, I should be able to take down 3 admirals. The enrolling officer, amused yet incredulous, chuckled. Many newcomers, having never seen the world, believed themselves formidable, only to possess strength that barely matched a major's capabilities. However, such individuals often possessed at least a modicum of power. Why not let him try? All right, since you claim you can defeat 3 admirals, show me your strongest technique. The strongest? Senju Hashirama surveyed the naval branch, realizing that unleashing the true Thousand Hands might very well sink the island. The strongest technique may be unwise. How about my second strongest? Smack. The enrolling officer slammed the desk, pointing an accusing finger at Senju Hashirama with a fierce glare. Did you not claim you could defeat 3 admirals? Then demonstrate your strongest technique for me. How about I perform it at the edge of the island? Agreed. Senju Hashirama nodded, contemplating how troublesome it was to enlist and showcase his strongest technique to others. The enrolling officer crossed his arms, regarding Senju Hashirama with disdain. This individual appeared foolish and naive, clearly a rustic who had never encountered the broader world. Presumably, he believed that just because he held some prowess in his village, everyone else must be equally weak. He can even stand atop the sea. There's something there. Senju Hashirama, disregarding the officer's opinions, calculated the distance, ensuring that this position would not cause damage to the island. With hands clasped together, he swiftly entered Sage mode. Sage Art would release true Thousand Hands. A resounding rumble echoed as a Buddha statue's head gradually ascended, followed by its body and then its legs. A colossal shadow swiftly enveloped the entire naval branch, as the 500-meter-tall statue of the thousand-handed Bodhisattva terrified the sailors, causing them to flee in panic. The officer, who had previously been standing with his arms crossed, gaped in astonishment, his eyes bulging, before collapsing onto the ground. Yet, this was not the end. The thousand-handed pillar shouted once more, thousand-handed Guanyin, manifest as the Buddha. 1,000 wooden hands emerged from behind the statue, causing it to rise majestically to a height of 1,000 meters, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers. This height was 3 times that of the genuine thousand-handed pillar, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire island. Only then did the thousand-handed pillar cease his display, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, this is my most formidable technique, officer. Are you all right? However, the officer had already rolled his eyes back, fainting from the shock. He had just dared to scold such an extraordinary being. Even in death, it would have been worth it. Fortunately, his body's defense mechanisms prevented him from succumbing to fear. Noticing the unconscious officer, the thousand-handed pillar wore a puzzled expression, wondering how he had caused such a reaction. Nevertheless, he retracted the statue and leaped in front of the officer to rouse him. Are you all right? The officer gradually regained consciousness, and upon seeing the pillar's goofy face, he immediately knelt in supplication. Senior, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me.